Yo! Oh wait, you see the yeah, okay. Let me turn off the camera. We're not at that stage in our building just yet, but we'll be there soon. But you guys know what I look like anyway. Um and we're gonna do a little bit of a departure from what we are used to because, guys, this is the first fucking Friday of 2023, and nobody's used to that because nobody's experienced that. It is what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. No songs for you. No preamble. What you will get though is a link, and this particular live stream, although it has a theme, unfortunately, I don't have it in me this particular Friday in order to do the norm. So, totally stream of conscious. Totally off topic of what I've been contemplating for the better part of like 12 hours. Welcome, one and all. Good morning, YTBC. Peace to one and all. Hope you guys are having a phenomenal time, a fantastic time, a remarkable time, a singular experience in the first Friday of a new calendar year according to the Gregorian principles. This is going to be unlike what we usually do here on Friday because I've never actually been in this position before. And so we're going to enjoy the moment together. "2022 was phenomenal." Sorry, that's not what I was going to say. 2022 was transformative for me. It had really great moments when it comes to why you guys and I interact. And that is the sport of boxing. All kinds of wonderful things happen, but that's not really the point. And bear with me for a second, and also walk with me for a second. I, like a lot of you out there, and most people on earth who aren't like Mexicans or Japanese, haven't really paid a lot of attention to the lower weight classes. And we can go into like why that might be and like discuss it and chop it up and whatever it is. But for the most part, it is what it is. But turns out on our watch, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a paradigm shift that I don't think people noticed. The lower weight classes are getting it. They're earning tens of millions of dollars. Whether you think it's deserved, whether you think they are overhyped, overreported on, just in general, like I said, undeserving, is not relevant. For this stream, it may interest you to know that I have uncovered an uncommon, well, not even that. I've uncovered a fact. Well, what I think is a fact that nobody actually speaks upon or has ever said, as far as I know, and that is Vasily Lomachenko is the highest earning fighter below welterweight, 147 pounds, in boxing history. Who knew? And I mean, adjusted for inflation. And, when I say history, I mean going all the way back to 1906, where Oakland became the capital of California, where the old master Joe Gans fought Battle Nelson to become the lightweight champion of the world. Adjusted for inflation from that moment until this. All of those guys, flyweights, lightweights, featherweights, and then in between, as those weights cropped up over the years, turns out, goddamn Lomachenko has out-earned everyone. Everybody. But we've already like celebrated Loma, just not that particular point, but we've acknowledged that Loma is going to be a Hall of Famer. Now I feel like I should acknowledge another thing. Tank is likely to surpass Loma when it comes to lifetime earnings, especially, particularly reported lifetime earnings in the sport of boxing. The difference is, I don't think Tank is going to the Hall of Fame. There's an excellent card coming up this weekend, people. Fight fans who are thirsty for some action, we're going to get some, and some of the most talented and polished fighters the sport has to offer. On this card, as talented as they are, as exciting as they are, it could very well be none of these people are going to the Hall of Fame. And so here we are. What's up, Deuce?
What's up, brother? Hey, I came here to sit at the learning tree of
All
the
right.
knowledgeable one.
Deuce is busy.
I can hear. Can you hear me?
I'm going to keep
Hello?
it popping.
Can you hear
If you
me?
haven't hit the like button, please do. If you haven't subscribed, please do.
Can you hear me? Smoke.
Oh, I can hear you.
We have another guest.
Oh, maybe Smoke can't hear me.
All right. The brother.
Is there something wrong with your? Is there something wrong with his volume?
Yo, Smoke, can you hear Juice?
I can hear
Maybe he
you.
can't hear
Smokey.
Can you?
you either.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Am I breaking up?
Smoke, can you hear me? You got
Yes,
me
I can.
muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. You didn't. I just said, hey, I
Deuce.
came here to smoke. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Affirmative.
Hey, chat. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear Deuce? Can we work this thing out? I can hear you, Deuce. No, I
Someone
can.
call
Can
Houston,
you hear
please.
me? Yes,
Nah,
sir.
man. I came here to sit
I
under.
can hear
I
you.
came here to sit under the learning tree from a great knowledgeable one like you.
Yes,
So,
Deuce.
bro, I'm
Can
just.
you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. What you saying?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Honest-
Are you trolling me? Is he trolling me?
Thomas. Deuce.
I I think he's just overtired.
Oh, well,
he been
yeah.
on Kyle.
Wow.
He been on Kyle's show for 24 hours. So I don't know. You got
Jesus
any more smoke?
Christ. Running on fumes.
Yes.
Is there any more smoke left?
No.
Did the smoke get put out?
Okay. So,
I
yeah,
like this
tired
background
doesn't.
thing you got
Yeah,
right
it
here,
doesn't
bro.
describe it. Am I breaking up? Can you guys hear me? Is my
Yes, I can hear you.
Am I breaking up right
No,
now?
no, you're not.
All right. Let
Yo,
me
yo.
go on my phone. You guys like hold down for 1 second. I'm not breaking up.
Alrighty.
Cool. I'm gonna get my phone. You guys hold on for a second. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Cool.
What up
Is
to
this
all?
like
I'm gonna get my
is this like only
phone.
a boxing channel, boxing rounds? Is this only
Sorry,
a
say
boxing
again, Juice?
channel? Is this only a boxing channel?
Who, my channel or Smokes?
Smokes.
Uh, no, he goes into other topics, but it's mainly based on boxing, or the core of it's kind of boxing. But then there's other stuff on the periphery, on the outside.
Like yeah, do we get into like geopolitical topics, health discussions, anything like that?
Sometimes it does happen, but it's actually something that Smoke wants to do more of, to be honest. But I'll let him address that whenever he joins again.
So let me ask you a question, brother. How do you feel
Hmm.
about the recent rise in cardiac situations amongst young people, especially in athletes? Have you
Sorry,
noticed a
I heard.
trend?
Sorry, just repeat that again. Cardiac. What was it?
Uh, Cardiac situations amongst young athletes.
All right. I'm really sorry, but I don't know much about it. Can you kind of uh, fast track me?
Basically, ever since the last 2 years, there's been a lot of cardiac situations among athletes. People dropping dead. Are you aware what happened on Monday with the NFL player?
So, what are people connecting it with COVID or something else?
The vaccine. People connecting it with the vaccine. I've seen some people say it's from COVID, and some people say it's from the vaccine. You're
Right,
not.
right, right.
What country are you in, bro?
I'm in my 40s.
You where?
Oh, sorry, what was the question?
I said, what country are you in?
Oh, country. I thought you said century. I live in England, but I'm Irish.
Okay.
There he is.
So you guys have a forced vaccination out there, huh?
Nope, I haven't been
No?
vaxxed.
Lucky you,
I
brother.
refused it.
Lucky you.
Yo, yo,
Likewise.
yo. I don't know what's going on with my laptop. And I need to get some glass. Okay, hold up. Glasses on my face so I can see what the hell's going on. Guys got heart problems out here.
Young athletes?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Athletes, non-athletes, there's a heart issue. When it comes to cardiac arrest, I don't know that there's like an increase in cardiac arrest. There's been a heightened awareness because it happened on the field.
Mm-hmm. We talking football?
Yeah, but American football, gridiron.
Yeah, no, I get it.
There was like a Monday Night Football, which is a staple here in the United States. There was a guy who collapsed and had a cardiac arrest. And if you give a shit about football, a whole bunch of people now wringing their hands. But
What
I'm
do you
a
mean
boxing
wringing
fan.
their hands? What do you mean? What does that expression mean?
It means that we got to talk about fucking cardiac arrest.
Oh, okay.
Right? There's a bunch of hand
So
wringing
Smoke.
now.
So
But I'm
Smoke,
a
have
boxing
you?
fan, and our players, our combatants die.
Sometimes boxers die. But what are you alluding to? That it's common in boxing?
It's more common in boxing. If you're gonna die in the sport of like football, you're probably a college player.
Where you haven't got all your man strength yet? Is that what you mean?
Or like anyway, heat exhaustion, dehydration, any number of things that lead to it. But like way more people die in the sport of boxing than in the sport of football. But more people watch football than boxing. So when some tragic happens in football, people are looking for answers.
Let me get the smoke. Happy New Year.
What
I
up,
want to
bro?
hop it
What's up,
before
Soul
I go
Rebel?
to
Is that Soul
work.
Rebel?
Well, anyways, I'm headed to work, and
No. I know who that
I
is.
wanted to
That's
ask.
Boswell. What's up, Boswell?
I wanted to ask Smoke. I'm 46, and correct me if I'm wrong. Boxing used to be one of the most watched sports there is, and usually when you unified or you had undisputed, you made money. Back then, legacy, you made more money. When you were unifying belts and putting them together, you made more money back then. Now, the legacy's not worth money because you just told me that Lomachenko is the highest paid dude in boxing history, I guess.
Under 147 pounds.
Well, let's say this, under 147 pounds. Okay, well, that's Spence, Crawford, that's welterweight, and that used to be the cream of the crop to me.
It still is.
Well, yeah, it is, but it's been held up for the last 4 years. But was Loma undisputed at 126?
Nope.
Okay, then was Loma undisputed at 130?
Nope.
Okay, and Loma's not undisputed at 135, right?
Never has been, not one day of his life. Never been undisputed.
And Devin is the highest paid 135 pounder now. Am I right?
Nope. That's Tank Davis.
Oh my God, Tank makes more than Devin.
Yes, sir.
I got no disrespect.
Tank is gonna pass Loma too.
That's just. And I had no disrespect. I like Tank. All this stuff that's going on with him, he might have did it. He might not have did it. But Devin Haney earned my respect. I'll be honest with you. I really didn't think the kid was the goods. I thought he was. I'll eat my crow. I thought he was going to go to Australia, and I thought he was going to lose. And he went over there. He fought. He won. He fought his fight. To me, the if you want to call the fight 10-2, that's being gracious. But I just wanted to ask, have I smoked too much pot? But is in the 90s, in the 2000s, when they unified, 3-belt era, them men were making mega money. Now they don't even make any money for putting the belts together.
Nah, that is a misconception. If you want to make money in boxing, you got to go to one of those divisions where the money was. Sweet Pea was undisputed 135. He had a bunch of fucking title defenses at welterweight before he was even offered the big contracts to make $4 million a fight. But like these guys who have been like the big money makers in the entire sport, like Floyd Mayweather or Oscar De La Hoya or Manny Pacquiao, they went through 135. They went through all those divisions that, below 147 pounds. They didn't make any money there.
So any 135, we'll say 140 and below, there wasn't
I'm saying
no money
like
to be made.
105 all the way to 140.
Okay. So they 140 pound. If I'm didn't Regis made 750,000, and what's his face made 3 something, I think. So $2 million made that fight. Am I wrong?
Which fight?
Regis versus Zepeda.
Perhaps. Reportedly, Lomachenko has made $20 million over the course of his career.
Jesus Christ! How?
You know, is it serving the unserved demographic?
Y'all listen. I like Lomachenko. Don't get me wrong. And when he was younger, yeah, listen, he had good hand speed. A lot of people say it's the Matrix. I think the man was gifted. He had some boxing skills. All that flashy stuff and them angles and stuff. Some people like that. You know what I mean? But that just blows my fucking mind that he's never been undisputed. And what's his record? He's lost 1, 2 now, hasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he made, let's say, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years he's been boxing? I mean, not his amateur career, but professional.
I know. I remember the first time I remember him was like 2015.
See, I thought he fought in 2013 was his debut. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I'm just trying to like, I'm doing the math on like when I remember people talking about him. I remember the Salido fight, but like he was on the undercard of Manny and Floyd.
That was 2015, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, well, listen, I remember them when they first brought him out, they were talking about all his amateur career wins, and so many amateur, and he's only like lost once or twice in his amateur. I really didn't follow the guy like that. And that fight, like I said, I kind of watched him at the Pacquiao deal, but I still didn't pay attention to him. And when he lost, a lot of people said, "Oh, he didn't lose the fight." You know what I mean? And they robbed him, this and that. So I really didn't pay attention to him. And yeah, he has boxing skills. To me, he brought the amateur style to the professional level. That's my understanding, because he boxes like you have headgear on. You know what I'm saying? And it looks good. Don't get me wrong, but to sit and say that he's never been that just blows my mind. No disrespect to Loma, but not being undisputed in 122, 126, all the way up to 135. In let's say 9 years, $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's fucking crazy, man. I guess I do have a misconception, because I thought money was brought to the table when these men started putting their belts up to unify or go undisputed. So I guess everybody that's not even trying for legacy anymore is making more money.
It has literally never been that. This is some like narrative that started in YTBC. I think in order to like try to talk shit about Al Heyman.
Yeah.
Like,
Smoke,
literally, that's never been, I feel like there's a couple of times where the undisputed fight, at least at heavyweight, has been huge, right? Lennox Lewis versus Holyfield. Big money fight.
Yeah.
Undisputed, right? Frazier, undisputed fight. Like, that was also a money fight. But I can name a whole bunch of undisputed fights that meant absolutely nothing commercially. Right? Usyk, Bud, Charlo, Devin. Like, the guy who lost made more money. Not big money to begin with.
That's right, because Devin only got almost. Oh, you're right, Smoke. Which I can see Kambosos, where he had the title.
Taylor.
And that was his lottery ticket. You know what I'm saying? Didn't he get like 6 or 7 million, and Haney got 2? Am I wrong?
Not even 4. It was reported that he got 10. It wasn't even 4.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Damn. And see, listen, I used to say Al Heyman's the devil, and I didn't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just did it really to piss a lot of people off. But listen, Al Heyman is not blocking that fight. Now, Al can recommend something to Spence. Don't get me wrong. But Spence can make the terms. And a lot of people get mad at Crawford. And listen, you can say this one, duck that one. But boys, I can remember 3 years ago, Crawford was bumping his gums. Before Earl was fixing to fight Porter, he told Crawford, hey, I tell you what you can do. You take 60-40 and you can cut in line right now. Take 60-40, you cut in line. That's what bothers me. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, before he fought Porter, he told Bud, you can cut in line. I'll give you 40%. I'll take 60. You can cut in line before Porter. So that's what upsets me about that deal. I think they're going to fight because both of them have mandatories, one in May and one in June.
I certainly hope so. But those guys, even if they don't fight each other, are going to make a fucking mint fighting.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
So really, it's just about, at this point, whether or not the fans get what they want. Not about whether or not the fighters get what they want. But I think that the glamour divisions, whatever they have going for them or whatever is broken in them, get plenty of publicity.
Yeah.
What's harder is the weight classes below 147.
But that's the only people who's fighting. That's what kills me. 154 is, to me, 154 is what's keeping 154, 168, 135, 140, 122. That's what's keeping boxing alive because you can't get 147, you can't get 160, you can't get heavyweights. And now they're not going to let Bivol fight Beterbiev because he's Russian. I thought Beterbiev was Russian or Dagestani, or ain't that no disrespect, but they come from the same region. They don't live there anymore, so why can't they fight each other for undisputed? Usyk was the last undisputed cruiserweight, right?
Devin is the last undisputed heavyweight.
No, I mean Usyk was the last cruiserweight that was undisputed.
You said cruiserweight. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and guys, listen. 16. That's what's killed. I think it's 16 years since we had undisputed at welterweight. Zab Judah 05 to 07, and then the last person was 23 years since we had undisputed at heavyweight. If I'm not 23 or 24 years since we've had undisputed at heavyweight.
Since Lennox Lewis.
Yeah. And I to be honest with you, I wished I had money like $2 or $3 billion, and I'd show you how to make these sanctioning bodies. And no disrespect, I know these men work hard and they box, but I would set stipulations for each champion. Once a year, you have to try to unify and at least fight one mandatory. So that's 2 fights. That's and it seems these days asking for 2 fights in 1 year is a lot. But if they fought once every 4 months, that's 3 fights. That would move the division. All these guys coming up, because like I said, I'd like to. I really want to see Thurman and Ennis. I like the guy. I think he has the goods. I just want to see him fight somebody that is punch resistant. Keith got knocked down by a flash hit by Manny, but I want to see him fight somebody that can take his punch and take him 12, because I don't think the guy's been maybe 6-7 rounds. I like Ennis. I just think that he needs to fight somebody, and I think he's going to have to go to 154 because and I'm not saying he's a hype job, but everybody has got him so built up that nobody wants I guess they can't pay the money to get him a decent fight. So if you move him to 154, then he's going to be up there with a different class of people, and they punch harder. So I mean, what's he going to be, 40-0? Because Spence Crawford fight, Bubba, the rest of the year's gone. There's a rematch clause. So this year, that's just Crawford and Spence. Whoever wins that right there, them belts are going to be broke up after that, because Spence said he's going to move up, Bud's going to retire. So I just don't see Ennis waiting around for another 16 months at 147.
And it might surprise you.
Give me just a minute, Smoke. Hold on. Hey, y'all get that shit ready.
Yeah, no sweat. I'm gonna catch up with the chat, and just so you guys, and I feel like I need to apologize beforehand. Friends and family of the channel, I'm whooped. I am dead fucking tired. Like, oh my God. I don't want to bore you with the details of my trailing 24 hours. Really, even trailing 72 hours. But I'm here in spirit. I love chopping up with you people with the fam bam. And ultimately, man, like I live for these Fridays. Goddamn dead tired. And okay, is that you having zero sympathy for me? You,
Sorry. I'll
I
stop.
feel I feel like you're out here memeing while I'm dying. You want to kick me while I'm down some more, Tommy? Go ahead. Let's see what the hell the Irish got to say.
I didn't
Out here,
stop you from
okay.
sleeping.
Let's hear what's going on. I mean, hopefully you'll take over the stream while you make fun of me.
I could do that in about 3 hours.
Oh my God, are you fucking?
I've
Okay,
got work, man.
what work?
Yeah, some of us actually have to earn our money.
Fucking white people. All right. Let's see what's going on here. People gotta like work for money or whatever the hell is going on with you people outside of my goddamn exhaustion. Yeah. Yes, contriving situations in boxing to talk about the economics is like part of the YTBC, right? Like what Tony was just elucidating was the concept that unification equals money, which I've heard said a bunch, but mostly, like I was telling Tony, to criticize either PBC as an organization or Al Heyman as an entity directly. But straight the fuck up, money in boxing predates belts, predates sanctioning bodies. It didn't just fucking change the paradigm just because you have to pay sanctioning fees. What people are attracted to is a fight. And from my own personal experience, and I won't speak to yours, let me speak to mine. In my own personal experience, from either participating in fights or just being witness to them, it's a visceral response. Like, no matter who's fighting or what's going on, you'll stop what you're doing and go watch. Even if it's two kindergarten girls, you're gonna go watch that thing, right? And I'm not here to judge, but what I am saying is, okay, hold on a second. How in the hell do I get into this? I guess I don't. What I'm saying is, like, the allure of boxing is that reptilian brain that goes into your fight or flight, or that goes into the shared experience that breeds understanding beyond words. That's where fights exist. In boxing, boiled down to its essence, is that. But they put a whole bunch of like extras on it, right? So you have to develop your craft, you have to get a team, you have your natural ability, you have your proficiency in the sport, You have opportunities that are granted to you because of timing and all this other stuff, yada, yada, yada. And that's why we're here. That's why we're emotionally invested. But for real, all that shit is just window dressing. When it comes to the value of a fight fans don't really know the stakes the way that like boxing purists, historians, or stats for nerds is like are tracking this activity. Case in point, if you were to ask people what belt was on the line when Manny fought Ricky Hatton, or when Bradley fought Provodnikov, or when Manny fought Floyd, most people, no fucking clue. This belt shit is literally a construct in order to, for whatever reason, boxing fans find it entertaining to never be happy, never be satisfied. I don't understand it. It's the entertainment business, right? Like boxing exists in the entertainment industry. You're supposed to watch this sport in order to be entertained, in order to make life easier. Apparently, people bring, and this is just my own personal observation, and you guys can tell me where I'm wrong if that's not your experience. But for the most part, when it comes to boxing, at least in the YTBC, people are perpetually inconsolable. Even if you say something like, what we really need is this thing to save boxing, if you get that thing, boxing will not be saved. People say that right now, Spence and Crawford is the reason why boxing is in decline. I promise you, if we got Spence and Crawford in 2020, boxing would still be in decline.
Okay, I've got a question then.
Go ahead.
What do you think would improve boxing?
The gatekeepers, the people who have the attention of the casual fans, feeling responsible for attaining that position. So that, for instance, Tank Davis had a press conference yesterday, and I'm surprised he didn't yawn. He
Did he
himself,
look that
not
bored?
me, not he. No, it was as if somebody woke him up, and that he would rather be in bed. It was literally the weirdest thing. Like, he warmed up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it was completely atrocious, but I feel like it is emblematic of what actually is going on with the sport. Who in the fuck cares? Who cares? Canelo? I don't think Canelo cares. AJ? Don't think AJ cares. Tank? Don't think Tank cares. Yeah. That's really what it is. In my opinion. My humble opinion, my observations, based on the outside looking in. I see that the happening, the event that you can't miss out on is not happening in boxing.
Okay, but what about going back to what Tony said, what about having defenses more regularly rather than just once a year?
Fights are not the issue.
Venues?
Venues are not the issue.
What is the issue?
Feeling like you have to watch boxing, or else you're missing out on the cultural happening. Let me ask you, do you feel like you're missing Tank versus Hector Garcia? If you don't watch that fight, do you feel like you're out of the loop?
If I want to talk about the lower weight divisions, yes.
Right. So it's a qualified answer.
Mm-hmm.
Which is my point.
Okay.
Right. It's just no. It's just not Tank. Right. So Floyd versus Conor, you had to be there, or you were just out of the loop when it came to coming to work on Monday. Everybody's talking about that shit.
But hold on. That was a pretty significant crossover sporting event. Not just
You got it. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree.
okay.
Floyd versus Manny. You had to see it, or else you're out of the loop.
Mm-hmm.
Floyd versus Oscar. Oscar versus Julio Cesar Chavez. Maybe to some extent, AJ versus Klitschko.
Mm-hmm.
That's what boxing is actually built around, is that idea that a cultural moment is happening, and if you don't watch it, you will be out of the loop.
Behind the curve.
Missing out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bum, nerd, geek, not finger on the pulse. That's what's missing from boxing. None of these fights, when they say that Bud and Spence aren't superstars, what they're really saying is the only people who are interested in this fight are boxing purists. If we got Bud and Spence and you went to on Saturday and you went to work on that Monday, only boxing fans would even know the fight happened.
Yeah, but I to me, boxing purists is kind of like the top 10% of boxing fans. That's my opinion. I think it's more than just that.
Okay. Maybe it's the wrong phrase when I say boxing purist. What I mean is people who follow the sport when I say boxing purist.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't follow the sport of boxing, you're not going to feel like you missed the Bud Spence fight. Because the only people who know about the Bud Spence fight are people who watch fucking boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that thing. It used to be like the Super Bowl is something that you watch. The World Series is something you watch. The finals is something that you watch. The World Cups is something that you watch. It's because that's what everybody is fucking watching.
Yeah, but these are the pinnacles of the sports that you're talking about. Do you know what I mean? World Cup. It's not just like a local game. It's the biggest global game.
Agreed. Spence versus Bud should occupy some degree of that space. In my opinion.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But in my other...
Up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Who is this? Is going to save me from absolute utter exhaustion. It's Phantom. Go easy on me, the Phantom. How you doing this fine Friday morning? TGIF.
Good morning, good morning. I'll try to take it easy on you, old Smokey.
How's life treating you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I got my eyes on a 70 Chevelle. I'm hoping I can pick it up.
Hold up a second. You still driving Chevelles? You trying to get a fucking Chevelle? Isn't that like, don't they have like the manual door locks and shit and like roll down the window? Like what?
Yeah, Smoke. I like my domestic, you like your foreigns, all right?
No, I like modernity and I like ease of use. Like, why in the fuck are you trying to use a crank to roll your window down and all that shit? Like, for real? A Chevelle,
'Cause I'm
bro?
a goddamn man, Smoke. That's why. I can crank that fucking window with my goddamn arm. You hear me?
Okay. No one is gonna mistake me for a woman.
That's not what I said.
And I don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. So, like, really, you're gonna have to bring me up to speed and don't just put it on manhood. The hell are you talking?
It relates to the conversation because that's an iconic car, right? So, as far as these boxers, how do we make them cultural icons? Like, I think Ryan is kind of what you might call a modern day cultural icon. And that's why he can bring a lot of attention to a fight with another cultural icon in Gervonta Tank Davis.
Okay, before we get into how these guys aren't cultural icons, before we even go that route, he's fighting Hector Garcia tomorrow.
Correct, correct.
This entire buildup, people have been like, Tank fans, not even Tank fans, because I'm a Tank fan. Um, to me, there's been this concentrated effort to try to make Hector Garcia a reasonable opponent. If you're gonna sell me if you're gonna sell me Tank cultural icon, you can't simultaneously give me Hector Garcia, and then argue this might be one of the best fights, if not the best fight of his career.
I don't disagree with that, but it's not like okay, we can look on everybody on Sugar Ray Leonard's resume and say, oh, we know who that is. We know who that is. We know who that is. Like no, you know the niggas who are the niggas who he fought. You know them. You know everybody.
Okay, and I hear you. I hear you on that one. Without going through like the social impact of Sugar Ray Leonard's opponents versus Tanks, because we already know how that's going to turn out. Um, let's go with the Wheaties box. What about Tank or Ryan leads you to utter the phrase that these are two cultural icons?
Well, what I mean by that is when I use a specific term, modern day. I think the way people put out their persona in the modern era is different than being on a Wheaties box in the 70s and the 80s. Like it's a totally different kind of media consumption as far as that's concerned.
It is. I don't know that that makes. I don't know that difference makes either Tank or Ryan a cultural icon.
Well, okay, let me put it to you like this. Many people be on front page news all over the internet with just allegations of baby mama. Like this happens every day. How many niggas are on the front page blasted over the fucking internet for this shit?
Right. Those people are also not cultural icons. What you're talking about is the cultural zeitgeist.
Well, yeah, I mean you play semantics, but I would say capturing the cultural zeitgeist can make you a cultural icon, correct?
It can, but it doesn't mean you are. And what I'm saying
Okay,
is,
fair enough.
these two people this fight that you've been hyping up for fucking months, I understand that you're hyping it up even right now with this goddamn question, but I'm sorry, you can't sneak this one past the goalie. I'm going to be a gatekeeper for boxing, American, and worldwide iconography. These fucking two mopes are making money for themselves, and whomever it is, their fan base is creaming their fucking shorts over about this fight. They are not icons. It doesn't even mean anything to the sport of boxing for real.
I would say to the modern day, yes, you could say these particular two athletes or cultural icons within the athletic. You got fucking NFL and basketball players who don't have as many followers as they have. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean they? Who you talking about they?
Ryan and Tank.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which football player? How many football players do I have to bring up that have more social media following than fucking Tank Davis?
I know. I'm saying not them do. Not all of them do. That's what I'm saying. Even
Okay,
though
I
even
just mentioned
though
football. Football. Let me ask you. Just put this to perspective. When I said football, I picked that because not only because of what you said, but also the contrast, right? So in football, you're totally fucking clothed. No one can even see your face. All you are is a number. In boxing, you're half fucking naked, and everybody can see everything about you. And those guys are still fucking more popular than Tank, Mr. Half Naked.
yeah, because that's football is one of the sports that captured the cultural zeitgeist. Before football wasn't shit. Might give a fuck about football. Boxing used to be more popular than that.
It sure was, but not every boxer was a cultural icon. What
Facts.
I,
Just like not every NFL player is.
you are absolutely correct. And so when it comes to cultural icons, Tank and Ryan will never be them.
I
Ryan
just
is not even a goddamn like. How do I put this into perspective? In order for you to be a superstar, people have to know you outside of your sport. In order for you to be an icon, you have to matter to the country. This doesn't apply to either one of these guys. Either fucking he's not. They're not even superstars for real. They're just making a fucking ton of money in the lower weight classes, which is unprecedented. We live in very interesting times where little dudes are making a ton of fucking money.
But what I'm saying is, I think these two in conjunction can bring more casual eyes back to the sport, and try to capture that cultural zeitgeist again for boxing.
Listen, I'm not mad at the cultural zeitgeist because I think both of them are great representatives of that. Whether or not they're icons is like I don't even know that Oscar De La Hoya is an icon. I don't know that Floyd Mayweather is an icon. Like I feel like there's been a couple of icons in boxing in my lifetime, a couple of three.
Oh,
I,
I see. Oh, so I see.
I
But
would
you're
say
putting more weight
I would
on the
say it's
word than
Mike
I am.
Tyson.
Okay.
I would say it's Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, and of course the greatest of all times, Muhammad Ali. Those are cultural icons.
Right, right. I think it was just you're putting more weight on the word than I am. That's all it is.
No, well, you put more weight on this fucking fight than I am, and that's what it is.
No, no, I'm not,
And you
Smoke.
have been for a while.
You were just wrong, Smokey, and
I
Phantom
wasn't
was
wrong, and we
correct.
already. Okay, now we got to relitigate this
Hold on,
thing.
I've got a question for you guys.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Smoke,
Yeah,
all the
get that
people that you
energy up.
mentioned,
Wake up, Smoke Phantom here, nigga. Wake up.
were they all from last century?
Who?
All the people you mentioned as
No,
icons.
no, only Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard.
So who was the one you mentioned from this century?
Well,
Mike
Mike,
Tyson.
yeah,
Mike
Mike.
Tyson, which he had. It was a crossover. His last century and this century. I mean, I guess you could say
Yeah,
yes,
I
and
can't really argue
you
with
could say,
that. Yeah,
you
you
say
got a point.
yes and
You
no,
got a
right?
point. Okay.
But yeah, it ain't fucking taking Ryan. But you can keep hyping up your guy Tank. I'm gonna keep slapping you down whenever you try that shit. You're not seeing
I'm
this shit
not
past the goal line.
hyping. See, that's what you keep thinking, Smoke. I'm not hyping it. But all I'm gonna
But,
say is, if Ryan bit Tank's ear, they both become famous, right or wrong.
do they become famous outside the sport of boxing? No.
I think he needs to bite both ears, to be fair, and his nose.
I don't know. Like, what can these guys do to become cultural icons?
Yeah.
That's like a better question, right? Like, because it ain't biting. It certainly isn't biting Mike Tyson. See what I did there? See what I did there?
Yeah.
It's not okay. Let me help you out. It's not by copying Mike Tyson. There's been a ton of Mike Tysons. There's been a ton of guys. Remember, like Edward Berlanga, like biting the dudes, and like apparently people said he bit his neck. I thought he was sucking on his neck. The bite didn't happen. Remember Cash Ali? Yeah, biting
Dirk
people is
Chisora
not
did it as well.
Yeah, you know. You seem like you're just hungry in the wrong way in the sport of boxing to just bite people. Like you have to already be an icon and then bite somebody for that thing to matter.
Yeah, but really, no heavyweight should be biting another heavyweight because they don't actually have to cut to make weight.
Holy shit! Okay. Just so we understand.
Well, sorry. When I say make weight, what I mean is they don't have to worry about a limit.
Okay. That wasn't my issue. If we exclude the heavyweights, does that mean the cruiserweights should be allowed to bite each other?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go yes. Fuck it. That's all right.
That might save the sport. I don't think so, though.
It'll definitely get some eyes to it. You know what I'm saying? It's about raging shit. Like fan man, motherfucking the fan coming in the ring and shit. Wild shit. People like wild shit, Smoke.
They do, but if you make biting legal, that won't be wild, really.
Could call it hungry hippo boxing.
Like say if somebody like walked out with like a lion or a bear or some shit, like that should be sick, bro.
You mean not like your boy Montana Love with his his pet dog?
Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it.
Like an ocelot or some shit. You need to dress like you need to come out like Iceberg Slim and the goddamn Baby Anderson. Yeah, there's more to it than playing dress up and bring in fucking props.
I mean, boxing is pageantry, violent pageantry, Smoke.
There is that to it, yes. Definitely, I don't disagree. I think that's also one of the things that's missing, like, in this whole era of, like, self-promoted fighters and boring-ass fucking Tank Davis. I didn't mean to get the guy to bed for him to come to a press conference to, like, interest me in his fight. If that dude's not interested in his own fucking fight, why the fuck should I care?
Why? What do you mean if he's not interested? What's his lack of energy in the moment, Smoke? That's what leads you to say that?
Okay, I would not have been surprised if he yawned. That's what leads me to say that.
I mean, yeah, probably had to warm up and get the brain going and shit.
All right, to spend 45 seconds with the public. Like, what kind of promotion is this?
I think it's pretty good promotion. I think it's on the right track.
Okay, so you tell me, when have you ever seen Don King look like he needed a fucking nap?
Okay, you had a low energy tank at that moment. I mean, it happens, Smoke. Goddamn.
You think low energy Tank is like good for the sport? Let's say Tank knocks out Garcia, knocks out Ryan, becomes a new face of boxing. How in the fuck is low energy goddamn Tank gonna save the goddamn sport? Please tell me.
Okay, so Tank needs to pick his energy up in press conferences. I can agree with that.
Like, I'm just saying, like, is this, bro? You calling these dudes icons? If you don't watch boxing, you don't know who the fuck Tank is. Period.
I mean, yes and no. Yeah. I mean, with this recent scandal, I think more people know who he is.
I don't think people know about his recent scandal. I don't think people know about Dana White's recent scandal.
Bro, if it's on TMZ, motherfuckers know about it.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. If you if you push a woman to the ground, generally, okay, forget that. I'm not even gonna go to push a woman to the ground. Let's do this. The last time we had a slap in the cultural zeitgeist, right? Do you remember what that was?
Paper doesn't
Last,
beat rock.
Say who?
Sorry, I was talking to Chris Rock.
Ah, there it is. My man from across the fucking water got the fucking question right. You know why? Because Chris Rock and Will Smith are fucking icons.
nah, I think it helped having it on national TV as well. So yeah.
Oh, you think? Sure. Okay? Is
It wasn't national
TMZ?
TV over here.
Yes. Do you think just FY just to see that we're talking about the same thing? Is TMZ national TV in your mind?
I think TMZ gets better ratings than a lot of national TV. Yes.
So yes, TMZ is national TV. So both things happen on national TV. Tank and Chris Rock.
No. That's semantic, Smoke. No, that's not the
No,
same.
it's a difference about magnitude and how, for whatever reason, you think what happens in boxing reverberates to the wider community.
In this instance, it did. Let me ask you this, Thomas. Did you hear about or in your country on the news on the internet was Tank Davis trending?
It came up in one of my YouTube feeds.
My point.
Right,
Online.
hold up a second. You do realize his YouTube feed is the boxing lounge.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm glad you asked. Because unless you were in fucking boxing, it probably wouldn't come up in the YouTube feed.
I mean, maybe not.
Well, you asked Thomas.
Random shit pops up in anybody's algorithm. I'm saying
It
he
really
hit the
does.
algorithm.
It
That's what I'm
really
saying.
does. Like I'll put it like this. I'll put it to you this way. I'm not a big fan of the manosphere, right? But there was way more fucking in my own feed, which is all I do is fucking boxing. I had way more suggestions about goddamn Andrew Tate than I did about Tank Davis.
Yeah, fair enough. He hit the algorithm.
I don't even know if that guy's an icon. I think that's just a controversy, right? In terms of controversy, I don't think that men beating up on women is really that big a deal, especially within the combat in the combat arena. Unless that person already has achieved a certain amount of notoriety and notoriety.
Let me just put it like this. Let's say top 20 boxers in terms of popularity are Tank and Ryan like active. Are Tank and Ryan in that top 20?
Okay. Um, I will say I will. We don't even go 20. That's a lot of people. Um, and probably without going through 20 people when I'm goddamn dead, ass, exhausted, tired. But I will say this. Let's go to top 3 boxers. None of them are icons.
Okay, Smoke. Like I said, you're putting a lot of weight on the word.
Yeah, you're putting a
Maybe I
lot of
used
weight
it.
on Tank and his goddamn altercation
No,
with
I'm
his
not. You're
woman.
just
Like,
putting a lot of weight on the word. And I understand you have every right to do that because maybe I'm misusing it. But let's just say they're popular figures in the modern era of today's world. That's what I was saying.
okay, and what I'm trying to tell you is that they're popular figures in today's world in the sport of boxing, which is like a niche sport. It's like saying like they're really big in river dancing. Like there's a river dance community. Like let's say instead of fucking boxing, we like clogging, right? We're in the Ozarks and we really like clogging. And whoever the clogging king is smacks his wife up. That's what we're dealing with.
To compare boxing to clock, come on, Smoke. Let's not do that. Let's not
Okay,
do that.
okay, all right. Let's do something a little bit more. What is more universal than clogging, yet still a niche? Let's fuck. What this is a tough one, but I think I got it. Um. Ah, Oh no, because it's a little bit more popular than that. Oh, right, okay, fine. Race car driving,
Okay, I could go with that.
right? Um, you know these scandals in fucking racing, whether it's stock or Formula One. Let's do all of it. Okay, how about this? Do me, yeah. Um, outside of Schumacher or Stig, right? Uh, can you name a fucking drive okay, or Dale Earnhardt or Mario Andretti? Outside of those three people, can you name a fucking race car driver?
Uh, Danica Patrick.
Aha, four. Cool. By this same metric, if I were to ask a person on the street to name me four boxers, do you think an average person could do it?
Yes, yes, I think so.
Of
And I
those four people, like if you just walked into somebody and said, "Name me four boxers," who do you think those four boxers would be?
Smoke. Hold on, stop the presses. Smoke. This is a great idea. You need to do this next, like you did the BLK Prime shit. Get it on camera. Walk up to random people and say, "Name me four active boxers who are boxing right now." That'd be great, Smoke.
Yeah.
And I may or may not. I don't know how depressed I want to be about my hobbies, but the question is, the
You
question
might
I'm
get
posing
surprised, Smoke.
is
Who knows? You might
which
get surprised.
which four people do you think they'll name?
I think Gervonta Tank Davis will be one of them, Smokey.
Are you going to go to Baltimore to ask this question?
Nope, 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 nope. Smoke. Let's table this till you do that. I want to see this, Smoke. I want to see this. Let's table that. Let's move on.
All right,
Hold on,
that's
just
cool.
just so I
All right.
understand, are you talking about walking up to people who aren't following boxing and ask them to name
Yes,
four
just
boxers?
random people on the street to name four
Yeah.
boxers
They're
in the
probably going to
entire
Yep.
say
history of
Ali
boxing.
Fraser, Ali Norton, or Ali Foreman, something like that.
I think I think that the two
Or they
names
might go middleweight.
that may I know I think two names will come up: Mike Tyson, Ali.
Yeah.
Outside of those two people, I don't even know if two more will come up.
Yeah, Sugar Ray
Yeah.
might, depending on how old you
Maybe.
are.
I would say a
Duran.
well, like kind of like that, somehow like that.
My point is that I doubt very seriously any of them will name an active fighter. Is really my point.
Right, right, right. I mean, but I said you might be surprised, Smokey, if you give it a shot. Who knows?
Yeah, they might say Wilder or Fury, and then they'd
True,
be an
true.
active fighter, but it won't be no fucking Tank Davis or Ryan Garcia. I will say this though, and which I get where you're coming from when it comes to a generational thing. Um, depending on the age group and where you are when you ask this question, they may say Tank or Ryan.
Facts, facts.
Like that's the point I will concede. But what I'm just trying to the point I'm trying to get across is that Tank and Ryan is not all that. And really, as a Tank fan, I'm goddamn embarrassed how much extras people are putting on the Garcias in 2023.
What do you
It's actually
mean?
nauseating.
This is actually good for the sport, Smoke. Like Ryan and Tank is good for
Everything
the
is good for
sport.
the sport. Like the sport needs everything.
And I told you this a while ago. I said you get Tank and Ryan before you got Spence and Bud. I was right again. So long as Ryan signs that fucking contract, I'm correct again.
Okay, so cool. So what date is Bud and Spence happening?
Who the fuck knows?
Cool. So what date is Tank and Ryan happening?
Supposedly April 15th.
Supposedly. Is this the person that you're saying? Is this who the fuck that told you that? You said who the fuck knows. So did who the fuck also tell you April 15th?
That's what I'm hearing. That's the targeted date. But you know, dates
Right.
are
So what
subject
did
to
you hear
change.
it from who the fuck? The
Dates
person
are
who
subject
knows
to change.
when Bud and Spencer fight. The same person. You said who the fuck knows? So who the
I
fuck
mean,
knows when Bud and Spencer fighting?
at
Is
least we
that
have
same
a
person? Is that
targeted
same
date.
entity? The same
Do
people who knows when fucking
Smoke?
Ryan and Tanker fighting.
Do we have a targeted date for Bud and Smith, Smokey?
Targeted by who the fuck knows?
Targeted by whoever his business it is to announce that.
Right. Who the fuck knows, right?
Precisely.
Yeah, right. So, right. So, to me, I don't know that you have been proven correct. I think
That's
both
why I
of those.
said. That's why I
I
said
think.
we gotta
So
wait and
here's the
see.
thing.
But I
So
did say that. I did. It's on record. I said you get Tank and Ryan before you got Bud and Smith.
yeah, I get it. You want to die on that hill, but I don't know why you think you've been proven right. Is not the
I'm
issue.
gonna
Not
live
the
on
fact
that
that you
hill,
went out on
Smoke.
that
I'm
limb.
gonna
I get that
live
you went
on
out
it.
on that
I'm gonna
limb.
build a house on it, Smokey. I'm gonna retire there, Smokey. You hear me?
Hey, listen, I'm all for retirement as a retired person. Get your game up. All houses are not created equal. You can get a fucking container in the middle of the fucking Ozarks, call yourself retired in it with a house. Like I don't cool. I hope actually.
Talking about trailers now.
No, I'm just saying like if you want to have an alternative lifestyle, tune out and fall. Right? You can do that right now.
Are you
Yeah,
in
let's all move
Ireland
to
right now, Thomas?
Ozarks.
Are you in Ireland?
So, no, I'm not in Ireland, but I am Irish. I live in England.
Oh, okay. Do you speak Gaelic?
No, it's one of the hardest languages you'll ever try to attempt to learn.
The thing about this is a little known fact: the English struggle with English.
Funny.
Yeah. Okay. So hold up a second. Yeah. Yeah. All these like a bunch of languages that people speak, and they say like if you're bilingual, you speak two languages. If you're trilingual, you speak three languages. If you speak one language, you're American. No. That is actually just a bunch of hate that Americans get. The fact of the matter is, most people's fucking don't speak a ton of languages.
Yeah, it's true. But Americans are dumb as shit.
And okay, if you were to, who do you think would be like the smartest country?
Maybe Japan. I would say Japan, maybe.
Okay, cool.
So
Let's say
hold on,
Japan.
smoke.
What?
Define what you mean by smart.
What I
What
mean is,
terms?
okay, here's really what I mean. Able to not get their asses whooped by America. How about that?
In what, a sport or war? What are we talking about?
Yeah, in boxing.
All right. Okay.
Who's smart enough for that? Like you smart. Cool. You good. You good. Can you dodge his left hook? How smart are you? I don't know. I feel like Americans like we're stupid in all the right ways, right?
Yeah, it's adorable.
Right. Yeah, you can talk. Speak all your languages, motherfucking Siri. Like what is it? The Google Translate. But let me ask you this: can you remove my foot from your ass? How about that? Are you that smart? Sorry. And I don't mean to bully the non-Americans.
Are you gonna have to try harder?
I don't. I am just I'm making jokes because it's a boxing channel and it's combat, yada yada yada. But yeah, there is no like monopoly on intelligence in the world, especially nationalistic.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But so the topic of the stream, the proteges. What's going on with that, Smoke?
Holy fuck! Did I tell you at the beginning of the stream?
I
I'm
was not
tired.
here. I was on H.
Oh damn! All right. Here's the thing. I missed H because I got caught up on Kyle's, and this is my first stream of the year, by the way. Um, and I haven't been on a lot of streams this year yet because I did it. I went kind of hard on New Year's, maybe too hard for my age group, right? And so I'm having a little bit of recuperating and getting back in the saddle, but I'll get there soon. Don't trip. Wish me well. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Let me hit I'm doing the link. Sorry, guys. Give me a second when I pin this son of a gun to the top. But yeah, I was asked to solve the world's problems tonight, and I think I gave a serviceable answer for the audience. But it took hours. Oh my! You remember Jimbo? Yeah, you guys know
Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to manage Jimbo. I think we all know Pigeon. Had to manage
Yep.
Pigeon, right? There's an NOI guy.
I didn't know these niggas was talking so much shit in the chat. Goddamn, but continue, Smoke.
Oh yeah, I didn't know they're talking shit in the chat either. What are they saying?
Method talking shit. I think Q
Well, I mean, but
talking
that's what he
shit.
does. Method likes to talk shit until we invite him up. Hey,
But
Method, stop
nah,
talking shit in the chat. Hit the link.
yeah, they was just.
Every time I got a goddamn send a formal invitation for Method. I don't know what
But
that's
it was
about.
directed towards me, Smoke, not you. It was directed towards me.
Okay,
But
okay, cool.
please, I don't want to distract you.
How smart is smart? America is the leader of war. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. We kick ass. Your ass, your friend's ass, whomever's ass. Don't matter. That's our intelligence. Figuring out where to
Yeah,
apply foot to ass.
I mean, but we do like weight drain our opponents though, like before we fight them. So there's that though.
Or make them move out of a weight that they're make them move up when they're not comfortable to move up. There's that as well.
Yeah, true. Kind of pick on smaller guys when we're way bigger. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Right? Weight draining our opponents.
So what's that? Catch weights?
I don't know. That's an interesting concept. How do you weight drain your opponent?
No, listen. Okay, check this out.
Oh man, he did it.
Let's say you're fighting at 147, right? But you fighting a guy that's at 118. But you say, in order to fight me at 147, you got to weigh in at 105. Like, it's that kind of shit. He's already small, but you kind of drain him more and then make him fight you. Like, it's really fucked up what we be doing.
What about rehydration limits? What do you think about that?
There's no rehydration. You have to weigh in at the same weight we contractually told you to weigh at. So 105 is 105. You can't come in over a pound heavier.
Yeah, I feel like there's a whole bunch of victim mentality going on here. Like, okay, hold up a second. And my patriotism is what it is, right? I'm no great patriot, and at the same time, I'm an American, right? I don't believe that we weight drain our opponents. It's not what I think. I think that maybe we cherry pick our opponents.
Yeah, definitely.
But what about cherry picking the conditions?
Well, it doesn't really matter. Like, if you pick the opponent correctly,
that's what I mean by the weight
conditions.
drain. That's what I mean. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, but so I don't think that we weight drain. Like, we just show up wherever the fuck you are, right?
What I mean by weight drain is we come in, we do a whole bunch of fun, and then we fight you. Like, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know that we weight
Like
drain. I don't think so.
we position every fucking like every detail we want in order to fight. That's what we sign up for. Like everything's got to be the way we want it, and then we'll fight.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's bring this concept back to the actual theme of the stream. Floyd and Andre's proteges running amok, being a three-headed monster in the lower weight divisions, and probably transforming like the history of the divisions under 147 pounds. Is Tank weight draining people?
No,
How about Devin?
no,
How about Shakur?
no.
Do you think they're gonna beat everybody's ass if they don't fight each other?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think the Americans need the weight drain. I think we just got it like that.
I mean, I don't want to go into detail, but I like where you was going with this smoke. Continue with the proteges and all that.
Well, it was more of a question, right? And it's not just a question that I pose to you and I hear your answer, but it's more of a question that I was forming in my head. And also, I hear a lot of like generational, like not necessarily conflict, but I feel like some like healthy competition, like the old and the new. The new generation, the new era, they want to have their own, they want to create their own path, and they want their own recognition and acknowledgement, and they feel like the old guard either hate or don't appreciate the work that they put in. And when I talk about these proteges and them being basically unstoppable forces in these lower divisions, they may get some trouble once they get to the glamour at 147, maybe. The fact of the matter, even with the fight that we're talking about, you throw Ryan in there, right? You got Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather, and Oscar De La Hoya. You look at those guys, right? Those are like eight. Okay, we got 2 ATGs, 1 Hall of Famer. I don't think they're proteges or anything like that. I think we got 1 Hall of Famer and they're proteges. And those guys are probably the best to.
As far as who in particular?
Right. So I'm saying Oscar and like Ryan is Oscar's protege. Saying that Shakur Stevenson is Andre Ward, and maybe to a certain extent Devin Haney, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of interaction there, but definitely Devin Haney and Floyd, right? So we look at the next generation, and these dudes are transforming the lower divisions, but they're also transforming what we understand boxing to be. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it definitely seems to be a thing. Ryan and Tank, like I don't think Ryan is ever going to get a Hall of Fame, and Tank might not either. Right? I think Devin probably gets in the Hall of Fame, but none of those dudes are ATGs. Now the question is, any of them if they get into the Hall, are they going to be undefeated?
If they get into the Hall, what was that?
Are they going to be undefeated?
Oh, good question.
Right? I think Devin has the best shot to get in the Hall. And this is the thing about like Tank and Shakur fans that I feel like goes largely unnoticed. Is most of them were fucking casuals 5 years ago. And now, because these two dudes are around, they want to like talk about how they're the best thing since indoor plumbing.
Well, I just think you just got fan bases all across the board. You got
We
Ryan,
do.
who's got a fan base, Shakur, Devin, Tank. So
We
it is what it is.
definitely, definitely. The thing about Devin's fan base that is, I think, different from Ryan's and Tank's is that Devin's fan base have some kind of historical boxing tradition in order to say that Devin probably gets in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, that's a easy one though. He's already undisputed. He's maybe gonna be in the ring with a Hall of Famer. I mean, that's just I don't think that gives you any carte blanche to like say, oh, well, we Devin fans, we already know this. It's like, oh, he has the
No, no,
accolades,
no.
but
I
be
mean,
on
I'm
that
not saying that.
trajectory.
I'm saying that every single fan base that says this right now sounds like kind of ridiculous. But to me, the ones who are closest to like what their opinion maps onto fucking reality are Devin fans.
Yeah,
Shakur
but,
fans
but I'm
are
saying,
completely fucking delusional. Tank
yeah,
fans also, I feel like, are completely fucking delusional.
I don't
Devin
think you can.
fans are mostly delusional, but a little bit more grounded than both Tank fans and Shakur fans.
I don't think that's the case. I think it's just that you can make that argument because he's undisputed. Let's say if Devin never got undisputed at 135, would you be saying this now? No, you're saying that because he fucking got undisputed. That's easy.
Awesome. And I also would be saying this thing if fucking Tank fought Berchelt and Loma at 30. But since they didn't, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to rearrange the facts of the matter in order to create a narrative. I'm talking about as we understand it, as reality, as the world exists today, the facts as we understand them today exist. Tank fans are talking about knocking shit out, even though he's not fighting anybody. And Shakur fans are talking about he's the best fucking fighter, the best defensive fighter on the planet because he fought fucking Conceição and Oscar Valdez.
Uh, I mean, it's semantical, but I see where you're going. You got a case. It's a hard case to make, but I'm saying
It's not a
your
hard case to
side.
make. It's a very easy
Okay,
case to make.
listen,
But
listen, Smoke.
yeah, go ahead.
Listen. Can I
Yeah,
finish? Can I finish?
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
saying your position is much more easier to defend because you have the undisputed titles that you can lay claim to. Devin has that. Tank and Shakur do not. Well, let's
Correct.
say if Tank had the undisputed titles, fucking you be saying Tank's Hall of Famers. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer. Like, come on, that's what I'm saying.
Right. That what I'm saying to you is if he did, then his fan base would be mapping on a little bit closer to reality. But they don't, so it's not. That's my point.
What do you mean reality? I don't think anybody
Oh,
around here
what I'm
saying
saying,
Tank's a
okay,
Hall of
that
Famer. Like, I don't
okay.
know.
So here's the thing. I had this conversation. I've been having this conversation for a minute now. I even asked you about this. You was talking about, yeah, you think he's gonna get in the Hall of Fame because if he and you created this path, like if he does this thing, this hypothetical path, if he knocks out Ryan, Shakur, and Devin and gets knocked out of the year in all of these fights, he could probably get in the Hall of Fame. This is the kind of shit I hear from Tanks fans.
Knockout of the year, fight of the year. Yes, it's a possibility.
Right. This is the lengths that we have to go through, the hypothetical lengths we have to go through to get Tank in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right? This is what I'm saying to you. Like I don't know. It's a bunch of eye test stuff and a bunch of weird like
But
you don't
I
know
don't
shit
think
about boxing. Like it's like for me for real.
I
Both
don't think
Tank and Shakur fan
hypothesizing
base.
is being delusional. That's I think you're conflating the two things there.
Oh, okay. But I mean by delusional, I mean believing things that don't exist.
Right, which is a hypothetical. You just
No,
guesstimate.
I know. I'm saying like the delusion is creating this hypothetical to get him in the Hall of Fame.
When somebody poses that question to you, then what do you say? Like you come up with a scenario.
Oh, it is for me. It's very simple. Uh, more likely no than yes. I don't need to go like, yeah, if he gets bit by a radioactive spider and then like he moves up to heavyweight, then sure. Like, no,
Okay,
that shit
but
ain't fucking happening, bro.
none of these guys are Hall of Famers right now, so it's all fucking hypothetical. So that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't make sense, but okay.
No, it does make sense because, like I said, of these three fucking fan bases, the one that is actually closer to the answer, yes, is Devin Haney.
You can
Meanwhile,
say
for
that, but
both Shaq,
none of them are Hall of
hold up a second.
Famers. None of them are retiring.
Okay. Here's let me
It's just
get a
sounding
little bit closer
weird
to the
now,
point.
Smoke.
I'll get closer to the point. Both Shakur and Tank fans think that their guy is number one and the other guy is number two, and all of them put the Haney at number three. It just seems like a bunch of poor coping fucking skills.
I
It's
mean, you got
ridiculous
some
on its
people
face.
who say that. You got some people who say that. But Devin Haney is number one. What the fuck's your point? I don't get it.
I'm talking. Okay, I'll tell you. Let's see if you get at this. If Devin fights Tank, who you got?
Tank.
Okay, cool. If Devin fights Shakur, who you got?
Devin.
Cool. Awesome. Now, people, if Shakur fights Tank, who you got?
I edge Tank.
Great. So now that same because you think Tank beats Omal, beats those two guys, right? That's your answer. Tank can get in if he does all this shit. If I asked you that same question, you said Shakur, it's a different thing that is also equally, in my mind, unrelated, untethered to reality.
What do you now? You're just all over the place. You too tired, Smoke. You too tired for
Oh,
this
okay. I'm
conversation.
sorry. Let me break this down for you. You said Tank beats Devin and Shakur. If I were to ask you that same thing, if you were a different person, not you, but a person who thinks Shakur wins, right? I said, hey, who do you think do you think Shakur beats Tank? Yeah, I think Shakur beats Tank. Do you think Shakur beats Devin? Yeah, I think Shakur beats Devin. Those people also will say Shakur is going to the Hall of Fame.
Okay, I kind of see where you're going with it. So you're saying that the context is basically a round robin between these three as to who's going to be a Hall of Famer, I
Well,
guess.
we are talking about the theme of the show, right? The three-headed monster and the proteges.
Right. I see what you're saying. Like now it's making sense, but I think
So
we have
when
to
you ask
bring.
Devin, so the Devin fans, right? If you say a Devin fan, the people like me who think Devin beats everyone, and you say, is he going to the Hall of Fame? And you say yes, the Devin fans, their actual opinion maps closer to fucking reality than both Tank and Shakur fans.
Yeah, I agree with that. But maybe you're basing our conversation off a previous conversation you had.
Nope.
But I'm just talking about the fights. Like the Hall of Fame, you're just putting that on top of it. Like that's not a concern for me, really.
That's it. Should I got it? And that's the thing about Tank fans. They don't give a shit about belts or Hall of Fame. They just care that he knocks shit out and makes money. That's the
Yeah,
whole
if
thing
he
about being a
knocks
Tank
out,
fan.
isn't that the whole point? Knocking out Devin and Shakur. Like you niggas want to complain about that now? Like I don't get it.
I'm sorry. Like, do you think that guys lace their gloves up? Okay, if Tank Davis got into the sport to knock out Devin and Shakur, um, then I'd be like, okay, cool, he did that. But if your point, like, I don't know why Devin. Listen, I don't even know why Tank boxes. How about that?
Okay, I understand. I see how Ryan was talking shit. Okay, get your ass in the ring. Okay, Devin and Shakur was talking the shit. All right, you niggas next. That's what he's in the sport for now. I'll say that.
Oh, I mean, I know you say that, but he says that shit when he has to fight somebody else. Then all
Yeah,
of a sudden he's Betty Froggy
It's
when he has
time.
to
It's time to
fight
fight, nigga.
against
It's
someone
time to
else.
fight. It's time to fight, nigga.
Yeah,
Fuck all that
it's
shit. It's
time to.
time to fight, Smoke.
Yeah,
It's time to fight.
it is time to fight. It's time to fight Hector Garcia and talk a whole bunch of shit about Shakur and Devin.
And then Ryan's next, and then who's next
Yeah,
after
and
that?
then he's
Sign
going.
up
Who
for
do
the
you
work.
think? So why he's
Sign up
fighting
for the
Hector?
work.
So why he's
Let
fighting
Bob come.
Hector and
Let Bob
Ryan?
let you out
Who
the
do you
gate
think he's
before
going to be
play.
talking about?
Huh?
Why he's fighting Hector and Ryan? Who do you think he'll actually be talking about?
Nope. About them.
Oh, really? So you mean to tell me that when he was fighting Rolly, he wasn't talking about fucking Devin and Ryan?
When he was fighting Rolly, what did he say about Ryan when he was fighting Rolly? What did he say?
That they're gonna fight and that they're supposed to fight instead of fucking Rolly. He's gonna
Okay.
knock him out. He
Okay.
said, like, literally, the dude said he wants the winner of Cambosis and fucking Devin, which is fighting Rolly.
Okay. Okay. And he's gonna be actor, right?
Say again? Yes. While he's fighting Hector, he's saying as soon as he fights Ryan, while he's fighting Hector, he's saying as soon as he fights Ryan, Devin, and Shakur, he's gonna retire.
Quick smoke.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, check your back channel. Might be some people trying to get on.
No, I'm good. I'm here.
Okay. Well, yeah. If he says that, but he does something different, you'd be mad at him. Like if you continue boxing, you'd be upset that he didn't retire.
I'm just telling you that Tank fans are fucking delusional. That's what I'm telling you. It's all this deflection and not any sort of like just a sober assessment of what the fuck Tank is doing. And it's not Tank specifically, but it's what everybody fucking does for the most part. But Tank is like a really weird example of these people who are saying he's going to the Hall of Fame while he does fuck all in the sport, except for
Okay,
make money and knock out fucking cans.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
You, as a person.
When
Not
the
just you, but
when
it's
I
not
came
just
up
you,
with that
but you did.
hypothetical scenario, like of getting
Correct.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So when I'm saying if he fights Ryan, Devin, and Shakur, and all these fights are potentially fight of the year, knockout of the year, and him already being a 3-division champion, he can't get in the Hall of Fame with that kind of resume. That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to sprinkle a little bit of fairy dust, wish upon a star,
Okay.
create this completely impossible fucking scenario to wedge this dude in to the fucking Hall of Fame. It ain't happening, bro.
But you see
Just
how
say no. I don't think he's getting the Hall of Fame.
Okay,
Just fucking be real, bro.
Okay. But you see, I can concede that because none of them ever retired and none of them are up for inductees. So I can say that.
I like listen. If you were to say it's a really fucking hard road to hoe, more likely than not, it's not gonna happen.
It's all hypothetical. Because what if Devin?
Yeah, right. But now you're talking about how it's hypothetical. Of course it is.
You see what I'm saying?
You don't need to point that out to me.
Let's say Devin. Let me say this. Let's say Devin retires, doesn't fight Loma, retires now. Does he get in the Hall of Fame?
Say again.
Devin doesn't fight Loma, retires right now. Does he get in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, he got 4 belts and he defended it.
Yeah, right. Do you think that Devin Haney's Hall of Fame campaign is based on whether or not he fights Lomachenko?
No. Listen to my last in a specific way. With what he's done right now, cut his career off right now. He retires. Does he get into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
None of them do. No.
I think he do. At 23 years old,
okay, so it's DJ Black Charm delusional now, Smoke. He's delusional, right?
Are you gonna call him delusional? 23 years old, undisputed, unheard of. That's
okay.
See how that works, Smokey? You see how it works now, Smokey?
So let me ask you this. I do see what you're saying, but if you understand what my point is, if I was to ask a Tank fan and they said yes, they would be more delusional than DJ Black. If I asked a Shakur fan and they said yes, they would be more delusional than DJ Black.
So it's levels of
the
delusion.
Devin fans that say this thing,
levels of delusion.
Their opinion maps closer to reality than Tank fans and Shakur fans.
But you just said that the delusion doesn't agree with the reality, so it's all just delusion.
My delusion. My only delusion, Phantom and Smoke, is that my delusion is the fact that he's 23. His name is in the Guinness Book of World Records in a 4 belt era. You know what I'm saying? He got the belts and he defended it as well in a whole nother country. You know what I'm saying? Damn near 17, 20 hours away. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think that if he don't get in the Hall of Fame, I think he always be nominated because of those accolades. You know what I'm saying? That'd probably be my delusion though, because I think that's something great to look to champion. Same way when Muhammad Ali was 22 years old and was one of the youngest champions, and then Mike Tyson became 19. He beat that record being younger than Mike Tyson. Then now we got in this era for a young person, we got Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying, undisputed. So that's why I say if he retired, if something crazy happened that Devin couldn't fight no more, if he just decided to not fight anymore, you know, that's why.
Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed. Why is he in the Hall of Fame?
Who that? Who you say, Phantom?
Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed. Why is he in the Hall of Fame?
Because he beat 16. He beat 16 champions straight.
So not all of them were current champions at the time, were they?
All right. So
Now
I have a question. I have a question for you.
World
Just
championship.
straight up. Just straight up. Right now, how many championship fights has Devin Haney been in, and how many championship fights has Tank been in?
Why does it come back to Tank? Fuck Tank. Let's talk about Devin Haney. Devin Haney's
No,
been
we're
in.
talking about right now.
We're always,
Okay,
everything
so
has to
hold
come
up
back
a
to
second.
Tank. No, let's
We
talk
are
about
talking.
right
Okay,
now.
this is a comparison, right? And it's not just about Devin Haney. It's about comparing these three guys to Floyd Mayweather. Why did Floyd Mayweather get in? Because he was never undisputed. And I understand that you're pushing back on DJ Black because he said undisputed. I have another metric for you when it comes to Floyd Mayweather being in the Hall of Fame. How many championship fights he had? Not whether or not he was undisputed.
Okay, yeah. A lot of them. Shit.
Yeah, tons, right? How many has Tank had?
Just going off the top of my head, I'm gonna say, are we counting defenses?
Yeah, he lost.
Championship fights.
Yeah, so
okay.
he only had one title. And he lost his defense on the scale. But
I would say 6.
Yes. Try again. Here's a hint. All of his championship fights happened at 130 pounds.
One. He had one.
No.
No, he's had 3 fights. He's had 3 championship fights at 130 pounds.
I'm counting WBA. I'm counting WBA World.
I know you are. I don't know why, but you are. I get it that you are, but that's not
same thing they're gonna do for Triple G. They get him in the Hall of Fame. Yep.
Just so we understand one another, right? Because this is not about like trying to figure out whether or not like which belt is significant. We're just comparing Floyd Mayweather to these 3 other people. Floyd Mayweather, when he was having his championship fights, it wasn't the WBA World.
Still, it's a championship fight. Still a championship fight.
Not for the purposes of this conversation. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you can
think
pick
it's a championship fight, but the Hall of Fame doesn't.
Fair enough. So they're not gonna say Triple G had all those title defenses.
They probably will. They may, but we're talking about Floyd Mayweather and the 3
No,
guys.
we got to put everything in context because if it's not a championship,
but here's the thing.
For the purpose of your argument, if it's not, listen, Smoke. Hold on, Smoke. Listen. For the purpose of your argument, if it's not a championship fight, your eyes, I'll concede to that. So 3, okay.
That's what I'm saying to you, right? So Shakur Stevenson, how many championship fights has that guy had?
2.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
3.
Yeah, 3. So he won the belt.
Great. So now, how many championship fights? Yeah, how many championship fights has Devin Haney had?
7.
There you go. There's a better metric for you.
Okay, how many divisions has he had? Belted.
Hey, cool. The same number of divisions as Marvin Hagler.
1. Okay. So that can get you in the Hall of Fame.
You don't need to have a bunch of divisions to be in the Hall of Fame.
Correct. But you got to have those kind of fights to get you there. And what I'm saying is, I don't think wait, let me finish. I don't think retiring right now with just Kambosos twice get you in the Hall. And Lenara and Jojo Diaz.
Neither do I.
But DJ Charm said yes. And you said he is delusional. So that's what I'm saying. It's all biased.
Let me just help you out
and
here.
You can take whatever perception you want on the situation.
Hey, Phantom, do I actually have to change the name of this live so you remember that I said Devin Haney is more closer to reality? Not that it actually
you
is
can
reality,
say that it's still hypothetical.
Closer to reality.
Okay, but you just said somebody's more delusional or less delusional. I don't know.
Correct.
It's all
I'm
delusional.
talking about a sliding scale of delusion.
Yeah, I have. I know what my delusion. All these
semantical assumptions to fit your argument. That's cool, but I'm saying it's all hypothetical.
Not talking about. Again, I was only talking about your question as to how Floyd Mayweather got in the Hall of Fame without being undisputed. And I understand that your question was to push back on DJ Black. But to answer your question, the reason why he got in there is because he fought a whole bunch of fucking championship fights.
Okay, so undisputed is not the criteria to get in there.
You are absolutely correct. You know how I know that? Because neither Corey or Leon Spinks is in the Hall of Fame.
Correct.
And those names alone, because they reign so long in boxing, that should be Hall of Fame worthy right there. At least for the daddy. You know what I'm saying? At least for the dad. You know what I'm saying? Because that name been running for a while.
Man, listen, goddamn meth. Hit the link. Stop talking shit in chat. Here's a formal invitation. Come on up. I don't know why I have to actually invite you every single time. Well, you can't just hit the link and come in. You're always welcome. Go ahead, guys.
He said Tank is closer to the Hall than Devin. Now, see, I'm not delusional. I can admit that's probably not the case. But you're saying these delusional Tank fans, I don't know where you get this shit out your ass from, Smoke. I can
Well,
admit that.
apparently the chat. Like, why did you just read some shit, say it's delusional, and then tell me that
Yeah,
I'm
but you
making shit
said
up?
like Tank
Like,
fans in
okay, hold up a
general.
second.
No,
You just
that's
read
not
it,
the
so
case.
why are you confused as to where I get it from?
But I'm saying you saying all of them, like all the Tank
No,
fans,
I'm saying that I
all the
didn't say
Shakur
all the
fans.
time. I'm a Tank fan.
That's what it sounded like you were saying, Smoke. That's what I
It
didn't
may have
get.
sounded that way, but that's not what I said.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Maybe I misconstrued because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
said you were saying
Listen,
you're
just
making
so we all understand one
generalizations
another.
and
Just so we
broadenizations
understand
and
one
all this
another.
shit.
I think Tank is a fucking beast. I think Shakur, I love these fighters. I'm fans of all three of these guys. I'm just talking about when you talk about these three guys and who you think is gonna win. If you pick Tank to win, then what I hear from the people who pick Tank to beat these guys is a bunch of goddamn delusion. When I hear Shakur fans talk, when they say Shakur is going to beat these three guys, what I hear is a bunch of fucking delusion. When I hear Devin say the Tank's going to beat Devin's going to beat these three guys, yeah, I hear some delusion, but it at least maps on a little bit closer to reality, more so than these fucking Tank and Shakur fans.
Well, I mean, that's your bias, Smoke. Your
No, it
bias.
is not.
Every
That's
human's
I'm
bias.
actually doing empirical.
You
I'm
say
doing
this
empirical
several
thing.
times over and over. Every human being has bias. That's your bias. I have a level of bias towards Tank. You have a level of bias towards Devin Haney. That's the way this fucking sport works. Let's not bullshit here.
Listen, I'm not saying that we don't have bias. I'm saying that what I'm saying is based on empiricism, not bias.
The empiricism based on what? Jojo Diaz, Jorge Linares, and Cambosis. The fuck out of here.
No, based on the precedent to get in a fucking Hall of Fame.
No, 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 no. We're talking about fights. You said fights. Period. Fights. You
Correct.
said it's delusional to think that Tank can beat Devin and Shakur and Brian. It's delusional
No,
for Shakur
no,
to.
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think that's just a pick. I'm saying the people that pick him. Also, if you ask him a few other questions, well, you hear a whole bunch of delusion.
Okay, and the delusions are the Hall of Fame conversation. Okay,
No,
I
I mean I
mean,
can talk about a whole bunch of shit. Listen, man. Ooh, this is we can get deep with this. Um, um, Tank fans, right? Not only do they think he's getting the Hall of Fame, not only do they think he's going to beat everybody, um, but I heard somebody say that when it's all said, oh wait, oh this is an interesting one from yesterday. I heard that Tank gets in the Hall of Fame over Nonito Donaire yesterday.
yes, that's pretty fucking wild.
Okay, not only did I hear that, and then I heard like after that fucking ridiculous thing blew up in their face, they said, the fact of the matter is, when it's all said and done, Tank can either match or surpass Nonito Donaire.
Uh, I mean, he'd have to go up to 147 to do that.
First off, he'd have to have a real title of 135 and some other weight class outside of 130. Start
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. He'd have to go up to 147. So I'm assuming.
He'd actually have to get a title at 135.
Yeah, listen, Smoke. Can I finish before you get all in the tizzy?
I
He'd
mean,
have
listen,
Let
you
Smoke.
grilled
Can I
me, now I'm
finish?
awake.
Jesus Christ, Smoke. He
Go
has
ahead.
to get a title at 135. He has to get a title at 140. He has to get a title at 147. That's my position. Okay, go ahead. To match or surpass Nonito. Yes. And Method, you got to get on here, Method. You got to explain that shit. How is Tank over Devin right now, and Smoke's three-headed monster in the Hall of Fame conversation. You got to explain that method. You got to come
Yeah.
up with it, brother.
Right. So yeah, I'm sorry. I was responding back to you, but on mute. So yeah, I said a
Good,
couple
good, because
snide
I got
things
to say
that
what
like
I need
went
to say. Go
that the
ahead, Smoke.
world didn't hear. That's all good. I have plenty more snide comments before the stream's done. I expect. Um, but yeah, that was definitely one of them. Hold up, let me do this thing. Is it's that time. It's only right. Booyah! All right, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, these Tank fans out here are tripping, and I'm not even. And this stream is actually not about Boots, but I've noticed a correlation between like people who like Boots and Tank that seem to be again untethered from reality. It just makes no goddamn sense. Oh, hold up a second. Goddamn Red Glove is here.
So you don't agree that if Tank gets the belt at
Hey,
135,
Red Glove.
140,
Thank you for like the help with those goddamn eyes, bro. Like Red Glove helped me with the thumbnail this week because I couldn't figure out. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna go into the detail about the whole fucking thing. Point being, Red Glove, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Great to see you, homeboy. All right.
so like I was saying, so there's 130 Tank getting the belt at 135, 140, 147. Does that not like allow him to be in the conversation to match Nonito Donaire, who is also a 40
No,
division champion?
that allows him to be in the conversation to match maybe Leo Santa Cruz, depending on who he fights.
Okay, so resume comes into play too. That's what I'm saying. Okay, makes sense. I don't think either out of the three, I don't think either of them have this spectacular resume so far. I don't think
No,
Devin
not at
does.
all. And
I don't think
not at all.
Shakur does. I don't think Tank does. I don't think
No, I
Ryan
don't think
does.
either one of them. If all three of the three-headed monster, right? If they all stop boxing right now and never fought another round, none of them are getting the Hall of Fame. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is
I've
that
been
the
I've
longest
been
shot.
saying.
So I feel like Shakur is the farthest away from the hole and has the most work to do and may never make it.
I think he's on a. I think all these three men are on a trajectory for the
They
Hall.
are. They are. I agree with that. I think the guy who is most likely to not make it is Shakur Stevenson. But I don't think. But Tank might not make it either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would put Shakur and Tank below Devin. Like it's just obvious. If we're going in this hypothetical scenario, like say all their careers continue, I would edge Devin to be a first ballot before I would Shakur or Tank. It's fucking common sense.
Bingo. Meanwhile, I'm getting some Tank fans talking about how he's getting over goddamn Nonito Donaire.
Who said that? I want to put a name on it. Put an address on that smoke.
I wish I'm not like tuned into it like that.
Was it Big Chop? Because he was crazy. He's crazy as shit. But that's
No.
my name.
It wasn't on. It was. I was on boxing section. I was on Kyle shit
Oh, okay.
yesterday. That was like I was in a different channel yesterday. But point being, yeah, there's a new crop of fans, and I'm not mad at them. Let's call them 25 and younger. That for whatever reason thinks that Boots knocks out everything from 147 to 160 pounds, and also thinks that Tank is a first ballot Hall of Famer and gets in over legends.
And that's what I'm saying. That's where the bias comes in at. It's perception and bias. That's all it is.
Okay, that's two things, and I'm not mad. We can entertain those two things, but I think there's something more There's something more driving it, and it's ignorance.
I don't disagree with that, but I think zealotry can come into play as well. Like, okay, this is my guy. He's gonna do all the accomplishments. He's gonna have all the awards. Like you think that for a person, or you're a fighter,
I
like you
mean, you
do for
can be a
Devin.
zealot,
Like,
right? You can be a zealot, but you don't say like outlandish shit because you know better.
well, what the fuck do you think zealotry is, Smoke? Come on.
I think right. It's extreme belief.
Exactly.
That's what I think it is. But I'm telling you, it's not about extreme belief. I think like Wilder fans have like extreme beliefs, but it's like not based in ignorance for the most part.
Also, it's funny how all the fans you are fighters
No, I mean, because again, I
okay,
can keep going back. You keep saying
but
how so, and then I tell
right,
you
right.
like Tank's people saying Tank gets in over fucking Nonito. You don't agree with that shit. It's fucking dumb. You're looking at Dury and you see what the fuck this dude is typing, and you think it's fucking dumb. That's what I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
yeah. There's a level of zealotry and bias and perception. Yes, Smoke. Yes, I
No,
don't.
I
It,
got you. I'm not mad at that. I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I think there's another word that tells it a little bit simpler, right? I'm an Occam's razor guy, right? The simplest answer is probably the case. I think most of these people are just fucking ignorant. They just got here and they look at a guy, they like the way he fucking fights. He's knocking people out. He's fucking flashy. And so they say, you know what? Let me project this guy over every fucking body else. It's
bias and
ignorant as fuck.
perception.
No, well, that's cool, but that bias and perception is based on ignorance.
I would say in some cases it could be. In other cases it might not be. In some cases you got some hardcore boxing fans who've been in the sport for over 30 years and say Tank is that nigga and he's gonna go to the hall and all that shit.
I have
Like they give
never
him
heard.
all,
Okay,
it's
okay.
all
Now I'm gonna
it's the
need
way
you.
you
Okay,
give your fighter that you like praise, Smoke. That's what I'm saying.
I hear you, and that's a pretty good what reasonable doubt. If you could actually like conjure up that thing, right? If you could conjure up some 30-year-old fucking boxing vet talking about how Tank is getting in the fucking hole, then cool. Then I would concede that point. But like just to say that this could happen, yeah, it could happen. I haven't come across that.
Yeah, we just gotta grow the pool size. That's why you
No,
gotta
we
hit the
don't got to
streets.
do anything. You got to stop fucking bringing up hypotheticals that haven't mapped onto reality. When I'm saying
No,
what I'm saying is because of my experience, not because it
okay,
could happen.
I'm not disagreeing with your experience, but what I'm saying is that your experience could also be misinterpreted, correct?
How do you interpret? How do you think I misinterpreted if if Tank and Loma were both vying for the last Hall of Fame spot? Tank is going to get in over Nonito.
Okay, if Tank and Nonito are vying for the last Hall of Fame spot, does Tank get in over Nonito if they were competing for it right now? No.
That's what I'm telling you. That's my experience. It's not a hypothetical. We
Okay,
just had
okay.
this
Now
conversation.
what I'm saying is, did they say in particular if Tank were to retire right now?
Yes,
Okay,
that's what the entire conversation was.
okay. Then yeah, that
That's
is
my
not gonna
point.
work.
I don't need to like conjure up a hypothetical fan of 30 years who also
But I'm saying,
apparently don't know anything about the fucking sport that they're
but,
gonna say Tank Davis gets in the fucking over Nonito.
but
I don't know this person.
what I'm
This
saying
doesn't
is, you're
exist.
taking listen, Smoke. You're taking this one sample size and then broadening your generalizations.
It is
What I'm
not. I
saying
already
is
listen.
that
I already.
it's
I've
not
given you
just
three different people.
ignorant. That's all I'm
I've
saying.
given you three different people. I've given you your own self. I've given you a person who I was just talking to yesterday,
No, don't
and
include
and
me in
I'm
this
not done. I'm
conversation
not done. And
because we were
the
talking
third
about
person
it
I'm
in a
referencing
totally different
is
context.
goddamn method in the chat. There's three people, not just one. You may say the sample size is not wide enough for me to say what I'm saying, but that's the only people I'm referencing. For me
Okay,
to form these thoughts, I have to experience this fucking weirdo fantasy land that Tank and Shakur fans live in. That I have to then go like, do people really think this? And then I have to do a whole like demographic, like why do you think this? That's why I'm saying like they've been like, you know, basically within the last 10 years they were fucking casuals.
but what I'm saying is, how can you put me in this conversation when you agreed with what I said yesterday? Like, I
Well,
don't know
because
how you
right,
bring me into
okay,
this
okay,
context. So you in the
right,
same
because
boat as me?
because I
Like,
don't.
I don't get it, Smoke.
I'll tell you, I agree with the thing that you laid out. I don't think that what you laid out is likely or even probable.
Okay, so that's what you're basing it off. Your
Yeah, I
bias.
think it's
Okay.
delusion. No, I think you're delusional, bro.
Yeah, your bias.
Okay, yes, everyone is. That's not the point.
Okay, that's what you're basing it off of. That's what
No,
I'm
I'm
trying to get
not.
you to
I'm
see.
blasing it out. Okay,
You're
okay.
taking
Let
your
me ask you this.
bias and
Okay, hold
projecting.
on a second. Okay, so Tank is a knockout artist, yes?
Yes.
How many knockouts of the year does he have?
But say it again.
How many knockouts of the year does he have?
One.
One. So now he is going to apparently turn the 1 into 4 in his next 3 fights, and you think I am biased by saying you're
No,
delusional.
no, no. I said there could be fights of the year and
How many
knockout of the
fights a year
year.
does he have?
None. So that's what I'm
So, which
saying.
is more likely, me being biased or you being delusional?
I'm not being delusional. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Hypothetical
Right.
possibilities are
I
not
got you. A
delusions.
lot of things are a possibility. Like I said, him knocking all 3 of those fuckers out is a possibility. I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's probable. And I think you're delusional for fucking bringing it up instead of just saying Tank's not getting the Hall.
If he can, I can't say that because he's still fighting. Nobody has retired yet. That's why it's all hypothetical. All these niggas are still fighting. Smoke.
Okay, so all I preface the question with, if you take Tank at his word, what Tank is saying is that he wants to retire after fighting Hector Garcia, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, and Shakur Stevenson, and knocking those dudes out. That's what he said. And I've said, if we take Tank at his word, is he getting a Hall of Fame? And you conjured up this weirdo fucking fantasy land where you could say yes.
Yeah, because I'm trying to argue a point. It's possible. I don't know where you're getting this shit from, Smoke. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so I got you. Again, it is very possible that you'll get a sex change. It ain't dead yet, and people get sex changes. How probable is it that you get a sex change?
That's a bad analogy because
Okay,
that's
cool.
not
How
even
likely
in
is
the
it that you
realm
get a
of
sex
boxing.
change?
We'll bring it to boxing.
Okay, great. So to bring it to boxing, it could happen, but it's not likely or probable that it will happen.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not gonna disagree with you because it's all hypothetical. You see, I don't have to bring any bias into it. Like I don't.
I wasn't the one telling you I'm biased. I'm just telling you it's fucking delusional
Weird.
for even going to this length.
I'm
It
just
could very well
arguing.
be. It
I'm
could
just
very well
arguing
be.
a point.
I'm
It's
not
a
telling you. Like, listen,
hypothetical. What the
I
fuck?
understand it's a hypothetical. Hypothetically, you could become a cross dresser next week.
Yeah. Well, what's with all the weird shit? Why are you being weird, Smoke? We were having
Because
a
you're being weird.
conversation
So I have to be
like on
weird back.
hypothetical
Because you're being
situations
weird, so I have
that
to be
aren't
weird back.
in reality at all. That's what I'm saying,
Correct.
Smoke. And
That just like Tank in the
you're
Hall of Fame
bringing
is not
extra shit
reality at
into it
all.
that don't even relate. Like I don't get it.
I got it. And what I'm trying to tell you is, just as it is a possibility that you become a cross-dresser next week, it is also a probability that Tank gets in the fucking Hall of Fame because he knocked out Hector Garcia, Ryan Garcia, Shakur Stevenson, and Devin Haney.
Okay, now if you really want to drill into this, let's really drill into it then. Let's say Devin Haney and Tank fight at 135 for all the belts, and he knocks out Devin Haney. And then after that, he defends his undisputed titles against Shakur Stevenson. So you got a legit 135 undisputed champion with the title defense against, as you said, potential Hall of Famers in the future. Does that not get him into the Hall of Fame? And let's add on to that. Let's add on to that fight of the year, knockout of the year.
Okay. I already conceded that whatever harebrained thing that is as likely as you becoming a cross-dresser next week, if that happened, yes. Right?
Exactly. So
But it
what
ain't
the fuck
about to
are we
happen, bro.
talking about? It's just a hypothetical. That's
I
all it
understand.
was.
It is
Bro.
also
Like you're putting
hypothetical that you
extra
become a
weird shit
goddamn
on it.
that Phantom becomes Phantom S. That's also a hypothetical. And I
So you
think
agree. So how do you say I'm wrong when you
hold
agreeing
on a
with
second.
me?
Hold on. Let me just
That's just
before we get
weird.
back into this, let me welcome back to the panel after a few weeks or maybe a month or so of blood boxing. My man. What's up, Blood?
What's good with you,
Welcome back.
Smoke? What y'all talking about?
We're talking about these delusional fucking fans out here of the three-headed monster. Whether or not it's Devin fans or Shakur fans or Tank fans.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And how they projected these dudes to be the next thing since boiled water.
I think you're confusing perception and bias with maybe delusions and like conflating hypotheticals. I don't know, but I don't know how you can agree with me and then I'm wrong. Fuck it.
I do agree. So the same way that you push back, because I'm saying that it is a possibility that what you're saying is the case. The same way that is a possibility that you become a cross-dresser next week.
that has nothing to do with boxing and nothing to do with the fuck
I know,
we're talking
but
about.
the possibility is the same, even though it has nothing to do with boxing.
No, it's not. You're just talking out your ass. What the fuck?
And so are you, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
No, I'm
If we
not
could just talk
talking
about our
out my
ass, like,
ass when we're
like, why
talking
do
about
you get to talk
boxing
out of your
and
ass, but I can't?
hypothetical situations. You know how many hypothetical situations I've heard you bring up, Smoke? Like, come on.
Yes,
It's
correct.
just,
Listen,
okay, that's what I'm saying.
What is it that you guys are disagreeing on, though?
Right now?
What's the disagreement, Smoke?
So here's the disagreement. We're talking about right now. Tank says that he wants to fight Ryan, Shakur, Devin, and then retire. And I said, if we take Tank at his word, is he getting in the Hall of Fame? The easy answer is fucking no. But this dude wants to construe some fucking outlandish goddamn reality to get Tank in the Hall of Fame. Instead of just saying, nah, probably not.
Let me put context to it. Hold on. Let me put context to it, Blood. I said if he fights Devin Haney for undisputed, just like I said now, and then defends those undisputed titles against Shakur Stevenson after beating Ryan, and two out of three of those fights are fight of the year and knockout of the year.
Don't you think it kind of depends on how those guys' careers will go, though, once it's concluded? Let's just say they all retire as Hall of Famers, you know.
We're just talking about Tank because Tank is talking about retiring. That's where that's what inspired this whole.
So if he beats those three and then he retires, is he a Hall of Famer as of right now? No, but I think depending on how those guys' careers pan out, he could end up being. I don't know if that's first ballot quality.
Yeah. I don't know why it's so hard.
I'm a little bit late to the discussion, so I might miss a point or two, but you know.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's like really the answer is no, and everybody knows it. But Tank fans.
Yeah, and you see how Blood just said that Smoke. That's why I say Devin May, because you still got to we still have to conclude how they stuff end though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Again, Devin's not talking about retiring.
No, he ain't talking about
this is Tank.
Say it 2 minutes. He don't say it too many times. He said, I know in one tweet he said, I just want to get that boxing shit up or some crazy stuff like that.
Yeah, he said like over the last this particular fight, he said it a bunch of times in a bunch of different forums, a bunch of different platforms that he just wants to knock these dudes off and be done. He also did qualify that by saying maybe that's just the way he's feeling right now, and he may change his mind. He said that one place, but he said like at least 3 different platforms. He wants to fight Ryan, Shakur, Devin, and then retire.
Well, then
and for some reason, Tank fans are like, oh, but blah 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 blah. Bro, if we take this dude at his word, he's not getting the Hall of Fame.
How many times did Floyd Mayweather retire?
Probably not.
How many times did Floyd retire? 3? Like 3 times?
Something like that.
Floyd retired a lot.
Right, yeah. So Tank probably taking that page out of his book as a narrative is, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, he back. Like what they call you bring a talent back to the stage, an encore. You know what I'm saying? So you probably
we know James Brown. We know James Brown. We got that. Definitely. Yeah. But I'm just saying, without bringing in all these other things, I'm just talking about taking the guy's word.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what they alluded to. Like, if somebody else comes around like a top challenger, something, unretire and fucking fight him, some weird shit. I don't know.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then that way you still remain the man. You know what I'm saying? And then you go back into your shell, because you already done whooped a whole lot of people, and then come back out your shell once another person raises his head up as the guy,
Yeah, I think he's probably going to follow that kind of Floyd blueprint, more than likely.
Okay. Because
that ring rust is some real shit though, fam. He can try to play around if he want to, and goddamn, shit, man. That ring rust for real. That ring rust for real. That scale is for real, man.
Okay, how many people talked about contemplating retirement and weren't Floyd and actually retired? But I don't understand. We have to put these rose-colored glasses on to feel good about fucking Tank, bro. Tank is getting the fuck out of here. It doesn't look like he wants to even fight. Why are we talking about him like he's Floyd?
Okay, if he doesn't want to fight, Smoke, but like I said, it's all hypothetical. Like we just can
I
only
know.
go off what he.
I don't understand. Like, why you can't just say no and like keep it pushing?
But no, what I'm saying is we're going off his word. But has he retired yet? No. So we're just guessing. But what if he doesn't retire? Then what? Then what the fuck we gonna say? You know what I'm saying?
Most said he don't
I
want
guess
none
if
of
I'm
that
a liar or
Disneyland
something.
talk. How they got down. I want to
But
just
you
take
just said
that
earlier yourself. He said that's how he feels right now, but he could change his mind later. So I mean, what are we
Yeah, he
talking
did say
about?
that once. I'm trying to give you a little glimpse of hope, but I'm also trying to bring you to reality and stop trying to like
If
connect
he
Tank to
retires,
every other
You know what the
fucking fighter
reality
Smoke,
is,
so that he can
Smoke?
Smoke,
feel
listen,
good
The
about
listen.
reality is
his
if he
chances
If
getting Hall
he
of
retires
Fame.
now, let's just say we hold him to
if
his
he
word, okay?
listen, if he retired after the Hector Garcia fight, I wouldn't give a fuck. Boxing goes on, bro. You go
Okay, if
back.
he
What
retires,
the fuck are you talking about?
Smoke, listen. If he retires now, right, and we hold him at his word and he fights those three guys, beats them, and then retires, is he first ballot? Because we're going to have to wait to see how those guys' careers pan out. Is he first ballot? I don't think so. We're going to have to wait and see how those guys' careers, but he could be first ballot because we have people like Timothy Bradley getting into the Hall of Fame. And the point that you're not looking at is the guys who are voting in this environment. The guys
Yeah,
who vote people into the Hall of Fame now are not as knowledgeable as the guys who were 30 years ago. You got guys like Timothy Bradley getting in. You had Andre Ward getting on the first ballot based off of a Super 8 series. So it just depends on the guys who hold the vote. I've been saying that for a while. It depends on the guys who hold the vote, and the guys who hold the vote now are not as knowledgeable as the guys from the past. They're putting a lot of people in the Hall of Fame who people are feeling should not be in the Hall of Fame. So if he fought those three guys, then retired, when do you become eligible? 4 years out, right?
3.
3 years out. It's possible that he could get in because we can't even identify who's doing the votes and shit like that. All I know is I don't get a vote, you don't get a vote, and neither does these other guys on the panel. The Phantom don't get my boy DJ Black Charm, the boy from Atlanta, he don't get no vote either. So it's just
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we're all delusional according to Smoke. I don't know.
no. Okay, so
But I'm
okay.
cool. I'm cool. I'm
Blood
cool with
so
my
what
delusion.
Blood said was about let the other people see how their careers progress. What you said is all of a sudden dude got fights of the year and knocking everybody out. It's cool. Like I feel as though it's very likely that after Tank fights those guys, should he win, that they won't retire after they fight Tank. So it is to me it's more probable that after they fight Tank, they would continue on with their careers versus he's getting all knockouts of the year, fights of the year off of these guys.
I know
That's the
that's real
assumption I was
smoke.
operating under. I'm not just because they lose to Tank that they're not going to go on and have great careers. I thought that was
No,
the
that's what I'm
basic
saying.
premise we're all
That's why I
operating
think
under.
Blood is saying is correct. They
Yeah,
probably will go on,
I thought
and
that
then we
was
can see how it
inherent
plays
in the
out.
question.
But
Like
that's
I
not
don't know.
what you said.
I'm
What
done
you said
arguing
was,
this shit, Smoke. You're full of shit. You capping like you usually
okay, yes,
do.
I'm foolish. I'm biased. I'm full of shit. You got it, bro.
Yeah,
I got it.
you capping. I'll go on mute for a while though.
It's
You
all
keep
good,
capping.
man. Like, it's me. It's me. It's not you. It's me.
Stop capping, Smoke.
Yeah, okay, never. How about that? I'm still gonna be me. But yes, I actually think that Blood's answer, even though it's unsatisfying and like really weird, actually, that like after the fact that it's gonna matter, like that fucks with my autism, sure. But yeah, I think it's more probable than Tank gets fights of the year and knockouts of the year off these guys.
Yeah, I think it would depend on the fashion in which he beats those guys. If he does beat them, that's if he beats them. He would have to win those fights to be first ballot, I think. But once again, I can't identify these guys voting, man. So they put Andre Ward in based off of a Carl Froch and Kovalev victories and stuff like that. So shit, I think it's enough in this era.
Carl Froch is in. Just so we understand, like Juan Marquez's brother is in, Raul, Carl Froch, and
Yep.
Tim Bradley. Those are the 2023
Carl Froch
inductees.
is in now. That's a good point. So, but I'm saying that Andre Ward was a first ballot. So I do think off of those three names in this era, he could get into the Hall of Fame. because we're looking at who the other guys who have got in. We're looking at the guys who are doing the voting, and it's very possible that he could slip in there if he gets the victory over those three guys. I think he belongs in there based off of that as a first ballot? No. I think, in my opinion, if I held a vote, I would wait to see how those other guys' careers pan out.
Yeah.
That's if I had a vote. I don't get a vote though, so you know.
Yeah, I'm with it. So is Timothy Bradley? Let's say he did fight those guys, and they didn't go on to do shit afterwards, right?
Right.
Would Tank's resume be, or would that be better than Tim Bradley's?
I don't think Timothy Bradley belongs in the Hall of Fame. It depends on the fashion in which they don't, if they don't turn out to be all of that, then Ryan Garcia, he's never won no damn real world championship before. He's just all hype at this stage. I mean, the eye test, he passes the eye test. Devin Haney's an undisputed. Shakur Stevenson is probably going to end up being a multiple world champ. I think it might be better than Timothy Bradley's, because what does Timothy Bradley really have other than outside of Manny Pacquiao?
He's got a Provodnikov fight. He's got Devin Alexander.
Well, I know, but those are not Hall of Fame type fighters, though.
No, I mean it was a hell of a fight, though. So let me see. Was that a fight?
I thought he fought Marquez too. Did
he fight Marquez, or also a Hall of Famer? See, here's the thing.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Marquez, that's another one.
Tank Davis has 0 Hall of Famers on his resume, and not only does Timothy Bradley have Hall of Famers on his resume, he has an ATG on his resume.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Right, as of right now, Tank Davis doesn't have any Hall of Famers.
Ryan Garcia is a
little bit. I think Tank Davis.
They got the new narrative going on, blood. They got that new narrative, blood. The belts don't matter. That's the narrative they in right now. You know what I'm saying? And I guess if the belts don't matter, then Hall of Fame may not matter to him either. Smoke.
That's my point. I'm not listening. I can. It's a very strange time we're in, and I'm just trying to acclimate people who are new to the sport, and also people who have been experiencing the sport as this paradigm shift that's happened. Like now, Lomachenko, just so we understand each other, Lomachenko has made more money under 147 pounds than anybody in boxing history. Tank Davis probably will pass that guy up. Right? Lomachenko, I think, gets in the hall, but nobody really talks about the fact that Lomachenko made all this fucking money in the lower weight classes. But that's all they talk about when it comes to Tank. That and him knocking people out. And that's cool. It's cool. He made a bunch of money. It's cool he knocks people out. I don't think he gets in the Hall of Fame behind that shit. And it's kind of a weird metric. Like now it's just kind of for boxing fans and boxing enthusiasts, I like Tank a whole bunch. I just don't think he has the dance partners, and I don't think Shakur and Devin and Ryan get you there.
Okay, I get you. So you saying that all of those guys are kind of mediocre right now. Smoke. So if
I'm saying that Tank Davis's vision for his career isn't one that I think is Hall of Fame worthy.
Like if he beat Devin, then he beat the undisputed champion.
Yeah.
Right. So that should help him out with all the knockouts. Plus, he beat the undisputed champion.
Okay. So, do you think that Tank and Devin are going to fight at 135?
Nah, I think all them niggas going. See,
they could if Devin want to stay at the weight. They could.
Do it me, H Money and Bill Haney differ. I say all them niggas gonna meet up at 47, man.
I've been saying that. Yeah, I think that too. That's where the money is.
Yeah, I think all of them gonna meet up at 47. They young, especially Devin. Devin gonna whoop their ass at 47. He gonna get better. His combination get. But now, hey, Smoke. I'm sidebar. The goddamn media workout. Y'all seen that triple jab Tank added on to his to his combination. Oh man, that motherfucker was deadly. Boy, he had that. He kept it hand center. He kept it hand center like that, and would jabbing that motherfucker. I was like, oh shit, and that motherfucker. I said, oh shit, he finna goddamn dance on this nigga. And I ain't never seen Tank dance before. Where he finna dance on Garcia. He finna show y'all that.
That's the thing. Tank hasn't played. Like, he's getting better, and he's gonna get better and better. So long as the competition steps up, he's gonna improve his skill, improve his craft.
Man, he gonna the way he moved on, how he moved out the way on Roller Ramiro. Man, he gonna goddamn do some. He gonna put some moves on him. Hector Garcia, cool. You know what I'm saying? I went back and watched some of his fights, and I like Hector Garcia. He know how to, you know what I'm saying, control his little distance and stuff like that. But Tank gonna goddamn fire his ass up. I hope he fire him up. I say it like that. I hope Tank fire his ass up. I put it like
that. Hector's no slouch. He's a tough competitor.
That's why I say I hope he fire him up. But you know,
yeah, I watched him get sat on his pockets and then whoop that dude's ass for the rest of the fight. Like, he can fight, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not, and
but
really, it's not that like Tank hasn't. The only guy that I could say that Tank fought that I wouldn't say can fight is Rolly. I don't think Rolly can fight, but everybody else that Tank fought, I think can fight.
Mm-hmm.
Now Rolly can just swing.
I could agree with that. I could agree with that. See, when you stop capping, Smoke, it makes sense, bro. Like I could.
I'm not listen. But just because you can fight, don't get you in a hole. That's there's okay. It's if we could all just agree that Tank is just in it for the money and he's being set up to knock out cans, like he's being strategically moved and matched so he can knock out his opponents, then the cap would be over. But for some reason, people just have a hard time acknowledging this fact, this very fucking obvious and glaring fact.
I wouldn't blame Tank for that because, like they said,
I'm not talking about blame. I'm just talking about
okay, fair enough. But I don't think Barrios is a can. I don't think Leo Santa Cruz is a can. I don't think Isaac Cruz is a can. Rolly's a can. I don't think Hector Garcia is a can. I don't think Ryan Garcia.
I don't either. All right. So let me take away the can part. Let's take the can part of it. Can out of it. He's been matched really well to showcase his knockout power.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Like all of those guys can fight because they're not cans. They can actually
fight. Here's the thing though. If they're showcasing his knockout power, DJ, let me say this real quick. I'll let you go. If they're showcasing his knockout power, wouldn't you want to put him in fights where people have already been knocked out? He's knocked out niggas who have never been knocked out.
Yeah, they also haven't been in there with anybody, so who cares? He also didn't knock out people.
If they haven't been in there with anybody, then they should have been knocked out before, right?
Okay, I'm just trying to tell you, like the fact that Nunes has been never been knocked out means exactly what?
That's the only man the first man to stop him. Like that.
Right, I got it. Tom Schwartz has never lost. What does that mean? When Tyson Fury knocked him out.
Devin ain't knocked out Gamboa or Linares.
Oh, what's up, Method? What's up, man? I forgot.
Hey, what's good? Good morning.
But I forgot to. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? I
think when it comes down to I think y'all talking about the Hall of Fame. Tank is just more electrifying of a fighter, more dynamic, more skilled. Like everything, as we can see it. You know, I understand confusion or disdain that some fans may not like every opponent that he faced, but when guys face these same guys, they be in there looking like average Joes. You know, Dan for Gamboa, he looked average. When these guys that fought Linares after Devin before Devin, they knocked him out. You know, I mean, Joe Williams and Taylor just went out there and beat the skin off of him. You know, he whipped him like a slave. You know, it's just when Tank is just levels beyond. It's more than just power. You know, I think the power is just. I think that's God given, and it's more so like the package that we always want in a fighter. When you build a fighter, when we look at fighters from the history of boxing, we never known an all-time great that really wasn't smashing dudes and knocking them the hell out. You know, Hurd can knock them out, Leonard knock them out, Pernell can knock them out. Or they can get the stock, they can just do certain things that other guys couldn't. Benitez can knock guys out. It just we think about Hall of Fame, majority of them guys stop something. I mean, Timothy Bradley just entered the Hall of Fame, Audrey Ward. They weren't really big knockout artists. They could put you together, but their skills. I mean, shit. Then War stopped Chad Dawson. I mean, it's just they still had the skill and the punch placement to get guys and pack them up, get them up out of there. In my opinion, I just don't. Yeah, I think Tank is just a different breed of fighter. He has what most trainers will want to have in a fighter: power, skill, footwork, everything. You know, I think that's going to lead him to the Hall of Fame.
There's other things that's hard to look at too, man, such as their heart, the mental side of it, and things like that. You know, which I'd like to see him in just a few more bigger fights, man. I'd like to see him matched up against a Devin Haney and a Shakur Stevenson. I'd like to see all these young fighters matched up against each other. Then we could get some more answers out of everything. But they do pass the eye test, though.
I think he watch his blood. He ain't got Floyd Mayweather right there now, so he ain't got no choice but to get matched up with it. See, Floyd Mayweather created a stage for him. You know what I'm saying? That was uncanny. You know what I'm saying? He can knock motherfuckers out. He look good while doing it. The crowd, you know what I'm saying? He bring it to a city like Atlanta. He take it to, you know what I'm saying, different places that just make him look good. Now he removed that element, and shit, the only thing left now is to take them tough fights like that he about to be into now. You know, because I mean, you know, unless he somehow kind of slick talk to them and get them to match, continue to make the matches for him on the slide. You know what I'm saying?
Well, one thing about his past promoter Floyd Mayweather, he did say things like low risk, high reward, and things like that. So he doesn't have that excuse anymore. If Floyd Mayweather truly isn't there, then he doesn't have that excuse. He could, you know, sky's the limit, man. He needs to just keep on pressing to get those fights against those younger guys. All of these younger guys need to be matched up. Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney. All of those guys, eventually they're all going to have to fight each other. And that's how we're going to find out who's the better fighter between them. They might meet up at 147. Maybe they'll meet up at 140. Maybe we'll be lucky and get one of the fights at 135 between the four. But you can't be a super four and a big four and all of that unless you fight each other. So these guys have got to get in there. They got to fight each other. And hopefully we'll see it sometime soon. Whether they're first ballot Hall of Famers or not, or whether they're Hall of Famers or not, that depends on the people voting. Like I said, you know, it's always going to come down to the people who vote, because you're getting people like Carl Froch entering the Hall of Fame now. Andre Ward's a first ballot. Timothy Bradley's in there. So it's hard to tell because, you know, we don't know who they're going to vote in and who they're not going to vote in. So that's just guessing right there, right? All I know is they should give my ass a fucking vote. I think they should make all of those guys who vote for people in the Hall of Fame take some kind of quiz to see how much they know about boxing and how much they know about the history and the other guys in the Hall of Fame. That's my opinion on it, man.
There you go.
Anytime you talk Hall of Fame, you're ignoring it. If you're ignoring the simple fact, if you're not talking about who's voting and how these guys are getting in, right? You know, you got to look at that kind of stuff.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a live specifically dedicated to that. The Boxing Writers Association America, the different, like, you know, the international panel, Mexico, United States, Great Britain, Japan, and then like some alternates throughout the years, and just talk about the process. But like that kind of nerd out stuff, like I like it. I think Blood would like it. I think a bunch of people on the and the channel would appreciate that whole thing.
But I can't find a list nowhere, Smoke. You might be more lucky than I was, but I've been looking for a list to see who exactly is voting. You know, like I want some names. I want some names of the people who get the votes.
Right. So I mean, it's the ones that you know, like Dan Raphael, Ioka, yeah, you know, Howard.
I think Steve Kim gets one.
Yeah,
too,
Steve Kim, Doogie Fisher, right? Like, you know, some of the names, but the list is like it's lengthy. But I'll reach out to it. I'll reach out and, you know, and I'll definitely shoot you the list regardless. But
okay, that's cool, man.
I think I'll do a sort of a live around not just that, but like the institutions that boxing is comprised of. That's like the sanctioning body, the ABA, the athletic commissions, the promote the Ali Act, like all the things that sort of govern the sport that are sort of behind the scenes, that they're present in every fight, but fans are not necessarily aware of their impact on the show that they're watching.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's the kind of nerd shit I'm into, but I think there's some boxing nerds out here, so hopefully it's not too pedantic or academic for people. Like, and you can get some entertainment out of it as well.
It ain't gonna be too academic for all of these guys who come to your page. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and yeah, we're definitely gonna be able to chop
all of these guys on the panel right now, all boxing nerds. All of y'all are boxing nerds, and the people who in the
motherfucker just like to see goddamn fights. Man, he knocked this one out, and he ran from this one out. Yeah, we all like to see fights. And the thing about it is, we watch this. We like the stats of what's the best. You know what I'm saying? Who got the better punch output? You know what I'm saying? Who could do the pull counter the best? Who got the best defense? Who got the better ring IQ? You know what I'm saying? Not just that one element. And I guess that's what make a real boxing fan a boxing nerd. You know what I'm saying? Because we start looking at all those kind of things and be like, dang, he slowed up on the foot movement. Like Keith Thurman, he ain't gonna be able to, he ain't one time no more because he ain't got that right arm. No, you know what I'm saying? His right arm is suspect. You know, man. I think Keith Thurman. He probably retire after this next fight though, because I don't think he probably don't want to be a gatekeeper. I think he gonna
fight Errol Spence. What's going on with that?
You know what, man. You know what? I just think I think EJ got to get help. Like, you know what I'm saying? All that trying to prove to the world you goddamn go crazy about your ass and get. Keith Thurman is a perfect example. Like, nigga, your shit get injured. You know what I'm saying? You can fuck around and be out the sport for a while, just, you know what I'm saying, on that little bit of shit right there. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, then trying to get back into the game, trying to get back on top, trying to get your name back in the circuit. That's a hard task. And I see how much they getting shot a hard time. They getting Keith Thurman a hard time. Everybody, you know, oh man, that motherfucker ain't shit. He got down, lost to Manny Pacquiao, and you know they giving him a hard time. You know, and it happened from that one little arm injury, and you know, and then now then trying to prove to the world that you know he was back. And I think he didn't win because he was afraid of that right arm. And I think with Errol Spence, you know what I'm saying, he might fuck around and get fucked up in that ring trying to prove he could take a punch to the head, other than getting himself out of. Because if I don't been through the shit that man been through, fuck y'all. I'm finna chill for a couple of years and make sure that my Falcon is together.
I also, like, I don't know if there's been a flautist in boxing history outside of Keith Thurman. Like, most boxers don't play the flute. That's just
Deontay Wilder made beats the same, man. You ain't heard his songs?
I have, and
he said I have.
I'm not gonna comment on that. Like, you know, as a Wilder fan, I'm gonna leave that alone. And as a music fan, leave that alone. Like, I don't really comment on anything. He wants to like give birth, like the wild stuff that Wilder says. Leave that to like the guy gets punched in the head a lot. The head's not meant to be hit. That's what I say. That's what I think.
God damn. And he said not too many play the flute. But hold on, don't MMA nigga. Most of them MMA nigga be weird like that. They be from them little places like the Gracie, Horace Gracie and you know you remember them Gracie brothers?
From Brazil, yeah, they're from Brazil.
Yeah, they was into that kind of stuff.
I think that one guy does it too. The guy down here from Florida. What's his name? The guy with the ponytail. He got a ponytail like Keith Thurman. What's that boy name
ponytails and jazz flute. No, I don't know, man. That's a tough sell, bro.
There's a lot of ponytail brothers up in the MMA. A lot of the ponytail crews over there.
Yeah, they can't box that good, so they can get off with putting their grabbing you and shit.
So like the theme of the live before we get into like the boxing news that dropped, and you guys may or may not be aware of, we could chop up. The theme of the live was Floyd and Andre's proteges tearing up the lower weight classes, and can anything or anybody stop them? If those guys don't fight each other, that's Shakur, Devin, and Tank. Does anybody beat those guys?
Maybe like a Ryan Garcia could beat those guys. There's always going to be somebody in the mix that's going to beat an A-class fighter. You've seen it in history. There'll be like Ali, for instance. Ken Norton would come in and win a fight. There's always somebody with Thomas Hearns, who was Iron Barkley. There'll always be somebody around that could, because styles make fights. So they could always run into someone else who could give them a hard time and maybe even beat them. Floyd struggled with Castillo back in the day. Some people think that Castillo might have won that first fight. The judges was in Floyd's favor that night, though. But, it was a close fight. But there's always going to be a B to C class fighter who could maybe match up with them. And the styles make fights, bro. So it's hard to say.
And in the current landscape at 35 and 40, who do you think has the best shot?
I think Josh Taylor is him and that guy Catterall could give those guys a good fight. I think what's his name, Regis Prograis is one of the guys who could probably give them a good fight. You got some young guns coming up, at 135. What's the guy over from Texas? The guy we saw fight the other day from Texas. I always forget his name.
Frank Martin.
Frank Martin. There's a lot of these guys out there who could probably come in there and slip in a victory against these type of guys, man. The best thing for those guys to do is to fight each other. There are guys in the environment who could give them some problems. Keyshawn Davis. There's some names in there that they might have a problem with when it comes down to it. Those guys don't necessarily have to fight each other, but it would mean a lot if they did, though. But I do think there's people in the environment that could possibly match up with these guys at 135 and at 140. What's the Gary Russell,
Antoine
Russell? There's some names out there that could give any of these guys a hard fight, man.
What's funny to me is like the guys that actually could upset the apple cart and beat these these high profile fighters. They don't really get a lot of shine. Like, to me, the beast at 140 pounds, sure, Taylor's there, but I think he's not long for the division. Prograis is probably going to be there, and he's definitely one of the beasts, but everybody knows that name. Well, not, everybody follows the sport and follows the division, knows Prograis, right? But nobody talks about Subriel Matias. And I think that guy is a goddamn beast down there.
A lot of people don't know who he is. I know who you're talking about, but he's not one of those guys who's featured very often. So, it's just, that's another name right there. See, that's what I'm saying. There's like a lot of young talent out there that's still unproven. So we really don't know how much these guys stand out over the young talent because they don't fight often enough. It's not like back in the day when these guys was fighting 5 times a year and then you go to the top 10 and everybody in the top 10 has fought someone else in the top 10. We have top 10s now where nobody has fought nobody in the top 10. So it's really hard to tell who really stands out from the other when they're not matching these guys up the way they should, man. So it's just a different environment. It's a different time. And in this era here, we might end up finding out that one of these guys are not what everyone thought they was. They used to say that Teofimo Lopez was one of these guys and the Cambosas beat him. How many more Cambosas are out there? Somebody who could just match up with one of these guys and upset one of these young guns. I think that there's a lot of fighters out there like that who could perhaps upset one of these guys. These guys, they don't fight often enough, bro. What it is. They don't fight a lot like they did back in the day when we was coming up, Smoke.
Yeah. Like 10-year career was a lengthy career. We didn't really get 20-year careers until we got like really inactive fighters. Like it was hard. Like if you had a 20-year career, you probably weren't gonna walk right, talk right, none of that shit.
Oh no, I agree with that.
You know, yeah. I think that they all have a good shot at retiring undefeated. I think they have a good shot of giving us fight fans some memorable fights and some memorable matchups. But I don't think the student will surpass the masters. Even if I threw Oscar and Ryan on top of this and the whole protege thing, or like Virgil Ortiz. Yeah, it's just such a high bar to set. The landscape is different. The sport is different. I don't know that these guys can ever reach the heights that that their mentors achieved.
I agree with that, but at the same time, will they get into the Hall of Fame? I mean, what is the height? What is the high point? Hall of Fame?
So with Oscar and Floyd, you're talking about a couple of like maybe ATGs, right? Like Oscar,
ATG status, yes.
Yeah, like
Gotcha.
Andre Ward, not so much, but he is a undefeated Hall of Famer. I think that is probably the goal that they should shoot for, to be undefeated Hall of Famer.
To be on the ATG list too, because I'm not sure if Andre Ward is going to be talked about 50 years from now as a top 10 ATG. Floyd Mayweather, that's something different, but I'm not sure about Andre Ward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Oscar and Floyd would be the two, right? Because we got Ryan and then these three guys, right? You got Ryan, Tank, Shakur, and Devin. And between those four guys, their mentors are Oscar De La Hoya, Andre Ward, and Floyd Mayweather. And these proteges, we like them. We talk about them. I think they're good. They're exciting. They're flat. Like, they're the new hotness. I don't think they're going to have the careers that their mentors had. I mean, I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised and shocked. I would love to be wrong.
I think that the only way you could be wrong, I agree with you. I think the only way you could be wrong is if all those guys went on ahead and fought each other, which I don't see it coming, man. I really don't, with the way this environment is. The fight fans, they don't demand it. They're going to go and they're going to pay for Tank Davis's pay-per-view, which has no belt on the line. He's doing things a lot different. They're trying to force feed us Tank Davis as a superstar, and I don't think that he's the big superstar. He sells tickets good, but I still don't think that he's the big superstar that they want him to be. He's never going to do 4 million pay-per-views or 4.5 million like Floyd Mayweather or anything like that. Floyd Mayweather came up at a very good time, right? During the social media era, but live streaming has gotten too good. And I think he's kind of selling himself short, because I would prefer to see him featured on a network, because that's how people get to know.
I think right now, Tank and Shakur, they probably do the most. Tank, as far as seats, he fills out most of the stadiums, all stadiums in his last 5 fights. And the Shakur lightweight, I think his last fight at 130, he did it 10,000. They like the bigger draws. I think this next fight Saturday, Tank in the car, I think it'll do good numbers as far as the star status, and then it kind of positions the welterweight division. I think welterweight division is probably the best position for a lot of contenders fighting. Virgil standing on this. We got Boots fighting one of the IBF guys. Rashidi getting back in the mix. Barcon and Ben putting a stain on the welterweight division. Who else? Even Blair Cobbs brings some flair to the division. You know, he brings some flair to the division, talking his trash.
Flair brings some flair.
You know, it's everybody's playing a role. I like where I'm seeing is this, the contenders are great, not like just they great all collide. You know, and then it leads to hopefully the champions, one face, one man, one face, one name of the division. And I think hopefully like lightweight can do the same. It's a lot of names at lightweight. The Devin and Loma fight, they say it's done in I forgot the word Bob used, but they haven't announced the fight. And for me, if the fight doesn't get announced, I personally want to see Shakur and Devin. Shakur can't get a fight. The Loma situation seems to be they dragging on. I personally would rather see that fight now. And then Loma, I think a lot of other guys.
Well, Devin is on Loma time right now. As the undisputed champion, Devin is waiting for Loma. I don't know the fuck why, but he's on Loma time. Don't make no sense, but that's what he's doing.
Say that again.
Devin Haney is on Loma time. The undisputed champion is on the challenger's time right now.
Right. But the thing for me is if the negotiations or whatever keeps dragging on, they should have just made. I think they should have just made Shakur and Devin, right? Shakur's having a hard time getting a matchup, and the Loma and Devin thing seems to be dragging on. I think Shakur and Devin would have been easier. You know, I mean, Shakur but he does better numbers than Dev. Dev did go down there and fight Cambosis. That's Cambosis. It's his hometown. He was a guy that got some notoriety, you know, but that's in his backyard. You know, the easier fight to make my field would have been Shakur and Devin. And then Lomachenko, a lot of people would probably have been jumping to fight Loma. You know, it'd have been easy to fight for Loma than Shakur. You know, and then I don't think Devin would have turned down a Shakur fight. You know, I think they could have made that fight in the winner fight Loma. Because if the negotiations keep dragging on, I don't understand why not just make Shakur and Devin. I understand that their names are like kind of attached, Loma and Devin, but boxing got to keep moving forward.
Yeah, for me, it's just weird how you the undisputed champion and you happen to go to meetings with your promoter to beg him to get the other fighter to fight you. Like, bro, move on. That shit don't make sense.
Is that what they're doing? Because I haven't been following it too much. Yeah, as an undisputed champion, he shouldn't be chasing contenders. I don't care if it's
that's what he's doing.
Lomachenko is not a big enough name for him to be chasing after him. He's got the undisputed status and he needs to behave like that.
Now, right now, he's behaving like a challenger. You hopping in the ring as the champion, calling this little man out. Is this heavyweight? I need more time. And he's telling you now the same thing he told you when you hopped in the ring. I need more time. I'll fight you later. But you want to sit around and complain to Bob about that shit. Fight somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with that. Shit. I can't even say nothing against that. I don't know why he would be the undisputed champion chasing after a contender. And he needs to, people need to give him more credit as an undisputed too. Like these other guys, people shouldn't even be bigging up these other guys. And there's no way some other lightweight should be being placed on pay-per-view when you got an undisputed champion. There's one champion in lightweight right now. That's Devin Haney. That's the way I look at it. I'm an old throwback fan. The way I see it, Devin Haney is the guy that everybody needs to try to see. He's got all the belts. That's why they call it undisputed, baby. So he has to behave like he's an undisputed champ, in my opinion.
Right. That's why he needs to fight Shakur. If Tank and Ryan is fighting, Devin and Shakur should be fighting. Period, bro.
I don't think the people believe in Devin, personally. I think as far as Smoke's topic, the protege thing, I think people would link Tank towards the protege of Floyd, and many others in the sense of boxing, like as the prince of boxing, or I wouldn't say the king of boxing, but he's taking the reins of boxing, and I don't think the fans believe in Devin. I agree that he is undisputed champion, but it's like, is he Corey Spinks undisputed, or is he Duran undisputed? Is he Pernell undisputed?
No, he's definitely not Duran and Pernell undisputed, because the one thing that we're missing is an undisputed reign, right? I said we haven't had one of those since like Pernell Whitaker or Lennox Lewis or someone like that. We haven't had an undisputed reign in a long time. Terrain means that they defend like at least 3 times or something like that. And he's got to defend against like a Lomachenko. And then after that, he needs to beat somebody like one of these other young guns, you know. But what's probably going to happen is Devin Haney, who's been struggling to make lightweight, is going to end up moving up, and those belts are going to go all over the place again. Until you have an undisputed reign, it's always going to be a Corey Spinks undisputed, in my opinion. There hasn't been one undisputed yet that has been like a fucking Pernell Whitaker undisputed, because he had an undisputed reign. You have to have the undisputed reign to go along with that. And this ain't something I'm just throwing out my ass. I've been talking about this for a few years now. If somebody's going to be undisputed, then you want to be considered like a Pernell Whitaker or Roberto Duran, you have to have an undisputed reign. Point blank, period. Y'all still there? Shit, y'all got quiet on the nigga and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I refreshed my shit. I thought I froze.
I was like, wait a minute, am I the only one in here? Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Or I don't know. But that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, a Roberto Duran undisputed, it means an undisputed reign is what it means. So that's a good point that you brought up. But if you're gonna say a Roberto Duran type undisputed, because there is a difference between a Roberto Duran undisputed and just somebody who's like Josh Taylor, a Josh Taylor undisputed. There's a big difference, and the difference is the reign, right? I think we could all agree on that. If somebody got something different, let me know. But the difference is the reign. Roberto Duran had an undisputed reign, whereas Josh Taylor had an undisputed status, and they got rid of all his belts after. He had one defense against Catterall. Then the next thing you know, he's only got one of these belts left, and they ain't even took a loss in the ring. So, it's hard to say, man. But what I could definitely tell you is that there's a big difference between those undisputed statuses, and it's the reign.
Call bluff if he's not. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you can put that to bed and dead it right then and there. Call his bluff.
I don't know, man. These young guys, man, they just got to fight each other. If you already got an undisputed status, because that's what led us here. You said that my boy Devin Haney is chasing after Lomachenko. See, I don't follow Devin Haney like that, but I don't think he should be doing that, though, man. I think he should be moving on. If he can't work shit out with Lomachenko, then he needs to move on and fight Shakur Stevenson or somebody like that. Since they're going to do all this woofing over the internet and stuff, they're just going to sign the fight and let's get the shit popping.
Yeah, facts. I agree with that. But I just think that, like, the bag that Devin Haney is being offered for a potential Loma fight might be the incentive as to why he's behaving that way. But I think Shakur and
who is
Devin.
it that's behaving that way? Is it Lomachenko drawing back, or is it Devin Haney?
No, Loma is running. Devin is chasing. Like, Loma said, I don't want to fight you till like 7 months from now. And Devin Haney said, no, I want to do this in March. And he having meetings with Bob, and they trying to figure out if Loma really want to fight. But this man already told you last year, I'm not ready later. You see what I'm saying? Like, and now you saying that, no, you need to fight me now. He's like, no, nigga, I'm not ready.
Well, he needs to go somewhere else and try to find another fight until Lomachenko's ready, or whatever. But back in the day, that's another difference too. A contender, you're supposed to take your championship shot when you get a chance, because you might not get that chance again. So that's another thing that's changed. These guys are guaranteed championship shots, and they only want to take the championship shot. Shit like that. I've never seen shit like this before. The behaviors are fucking crazy. That's all I can say.
Well, if the man already ducked you before, chances are he can do it again. And that's what pretty much Loma's doing right now. And
Man,
I said this
Lomachenko
earlier.
ain't never ducked that nigga. Don't do that, bro.
Hold
That's
on.
cap.
Okay. All
Lomachenko
right.
ain't
Fair
ducked that
enough.
nigga.
All right. Q. Fair enough. He didn't duck because he wanted to unify. All right. Fair enough. But I will say that it looks like he's ducking now. And I said this earlier before this shit even came up. I said Loma might strategically duck this nigga to get Shakur to fight him instead of him. And that's looking like what's going to happen. I said this early last year that shit might happen.
Shit, I'm a keep it a buckarooski with that too. If he just don't take the fight, if he just don't take the undisputed shit, you ducking that straight out. But if you say he don't do it and he fights Shakur, I can't say that. Like what? Shakur, a nigga that I think could beat you worse than Devin probably.
No.
Like I mean,
What I'm saying, you misunderstood.
you,
You misunderstood. I'm saying Loma is ducking so Shakur can get that fight. Like take his spot. Like no, nigga, you fight him.
oh, okay. I mean, but either way that goes, shit, I ain't mad at that shit. Like me, how I feel about Devin in this situation. Uh, I mean, they should have somewhat knew it. You know what I mean? They knew that that's what it was when they signed the contract. They knew they was gonna fight Kambosos twice, and that third fight was Lomachenko. They knew that. Loma knew that. You know what I mean? So even on both behalves, I see it like this: Devin and his team and all them, you know, they should have made shit clear on how they wanted to do that third fight when it, especially why they couldn't wait, because I figure that's the biggest thing about it, Devin and the weight. So they should already kind of been trying to figure that shit out. I mean, now they trying to do it now, but shit at the same time it's like Roma, even before he fought Jermaine Ortiz, we heard Bob Arum say after Bob Arum seen him. Bob Arum seen that motherfucker working in the gym when he went to Vegas. Bob Arum was like, man, hey, Loma might need a little bit more time. He fought, and Loma, he feel like he need more time. I mean, with Devin, bro, it's like this, bro. Like the only reason you fight Loma, how I see it is just, they put him ahead of you on a pound for pound. Y'all names are somewhat synonymous, but you are undisputed, Devin. You running this shit. Fuck all that shit Lomachenko doing. If that fool don't want to fight, fuck him. Go about your business and get some real smoke. Yeah, exactly. Like you the man.
Right there.
Pick up the belts one by one, then. You know what I mean? Like straight up. If y'all want to do it, what I'm saying is the undisputed champ. Pick them shits up. Pick them shits up one by one. Because with me, you got the straight shot for all of them.
He should be doing what Floyd and all them did. He should be, picking him another opponent. If you don't want to fight Lomachenko, it's time to move on, man. Point blank period. Lomachenko ain't no big household name anyway. He's just a big name in the boxing community. But outside of the boxing community, he's not known like no Floyd Mayweather or Manny Pacquiao or nobody like that. He's just a guy who's well respected within the boxing circle. You go and you start cutting some hair today, Q. You ask how many people know Lomachenko. I mean, well, they might know him because you their barber, but that's about the only reason they gonna know this shit, right? People don't know Lomachenko like that.
I'm gonna do that.
I mean, it's just for me, you got Shakur right there. Young, undefeated fighter, former unified champion. You should be hitting that nigga up and say, hey, Loma over here bullshit, nigga. You want to fight? And you got the same promoter, same network, easy business.
Easy fight to make, and it could be featured on ESPN too. So people
but Devin don't want that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, like the team, I ain't gonna say Devin. I mean, I'll say his team. They don't really want it. I don't think they want that fight. Like Shakur, nah. I think it'll be dope. I think what Devin should do, bro, just fuck 135, go to 140. Take that, take all your statuses. You know what I mean? Take your status and go up. Don't try to make a 135. With Loma and they doing all this bullshit, and you miss weight, and you ain't gonna have none of that shit when you go up to 140. Your ass gonna have to. You gonna be building back up like how Shakur gotta do. You know what I mean? You undisputed. relinquish the belts, go to 140, and let all them sanctioning bodies put you up there so you can, in one, in your first fight or your second fight at 140, be fighting for a championship. Don't, you know what I mean? He could possibly be fighting for a championship sometime this summer instead of sitting around this 135, you know what I mean, bitching about the weight. Fuck that, man.
Okay, so what's the barrier? What's the barrier? Is it that Lomachenko thinks he needs another warm up? Because I have been following it. So what's the barrier right now that's preventing that fight?
Well, he looked. Of course, in his last performance, he looked like shit against Jermaine Ortiz. It's questionable whether he even won that fight. So Loma has said
before the fight, the week of the fight, first time Bob seen him in the gym. Bob can't. They did the interview. Bob was like, "Man, Lomachenko might need a little bit more work." This is what Bob seen when he seen Loma. After effect with the Jermaine Ortiz is like, "Oh shit, that's what Bob seen." Like this nigga really
then
not
the
ready.
promoter
Like
is still showing favoritism to a contender, which that's pretty bad right there.
No, not necessarily. I think Bob
is undisputed champion and trying to build his undisputed champion. Not,
I think he is.
He's always favored these foreign fighters, man. I don't know. He's never really liked, because you got to remember, Bob Arum is the guy in the 1970s who started saying that black fighters don't sell and all that kind of stuff. So he's always had a little bit of a bias towards foreign fighters and things like that. So,
but
that's why
Haney,
some fighters have moved on from Bob Arum in the past.
Facts. But I think to Bob and Haney's credit, I think Bob is on the Haney train. I think he backs Devin Haney. I think he thinks Haney can beat Loma to keep it 100, and he says Shakur can beat all of them. So I think he's behind Haney though.
Yeah, he do, but I think one reason why Bob favor, the international fighters probably a little bit more because America, man, these motherfuckers money hungry. They want the highest buck they can get. You know what I mean? Loma not that guy. Most international motherfuckers not that guy until they really feel like they reach that potential, like that bullshit Triple G was doing. You know what I mean? When Triple G, after he fought motherfucking Canelo, he want big money, all that shit, because he kind of, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, they like you, this and that. But Loma, you talking about a motherfucker who literally gave Tio some of his purse so they could get in the ring. He ain't just, oh man, you gotta pay me this top notch. Now, Devin talking about pay. That nigga wants some money to get in there with Loma, on top of the fact that Loma, you know what I mean, teetering with the, if you want to get in the ring and all this and that. Them international motherfuckers ain't like, bro, you ain't really gotta do all this and that when we talking about money. Like, America, that's the first thing. That's the first thing. Like, it's money, then being great. You know what I mean? Them motherfuckers want a bag, bro. It's kind of, that shit kind of like, I don't know. I ain't gonna say it fuck up the game, but to the point that you really don't know your worth. If you don't really know, like, what you averaging, a motherfucker can comfortably pay you $3-4 million and they gonna get it back. They gonna sell the gate. They gonna get motherfuckers tuning in. When respectively, Devin, man, he ain't really there yet. Lomachenko possibly could get you there, but then again, we talking Loma ain't got that name. We just talking about hardcore notoriety. To really get that status as far as like Devin, motherfuckers knowing you this, and you gonna be getting that bag, bro. Yeah, you gotta beat the Shakur. You gotta beat the Tank. You know what I mean? Or fight him, or go in there with a gang of motherfuckers who's super tough and it's just gonna get the boxing world talking about you to get your notoriety up. But just straight up, I mean, fuck, you fight Lomachenko, even over here. Depending on how they promote it, bro. I mean, that shit probably could sell. They have to get the perfect date, you know what I mean, where there ain't nobody too busy around it and they can make the fight. But
I agree, Q. But for me, I like the Loma fight between Haney. I still would want to see it. What I don't want to see is you whining about Ramadan and how this nigga said he's not ready to fight you yet. Like, I agree with you said. Move up to 140, then don't go dust off To. You know, go do something else. Like instead of waiting around for fucking Loma if he doesn't want to fight you.
I agree with that. He needs to move on, man, if that's the case. And he needs to, you know, fuck what Bob Arum says. He needs to let Bob Arum know that, hey, I'm not going to wait around. I got to, you know, move on with my little reign. Or if he needs to move up, because I heard he's been having trouble making weight and stuff like that, then he might need to move up. There's good fights for him up at 142. Go up to 140.
Yeah, he got to move.
Fact.
He got to move like a boss. You got to move like a boss, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You're really undisputed. You're really that guy. You're the man. This, that. Move like it. Oh, he bullshit. Dropped them belts. Yeah, man, he was bullshit. I dropped my shit. I'm looking for the 140 motherfuckers. Regis, where you at? Quayo, where you at? TN, all these guys, Barboza, whoever the fuck, whoever run that shit, start calling their ass out. Like, all that. I don't know, bro. It just seemed kind of, to me, it just seemed like you, it's kind of like Tio, bro. Like, he not doing it in the way Tio doing it, but they just want to be stars. They just want to be stars in the sport. Like, bro, I understand that you want to be big, you want the people to know you, this, and that, but, like, all that talking and all that weird ass shit, bro, just fight, bro. Just fight, man. Quit banking on one person. Quit doing that. Quit attaching your name to all these people saying that they ducking you, they scared when you ain't never sent the motherfucker no contract. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. It's kind of crazy to me, man. I just want to see that nigga Devin do everything like how he be talking. All these boss moves, nigga, man, do that shit. Y'all remember the little Mexican dude on Fresh? I'm stupid. I bust dope moves, nigga. That's what I want to see your ass doing, nigga. Stupid, nigga. Bust them moves. But just standing around waiting for Loma, oh, man, they bullshit. They this. Like, fuck them. Fuck they, nigga. Do you. And make them respond to what you do because you the guy right now. Tell they ass, if we don't fight, I'm going to just drop the belts. I'm not waiting my hell. I'm not draining myself. I'm not holding all that shit.
The hit is that he doesn't believe that, right? It's more so the team saying that. Even Bob don't go around saying that he's that guy, bro. When Bob says Shakur beats him, he's basically saying he cool, he got them belts, but he not that guy, right? When your team kind of like focuses on and owns only on Tank Davis, when platforms that are supposed to be for you, all they own in is on Tank Davis. You see what I'm saying? Then the whole world knows that you're not that guy. Tank is that guy. It's subconsciousness. It's something subconscious. You see what I'm saying? And it's basically out in the open. You know, he has the belts, but the public, even the people, recognize Tank as the guy. The belts haven't made Devin that guy.
Yeah,
I think he gave him accolades. He doesn't make that guy.
And that's kind of what I want.
It's sad to say it, but it's kind of true. Sad to say it, though. Because he is undefeated champion.
Yeah, so that's why it's like me in my head, bro. That's who you should be trying to get in the ring. Like, okay, you can't get Tank in the ring. But anybody else that people think that guy, yeah, we thought Lomachenko that guy. But they bullshitting with the, you know what I mean, them get in the ring, scratch him off, move to the next motherfucker, people saying that guy. Shakur said he want that smoke. I mean, me personally, I would have just, man, ran that. You got to run that. But, you know, Bill and them, they feeling some type of way. They call it Tio. They doing that. Well, go up and run Tio. Drop them fucking belts and run that Tio shit for the WBC strap. Because whoever win that, take that shot at Regis.
There's no reason. My opinion on it, right? Tio and Devin makes no logical sense, right?
I don't like the yeah, I don't understand. Again, like I said, when I heard Bob said, I just don't understand why Bob would go from Campbell, Sloma to Tio.
right? Like I think that's absurd. And then if the Loma fight does come to fruition, let's say damn hypothetically does beat, Loma, 140 is a different beast. I think you're supposed you would want to seek at the guys that's undefeated or the top guys. Although Tio was in the rankings, he's not undefeated. He's not the top guy, nor is he. You see what I'm saying? He's just not. One of those guys that's recognized. Matias is a quad name, but everyone recognizes him as a threat, right? Regis is a champion. Who else? Quaylo's a champion. Just a couple of names I'm missing. It's undefeated guys, right?
Got Gary Antoine.
Yeah, you seek after the guys under. Right, you seek after the guys that's undefeated, and then if you can't get them guys, then you look at Tio. Not look, I'm already looking at Tio. Let me sit up. That it's just that's why I can't tie Devin to a Floyd protege or Andre Ward protege. It's not the same. Any of them proteges, right? I think Shakur is a student of the game, studied behind. He learned from some of the best in boxing. Tank as well. We see a lot of the Hall of Famers, legends. They definitely back Tank. Media platforms not so much, but it's the boxing as a brotherhood and as a unit. They all see Tank's potential and the things he can do in the ring, and they kind of we try to not let the things that happen outside the ring shame boxers or like try to beat them. We don't want to kick a dog when he's down, right? But with Devin, it's confusion. It's a lot of confusion. Like I said, it's hard to believe you're that guy when Bob Arum doesn't believe you're that guy. You see what I'm saying? I didn't see that with Terrence Crawford.
Who you talking about? Devin?
Yeah, I think relative to Terrence Crawford, I didn't see that with Bob and Terrence. It was more so like Bud gonna beat everybody, right? Like I'm gonna send him here, he can go here, we're gonna do this with Bud, right? It was like none of them beat him. Josh Taylor at the same, even still. Bob is like he wants to make the fight, but he's not gonna say Josh Taylor beats Bud at all because he understood who Bud was. He understands who Bud is. You get what I'm saying? I don't see that with Devin. Devin, he's on top right, but he's not recognized as one of the baddest men. He's recognized as a champion, though. He does get that respect. I think again, you do get the respect as a champion, but he's not getting that acknowledgement as he's one of the baddest at 135. Again, I think Bob is already giving that crown to Shakur.
How Bob see Devin, Bob know he can promote Devin. That's the thing. Bob know he can promote Devin, and he got the perfect opponents to go in there to Devin gonna beat him, and they gonna be, oh shit, he beat him, or it's gonna be like, damn, he got beat like on some Floyd shit. Like he gonna put him in there with some guys that fuck around can beat him. Devin can fuck around and beat them too, but if it's on that end, it's like, damn, bro, the dude was in there looking crazy. The scorecards, and I said this a minute ago, the type of style Devin got, man, and he get in there with certain fighters, the outcome of that fight can have that nigga Devin hating boxing. Like that nigga Devin can get in there, feel like he won. Oh, I used the jab, I did. Got a call, y'all hear me? I got a call, y'all hear me?
Yeah.
My bad. But like he fuck around and lose, and Devin gonna be like, man, fuck this shit. I feel like I won that, man. That shit, that boy Devin fuck around and be like, damn, bro, I really felt like I won that shit. And they get that shit to the next opponent. You know what I mean?
Think about it, though, Q. None of these guys are stars. Lomachenko's not a star. Devin Haney's not a star. Shakur Stevenson's not a star. The problem with Devin Haney is he was hitting on that DAZN app for way too long. But, he's still a young fighter, but he needs to be featured more on TV. And what makes them stars, too, not being undisputed, popularity is what makes you a star. What made Sugar Ray Leonard the star was his popularity. Mike Tyson, popularity. Floyd Mayweather, popularity. Manny Pacquiao, popularity. You have to be popular to be a star, and these guys don't have that kind of popularity.
Yep. Yeah, I was talking. Me and Mel was
talk.
me
I see that.
and Mel was talking on. My bad.
I was agreeing with Blood Boxer, Retro. He made a great point. Extremely great point. And Ray Leonard also could talk. I mean, when we saw Mike Tyson, Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, and Sugar Shane Mosley all in the same room, and then we just seen how when they're in the same room, it's just that boxing spirit. Fans just subconsciously can pick up on it. Although Marvin Hagler had a certain demeanor of a boxer, which will always be respected and loved by the fans, Leonard his character was different. You know, it's I think fans just pick up on it, and I think out of all between that on top rank as far as what I'm saying, it's based on my observation. I see that Devin, he's in a good position. I truly believe that Shakur and if Shakur and Devin Ford, that can boost them as stars, even or. And I think Shakur's on a path, on a direction to become a star. He hasn't touched like a pay-per-view platform, but he's still his name. You know, they say publicity is all publicity is good publicity. You know, I think he's moving in a okay direction. He just needs the fights. You know, and I think I always say knockout sell or just punch placement sells. You know, putting guys down, beating them up. It's just they just got to get in the ring. You said they got to get in the ring and make themselves popular and get those viral moments. You know, knocking a guy out, making them do the stanky legs, spinning them around. Just do some viral moments and not just kind of like trying to base everything in outside the ring events as far as sparring or just crazy, the things that don't really add into what fans really care about going forward.
Yeah, I believe that too. And like, Meth, like when me and you was talking yesterday, when we were talking about like them actually bringing celebrities and other stars to the realm of boxing, and when they doing that, big movie stars, it ain't shit. It ain't shit to see. Man, I'm on my Instagram and fucking I don't know, fucking Denzel keep liking all my videos I put up. Nigga, I'ma go in Denzel DMs. Hey, you wanna come watch me train? I got this fight coming up. Woo, 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 woo. This day, this we can go dinner. This he say, yeah, nigga, boom, niggas gonna see me with Denzel. Denzel coming to watch me. Everybody gonna be talking about that shit. You building up your buzz. Nigga, I'll be doing that damn near with everybody. Let a motherfucker like my shit. Let a motherfucking celebrity comment on my shit. Now I'm gonna hit your DM. Hey, man, you wanna see me come train? You ever been in the gym? We're gonna come to the gym, rock and show you, bring your camera.
Shouted out Ugas the other day. He said, Ugas, that is Ugas? Yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah, so it's like, bro, like that you connect yourself to somebody that got eyes on them already. And they put their eyes on you. You don't go to their world. You don't go to their movie, saying like, yeah, you could in a favor because they came to your shit. But you want to get people to look at boxing, bring motherfuckers to the world of boxing. It ain't no difference from when people were saying like fucking Miles Davis in the gym. Like hey blood, who Miles Davis used to be training with and in the gym with?
He been over there with Ali, man. Miles
Like,
Davis used to go to. He was a boxing fan though.
yeah.
Ali used to always get guys like Sam Cooke. They always would attach themselves to celebrities. Fighters have done that in the past. Some fighters have done that. Yep.
Mm-hmm. It made it successful. Hell, Floyd Mayweather was getting 50 Cent in the gym, boxing and shit. Like, so it's like that shit help. It helped bring more eyes to you, bring eyes to boxing, you know what I mean? And then you go out and you perform. You do that, we see the build up, you fight, they ringside, woo woo, and you spectacular performance. Oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna keep watching him. Oh, y'all heard about this dude? Like, and it go on from there. You know what I mean? You can't be doing no bullshit going there and get your ass slumped. Then hey, it is what it is. But bro. That's how I see they could do it. That's how if I was to be watching one of my favorite actors or rappers and I see them with a boxer, I'd be like, man, who the hell is this? You know what I mean? That they all enamored over this boxer. I don't know who he is. Like, you know what I
The
mean?
problem
Like,
with these fighters, though, is that they're in denial. They think they're stars because YouTube might make them feel like they're stars because they got a fan base within the boxing community. You got guys like Tank Davis. He's going around saying he's a star, and he's not, because nobody really know Tank Davis like that. If you go out to Walmart now and you ask people if they know who Tank Davis is, most people ain't going to know him. They'll know Floyd Mayweather, but they're not going to know Tank Davis because Tank Davis just hasn't been featured on TV enough. Being on a pay-per-view, ain't nobody buying Tank Davis's pay-per-view tomorrow. Not no casuals anyway. The people who are going to buy that pay-per-view are going to be hardcore fight fans, and a lot of us ain't going to buy it because we know about live streaming now.
yeah,
So
yeah,
they
Tank,
have to be creative. They got to be trendsetters in some kind of way.
yeah, and Tank more on the popular side of boxing. See, like Tank would be the motherfucker when I ask somebody who they know. That's who they gonna say. They gonna say Canelo, Tank, or Ryan. Them like the three most popular: Canelo, Tank, or Ryan. Or they
He's
might know
more
all
popular
three.
than a lot of the
You know,
fighters that are around
hmm
now, but he's
but
still
he ain't
not a
like,
big popular
yeah,
name like a Sugar Ray Leonard or something like that. He's
yeah,
nothing like that.
yeah. You ask 10 people who Tank is, 4, 5 of them might know who Tank is.
More people know Sugar Ray Leonard than Tank, and Sugar
Yeah,
Ray Leonard's been retired for decades.
facts. Shit, I asked motherfucker who Sugar Ray Leonard is. I'm gonna get a shit. They probably gonna say Sugar Ray. Yeah, they probably you say you know Sugar Ray. They probably gonna say Robinson or Leonard. You know what I mean? I know both of them. So
Mm-hmm.
and Sugar Shane. I like Shane too. Like so yeah, like they is and they got to build it to that. But shit, Tank. I say Tank probably got the best chance. See, I don't
He has
know.
star potential,
Tank.
Q.
Yeah,
Q, he has star
cause
potential because he delivers big knockouts. But if let's just say he knocks out Hector Garcia, and it's a big time knockout, a highlight reel type knockout, and it's done on pay-per-view. A lot of people ain't going to see that. That fight should have been on regular TV. See, 30 years ago, that fight would have been on regular TV, and people would have been like, "Oh man, who the hell is this guy knocking out everybody like this?" Next thing you know, he's got a big fan base who's willing to put that money out towards him. But these guys are being hidden, man. They think they're stars already. They want all this money, and they're not able to generate that kind of money. Like someone like Devin Haney shouldn't even be talking about, trying to talk like Floyd Mayweather or nothing, because he can't generate that kind of money because he was hidden on the zone for too long. And over a few Kambosos fights, that's not enough, especially considering he didn't get a knockout. That's why it's hard to, because you know how casuals are. They don't think like us. They don't watch the science like us. You need a big time knockout like a Floyd Mayweather or Toro Gotti, something like that. Even Mayweather used to deliver. When it was time to deliver, he delivered in his prime. He would get those guys out of there.
bro, these niggas can't like. They got to get to the point. Say, I look like this, man. If you can't consistently sell out a 5,000 seat venue, bro. If you can't pack that bitch out, bro, on a consistent basis, bro, I better not never see you on pay per view. And on top of that, 5,000 people coming to watch, bro. Regular TV, bro, man, bro, you need at least 3, 4 million people viewing you, bro, before you should even see a pay per view, bro. I like, how is somebody gonna make money? Be like, oh yeah, I put this dude on pay per view, but he ain't never sold out. He ain't never sold out a damn 5,000 seat venue. Let alone if I put you on pay per view, nigga, I'm put 20,000, 25 seat, 25 seat. You know what I mean? 25,000 seat venue, and I want that pay per view. So, bro, they doing that shit way too early. They moving these dudes way too early. I think they gauged that shit off YouTube. I think they probably put all them views together. Look, they viral knockout, put that together with the YouTube, together with the Twitter, and be like, man, this type of views he doing. Like, nah, bro.
But
Regular
people act
TV
like these
live.
5,000, 10,000 and 15 and 20,000 is a lot. Man, guys
That's
like Emil
light.
Griffith, I was reading about a fight with Emil Griffith that went 40,000. There was 40,000 people watching them live. There's Floyd Patterson, A lot of guys like that, and some of those guys never made it to superstar status. Just because you could fill an arena, that's not enough either. Like, you have to have something special. You have to be like a Sugar Ray Leonard and a Mike Tyson and people like that.
Yeah,
Ali was
that
one time
yeah.
watched on TV by, I think it was 2 times he was watched by over 1 billion people while he was fighting. Stuff like that. That kind of shit ain't happening anymore. Those are stars, not Tank Davis and people like that. Mike Tyson being watched by 95 million people the night he fights and things like that. That's a star. Not I mean, because the 20,000 and 25,000, that's been done several times. Like guys like Emil Griffith was doing that. So I mean, and he never turned out to be a star.
That's what I'm saying, blood. They do that for people that don't even get them type of numbers. They can't even get motherfuckers. They get. T.O. was just in the big room. They blacking off the whole upper deck because none of it sold. Like, bro, this nigga can't even do that. I bet not never see Cat on pay-per-view. I bet not. Like, the shit is crazy. Like, why y'all even putting this dude on ESPN Plus, man? Y'all better put this nigga straight up on TV. Let this shit be seen. Like,
exactly.
I don't get it.
The
I don't get it. Like,
come out to see Tank are people who already know Tank. He's not going to expand his audience. In this era, you can't even put up a highlight reel on YouTube because there's so many other things to watch. How many people are going to run across the short or whatever, if that's how it ends up? It's just, you got to be featured on TV, man. You got to be.
I was just having that conversation, bro.
And then he could go to a pay-per-view model once he's developed that kind of audience. He don't have that audience. They could sit up there and they could tell us that he's a star and all these crazy-ass fanboys on YouTube because Devin Haney, Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, all of them got crazy fanboys on YouTube. And you go to their channels, if they like them, they're going to say that they're superstars now and shit, and they're not. The reason why I know that because I've been watching the sport for a long time, and I know that Floyd Patterson and Emil Griffith used to have 30,000 and 25,000 come watch them fight, and those guys were never super big stars. They weren't the stars like Ali was, and Mike Tyson and Sugar Ray Leonard, who had millions and millions of people watching them. Maybe they didn't have as big of a pay-per-view, but on network TV and premium networks, they had huge audiences. And that's what made them stand out. They also, Devin Haney needs to be a trendsetter. He needs to say, well, look, Bob, if you can't get me this Lomachenko fight, maybe I want to be the guy now to fight 4 times a year. That's what Canelo Alvarez was trying to do. Stay active, get a lot of fights in, go on TV, do something different than what everyone else is doing. Stop telling us that boxing has changed. Well, boxing's changed. It's not the way it used to be. Like Carlo and them like to say that all the time. Oh, boxing has changed. It's not what it used to be. Okay, well, be a trendsetter. Because none of you guys are known right now. You're going to have to do something different, bro.
Yep.
I agree.
They gotta break the mold and shit like you, man, bro. I see old school fights all the time, bro. Every time I go back and watch these fights, 90s, 80s, 70s, bro, the crowd fucking packed. It ain't not, man. It don't matter what fucking fight I'm watching, bro. I'm talking about. I'll be watching goddamn Ken Norton fighting goddamn fucking look, I can't.
Q, you backing out on us, man. What you said?
You hear me now?
Yeah,
man. I'll be watching Ken Norton fighting goddamn Ernie Shavers or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's packed out.
Smoky rooms, them smoky damn, because they used to smoke back then. It was the smoky ass arenas used to be packed to the brim, man. Back then, and they weren't giving away tickets like they do now. Now they have to give away tickets to even make it look decent. They're taking it to the streets.
Man, it was different back then.
Me that like, if you just hang around these fights,
yeah, like it's crazy. Ticket. Like
well, I think one of the I agree. I think one of the major I don't know if it's downfalls because we see the Olympics and boxing in the Olympics is on its way out. Possibly, we don't know the future of the Olympic boxing, and that's kind of one of the major transitioning for fighters is the Olympics, then going pro. That's great to be gone. Many of the greatest fighters ever went to the Olympics. And then for that to leave, it kind of speaks on the state of boxing. I mean, when I do watch past fights, I've seen the fan bases have changed. Right now, we see guys and the fans, and they breaking down to brawls. It's just, I mean, even when Triller had their event, right? Guys smoking weed and just looking crazy, right? And it's just it was kind of a stain on boxing, just as a stain, you know. It defeated the purpose of what boxing really is about. What it's a shame what boxing is really about. People they're getting best dressed, suit and tie, fans they're just cheering for their fighter. What we see, Floyd, even when you go to Tokyo, I mean the fans are just Japan or in Saudi, the fan is different. We're seeing a different fan base. You know, they're not really doing what we see in America. I mean, American fan base has definitely changed. I agree.
It has, and not only that, you got guys who are YouTubers like Jake Paul. Shit, Jake Paul is as popular as any of these fighters. He got Devin Haney has actually been on the Jake Paul undercard before. We're talking about an undisputed champion who's actually fought on the undercard of a YouTuber. You know, it's changed a lot. The times have changed, man. And it's these fighters' fault because they listen to too much of these writers and these fanboys on the internet and stuff like that, and they really think they're stars and they're not. I can't name no fighters that are superstars on the level of definitely not on the level of a Sugar Ray Leonard, Mike Tyson, or Ali. We don't have that anymore. The biggest stars, in my opinion, is Canelo Alvarez, because he has a pretty loyal fan base, and maybe Anthony Joshua over in the UK. He has some crazy fans too, and his stardom is kind of dulling out a little bit. But there's not really any real big superstars in the fight game now. And you can't sell me Tank Davis as a superstar. You can't, not an old school guy like me. You could go and tell some of these fanboys that, you know, want an interview with him on their page or something that he's a superstar, but he ain't no superstar to me. I've seen superstars before. And just by saying that somebody fills an arena, fills their little hometown place or something like that, and they be lying about that shit too. Like you said, they be blacking out shit and exaggerating all of that too, giving away tickets and all kind of shit. But, you know, that's not enough just to draw a crowd. Shit, Tony Schiavone used to draw big crowds at his fights. You know what I'm saying? That guy never panned out to be shit, but he drew big crowds all the time. There was a lot of guys who drew big crowds. That don't mean shit. That don't mean absolutely nothing. That don't mean nothing but the fact that you could draw a big audience in your geographic region or whatever the case may be. But these guys, man, they can fool all these other people. They got to fight each other. They got to demand to be seen on TV. Just cut the pay-per-view shit out because that shit ain't going nowhere now. Though nobody even hardly do over 100,000 no more. Deontay Wilder did 75,000 when he could have been featured on TV, and that a big knockout could be seen somewhere else by a bunch of casuals. That's how you gain an audience, man. You gain an audience and you become a star by being a fucking popular fighter. And these guys are not popular. They can sit up here and bullshit all they want, but they're not popular.
Shit, but they want a lot of money.
Especially when Floyd Mayweather, the record is 4.6 million for pay-per-view. That ain't happening again, right? But that doesn't mean that somebody can't be watched by 95 million again. Shit, with Ali, it was 1 billion 2 times. So, you know, that's popular. You know, so you're going to try to tell me that a guy who's watched by 100,000 people, whether it's pay-per-view or not, 100, 200,000 people is popular when somebody once did 1 billion? It just doesn't make no sense. That's why I don't be fucking around on this YouTube shit no more, because it's too many fucking fanboys, man. I don't want to hear shit like Devin Haney is a star. He's a star. And all of this, and Tank Davis is a star, and Shakur Stevenson is a star, and all that. You know, I understand you want to get Tank Davis to come on your page from the Rise podcast or whatever, but shit, you can't tell me that nigga's a star, man. I don't want to hear that shit.
Shit, what about the money they want to fight? They said they can't pay for that shit. They can't afford that shit. You think they need to take some type of pay cut? Shit, maybe incentives. You know, less pay, more incentives and shit, or you think shit That's too much. That's
Eventually they're
too
going
much
to
to
have to
ask.
take less pay, man. I don't know if it's really true. Like, let's take Terrence Crawford, for instance. They say he made $10 million. Did he make that back? Did he make that $10 million back? I doubt it very seriously. I don't know if he, I mean, if you had 100,000 pay-per-views, I don't really think that they made enough, it was as much of a success as they claim it is, especially with a $39.99 pay-per-view. The numbers don't add up. Either they're lying about the numbers that they're getting, the money that they're getting and shit like that. They're either lying about that or they're going to have to come to terms with reality soon because they're not drawing that kind of income in. Ain't nobody buying their pay-per-views like that. People ain't, because 100,000, 125,000, if you want to call that successful, that's not successful. That's not a successful pay-per-view when you got, especially when you're charging $39.99. I already know the deal on all of that shit, right?
How much
I
is
sit
that?
back and listen to these people talking. I'm like, man, you guys are out of your mind, man.
How much is that? You know how much that add up to? I ain't got no calculator.
You know what? I don't got the calculator. I don't got the math. I'm pretty sure that there's a couple of these YouTube managers and online promoters who will break it down, but they don't even know. They'll pull their calculators and break it down because they don't know all the people who got to be paid and all that kind of shit like that. So it never makes any sense anyway because they don't know who all got their hands in the cookie jar. They don't know. They could sit out there and they could pull out their calculators and stuff like that, but they really don't know who got their hands in the cookie jar when it all comes down to it. I figured this shit out years ago. They're not making the money back, man. They're not making it back. I'm not really sure if Terrence Crawford got $10 million. If he did get $10 million, then somebody lost out big time. That's all I'm saying. They're not going to continue to lose out like that. You're not going to continue to do it, man. It's going to get worse and worse. These guys are going to continue to be delusional and think they're superstars all the time, and they're not. Tank Davis shouldn't be on pay-per-view. Tank Davis ain't no superstar. One day I'm going to just walk around with my camera. That might be my new thing for 2023, to walk around on my camera and ask people how many people really know these damn busters, man. Nobody know none of these guys, man. And then they sit on here all day and talk about A side, B side, and it's just like that fucking clown Cambosos, He got him a little belt. Teofimo Lopez was doing it, acting like he's some big-time superstar, man, because Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo came to your or whatever, man. Get the fuck
J-Lo ain't pull up, man. I don't think J-Lo pull up.
I do got some. I got a little pushback, blood.
More interested, man. Right? I heard Madonna came to a Tank Davis fight, but did Madonna suck his dick and have him in the new video, in the new Vogue video? Nah, she didn't do none of that. So I don't hear none of that bull. I know she's an old.
I have a question, bro. I got a question.
There's got to be something interesting in the shit, man.
I'm gonna pass on that head from Madonna here. I'm passing on that.
My only pushback or question is all right. So because we live in a digital time, and what's what I'm looking for? Celebrities or content creators, right? Boxing being entertainment, that fighters do make money through fighting, and now with what's the word I'm looking for? Social networks like TikTok, Instagram. I'm not sure if you can make money on Facebook, but I know TikTok you make money, Instagram you can make money, even YouTube alone. Do you think that adds to boxing when they do say stars? When I look at like Ryan's social media, he said he makes money outside the ring, and then when we see him, he's hanging around multi-millionaire moguls at the same at that, Jake Paul prior to boxing was a mogul in a sense, him and his brother, multi-millionaires. We've seen Ryan hanging around the UFC heavyweight champion Francis Ngannou, and then with the hot box with Mike Tyson. He's been in the same room. Ryan, even Tank, we've seen them in the same rooms and in the same so I'm sorry, like find like the money in the same bracket, in the money bracket of all these guys. And then it's like from knowing that celebrities, entertainers, content creators can make money through and millions through TikTok, Instagram, even YouTube. Do you think that's what they mean by stars? Like even outside of the ring, that their fights is bringing in revenue for these fighters, and TikTok. They could probably put clips of their fights when they're training on these sites. We see now fighters are now using OnlyFans, and I know OnlyFans does get it does have a bad stench and a bad odor to it. You know, we're thinking about women in latex and doing nasty shit on them. It's OnlyFans. Fighters are now doing content on OnlyFans where they get people to subscribe and buy to watch certain things. Now, I'm not sure they all are fighting on their OnlyFans, spawn training, probably just driving car. We don't know. Right? I'm not going to buy a motherfucker's OnlyFans.
I don't think that they stand out on no damn TikTok. You got somebody you could get a little a fucking little fairy nigga come on there snapping and twitching his neck and get more views than that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can get views on TikTok. This is some weird shit that's getting top views now. You know, you get all kind of people, children, 5 years old and shit, get more views than that. You know, that's not nothing to solidify you being a star because your video got shared a lot. They don't got shit to do with it. They don't got nothing to do with none of that shit, man. It's not helping them get no pay-per-view money. That's for damn sure. They could, and that's part of the problem is that people know that they could see them. They could see the short on the internet, right? They're not getting paid for that shit, man.
So the only way to get paid is that guaranteed. So would you say so? Then guaranteed money is the only way to go.
Nah, them niggas be getting them motherfuckers get
guaranteed
paid
money is a good way to go. That's how they did it back in the day. And people like network interest on network TV and things like that. Because Mike Tyson and them, they didn't have pay-per-view and stuff like that. They were getting big paydays. And when you put the inflation in there too, use an inflation calculator, and you see that one of them got $20 million back in 1989 and 25 million in 89, that's like fucking 40 million and shit like that now. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have the internet back then. They didn't have TikTok to help them out. You know, they got their revenue through network views and shit like that.
Nah, blood. Niggas get paid through TikTok and Instagram. I ain't gonna lie, Instagram and Facebook. Facebook pay you shit. Hell yeah, that's why now they got commercials and shit on motherfucker shit. And when you see on some people shit, on some people shit, they got a whole bunch like them influencers and shit like that. Man, they pay them motherfuckers. Niggas be getting paid like 13,000 a week and shit on that motherfuckers. Like, hey,
really, probably the
do
only place that Tank is going to get any money from network from the views is probably from the Rise podcast because there somebody from his camp is actually getting the AdSense for that. But all these people sharing his videos, that ain't giving them nothing, man. He ain't getting nothing for that shit.
Nah,
everybody's gonna clip his video. He ain't getting no damn money.
Niggas getting paid, blood. Niggas getting paid on Instagram. Instagram pay people.
Well, if he has his own Instagram page, though,
well,
right?
I'm not saying like Tank and fucking them. Like I don't know if they getting paid, but I know like even like little influencers like motherfuckers that be just talking about crediting and shit like that on there, and they got a whole bunch of reels. They get paid for that shit. They get paid a lot of money for that shit.
Okay, see, I don't really know how Instagram works, but if that's what it takes to be a star now to get paid on Instagram, then that's where we're at then, right? That's where we're at now.
I mean, that ain't how I'm looking at it because ultimately we talking about fighting. All that shit don't matter. You get me to view, you get me to pay for your fight. That's what we talking about. You know, as far as if that's what they want to say, them get money on Instagram and TikTok and you know, you sponsor a little money, people let you putting people in your little description and shit. That's cool. That ain't got nothing to do. But ultimately, what we talking about fighting in that ring and getting motherfuckers to pay for that. That's what we talking about. I ain't saying that it ain't nothing wrong with doing that and getting your money
they
that
get
way.
their money to the side from their fan groups, but I'm pretty sure that every time someone clips a Tank video, he's not getting paid for it. Like if I clip
I don't know.
highlight reel right now and put it on YouTube, Tank ain't gonna get no money for that shit. If anything, it's hurting his pockets, if anything, because now people just realize that they could watch the shit on social media. And what's really killing them is the live streaming, and they don't get paid for none of that shit. They don't get paid for the live streaming networks. The live people who live streaming and legally stream their shit, they're not getting a cut from First Row Sports. First Row Sports is making all that fucking money.
Yeah, shit. They gotta do it, man. Shit, it is what it is. That's the sport they chose.
Maybe that's what they're looking at that makes these guys think they're stars, is maybe they see a video with a clip of them and they see that it's got, 1 million views or 5 million views. Maybe that's what makes them think they're stars. But these guys are not stars because, like I said, you could get a little fiery black guy, snap his fingers and put a G-string on, and he get more hits than them. I'm just telling you what it is. It's the truth, man. It's gossip TMZ shit get more than that. Gamers get more than that. I've even seen YouTubers do a live stream the same time as fucking the event. BT Sports could do a live event, and a YouTuber could go live at the same time and get as many views as the BT Sports and shit. They ain't getting the cut from the YouTuber who puts up who does the live reaction and who's getting more views than the actual fucking website and shit like that.
Yeah, no, they don't get paid. They don't get paid like that.
I don't know what it is that make these guys think they're a star, but I don't see none of them as a star because don't nobody know these motherfuckers, right? Don't nobody know who Tank Davis is around here. I could go right now, walk down the street, man. One person wouldn't know Tank Davis. I guarantee you that. They want to know who the fuck he is. I said, are you going to watch that Tank Davis fight tomorrow? Tank Davis, who's he, an MMA guy? They don't even know if he's boxing or MMA.
Hey, my opinion might be biased. My father asked me to be watching Tank fight this weekend, but that we can Baltimore. So I have a slight bias. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw in the chat. It's just the rise of team sports, basketball, football, the World Cup just passed us, and then every video I'm playing video games. They're putting in Messi and all these guys on these video games, playable characters, and they're getting money off of that. It's a hard market for boxing. It's a dog eat dog sport. LeBron, he's a billionaire now. Kevin Durant is a highly paid. He gets paid a lot of money. I just don't understand. I think I heard on the boxing voice yesterday, there was a guy presented a question as far as fighters and transparency of their wealth. How much they're getting paid, and that bringing in fans. And again, I think it all comes back to fighters making fights. I think that pushes the boxing forward. What else? Fighters making the fights. I do agree that every fight shouldn't be pay-per-view at all. I totally disagree with that. Every fight being pay-per-view. I mean, if we're going to a streaming world and they're going to want to stream fights on apps, which I think it makes sense. I mean, when I go on my phone to open up an app, I think the fight should be on there. Or if they want to at least like maybe pay for a fight on an app. If I'm out at the club, and let's say, what if I say I'm anywhere in the world and they're having their star. I'm using the word star or their top fighter on like a network. Let's say if ESPN Plus is having a fight, and let's say I'm using a name like Fury, right? I mean, he's a different name. I'm using a younger guy. Let's say Josh Taylor, Jack Catterall rematch, right? I can sit there and say, all right, you buy the app, you're paying $10 a month. All right, so for this Josh Taylor fight, for $15, you get to watch this mega fight with Josh Taylor Catterall that's in the UK. I think that's a step forward compared to the past time of the pay-per-view as we know it. Because then again, it's bringing in more people, and people like when they see shit like $100 pay-per-views, and then they see like just $15, and then they're gonna be paying for the app. It's kind of hard at times we live in. I think you want to reach not just the upper class of fans, but like even to the lower class, because that's what brings in the next generation of fighters. That's kind of the only issue that I have with boxing right now is that they're not recognizing that the Olympics is leaving boxing. And it's like, well, now how are we going to get this next generation of boxers? And that's a problem. I think if they want to make $1 off the fights and they want fans to pay for certain fights, I do agree with Bob Arum when he said lowering the price. And then especially they streaming it, we already have to pay for. I have to pay for ESPN Plus. I have to pay for Showtime. I don't buy the Zone. I don't know the way they operate, but for ESPN Plus and Showtime still moving forward. I definitely think lowering or just paying for certain fights. If you're already paying for the Showtime app on a phone or on your TV, then I think for your notable main events such as the fight this said, I think moving forward, probably not if it's this year, like the years to follow, then I think a reasonable price for certain mega fights makes sense. And then again, you're making a profit, but then at the same time, it's not so demanding on every class of fan. You know, it's basically a slap in the face for fans when you tell fans that all working the 9 to 5 and the fans that want their kids to probably get into boxing. It's like you tell them to scrape every last dollar they can probably make it to watch a fight, and they want to support you, but you're not living in a realistic world. And fans are being more educated, in my opinion. You know,
this is a good point Jerome Benjamin made too, where he says that half of these fighters don't have any sponsorships, endorsement deals in reality. Man, I used to see Marvin Hagler in commercials, Sugar Ray Leonard on commercials, Ali on commercials. Top fighters back in the day used to have sponsorships and endorsement deals. They don't have that no more because, number one, they don't portray a good image, a lot of these guys. You know, they're on internet always doing a bunch of dumb shit, getting in trouble, all kinds of stuff like that. A guy like Tank, he's not suitable to get sponsorships and endorsements when he's always getting in trouble and stuff like that. You know, a lot of these guys are not getting those deals, and that was the way they got paid too back in the day. Was just,
that's a great point.
And then
that's a great point.
Good point you brought up too about like these basketball stars and stuff like that. Their tournament, their elite games are being played on regular TV. We get to see the Super Bowl on TV. We get to see the NBA championships on TV. That's why all of those guys are known like that. Back in the day, we used to get to see Ali versus Ken Norton on TV and shit like that. That's why these guys are not known. They're hiding them on pay-per-views, trying to pretend like they're stars. They're not stars. Somebody in the comment section right here, his name is the Slick 93, says, LOL, Tank not a superstar. Stop the cap. He ain't no superstar. That's the problem with you, Slick 93. You was born in 1993, boy, right? By that time, I was already throwing my own fight parties, man. Right? You was born in 93. You came up on the internet. So, no, Tank ain't no damn star because guys like Mike Tyson was being seen by millions, Ali by 1 billion people, hundreds of millions and shit like that. That's a star, boy, right? Slick 93, why don't you hit the link and stop talking all that shit from the comments, right? We need some smoke on here anyway. We need to get some smoke up on here because Get This Smoke ain't giving us none right now. Bring your little young ass on here and talk that shit over here. Ain't no damn superstar about that, some cap. Ain't no motherfucking cap. The motherfucker ain't no superstar, nigga. Any of y'all want to hit that link? Hit that link right now. And I'll tell you why his little ass ain't no superstar. You can't even carry out the discussion and you want to sit up here and talk in the comment section. Fanboys. That's the problem. That's one of the problems. And you ain't never played for no damn fight in your life, Slick 93, right? You ain't got the money, man. You ain't got the money to pay for no fight, you little young ass motherfucker. Go sip on some Similac, nigga. Go sip that Similac.
It was a point you just made.
This link.
It was a point you just made, but I damn forgot. It was a damn. Shit. Oh man, it was something you just said. No, I was like, damn. Oh man, I forgot. But I was something.
What did it have to do with the athletes? The athletes being featured on when you have NBA games, we get to see all that shit on TV. That's why those guys are more. I said that back in the day, fighters had sponsorships because the guy in the comment section made a good comment on that too. Endorsements and things like that, you know. I just don't see none of these guys to be any superstars at all. and people see it as hating coming from an older fan like me, they're just gonna mark me off in the hater. These little young guys born in the 1990s and born in 93 and 2003 and stuff, they always just see me, they mark me off as a hater. But I'm telling the truth because I saw how boxing evolved, man. I saw how it looked like 30 years ago. They didn't see what it looked like 30 years ago. I even know what it looked like on the internet back in 2005 and 2006 and 7 and shit. I know exactly what boxing looked like on the internet since the internet was birthed to this motherfucking country. Right? I've seen how it looked the whole time. From the AOL chat to now, I've seen exactly what the shit looks like. So ain't nobody gonna come on here and tell me that somebody's a superstar when you ain't see all that, right? The guy ain't no motherfucking superstar, point blank, period.
It was about sponsorships and endorsements. Okay. It was. I think it's, and it kind of go back to how I was saying when we see the UK fighters and how we see boxing now, how it's viewed in Saudi Arabia, even in Japan, how the fans, it's the culture, the people. In America, we see a lot of the fighters gravitating to the streets more so often. I think Ryan, he did have a hiccup as far as with a while back, and but he kind of cleaned up his act. Ray Leonard always kept a clean nose. Hagler, I know Tommy Hearns in this time he had an incident with his brother, but then even still he kept himself out of trouble. And I think that's for the American fan. It's more so they attach to the wrong crowd, right? Today, the fighters, especially especially I'll say that the black fighters I'm saying we in a sense attach ourselves to the wrong crowd. With Ali, it was more so we talking about Sam Cooke, we talking about Malcolm X, we talking about people that are moving not just their own respected craft for, but like the people. Malcolm X always was in a sense trying to educate people. Sam Cooke kind of speaking positive in his music, and that's kind of the problem with the American fan is, and it's hard to get people to relate to you when they don't even relate to your music. I think everybody listens to hip hop, but they don't relate to hip hop. I think that's a problem.
That is true. Yeah, I agree with that. You know what, Mike Tyson wasn't the cleanest guy around, but he had a lot of little deals on the side, like they did video games after him and all kinds of stuff. So he had a couple of little sponsorships and endorsements back in the day. It was before he started getting in so much trouble. I think after the early 90s with that shit with the beauty pageant is what kind of put him out of that whole thing. But right before that, he was picking up a whole bunch of shit before then. Before then, he was getting the endorsements and the sponsorships until he went to prison. And after that, then that was it. But over in the UK, guys like Anthony Joshua, they're getting a boatload of money off of endorsements and sponsorships and shit like that. And they got the backing. They have the crowd to back them who actually put money into them, right? That will go see their fight and will support them financially. These guys that are going around talking about and acting like they'll die for Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford and shit like that, they don't put no money into this fucking sport. And, I'm not sitting up on my high horse acting like I'm paying for their pay-per-views either, but I'm not on here talking like I'm going to put my life on the line for Errol Spence either. I'm not doing none of that. And I've put my money into boxing in the past. It's just that now the shit's free. So, if you don't give me what I want, then I'm not going to fucking support the fight. If you do give me what I want, I'm going to make sure I support that motherfucker and buy a pay-per-view. I did it for Floyd all the time, and Floyd's ass never gave me what I wanted. And that was it. That was just the final straw. I was like, fuck that. Now that they got good live streaming, I'm no longer going to support guys who don't give the fans what they want. So it is what it is, man. These guys got to deliver. If they don't deliver, I'm not supporting. I'll watch this shit for free. And I'll support the companies who use technology to make sure I get that shit free by making sure I hit their website, First Row Sports, VIP, all that stuff like that. I'm going to hit their network. I'm going to make sure that they get their money from it for showing it for free. Oh, no, I'm not going to feed a bunch of fucking pretenders who don't give me the fights I want. Tank Davis, this is not a bad fight he's taking with Garcia. It's really not a bad fight. But really what we would like to see, especially after this fight, no more Garcia-type fights. Give us Devin Haney next or somebody like that. You guys got to put this shit on the line, man. There's people out here talking for you guys all the time on social media and stuff, arguing for y'all. Y'all need to back that shit up by getting in the ring and fighting each other. Because we're getting tired of sitting up here just talking and about dream fights when these guys are young in their prime and they could be meeting up and fighting right now. And right now we're talking about some barrier with Devin Haney and fucking Lomachenko, which is probably Bob Arum's fault. If Bob Arum doesn't feel Lomachenko's ready, then why aren't you building up your young black fighter, right? You always prefer the foreign fighters. You even said it, Bob Arum. You said that black fighters don't sell back in the day. That's why every white fighter and every fucking foreign fighter he's ever had, he's always gave them a harder push every time. He told Ray Mercer back in the day that, hey, you're black. That's why Tommy Morrison is getting more money than you. Even though you're the champion, Tommy Morrison is going to get the more money because you're black. He was honest with Ray Mercer. He was honest with several more motherfuckers too. He ain't pushing these guys like that, man. He wants to push foreign fighters like Lomachenko because he thinks that these are the guys that are going to sell, but that's not it's not how it's turning out. So he might as well go ahead and put his chips in Lomachenko. I mean, in Devin Haney. And Devin Haney, he might as well push Devin Haney. Shit. Devin Haney is a marketable young man. Put his ass on TV, promote him right on ESPN as an undisputed. Stop talking about all these other guys who are lightweight, rinky-dink champs. You know, the only one you need to promote is Devin Haney. He's the undisputed champ.
So do you think, all right, I think that's a great point as well. With the fan bases, right? Do you think that's because of ethnicity and nationality that the fan bases are divided, especially in the boxing? I mean, we've seen that the biggest draws in boxing were black fighters, but as of today, it's a lot of division amongst the fans, or the fans might just don't like black fighters as they used to, or do you think they hold black fighters to a certain standard?
No, I think when it comes to top rank, I think it's different in different places. But when it comes to top rank, and you're looking at Bob Arum has always said that black fighters don't sell. He's been saying that shit since the late 70s, that foreign fighters sell better, white fighters are sell better. But, you know, it's never been the case. It's always been a myth. It's all it's ever been, because it's always been black fighters that sell the most anyways. You know, so his best bet is to just come to terms with reality. This ain't 1979. This ain't 89. This ain't even 95. This is 2023. You got a champion in Devin Haney. Promote that motherfucker. Promote him. If Lomachenko ain't ready for him, too fucking bad, right? Put Lomachenko in the ring with him. Lomachenko's getting old anyway. What is he, 34, 35? He's had a couple of surgeries now. He's an older fighter. He's never going to be the same what he used to be. Waiting another 2 years ain't going to do nothing for Lomachenko, but make it even worse probably, right? So the best thing to do is just to promote Devin Haney. If you want to do an undisputed reign, stay at 135. It's apparent that Devin Haney looked pretty drained at his last weigh-in, the one with Cambosis. Some people were wondering about his health and shit. If not, move his ass up as a former undisputed that and promote him right. Bob Arum ain't promoting these black fighters right. He's not, man. He's want to have whole faith in these foreign fighters and stuff like that. I'm just keeping it real, man. I know a lot of people don't want to hear it and they say, hey, man, you bringing color into it and stuff like that. But this is shit Bob Arum said. Bob Arum is the one that said that black fighters don't sell. He's the one who said that. I didn't just pull this out of my ass. The man been saying this shit for fucking decades now. And he's treating Devin Haney now the way he's showing me that he hasn't changed his opinion on that. Because he's treating him second class if he's protecting Lomachenko. Why protect Lomachenko? I know that you guys put a lot of stock into Lomachenko, talking about he's the best thing since Ali, even though we've seen other fighters fight like him before. We've seen guys who utilize great footwork, great counterpunching, Pernell Whitaker. We've seen a lot of fighters like that. But, you know, because Lomachenko is a white guy, he wanted to promote Lomachenko as something never seen before, which is some bullshit. You know, you got Devin Haney. Promote Devin Haney. If Lomachenko ain't ready for him, then get somebody else in there. Get Shakur Stevenson. That's an easy fight to make. They're both over there at ESPN. And stop bullshitting, man. That's what they're doing. They're bullshitting. And a lot of older fans, we're losing interest in the sport. And we were the ones who actually were paying the pay-per-views and stuff like that, because we're not like these younger fight fans who already come in with an understanding that there's live streaming out there, that they can see the fights for free. Most older guys don't even want to deal with live stream. We prefer to just go ahead and pay the pay-per-view and shit like that. We don't really want to deal with that a whole lot of times. Some of the older guys, like Bruce Gass, for instance, he's like an older guy with like a younger technology mind. So he's going to be willing to go in and do live streaming. But most people from my age to the age of a Bruce Gass, we don't want to fuck with no damn pay-per-view. We prefer to pay for the fight. But they got to give us something to pay for. Ain't nobody going to be paying for that Tank Davis fight, man. I say it does over because it's Tank Davis. You know, it do over 100,000, but it ain't gonna do no 1 million or 2 million or nothing like that. He's not no popular fighter. About this cap, there ain't no fucking cap. He ain't popular like that, bro. Point blank. Period. If you think he's popular, then you just from a different generation, man. And your standard is 150,000 pay-per-views. That's your standard, man. Right? The record is 4.6 million. That ain't gonna happen again. But for some reason, MMA, they could still do a million pay-per-views and stuff like that because the best fight the best over there in the UFC world.
So I got a question then. All right, I'm gonna use like music. That's not even true because again, it's like I was going to use when like how hip hop artists when they release albums a day, it's like they can't sell any hard copies, right? But they get the streams. But then even still, I was going to say like artists like what's her name? Shit, what's the girl name? Taylor Swift, right? She still sells a lot of music, right? So I think it's the damn the market that these people are trying to reach out to, and I think Ryan Garcia would definitely be more was an active fighter, then probably he'd be like one of the biggest stars in boxing if he took the craft seriously and just actually was an active fighter. He probably would be one of those breakthrough artists. Just looking at how I think all entertainment has changed. But you said even still UFC they do great pay-per-view numbers every time they host an event. So would you say it's because of the different and multiple networks in boxing?
Listen, man, like Taylor Swift, the thing about Taylor Swift, when you use a music example, that's a good example to use because that just shows in this era here, if you have a hardcore fan base that supports you and you put on for your fan base, right? You develop a fan base that way. You develop a fan base that will actually put money behind you and support you. A lot of these little young kids now, they're not going to support a Tank Davis. Tank Davis went away from the traditional fight fans, these type of guys. Not just Tank Davis. I'm not trying to use him and pick on him and use him as a poster child or anything like this, but they're not putting on for the fight fans like Taylor Swift puts on for her audience. I don't know Taylor Swift's music, but I would guess that she's putting on for her audience and she's being consistent with her work. Maybe she's not going commercial, and she's got people who believe in her who say, hey, I'm going to make sure that this young lady gets her fucking money, and they're going to go out and they're going to buy her shit, because you got to do that you got to go with the traditional audience. She probably goes with her traditional audience and don't go outside of the traditional boundaries. These fighters do that shit all the time, though. They be fighting on these bum ass fighters that shouldn't be in the ring with them, and they want us to pay pay-per-view. Like Tank Davis, this fight against Hector Garcia, not a bad fighter. He beat Colbert, and he actually beat him on TV, but didn't nobody really know who Colbert was or anything like that. These guys are not giving us the traditional fight fans, the ones who actually paid pay-per-view. They're not giving us the fights. So all the fight fans who was putting in the money to buy Floyd Mayweather and all of these people in the past, they don't want to buy pay-per-view no more, because we all know that they're bullshit, right? These new fans, the ones who are saying that they're stars and stuff, they're not putting forth the pay-per-view because they're kids, most of them. It's just like the kid in the comment section, the 93 Slick guy who was born in 1993, right? He's not going to put no money out towards Tank Davis. Never. I put money behind the fighters that I supported. The fighters that I supported, I bought their pay-per-views back in the day. If they was putting on shit, I wouldn't have been buying their pay-per-view. I would have just had to, I guess, get black boxer. I did do a lot of that illegal shit too, with the black boxes and stuff like that. But you got to put on for your audience, man. To get the support, you got to actually put on for them. And then, not only that, they're targeting the wrong people. They're targeting like this hip hop audience and stuff like that. Tank Davis, Devin Haney, and all of these guys. These are their target audience are not people who are going to pay. They're young kids and stuff like that. Ryan Garcia, he might be able to go over and cross over, like you said. But a lot of the people who support Ryan Garcia are a bunch of little kids. So do they even have the money to pay-per-view, to buy the pay-per-view? Probably not, because they're probably a lot of his audience is 16-year-old girls. They know how to live stream, right? And they'll learn real quick. They're real computer savvy. They tech savvy. They all of that, man. So you got to target the older fans. We're the ones who's going to put the money, just like MMA. MMA is a good example, right? Why is it that Dana White and them can still do 1 million pay-per-views? Because there's people out there that are older fans that are traditional to the UFC, and they're going to make sure that they support that platform. They don't even want to deal with live stream because they're so big of fans. They don't want to take the chance of a stream freezing up. They're getting what they want, so they're not looking elsewhere. They're not looking at towards streaming because they're getting what they want already. So they're not, guys like me, what happened to guys like us is we weren't getting the fights we wanted. So as soon as somebody came up with a free option, we started looking elsewhere. Well, oh yeah, I can get this shit for free because they're bullshitting us right now. So that light went off in her head. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, if I could get this shit for free, then why the fuck am I gonna pay for it when they're not giving me what the fuck I want? And they're forgetting that the fans and the customers, we're the consumers, right? You can't just give us something. And Floyd Mayweather used to do that all the time. He'd hold the pole, Amir Khan would win the pole or something like that, and he'll be fighting Marcos Maidana and stuff like that. He fucked up a lot of that shit, man. I know that some of you guys are big Floyd fans, but he fucked up a lot of that shit by not giving the fans what they want. And then when him and Manny Pacquiao put on their glorified sparring match and 4.6 million people paid pay-per-view, and we got a glorified sparring match after we waited 6 years, a lot of people went to live streaming and stuff. And just shit, fuck it, I'll just see it when it comes on YouTube. So, the mentality is kind of the same in a way, but there's some differences too. They're just not giving, they got to give us what the fuck we want, bro. I think if they gave us what we want, the traditional fight fans, the ones who did spend the money, they'll come back to the sport and they'll spend money with the fight with the fighters again. But they got to give us what we want. We need the Devin Haney versus Tank Davis fight. We need Shakur Stevenson versus Devin Haney. We need what's his name? Tyson Fury versus Usyk. All these unification bouts, we need them, man. We need Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford. They want to bullshit that now, right? Have us marinated these fights. Fights don't even need to be marinated in this era, right? Because they know fucking stars in the era. And not only that, they don't fight enough to marinate a fight. You can't marinate a fight when you're fighting once a year, and then you're taking a tune-up, and then you take another tune-up to get ready for the fight that you've been marinating for 2 years, and now it's a 3-year marination. Don't nobody know who these guys are. They're inactive. These guys back in the day, they was fighting on TV all the time. They was fighting non-title bouts. If they weren't fighting the fight, then they'll take a non-title fight. And sometimes the non-title fights would be fucking hard fights. There'll be fights outside of their division, like Sugar Ray Leonard. He'll move up and he'll fight a bigger guy like Tony Schiavone, who was a guy who could sell lots of tickets. He was a ticket seller, Tony Schiavone. Sugar Ray Leonard would move up and fight a middleweight, and Thomas Hearns would fight a middleweight, where he fought that guy Colbert, Mike Colbert, and shit like that. We got to see these guys acting all the time, fighting bigger guys and all kinds of shit. Guys that were tough fights and non-title fights and stuff like that. The game has changed, bro. These guys don't believe that shit when they say they're stars because they could sell out their hometown or because they could sell tickets. Like I said, Tony Schiavone was a big Vinny Curto. He sold a lot of tickets and stuff like that. Like I said, Emil Griffith. I was reading that this motherfucker had 30,000 people, and he never developed to be no big superstar fighter. But they will come out and see Floyd Patterson fight Machen. 40,000 came out for that fight. right? Who's Machen and Floyd Patterson? A lot of people know they were never the biggest stars, and so what? They were able to get people into the fight, but that didn't develop into them being a star. You got to have something more to be a star, right? You got to have something more. And Tank Davis ain't no outlier, no area. Errol Spence ain't no fucking outlier. People always talking about you got to do this and you got to do that to get a fight with Errol Spence and to be the A side and all. Man, shut that shit up, man. These guys ain't no motherfucking stars. I'm right here. I'm not on my channel. If anybody want to hit that link and they want to argue the point with me, come on with it, bro.
Yeah, I can't debate that.
I'm saying 10 toes down. I'll stand on it, man.
I can't disagree because I think one of the biggest hits is that we see the future of Olympic boxing getting ready to go. You know, Olympic boxing is ready to go. And I don't hear enough. Like, I don't hear any platform speaking about it. And that's a problem, you know, because if boxing goes in the Olympics, then it's like boxing in America is going to kind of go. You know, that's kind of where we always shined at. I mean, as of recently, we've lost or came up second or third recently. It's always been known that Americans, Andre Ward, Floyd, Ray Leonard, Ali, just 84 class.
Whitaker, all those guys, man. A lot of the guys who came in, Riddick Bowe, Ray Mercer, Lennox Lewis. The Olympics developed a whole lot. Oscar De La Hoya. There's just been so many stars that the Olympics has that developed from the Olympics. But you know, times have changed, man. What can I say? It's a big major hit to boxing. It is. It's a major hit to boxing.
It's hard for me to personally to believe. I personally think it's boxers in that I think it can go to it's like how, who am I thinking of? Like Magic Johnson, right? When Magic Johnson hit the scene and they said how he brought basketball to a different level. I think boxing is kind of it can be there or it could be going to shit. You know, I think just saying how the Olympics is at, and if it goes, that's alarming because then it's hard to see what the amateurs are going to do. You know, it's going to be hard for them to get signed or even be picked up by networks to even be seen on TV. I think putting the amateur fights on networks would be a great idea. Have these amateur fights, whichever ones that they can get on there, they get on there, and having fans see amateurs and what's the process of boxing. But I think boxing is in a tight space. I do like the state of the 147 right now, based on the contenders actually now fighting, and they're kind of doing like an elimination process. But I still want to see all of them mix it up and then keep going forward and just heavyweight. They're doing a good job. They're doing the same thing. All the guys kind of fighting. I still think what's his name? What's the dude name? The Juggernaut. I still think he's calling for a title fight. I still think he should knock off some of them other guys. He's older. Just go ahead and knock off a couple of them guys and still bring more recognition to his name, and then his opportunity to come. They just got to keep staying active, keep fighting, and stop trying to proclaim themselves to be things, and it still work in fights and just opponents. They just great fights for themselves, and then I think the money can fall right in their hands. They say when you're doing the right thing, you're gonna always get what you deserve. You're gonna get what you earn. But just proclaiming to be something without putting it in the work is a problem.
Yeah, man.
Boxing don't stop
what?
One
Back
fight.
in the day, man, what they used to do in the Wild World of Sports on Saturdays, they would show like the amateur prospects, like Sugar Ray Leonard and all of them guys was featured on TV before they even went pro. Mark Breland, a lot of these guys, Pernell Whitaker, they would show like America versus Cuba before the Olympics would even come. They would show a lot of these amateur prospects on TV. And you got to remember, back in the day, there was no competition. You didn't have internet and all of that. So you was kind of stuck to see what was on TV. And when you're turning through them channels and you see some boxing on, you'll catch your eye. And you'll see Mark Breland, you see Pernell Whitaker, you'll see Evander Holyfield. This is just the era that I was growing up, right? You'll see Donald Curry, In 1980, they didn't have an Olympic team in 1980 because the U.S. boycotted the Olympics. But there was a group of guys like a bunch of guys died in a plane crash, but there was still another group of guys like Donald Curry and them who would be featured in amateur tournaments. We got to see these guys. We got to see Riddick Bowe, Ray Mercer, all of these guys. Even Oscar De La Hoya. I saw him before he was. Floyd Mayweather too. Floyd Mayweather was another one. I saw these guys before they even turned pro. I knew who they was already because that's the way they featured them back then. And there was not really a whole bunch of competition because there was no internet platforms. There was no YouTube. There was none of that. So you had to watch what was on TV. So it was built a little bit differently back then, but it does kind of hit boxing hard when they're talking about putting an end to the Olympics and all of that kind of stuff, boxing in the Olympics. It just shows you where boxing is at now, man. Boxing is not in the best place. And it's a lot of it has to do with these wannabe celebrity guys who are inactive. They don't fight. They got the wrong fan bases behind them. Fan bases who think they're stars because they never saw no real superstar. A superstar, every superstar that I could ever think of was some kind of a trendsetter too. To be a superstar, you have to be a trendsetter. Like Ali was a trendsetter. Sugar Ray Leonard was a trendsetter. And really, there's only ever been a few superstars. They'll call anybody a superstar now, but there's only ever been a few trend-setting type superstars in boxing altogether, right? Sugar Ray Robinson back in the day, he was a trendsetter. Marciano was a trendsetter with his undefeated streak. There's only ever been a few. Roy Jones, he was trend-setting. The hip hoppers started grasping on. The hip hop world started grasping on the Roy Jones. He was being mentioned in raps and all kinds of stuff like that. There's only ever been a few trendsetters. Ain't none of these fighters now on that level to where they're trendsetting and they're superstars in that fashion. I think Anthony Joshua has been a big superstar in his country, but as far as being a global superstar, Anthony Joshua was never no global superstar. They exaggerate him too. He's big over in the UK and in Europe, but he ain't no big global superstar. But he's an outlier in this time period. But I don't know if he's a superstar. He didn't have 100 million people watching him when he fought. He's just the outlier for this era. Canelo Alvarez is another outlier for this era. But I don't see no trendsetters. They're stars in boxing, but they're not superstars. Superstars are Ali, Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, Ray Robinson, Rocky Marciano, Joe Louis, Jack Johnson, people who are somewhat trendsetters. They have to have some kind of there's something there that's missing. They have to have an element there of controversy too. An element of controversy. And that don't mean going out and catching charges and beating up your baby mama and shit like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Ali standing against the war. I'm talking about Joe Louis breaking color lines. Jack Johnson at one time breaking color lines, and then Joe Louis reestablishing that. Rocky Marciano with his undefeated streak. Things like that. Sugar Ray Leonard coming out of the 76 Olympics, which was the highest viewed at that time, and then taking it on to star status just with his personality, his charming personality, and things like that, and then establishing TV deals and things like that. There are a lot of things that people don't know that us older fans know, and they want to call everybody a superstar, and it's a bunch of bullshit. I don't want to hear that shit just because maybe you you got a fixation with one of these new fighters. Maybe you could relate to him in some kind of way. Maybe you like his fucking car. Maybe you like the fact that he got a lot of jewelry around his neck and stuff like that, right? But that don't make him a superstar. That don't make Tank Davis a superstar because he could wear jewelry good or because he got what's that car, the Bugatti and all of that stuff. That don't make him no fucking superstar. He ain't even won no major belts. He's never been undisputed. He's never had no kind of reign, nothing like that, right? And you guys want to feature him as a pay-per-view with no belt on the line, a pay-per-view with no belt. The pay-per-view platform was created for specialty fights, for real special events, for big-time fights. That's what the pay-per-view platform was created for, not for some fight against Hector Garcia that don't nobody know. Ain't nobody getting that damn fight, man. They got the shit all twisted up in this era method, bro.
Yeah, I don't like to blame Floyd per se. I just think I think what works for him works for him. And the problem is when fighters think that you like following Floyd is going to make you can't get it both ways, right? You see what I'm saying? That's like,
but you know what, Method? Floyd is actually a trendsetter because he took the social media platform and he made that into something else. So he set the trend on the social media level, right? But because he was a guy who endorsed low risk, high reward, he does take the blame for some of it because a lot of these fighters, they're trying to follow in his footsteps, but they can't fuck with the original recipe. That's Floyd's blueprint. That's for him, right? That shit don't work today. That's why it didn't work with Tank Davis when they tried to put that blueprint. Floyd calls it the green print. They tried to put that on Tank Davis and some of his young fighters. He's the trendsetter. He was the one who was there to birth the social media, who knew what to do with the platform. So he's another trendsetter. He's another guy who was an outlier. 4.6 million pay-per-views. He was in the time of pay-per-views. He's an outlier. Errol Spence ain't no fucking outlier. 300,000 pay-per-views or 365 or whatever it is, his little stupid ass fans like to say. He ain't no trendsetter. Floyd Mayweather's the trendsetter from the live stream and internet era, right? Yeah. He's the one who's the trendsetter. So I'm not blaming Floyd Mayweather completely because he can't help it if these guys want to be like him. He did his own thing. He didn't follow nobody else's shit. He had to move differently because there was the internet. So he set the trend. But it's all these guys who I blame that come after him that are trying to be like him. I blame them. Have your own fucking identity, man. Sometimes Devin Haney, I don't really got a lot of problems with Devin Haney, but sometimes I don't know if I'm looking at a Floyd Mayweather wannabe or what, man. He just got kind of that and he reminds the way he fights sometimes is like Money Mayweather. He reminds me of Money Mayweather, not Pretty Boy. He don't fight like Pretty Boy Floyd. Pretty Boy Floyd was a killer. He was a killer counter puncher. He'll go in there and knock you out and beat the shit out of you. I don't see that in Devin Haney. I see him pop shotting around. I don't see nothing special about the guy. I really don't. And that's why I don't really be fucking around with a lot of these fight fans from this era. There's too much dick pulling, man. Too much exaggerations and all that shit. I don't want to hear all that shit, man. I don't want to hear that he fought 25 world champions. I don't call these guys world champions like y'all do. Like I'm not talking to you, Method. I'm talking just in general. The younger generation. I'm talking about them.
Yeah, it's a lot of belts nowadays. So it takes again, if you'd have had 4 sanctioning bodies back in 1919, and then you still drop the same guys in there, they probably would have had 100 damn champions on their belt under their resume. Especially guys Ray Robinson and shit. Marvin Hagler had a very extensive career. And Durant had an extensive career. A lot of guys probably would have been champions, but Durant, Ray Robinson, Hagler, especially these guys, they weren't letting guys get those opportunities. They was beating you at the door. They would beat you at the door. You would never see a belt. You might skew like nowadays guys can squeak in and get titles, but back then you weren't stepping the title. But as long as that guy was there, they were beating the hell out you. And I think Floyd is just, I agree. He's a trendsetter. And the problem is that guys today don't want to take on a role of being a leader for themselves in a sense. Like just because it's getting, you got to be yourself to really branch on out and then even blow up. For you to blow up and for people to recognize you, you got to take the risk of being yourself and doing something different. I mean, Ali did something different. He was very vocal. He wasn't the most book smart man, but he was definitely an outspoken man, and he knew with a lot of wisdom, and people just gravitated to him. Nowadays, it's people gravitating to these fighters, but it's always seems to be on. It's like guys, they don't know if they want to get that Iron Mike Tyson. What's the word I'm looking for? Entourage, or like the Floyd entourage. I don't think that's right. The trend setting or the following steps you want to take is having those type of people around you, and you still haven't put the work in. I think Mike Tyson, he's definitely a Hall of Famer, but in the end of the day, when he was young, he had a lot of yes men and a lot of weasels around that just want to take
Yeah,
from him. You
Yup.
know, and these guys today, they haven't put the work in. They haven't had these spectacular performance against spectacular fighters. You know, and again, as you say, you made a great point that it's just too many yes men that's just trying to sell us as fans that these guys are bad. You said this motherfucker bad, but you know, but did he beat a bad motherfucker yet? No, we can't say it. I haven't seen it. You see what I'm saying? Heavyweight, they're doing it. I mean, Tyson Fury, he's doing a hell of a job at it. And I think he could possibly go ahead and beat Usyk. I for sure believe he'll beat AJ, and I think he can beat the Juggernaut. I think if to finish it all off, just beat the Juggernaut. You see what I'm saying? I think that can help boxing move forward because again, they say boxing is the heavyweight division. You know, so if Usyk and Fury fight, maybe boxing can move forward. Maybe the Olympics may be like, hey, you know, maybe we can keep it going for 2024, and then this thing about 2028. You know, but it may just all start back at heavyweight division, and Tyson Fury and Usyk have to lead the way. Fury right now is being the trendsetter. Maybe it all begins with Fury.
Man, listen, man, tunnel vision. You said Tank is doing 200,000 plus pay-per-views at $80 a pop, $5 million gates. That's why his fights are pay-per-view. But you know what? If you look at the title of Smoke's video here, right? He's talking about the PROTÉGÉS versus everybody. I'll tell you what, the guy that he looks up to, Floyd Mayweather, that's not comparable to Floyd Mayweather's numbers at all. And like I said, there was a lot of fighters that could sell tickets. That's always happened. That's been that way since boxing began, bro. So that's nothing stand out, right? And then the 200,000 pay-per-views, that's not even 0.6. That's not even the 0.6 of the 4.6 million, right? So that's nothing, right? He's no outlier. His fights should not be on pay-per-view. All he's doing is selling himself short. People are not going to see what he did. All those people who are coming out to his fight, they already know him. He's not expanding. He's not growing his audience. He's not an outlier. He's not a standout. You can't even compare him. He's the protege, right? You can't compare him to Floyd Mayweather. You can't compare him. 200,000. You're bragging about that. What era do you come from, brother? Tunnel vision. What era do you come from? Your tunnel vision begins in the year of 2000, right? That's where it begins, bro. Bruce Gas is up in here. Shout out to my boy Bruce Gas. We got me and Method up in here cooking.
I don't know where Smoke went at. He ain't been back for like 30 minutes, man. I'm waiting on him to come back.
Smoke left us, bro. I don't know where he went. He must have went and got him some weed or something, bro.
I've been confused. I'm sitting over here. I'm like, damn, Smoke done disappeared from damn near an hour, man. Hey, we hold it down,
us, bro. He just left us hanging on this motherfucker, bro.
Because I know people probably came through and tried to get back on the panel. Yeah, I don't know. He should be back in probably the next 10 minutes, I assume.
Yeah. Q probably did try. Probably a few of them who dropped off. If you drop off now, then shit, Smoke ain't even there to put nobody back on. Hyphy in the comments is I'm just trying to see if I could develop us a conversation here from the comments. He says, being known doesn't mean you're a superstar. I agree with that, Hyphy. Your ability to draw determines your star power. That's right. And that's what we were talking about earlier. We were talking this whole time. Me and Meth have been talking about star power. And star power goes so far. You could become a star and then you could become a superstar, right? A superstar should be featured on pay-per-view, or if not even a superstar, just a meaningful fight, some kind of meaningful unification championship bout. I think the fight between Charlo and Zoo is more of a pay-per-view fight than the Tank Davis versus Garcia fight, because at least all the belts are on the line in that fight. That's just my way of looking at it. I'm an old school fight fan. I'm throwback, and I just don't think that Tank Davis belongs on pay-per-view. We'll see if he continues to do 200,000 on pay-per-view. We'll check his numbers, and we'll see what they look like when it comes up. I don't really think I'll be surprised if he does 200,000, but 200,000 ain't shit anyway. We got you back to the Smoke. You back up in the building?
No, it's Boxing Lounge. What's good, Blood? How you doing?
Shout out to you, Boxing Lounge.
Yeah, I can let people in as well, so I'll sit in the background. I'll be quiet.
Oh, no, you can talk if you want, bro. I don't want to. Me and Method ain't trying to hog it up now.
I'm just twisting one, so give me a few minutes.
Okay.
Well, tunnel vision, right? So, all right. So, one thing when it comes to money, right? Inflation, right? And this is the only issue that I have with boxing today is that it's never admitted that they this is why I think sometimes the promoters and the business they try to get over on fighters is that inflation, right? When we think about the Hagler and Leonard fight, right? 13 million and 12, 11, that type of money back then was damn near $40 million back then, right? So when we hear Tyson Fury say things such as, I want $500 million to make this fight, right? It's because he understands inflation, right? He understands, well, this fight today is worth far more. You know, like today, basically Leonard and Hagler, what they got paid was $40-50 million, family $40-50 million for that middleweight belt, right? And today, when they saying stuff like, oh, $1 million or $2 million, they underpaying these guys to a degree, right? And it sounds like they're overpaying them, but they not really paying them a lot of money due to inflation. You know, they need the promoters, the networks, they need to be coming out a little bit more out of pocket because $1 million a day is not $1 million back in the day. It's not even the same. You know, these fighters are underpaid for sure. We hear the million because we're the common workers, right? I think most people that's box fans or middle class, you know, but yeah, the numbers have changed, you know, and to hear $1 million when you really understand the dollar value, it sounds like fighters getting paid a lot, but it's not really, you know, shit. Again,
no, it's not with the inflation. It's not a lot with the inflation. Absolutely. And just like this guy Tunnel Vision, he says he went from 1.7 million to 5 million with the help of Floyd Mayweather, of course. But that's natural growth, my man. That's just growth. When you compare the Protégé, he's not comparable to Floyd. It doesn't matter what age. You're talking two different eras. Of course, Tank Davis was able to get there at a younger age because social media was already intact. It wasn't intact in 1996 when Floyd Mayweather turned pro. So you're talking a bunch of hogwash right now, right? You know, so the growth is going to be different when you have a social media, when you're coming up in social media and coming up off of Floyd's name too at that, right? He doesn't compare to Floyd Mayweather, right? $5 million gate, 1 point, and plus I have to verify that anyways, because you young motherfuckers, you guys just come out with any number you see. You probably heard some YouTube page say that. I don't know where you got them numbers. I have to go look at them numbers for myself. Send me a link of where you got the numbers from. Plus, anyways, I just see natural growth there. He's not comparable to Floyd Mayweather. He's a growing fighter, like most other fighters. When you've been around the block for as long as Tank Davis, he should be grown. But that's not no outlier, legendary shit you talking about, man, right? You talking about basic growth, homeboy, right? That's what I'm telling you. Why don't you hit the link, Tunnel Vision? Come in here and have this discussion, right? Hit the link. Hit the link. Come explain some of that shit, right?
Hey, Blood, I've got a question. Can you remember what kind of purses Sugar Ray was getting in the 80s?
Those guys used to get like $5-10 million, stuff like that.
Damn. Wonder what that's like adjusted for inflation.
What's that?
I wonder what that would be in current day money.
There's an inflation calculator, man. You know what? To be real with you, I don't remember all of Sugar Ray purses because we didn't care back in them days, right? We didn't care about the purse. I do know that Michael Spinks got $13 million for 91 seconds. I don't know. You're taking an inflation calculator now. You know, he got beat. He got knocked out in 91 seconds, and he got $13 million for that. I don't know. Let's look. Let's see how much was $13 million. I'll just put it in Google. How much?
That's close to $40 million. That's like $40 million. What year was it?
1989, 88 or 89. I think it was 88. I think it was in 88, if I'm not mistaken. It was in 1988. So what's 13 million today? From 1988.
That is my internet a little slow. Oh, it's coming down. That is $32 million.
So there you go. He got $32 million for getting his ass knocked out in 91 seconds, right? So, when you take the inflation, these guys come on, man. These guys talking about $5 million gates and stuff like that, man. When you look at it, you compare it to back in the day, and you use an inflation calculator and all of that kind of stuff. It's nothing that's no outlier type shit. I don't know where you guys spend too much time listening to these dumb YouTubers, right? You listen to these dumb YouTubers instead of going and doing research for yourself. Also, make sure that those numbers you got are right, because these YouTubers numbers lie in 2023. We don't know what to believe, right? You got a wide span of different numbers being reported for every fucking thing when it comes to boxing. One guy would say that somebody's pay-per-view did 15,000, and then somebody would turn around tomorrow and say it did 125,000, right? So we don't really know with that kind of span if the numbers are lying to us big time around this motherfucker. I don't know if he did any $5 million gates. I'd have to look into that and see if I trust the source. I'm my own boxing mind. I don't know for sure if I'm going to believe that. If you got it from some YouTube channel or something like that, I don't believe it. Right? So I'm just telling you straight up. If you come on here, I want to know where you got the numbers from, and then we could use some inflation calculators, and we could look up some old fights and some old attendances and shit like that and compare it, because what I see is a natural growth. He ain't no superstar. He ain't doing no outlier shit. Got shit. At least make the 0.6 of the 4.6, man. At least make the 0.6. At least do 600,000, man. Shit. That's coming up short big time. To even do the 600,000 is coming up short big time. You're still coming up short 4 million, right? But you can't even get that. And I guarantee you he's not going to get that in this Garcia fight. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse. They could talk about ticket sales all they want, but that don't mean shit. I told y'all already that fighters like Emil Griffith and Floyd Patterson and Machin and them did fucking 40,000. They had 40,000 in their building, right? They have 40,000 in the building and shit like that, right? So what you telling me? What are you telling me? You ain't telling me shit. Shit sound like some YouTube made up shit to me. Sound like some of these fanboys hyping up and exaggerating to me. Sounds like a fanboy exaggeration to me. That's what it sounds like.
And the other question I've got, Blood, is back in the 80s and 90s, do you think there was more money being generated from boxing?
Absolutely. Yeah, there was more money being generated back then. There was more people coming to the fights. More people knew who the fighters were. The TV networks, some of these guys were being featured on regular TV, so they was generating money from that too. Maybe they wasn't. Maybe the fighters. Maybe it wasn't going into the fighters' pockets, right? Now I can't speak on that. Maybe the money, but as far as the them generating money for the fights and stuff like that, shit. If you got 195 million people watching a fight, what can I say? Unless the numbers was lying then, but I don't think the numbers was lying back then. The numbers were more legit back then because people weren't trying to monetize and get AdSense. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think boxing has went downhill. That's what I think. I think there was more money generated back then. They were living up to it back in them days. The fight fans were interested. They were paying fight fans and things like that. So, that's just my opinion. It was better 20 years ago too, when Floyd Mayweather was on top. When it comes to pay-per-view and stuff like that, the numbers for boxing was better, like in the beginning of the social media era, before all the live streaming and all that shit came into play.
Yeah. Thomas Hearns in 1981 got a $5 million purse, and that's $16 million a day. And then it makes me look at Oscar De La Hoya, right? When he fought Floyd, he got $25 million to fight Floyd at 154. And Floyd got $10 million. And then boxing is kind of screwed up. It's screwed up. And it's weird. It's weird. Money was definitely different back then. That guy
exaggerated, okay? Because Floyd wasn't 30 years old yet when he fought Oscar De La Hoya. He was in his late 20s. So he had already got more money than Tank Davis ever got before he hit 30. So don't sit up here and lie, right? You got to verify the shit that you looking at, bro. You can't just come on here throwing this shit and saying that Floyd didn't become a star until he was in his 30s. He was in his late 20s when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, right? You look at inflation, he had more money than Tank. He had more money than Tank. I'd be willing to bet he had more money than Tank by the time he was Tank Davis. Tank Davis' net worth is less than $5 million, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Floyd was rich. Floyd was rich as shit. Yeah, money definitely. Yeah, Floyd was rich as shit back then.
Yeah, he was already
the
rich.
numbers. The inflation is crazy.
When he was Tank Davis's age. Tank Davis is going on 30 now. What is he, 28 or something like that?
Yeah, he's 28.
Yeah, so what are you talking about? You're exaggerating, my man. Get the numbers right. I know the numbers been lying to y'all, but shit, they've been lying to y'all for too long. Why don't you guys do your own groundwork and stop listening to these dumb YouTubers all the time?
Yeah. I think if y'all, especially fans, when y'all want to start talking about money and things like that, you gotta understand. Like when we hear things like purchases of like $2 million a day, and then we hear like again, $2 million a day is not $2 million of back when candy was like a penny. You see what I'm saying? It's not even close. You see what I'm saying? Like you go to McDonald's, you was probably getting the Big Mac for about 99 cents. You know, that's the meal with the fries. And then to say it today, it's not even equivalent. You understand? It's fans. Like, I think we hearing the numbers and we're like, oh, that's a big number, and it's really not. You know, these networks and promoters, they understand that people are not really financially literate or understand money at all, and that's why these guys get kind of fucked over. You know, and boxers need to really understand that boxing is a really fucked up business, really fucked up. And the fans and fanboys, especially fanboys, you don't add value by not understanding shit and just going out there saying random shit. You know, you got to really understand money. You got to understand finances and understand that these fights today are kind of getting fucked over. You know, they supposed to be making more. They really were the stars that they're saying. You know, you supposed to be getting damn near 10, 15, 20, 30. These are the numbers that when we hear that, we're okay, now that's good numbers for stars. You see what I'm saying? Off the rip. But they're not giving them that, you know, because they don't really want to maneuver them as stars. Promoters aren't promoting. It's boxers in a fucked up place. Fighters aren't fighting. Boxers in a fucked up place.
Yeah. Okay, Raider. He was 30 years old. I believe Raider knows what he's talking about. But I don't think that. Hey, let me ask you something, Method. You think Plant versus Benavidez? You think that's pay per view?
No. Plant coming off. No, hell no. No. I wouldn't buy it. I agree with the Tim Tszyu Jermell Charlo fight as a pay per view. Definitely worth it's worth $50. I'll say $50. Fans wouldn't really have a problem to pay for that. You know, have him in Houston, Texas, fighting a nice little spot. I wouldn't have it like 100,000 people, but it's, you know, I don't think fans would be mad about paying for Jermell Charlo's fight. Again, I think the problem is when they was putting him in there with certain guys. You know, Tim Tszyu has a good fan base. I think Americans seem to like Jermell a little bit. You know, it's the time for them to start putting him on pay-per-view. They want to make him a bigger fighter. You know, he is doing greatness. He's undisputed. He knocked out everybody else. Yeah, put him on pay-per-view. I'll pay for that.
Bruce Gas, what's up, OG?
Hey, guys, what's happening today? Hey, you know, I've been listening to this for almost the whole thing. And
I didn't mean to be talking about you. I didn't know you was in the backdrop. I'm sorry.
No, Blood. You've been making a lot of sense. But you know what I see as a big problem in boxing today? Look at every other major sport. They expand, and baseball's going from fucking 150 games to 180 games. NBA from fucking September all the way to freaking June. I mean, boxing is the only sport that's cut back. The fighters fight once a year. We don't remember these guys. They put them on again. Like you said, I could walk down the street and you watching the Tank fight tonight. And who fucking Tank? Who was that? A football player?
Yeah.
I mean, they just doesn't have the spark it does. Boxing fans like boxing, but the individual superstars aren't being cultivated anymore. They're fighting, like I said, once a year, maybe twice a year if we're lucky, and then we don't see them. And the only pop they're getting is over here on YouTube and and social media. But the average sports fan, they're gonna tune into the NBA, the NFL, fucking baseball because they're saturated with it. They know the names. They relate to the fucking superstars. With boxing, it's like, man, how are we gonna relate to this cat? We see him once a year, and then when we see him, he's out there with a fur coat on, fucking 10 pounds of gold around his neck, man. That's just, it's crazy. But they're looked on as deities, not the people's champions.
Yep, I agree, man. I agree. And even football used to have a shorter season. They expanded the games in football and all kinds of stuff. So even college football expanded. Everything is expanded except for boxing.
Yep.
I've never thought about that point, man, but that's true. Yeah, it's like really hard to know these fighters. Like there's some of these fighters, man, like Hector Garcia. Sometimes I've seen these guys fight before, and I forget that I've seen them fight before until I actually see them. Like, oh yeah, the guy who beat Colbert. Okay, I remember him now because it takes so long for them to fight again, and they don't have a TV run going, kind of like similar to like Ray Boom Boom Mancini or someone like that. They had TV runs back in the day, and they don't have nothing like that going on now. They'll be fighting at one network. They'll be fighting at the Zone, and the next thing you know, they're fighting over at ESPN. You know what I'm saying? So
we knew guys like Cornelius Boza Edwards, guys like Bobby Chacon, guys like Bazooka Lamone, not because they were any more special than the guys today. It's because we saw them every couple of months. They were put on and they fought each other, and we wanted to see them again. Now, we see fucking Pitbull Ortiz or Pitbull Lopez Ortiz. I can't remember his last name anymore. The dude who fought Tank, and he came back.
Pitbull.
But Pitbull Cruz. But they're not capitalizing on these guys. They're not giving it to us. And this so-called stacked card that tomorrow night, yeah, it's stacked on one side, and the other side, it's like, who the fuck are these fucking opponents? It's this is supposed to get us excited. Don King gave us stacked cards, man.
Yeah,
Aaron used to give us stacked cards. This is temptation for newbies. They want to see names that they've heard about, and they're going to get to see Demetrius Andrade against who the hell's he even fighting now? I mean, I can't even remember the names anymore. But it's if this is a stacked card, bro, I mean, you got to go back to the '80s and look at some of the shit Don King used to give us on a weekly basis.
And Bruce, I see the OG came in here, but before I wanted to ask you one more thing before the OG start talking. Do you think that Tank Davis is a superstar? Because back in the day, the superstars we remember was Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, Ali. I would say Rocky Marciano. I would say Joe Louis and Jack Johnson. There was always something there that made them not just a little bit more than a star. There was something there. There was an element. I don't see the element of a superstar in Tank Davis. I just don't see it at this point. How can he be compared to a guy like a Mike Tyson, who's a trendsetter, or to an Ali, who's a trendsetter, or Sugar Ray Robinson or Sugar Ray Leonard? These guys were trendsetters. This guy is not a superstar. You could call him a star in this environment, but I don't see a superstar there. What do you think about that?
Well, we don't have any superstars anymore. Those names you were just naming, those guys are all retired today, because Tank is making noise out there, because he's getting busted, because the rappers like him. He knocks everybody out. So yeah, he's the closest thing we have to a superstar now, and that's pretty sad, bro. But that's the way boxing is. I don't cry about it anymore. I just tune it in. I mean, I'm the last guy that's gonna buy a pay-per-view, bro. But I'll watch every single fight that's put out there.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up to the OG, man? Shelton Moore, man. How you doing, big brother?
What's up with your blood boxing, the panel, Bruce Gas,
What's up,
everybody? What's up with y'all, man? Yeah, I was just listening to y'all, man, and Bruce is right, man. You gotta understand something, bro. All those guys you just mentioned, blood, were national stars and were promoted by Madison Avenue. Am I right, Bruce?
I mean, bro, ABC, NBC, CBS, that's the only show in town, and they were on there at least once a week. There was a great boxing card on those networks.
But not just that, bro. I'm talking about national commercials all over the place. Even Hagler had light beer commercials. He had Old Spice commercials. He had Pizza Hut commercials.
Yep.
Which one of these boxers today you see that has a commercial? Only one. There's only one.
Anthony
And we don't even see that
Joshua in
commercial.
his country, and then Ryan Garcia, I think, who had a commercial.
And we don't even see that commercial too much anymore. Because, I watch Sports Center all the time. We don't see that commercial too much anymore. I mean, look, like Bruce said, in this climate, Tank is the closest thing we got. But there are no superstars anymore because boxing is not where it was in the 80s, number one. And number two, none of these dudes are known by the general public. And people keep trying to argue that point with me. And I keep telling them, you can walk down the street and ask 10 people, random people, who Tank Davis is, and maybe 3 or 4 of them will know. Maybe, if you're lucky. Nobody knows these dudes. The only people who know these boxers are us boxing fans. Other than that, nobody knows them and nobody gives a shit about them.
But
you know what I'm gonna have? I'm gonna have a cut made, man.
Of the fucking guys from the 80s and from the 70s, they still relate to guys like Marvin Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard and Hearns. You mentioned
their names are still bigger.
Out.
Sugar Ray Leonard is more known than Tank Davis. That's I'd be willing to bet. I'll put Sugar Ray Leonard on the cup on one side and Tank Davis on the other side. Go into the general public. Don't put their names on it, and I guarantee you, people will recognize Sugar Ray Leonard more than Tank Davis.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
And we already know Mike Tyson. We already know Mike Tyson is on a different level.
Here's the sad part. Here's the sad part, Blood. This is what's sad. You know who the face of boxing is still to this day?
Floyd Mayweather.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, yeah.
He's still the face of boxing.
Yep.
He's still the face of boxing. And that's sad.
Yep. I would say that when you look at the overall face of boxing, it would be Muhammad Ali. Like if from the last 20 years, I would say that Floyd Mayweather still got it for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Overall, it is Ali.
Yeah, but the face of boxing is still Ali. Even to this day, even over Tyson, Floyd, all those guys, it's still Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Yo.
It's not known like that, and I don't think his fight should be on pay-per-view. There was a young guy in the comment section who said that he does $5 million gates. But man, I was looking at a fight with Emil Griffith that had 30,000 people in the arena. Floyd Patterson and Machen had 40,000 people in the arena. These guys never developed to be big time superstars. So why should I call Tank Davis a superstar? Because he got I don't know how many people come to this fight, but I don't think it's 40,000. But
no. The reason he does $5 million gates, they were just looking up the tickets for his fight in DC yesterday, and the ringside tickets are $7,000 for that fight. But there's only the arena only holds like 14,000 people, 15,000 people. So.
Yeah. What's good, Raider?
You have to look at.
Hey, what's up, man? What's cracking?
What's up, Raider?
What's up? Good morning, guys. What's cracking, man? How's it going?
It's going great, brother. How you?
Pretty good. Hey, I got a question for you guys. You guys are a little bit older than I am. Who do you think was more popular in like the 80s going into the 90s? Michael Jordan or Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
Well, but it all depends too. If somebody's a basketball aficionado, they're gonna go with
no, you gotta be honest.
It was Mike Tyson because the UK didn't really know. I was living in the UK in 1990, and basketball wasn't even big over there yet, like it is now. So on a global level, Mike Tyson was bigger.
Yeah, Jordan didn't really become the guy until he won that first title in 1990. Once he won that first championship, that's when he really became the guy.
And also, Mike Tyson,
he was the guy who couldn't win a title. That's who he was. He's a great ball player, but he couldn't win shit.
So would you say Mike Tyson in the 80s and Jordan in the 90s?
Well, see, yes. Mike Tyson also made news outside the boxing ring. Every time Mike Tyson got in his car, he was in trouble. Every time he went shopping, he'd get in a fight. I mean, dude was all over the fucking 6 o'clock news, bro, regardless of boxing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think here in America, Jordan could compete with him, but I don't think on a global level he was able to compete with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, because I remember
he won all those championships. Like Oki just said, when he beat the Lakers in that first championship, that endorsed his popularity some, and then he became more popular when he went out for 3 years and came back. He became even more popular, and he was comparable to Mike Tyson in America, maybe even more popular. Maybe he reached a more popular status, but on a global level, you go down to Australia, to the UK, to Europe, anywhere in Europe, everybody knew who Mike Tyson was. In Africa, everybody knew who Mike Tyson was on a global level.
Well, what really blew him up, bro? What really blew him up, Blood, was that Dream Team. When they did the '92 Dream Team,
Oh yeah,
that's what blew him up. That's what blew him up.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that was a badass team, bro.
Yeah, that's the best team ever.
Absolutely, I agree.
And Shaq should have been on it. Christian Laettner shouldn't have been on it. Shaq should have been on it.
Shaq should have been there instead of Christian Laettner. Absolutely, I agree with that. Yes, sir. And Isaiah Thomas should have been there too.
Yeah, he should have been there.
The bad boy, huh? The bad boy from Detroit.
Yep, he should have been there. He was the best point guard in the league. He should have been there.
Hey man, that was
But
basketball.
anyway, I digress.
Back in the '80s, that was badass basketball.
Yeah, well, more interesting than now.
Oh
I don't
hell
even
yeah!
watch
I remember the fucking Pistons going with my Lakers, bro, and the Celtics.
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh man,
Those were some fucking wars right there, bro.
I was watching basketball heavy back then, just as much as I was watching boxing. And even basketball, is not the athletes now, they're not as popular as the guys were in the 1990s.
Hey, look at this, fellas. Look at this panel. Tank Davis fights tomorrow night, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't seen nothing on the television about that fight. Nothing.
Me either.
Only place I see it is on social media. That's the only place I see the fight being promoted.
That's crazy, bro. If without YouTube, you wouldn't even know that they're fighting.
Exactly. That's crazy.
And it's not even getting a lot of play on YouTube. Really, it's not getting a whole bunch of play. It's not a pay-per-view fight. People can sit up here and they could say that Devin Haney and Tank Davis and all these guys are stars, and they're not. They're if you want to call them a star in this era, that's fine. But they're not superstars. They're not trendsetters. They're not a Sugar Ray Leonard. They're not a Mike Tyson. They're not an Ali. They're not a Rocky Marciano. They're not a Joe Louis. They're not a Jack Johnson. There's only.
But you guys gotta remember something, bro. You gotta remember something, bro. Most of these guys that are doing these boxing shows and these boxing fans, these new age boxing fans, they never saw anything but what they're seeing now. They probably started watching boxing before it was here. You know what I'm saying?
They did.
So they really don't know what a superstar really is.
And think about this, bro. If YouTube never would have existed, bro, what would boxing be today, bro? Especially that HBO, left the boxing business.
They would have had to do things differently if YouTube was not around, because they get a lot of their promotion through YouTube. They would have had to rely on the networks like the fighters from back in the day. Marvin Hagler for 10 years couldn't get popular. Then nobody really know who he was throughout the 1970s. Even though he was fighting top-rated fighters and world-class fighters, then nobody knew who he was because nobody wanted to give him a network deal. Back then, you had to rely on the networks. If he had social media to fall back on and come and complain to social media in the year of 1975 and 76 and say, hey, I want to fight with Monzon, and he was on social media, there would have been a push for him, right? But he had to rely on the networks. And back in them days, if the promoter didn't back you and they was wanting to say that, hey, the white fighter is more popular, the Hispanic fighter, and they had to roll with it how it was back then. With social media, it's allowed these fighters to be lazy, to do some self-promoting, to sell wolf tickets over the internet and not live up to all the hype. Because a lot of these guys have not lived up to the hype. I understand that Devin Haney is an undisputed champion, but when people come on here and say he's the biggest star, he's the next thing, the next Sugar Ray and the next Pernell Whitaker and all of that, he's not even on that level of a Pernell Whitaker. Pernell Whitaker, even though he was a great fighter, he wasn't a trendsetter type fighter, but he was a level above these other guys, though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at, people. You talk to people and you try to tell them that these old school fighters still outshine these guys. Look, you can look at it like this: Floyd Mayweather is the biggest thing they've seen. Am I correct?
That's right.
5 billion people have never watched Floyd fight, but 5 billion people watched Muhammad Ali fight.
That's right.
So you do the math.
And it's not even, And two, a lot of people don't like Floyd. I don't know. Have you guys seen that video when Floyd went to where the fuck was it? Somewhere in Europe, and they were taking pictures with AJ and Floyd, and everybody like was taking pictures. They didn't even acknowledge Floyd, like they ignored him.
Yeah,
You
I
guys see
seen
that?
it.
Yeah,
See
yeah, I
that?
saw that.
He's not even
Because
loved.
AJ is the biggest star in England and Florida. Yeah.
He's not the global icon of a Mike Tyson or an Ali, but he's the biggest thing, like Shelton just said, he's the biggest thing that we've seen the current over the last, like since the social media internet era. He's the biggest.
Yeah, and you know what? And people loved fucking Jordan and Mike Tyson, bro. Remember back in the days, everybody wanted to be like Mike or be like Michael Jordan or fucking Mike Tyson.
Yep. When they say be like Mike, they would sometimes you'd have to ask which one you
Yeah,
talking about.
exactly, man, exactly. Fucking that fool had his own game, bro. Mike Tyson. Remember that Nintendo game, Mike Tyson's Punch Out?
Yep, Mike
That
Tyson
shit was
Punch Out. Mike
that shit was
Tyson
popular.
he was in videos. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. They had a video called "I Think I Could Beat Mike Tyson." He was featured on other games that didn't want to pay him. Like Street Fighter had a character that looked like him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Balrog.
Simpsons
Barlog,
actually
Barlog.
Tatum.
Balrog, I think it was.
Mike Tyson. He was on every Simpsons practically.
Hey, they changed that game. Did you know that Nintendo game, Mike Tyson's Punch Out, to a regular Punch Out, and they changed the last character because they didn't want to pay him, I guess.
Well, the regular Punch Out came out first. Regular
Correct.
Punch Out came out before Mike Tyson. It came out in '83, and then Mike Tyson, because I did a video on boxing video games, so it came out first, and then they just took the Punch Out's theme with Nintendo and just made it into a Mike Tyson Punch Out game and took some of the same characters like Glass Joe and all of them, but the regular Punch Out was first. So.
Yeah. I remember Mike Tyson's Punch Out was first, and then they ended up, I don't know why they took out Mike Tyson from there and they put in some other dude in there. I forgot what was
the other game was first. Some Raider.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it came out into the arcade rooms in 1983. Punch Out. It came
because it was on the Nintendo Entertainment System, wasn't it?
You ever check out that cartoon with Mike Tyson with the pigeon? It's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, how many of these guys have a cartoon after them? Mike
And
Tyson
he's just as popular today. Everybody knows who Tyson is. Everybody wants to smoke with fucking Mike Tyson now. You know, I mean, dude, he's transcended boxing, no doubt about it.
That's why it killed me when Charlo went to his set, Hot Boxing, and tried to tell Mike Tyson, well, boxing has changed now, Mike Tyson. You're telling a guy who just did more than you in a pay-per-view fight exhibition with Roy Jones. He did higher numbers than you've ever did.
Name the names.
Name the names, man. He did over 1 million pay-per-views with an exhibition with Roy Jones in this era. So that
here's something that's funny, blood. This gonna make you laugh. I was talking to like a 40-some-year-old woman a couple of days ago, and I just said, I just want to throw it out there to test my theory, right? I said, hey, by the way, who's the heavyweight champion of the world? You know what she said?
Don't tell me she said Mike Tyson.
She said Mike Tyson. She said Mike Tyson.
That
shows you how popular these dudes are.
These young guys, even the younger generation, like I was hanging out with a group of younger guys, my nephew and some of his friends one day, and they wanted to watch Mike Tyson highlights. They didn't ask to watch Deontay Wilder highlights. They don't even know him. They don't know Deontay Wilder because I asked them. I said, "What about Deontay Wilder? Who's that?" They know Mike Tyson though, and these are younger guys in their 20s who know Mike Tyson more than they know Deontay Wilder. And Deontay Wilder was the most current. He was the more current heavyweight with power. But people don't know these guys today because they got stuck on these pay-per-view platforms. Some of them now are getting stuck on streaming apps and things like that. And that's the problem with these Devin Haney fans. They don't want to come to terms with the fact that Devin Haney is not as popular as they want him to be because he spent so much time over there at DAZN, and then they flipped him over to ESPN, and now he's being treated second tier on ESPN as an undisputed champion by his promoter, Bob Arum, who always said since the 1970s that black fighters don't sell. I have the quotes. I have the verbiage. I have it. I could cut it out and clip it and put it on video. I have it in magazines. But he said black fighters don't sell and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know what to say, man. But
Yeah, Devin Haney is not popular at all, bro.
No, he's not popular. He's not popular. People want him to be more popular than he is. He's an example. Tank Davis is one of these guys. A lot of these guys, they have YouTube pages and they're like big time fanboys of these guys and stuff like that. So they'll come on there just because they want to hype up their YouTube page. They want to make these guys appear more popular. I had a big star on my page. He ain't no big star, bro. Right? I don't know when you started watching boxing, but for me, he's not a big star because I was watching boxing when Sugar Ray Leonard. In fact, I caught the tail end of Ali. So, I've seen superstars before.
Yeah, and one of the things too about back in the days was that everybody watched TV back in the days, right? Right now it's like there's so many avenues that you can watch different types of social media, TV, cable, fucking all kinds of shit. So everybody has choices of what to watch. Back then it was just TV, bro. That and you had a black box.
You had no
and
choice.
that's it,
There was
bro.
no competition for TV. Now you can type in YouTube. You can look at street fights. People are more interested in street fights than they are in the actual fighters. People are talking about Tank Davis knockouts and highlights getting hits. Shit, you can put in street fight compilation. It got way more hits than that. Jake Paul is more popular than these fighters. In fact,
exactly.
Devin Haney fought in the Jake Paul undercard. This is star, the guy who fought in the undercard of a YouTuber. Come on, man. These superstars like that.
Everybody watched the same shit back then, bro. Everybody watched the same thing because that's all we had.
And you got to remember this too, fellas. You got to remember this too. This is a big point. Boxing isn't as popular now as it was back then. Boxing is maybe the 5th, 6th, or 7th most popular sport in America right now.
That's true.
Oh, yeah,
it's not even in the top 3. It's not even in the top 3.
No. When you with those like with a Mike Tyson pay-per-view, with an Ali pay-per-view, with Sugar Ray Leonard, people would go out to restaurants and the waiters would say, we're going to the fight. Oh, you're going to the Sugar Ray Leonard fight, man. How and they'd start talking about it because everybody knew it was not popular.
You can go to the movie theater and watch it, right, Bruce? You can go to the movie theater and pay $15 and watch it.
Yeah. Now you tell now. Yeah, we're grabbing a pizza for the Tank Davis pay-per-view. What the fuck is the Tank Davis pay-per-view? I mean, it just doesn't. The pop's not out there anymore. People don't get boxing like they used to. It was an event like a fucking Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns fight. That's when people got together. They fucking had dinner. They broke out the finest weed, went out and bought the Dom Perignon. That was big times. It just doesn't happen. And I can't think of one fight that, aside maybe from fucking Fury and Usyk, that would create any spark. And even that, I'll bet 9 out of 10 people on the fucking streets wouldn't have any fucking idea who Fury and Usyk were. You mentioned Tyson, they did Tyson.
How much pay-per-view 5 years ago? Do you guys remember like 5 years ago? Pay-per-view will do 200,000 at least.
Maybe. Do you guys remember 5 years ago when you could go to like Buffalo Wild Wings or other sports bars and watch a fight? Remember that?
Yep.
Now you can't do that.
Did they? I don't remember that. I haven't watched a boxing fight in a restaurant or a fucking bar in a long ass time, bro.
They've kind of taken them out of the Buffalo Wild Wings and places like that.
You can't do that anymore. You can watch UFC though. You can go there and watch every UFC event, but you can't watch a boxing fight.
And tell me this, Shelton, why is it that UFC could still do 1 million pay-per-views and boxing can't?
Because UFC came up in the 90s. Remember, like it started like in the early mid 90s, and it's come up where most of the guys that are 30 somethings, 40 somethings now, they grew up watching the UFC. So
what I know, bro, I've talked to a couple of UFC fans. I don't really watch that shit, to be honest with you. Not that it's shit, but I like boxing. That's my shit. But what I talk to them is they always say that they get the fights. Well, there's only one. I don't even know how many belts there are, but there's a little bit of belts, and they always get the fights they want, bro.
There's one belt.
Yeah. For one belt, and they get the fights they want. You know what I mean? Like over here, there's like 4 belts and countless baby belts. People don't even know who the real champions are. We don't get the fights we want, and it's just like bullshit.
And the ranking systems too are fake too. Like the top 10, we're not one fighter in the top 10 fought another fighter.
And there's a lot of fucking corruption too. You know what I mean? It's just I don't know, bro.
UFC don't have that. You have to fight for your position in the UFC, and they
That
have
and it's
elimination bouts and stuff like that.
that is in one organization. That's why too. They can actually do a playoff system there. You know what I mean? Like a series there. They can actually do that. Right here, we can't because there's too many fucking belts.
Yep.
How dope would that be, bro? If they had like a playoff fucking kind of tournament, bro, like in boxing, where everybody fucking entered it. You know what I mean?
But that's what they did in the 1970s and early 80s. You remember all those tournaments, Bruce, that they were doing in the late 70s and the early 80s and stuff? They would actually feature these tournaments, and every now and then a fighter would get left out because of politics. But for the most part, we did get a legit tournament. ABC had them, CBS had tournaments. We would fight off the tournament structure. And the tournament structure proved to be even successful now. Shit, Andre Ward got into the Hall of Fame first ballot based off of a tournament.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, but imagine if it was based off of cities. Like Detroit had these boxers, LA had these boxers, fucking whatever, New York had these boxers, and they would play off of by cities. Okay, this one's gonna be New York versus Chicago. Imagine how good that would be.
You gotta remember this too, fellas. You gotta remember this too. See, back in the day when you saw Larry Holmes and Trevor Burbick talking shit to each other, you knew the fight was coming. When you saw Leonard and Hearns talking shit to each other, you knew the fight was coming. Now, look at Spence and Crawford been talking shit to each other for 5 years. Still no fight.
Still no fight because of social media and because of these fans and because of all of that. They feed too much and they drink the Kool-Aid, man. That the fans mix up. They mix up the Kool-Aid formula, and these guys, they drink the Kool-Aid for 5 years, man. And by the time they're done drinking the Kool-Aid and they get full, they're older.
There was no better tournament than Don King's heavyweight tournament back in the mid '80s with everybody in there. Every fucking heavyweight in the world was in there. And belts, irregardless of belts, they cleaned the whole belt mess up, and at the end of it, Tyson came out on top, man. That was a tournament that. Just go back and Google that and just see the fights that Don King was putting on every couple of weeks on HBO. It was another heavyweight championship fight. Great stuff.
Oh, now Bob was gonna give you a stacked ass card. Now the fighters might not get paid, but you was gonna get the fight.
Because back then there was no social media, and they had to rely on that network spot because they knew they were going to get featured nowhere else. Just like we were saying earlier, it all comes back down to that, to how the internet changed boxing up. It changed it up.
Remember that shit? It was called, what was it called, Blood? TVKO? Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. TVKO back in the day. That was the
every Friday night
pay-per-view platform. Yep. And that's what pay-per-view was originally supposed to be about. It was supposed to be elite premium fights.
Or do you remember before that, Blood? What was it called? King Vision. Remember that?
King Vision. Yep.
King Vision.
That was the beginning of pay-per-view and stuff like that. The closed circuit TVs and all of that stuff they had in order. And they did really good numbers. They did much better numbers because all the premium fights was featured there. And then you didn't have no choice. You couldn't see it on the internet. So you had to pay to see the shit.
We have Friday night fights too.
Listen, what they had on Tuesday and Friday night,
Tuesday night fights, Thursday night
the pay-per-views that they have now. The Tank Davis versus Garcia fight would have been a Tuesday night fight 30 years ago because there's no belt. There's no major belts, so it would have definitely been a televised Tuesday night fight.
It would have been a round fight.
Plant versus Benavidez was Tuesday night fights.
Absolutely,
that's Tuesday night fight.
That's a Tuesday night fight. Because we saw where did we see Roy Jones and Bernard Hopkins, two elite fighters today? These guys were talking for 5 years, right? We saw that shit on regular TV.
Regular TV. Look, check this out. Devin Haney versus Kambosos would have been on Saturday afternoon at 2:00 on Wild World Sports.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what it would have been.
Hey, you know what? I don't know how much it costs, but I always wanted to open up like a kind of like a movie theater, but just for like big events like boxing, UFC. Imagine like 200-300 people in like movie theater. I can watch the fight on a big ass screen. Should have been dope, bro.
The only thing is that the
I
fighters
saw
are not doing
Ali
enough to
Frazier
promote
won.
themselves
I
to
saw the
where
Thriller
people will
Manila. I
spend
saw the
money.
Rumble in the Jungle at the movie theater on La Brea and Santa Rosalia, the Crenshaw Theater. I saw that all those fights there for $15.
Hey, how dope was it? Was that shit dope or no?
Yeah, a bunch of people, just like people in there watching the movie, except everybody's cheering and yelling. It's just like watching the movie.
Imagine that shit'll be dope, man.
Yeah, man, that time is come
But
and
like
gone,
Bruce
man.
said, everybody came out. People, it was limousines coming. People just packed the place. The movie theater might hold 5,000 people, might hold 500 people, maybe 300 people, and it's packed. And you have to have two. You have to have every theater. It's like a 6 theater complex, and every theater is filled showing the fight. Every theater.
Damn, that shit's dope.
And
All
not only
boxing
that,
fans,
man,
you know?
but we also got to know the fighters' opponents. Like, for instance, John the Beast Mugabe. He had a TV run.
Exactly.
So by the time he fought Hagler and he was 25-0 with 25 knockouts, people were afraid for Hagler because they had seen
Exactly.
Mugabe's TV run.
Oh,
which was featured right on ESPN and places like that.
And he was stretching people. He wasn't knocking them out. He was stretching them.
They were showing the Beast versus the Animal, Frank Fletcher and John the Beast.
Oh, man.
Thing about that one, and Mugabe and Hard Rock Green. I mean, this dude was a certified killer before Hagler, before he got in the ring with Hagler. In fact, I think he was the favorite in that fight, if I recall.
Yeah, I remember boxing was big and wrestling was big too back then, bro.
Yeah. Remember, he was what? Hagler was like 34, 35 when he fought Mugabe, right?
Yep. 34,
yeah, he was old.
I think.
Yeah, he was old. He was up there. They thought Mugabe was going to beat him. And he wore Mugabe down with that jab, the constant pressure, the body work. And by the 11th round, Mugabe was finished.
Yep. Frank the Animal Fletcher was a USBA champ. And what they did is they took the USBA and the NABF champions, give them a TV network deal. And we got to see and know who they were. And we knew that they was a threat to Marvin Hagler or whoever the champion was, right? We'll know who these guys are before they fought them. When Michael Nunn was coming up, Michael Nunn came up through TV deals when he was coming up to fight Frank Tate. So people knew who he was. He was an Olympian. He was not an Olympian like Frank Tate, but they still knew that he was a threat to Tate because he had been featured on TV. Donald Curry and Marlon Starlin and them guys came up on the TV networks and stuff like that.
And here's the difference between these guys and those guys. One of the reasons Marvin Hagler became a star, because since he won that title, only 2 of his defenses went the distance. You know who those were?
Duran and Sugar Ray.
That's it. Everybody else got knocked the fuck out.
And the thing about those guys, I mean, on the card tomorrow night, you got Jiran Butsanis. He's fighting some guy named Karen. I don't even know what his fucking last name is. Kuka Chikaziano. I mean, dude, when Leonard fought, like you were saying, Blood, guys like Tony Schiavone, the Verouette brothers. I mean, these were they fought names, people that we knew, and they weren't even.
That's a horrible card.
Oh, it's so one-sided. I mean, I think the biggest action on there is, will there be any upsets on the card?
But guys
isn't Andrade fighting too? Andrade's fighting like fucking isn't Andrade fighting like one of Berlanga's leftovers?
He's fighting. He's fighting the guy that Berlanga bit. Remember that?
Oh my god! Oh Jesus!
Those guys, like Sugar Ray Leonard and Hearns fought. They fought middleweights on their non-title fights. They fought guys like Tony Schiavone was a middleweight. The Mexican great that Geraldo. He was he fought both Hagler and Leonard, but he was a middleweight that Leonard fought. Thomas Hearns fought Mike Colbert, who was a middleweight, and these were like non-title fights that just came on TV. And it's not like they were testing themselves against scrub fighters. They were testing themselves sometimes against guys that were outside of their division and stuff like that in non-title fights. And people knew who these guys was because they might have had a few features on TV. And when we didn't have that internet option back then, we know who these guys are. So when Hagler went into these fights against guys like Hampshire and all them type of guys, people knew who those guys was because they was coming up on TV. And they would stack the cards too. That's another thing. They would stack all those
Ham
cards.
Show. Don't forget Ham Show. When first time he fought Hagler, he was 28-0 with 28 knockouts.
Yeah, these guys, they fought some killers, bro. They fought killers back in the day. And then people want to say that the fighters that these guys are facing now are killers, and they're not, because the best guys are not fighting each other. By now, at this point, Tank Davis, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Shakur Stevenson, all of them guys would have fought before they were 25. 30 years ago, they would have already fought.
I heard Method this morning. He was pontificating on how all the legends and other people, they recognize Tank. Yeah, they do recognize Tank because that's what we got. Because he forgets that former fighters, the legends, the Hall of Famers, they're also boxing fans. They gonna watch boxing no matter who's boxing. But looking at what we got, he probably looks better than the rest of the shit we got. And we really don't have no top-notch guys now.
And even Tank hasn't even fucking fought anybody really yet, except Pedraza.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm like Blood and I'm like Bruce. I know what top-notch boxers look like. These guys ain't it.
That leads me. I was going to ask then. So like recently, right? We heard him Tank saying, he ain't got no friends in boxing, right? There ain't no friends. You see what I'm saying? Do y'all think that could be a trend, right? That him Tank, right? Just taking on like that slogan and then fighting guys. Because I think it's listening, right? It sounds like it's two guys that are too damn friendly, too buddy, right? You know, like they, like y'all said, they'd argue, then turn around, and then nothing happens, right? Like it's a lot of bluffing going on. So if we take that statement of no friends, you see what I'm saying? Stand on what you're saying. If there ain't no friends, then let's get the fights that we need to see.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, what you're saying is cool. But if you look back in the day, Hagler, Leonard, Hearns, they was friends. Ali was friends with most of those heavyweights. But when it came to business, I'm still gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, look at De La Hoya. De La Hoya and Mosley, bro. De La Hoya and Mosley were real good friends, and they got it on twice.
Yep. Blocker and Simon Brown, they were
they were roommates, for Christ's sake.
Roommates.
Yep.
They killed each other in the ring.
Hey, Boxing Lounge, if you're still there, can you let D Jeff in? I ain't heard from him in a long time.
I ain't heard from D Jeff in a minute, man.
Oh shit! Is that Chalupa motherfucker here?
He said he's in the backdrop. D Jefferson.
Hey, how about when the fighters used to fight each other, bro? I mean, you got guys like Jerron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. What about Marvin Hack? What about
no, don't say him, not yet.
No. What about fucking Marlon Starling and Donald Curry? They were both fucking undefeated rookies, and they fought each other. Starling got the L, but that didn't hurt either one's career. They both went on to win multiple world titles. Now they're afraid to put these guys in there with competition. That's what makes boxing boring to me. I'm looking at this card tomorrow night, and look at the left side of the card, and it's like there's not going to be an upset. There might not even be a close fight on this card, but yet it's just a stacked card for today by today's standards. I mean,
so Hagler fought Briscoe twice. Hagler fought Briscoe twice. He fought Willie the Worm twice. Come on, man.
All right, so they say that fighters aren't scared, but the way I'm hearing it sound like fighters are scared, then, right? Because again, I agree, right? I grew up. You can fight your friends and dap it up, you know, damn near take each other's head off, but then you dap up, it's cool. You know, you walk away with, you know, your head held high. You know, that's common to me. And I can understand. So, is it true that fighters are really scared to lose, or they just can't fight at all? They might be
I don't think it's the fighters. I don't think it's the fighters. I think it's the promoters. I think it's the promoters. They're afraid.
I don't know who it is.
Promote this undefeated thing and losing the O like it's a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing to lose the O because you know, fighters from the past, everybody's lost a fight here and there. One of the more popular fighters from this era was Adrian Broner, and he took a lot of L's. But he was still a more popular fighter than some of these guys going around trying to protect their O because he's been willing to go in there and fight some of everybody.
Fucking Thomas Hearns caught that O against Leonard, and he did nothing but blossom after that fight.
Yeah, great fighters take losses. That's part of what being a fighter is all about.
Duran lost to Leonard and won titles in 3 more divisions. So, I mean, come on.
I think fucking fans care about more about you fighting the fights that people want to see instead of fucking protecting your own, bro. Nobody really gives a shit about that at all, dude. If you, as long as you're fighting the best, that's what people care about.
That's what we care about. But these other casual fans want their fighter to keep their own, and they make excuses for their fighter to duck the
Oh
other
yeah.
fighter.
Oh, it's too early for
That's
him.
horrible.
But let him.
Yeah, and
Let
he
him
could have a belt too, Bruce. He'll have a belt, and they're still saying, "Oh, he's
Yeah.
not ready yet. He's not developed yet." But he's
David
going around
Morrell.
toting the belt. How can he not be ready when he's going around toting the belt? Doesn't
Taking
make
on
any
all
sense.
contenders and no sense whatsoever.
Tell me,
I
have
don't
you
understand the
heard
new
this?
fans. I have not been able to understand them. I've been on boxing social media since it began, since it was AOL chat boards. I've went all the way from 95, the AOL chat boards, to now, and I've seen the old traditional fans that have diminished. I don't know if it's just interacting with these new fight fans who try to build barriers for their fighters. What has he done to get a fight against my favorite fighter? He hasn't done nothing to get a fight against
that type
him.
of shit.
Yeah. And it's like there's been upsets all the time. Styles make fights in the science, man. Right? So
How many times have you guys heard this? Oh, Boots ain't ready for the top guys. The motherfucker is 30 fights in. How is he not ready for anybody? He's 30 fights in. He's ready for anybody. When is he gonna be ready?
They have no fucking idea what real boxing is.
Hey, D Jeff, there's nobody to let you in, man. Boxing Lounge went to sleep and get this smoke.
No. I'm here, but I can see if he's backstage, but he's not backstage yet.
Oh, okay. D Jeff, you got to get backstage, bro.
Get backstage, D Jeff.
Yeah,
man, I don't understand that shit about not being ready. If you got over 20, 25 fights, you ready. Well, if you're not ready then, when are you going to be ready?
If you have a belt, you should be taking on nothing but contenders. None of these names we have to Google to see who the fuck they are. I mean, dude, you're at the top of the mountain. It's your job to stay there. And by fighting the best in your division, boxing is supposedly the most simple sport in the world, but yet you got all these bean counters and suits that make it so complicated that it turns the average fan right off, bro.
It does. And then not only that, you don't even have to have a belt now because the belt has been devalued. Like in tonight's in tomorrow's pay-per-view, there's no belt on the line. And this is a pay-per-view fight, yet we're going to have Charlo versus Zoo on the regular premium network. I heard that's not even going to be a pay-per-view fight, but yet you want Tank Davis to be a pay-per-view fight? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
They will never put Charlo on pay-per-view again because the last time they put him on pay-per-view, it tanked. They put him on together and it tanked together. They're not putting him back on pay-per-view. For what? Nobody's going to buy it. Nobody knows those guys. Nobody knows the Charlos.
Yep. D. Joe.
What's up, fellas? What's up, man?
D. Jeff, where you been, man?
Busy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. God dog.
Oh shit!
The last year or something. Shit.
Hey, what's up? What's up, my boy? How you been, man? How many chalupas have you ate this morning? What's up? What's up, man? How many chalupas have you ate this morning already, man? Come on.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What, man? What's going on? What y'all talking?
We were just talking about the how the fight game has changed. Like for instance, this Tank Davis fight, it's a pay-per-view fight. Are these guys really superstars like they say they are? And we're saying that we've had some complaints. There's some older guys on the panel, and a lot of things have came up, man. Shit, we just want to hear anything you got to say. It's been a long time. Shit, I was talking about you on a stream the other day. Like, where the fuck is D. Jeff at?
Man, I'm on a lunch break now. I've been running around like crazy, just working state venture and shit. That's why I've been gone. I ain't really had time to be online, bro. I've been busy.
Hey man, you got it
like tomorrow. You got any interest in that?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch him. I got this meeting I gotta go to. Probably ends around 8 o'clock. So, Hectic,
Hey,
man. Hectic.
you got to do one of your lives, D.
I know, man. I'm gonna try to get back at it, bro. I miss doing them. It's just been real hectic. I missed a lot. I missed a lot.
So give us your thoughts on the conversation, man, that everything has changed and we don't have superstars in boxing anymore.
You know, that started to slip away when I left, in my opinion. I mean, you had Canelo that did everything he could do. AJ lost. You know, the superstardom kind of started to slip away when I left the whole Apple community, and I don't think that see that it's recovered. You see, you got Crawford leaving and trying to do his thing, and Tank trying to do his thing, but these guys are not. They might be some of the better fighters, but they're not superstars. Superstars are known by people that don't even watch the sport, basically. Like, Mike Tyson and Ali and these guys. No, but people that didn't even watch the sport knew who they were. That's the stuff. Even
Exactly.
to Floyd Mayweather, for as many people that hate him, people knew who Floyd was, and they didn't even watch boxing. That's when you're a superstar. People know who LeBron James is basketball, but they know him. That's a superstar. We don't really have that in boxing, so it's unfortunate.
But what's so funny, D, is that a lot of these fight fans today, they would call Tank Davis a superstar. They'll say he's a superstar, but he's not a trendsetter such as an Ali, such as a Sugar Ray Leonard, such as a Mike Tyson, such as a Rocky Marciano, Jack Johnson, Joe Louis. These guys set trends. They were on a different level, and that's what made them not only a star, but a superstar. Some stars shine brighter than others. And I just don't see it with these guys that are around today that people are calling superstars.
They're definitely not. Tank, I like Tank, but Tank is no superstar, man. Mike Tyson hit a woman, and people still love Mike Tyson. Tank Davis hits a woman, and that's what people know him for, hitting a woman. You know what I mean? People still love Mike though when he did it. So that's the difference, bro. Like that's the total difference right there. Is these guys are not they superstars to their fans. That's about it.
Well, I think a lot of us, the guys on this panel here, we're old enough to have seen a superstar. A lot of these newer fans, some of these guys were born in the year of 2000 and stuff like that. So the biggest superstar they seen was Floyd Mayweather, who was a trendsetter in his own right too, because he was able to benefit off of the internet platform. So he did his own thing. But the guys who are trying to be like him now, that blueprint or green print has been outdated. You're not going to be a Floyd Mayweather now because he's already done that. He was the guy who capitalized off of social media. So they have to set some kind of trend and, do something a little bit different to shine brighter than the other stars. And these guys, their promoters are going around lying, their trainers, and Tank Davis trainer, you ask him, he'll tell you that Tank Davis is a superstar, and he's not.
The trend setting that Floyd.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying the fucking trend setting that Floyd did is a fucking low risk, high reward shit. Fucking and fucking money over legacy and fucking protecting. Oh, that's the trend setting that fool is doing.
That's true.
I think Floyd and Manny were probably the last superstars, man.
I would have to agree with that too. I think they were the last superstars as far as being a superstar. Right. I know that Floyd didn't always do things the right way, and he was saying low risk, high reward and things like that. But he was a trendsetter because he was the guy who knew what to do with the internet platform and take it to another level. But that stuff that played out, man. Now we want to see the best fight the best because the expectation has gotten higher. People have stopped spending their money on these pay-per-views. The pay-per-views have decreased dramatically. And the platform is still there because when Mike Tyson came and fought an exhibition, that did over 1 million. The UFC, they could still do over 1 million. But the boxing now, that's gone down to 200,000 to where people are saying that that's a successful pay-per-view. 200,000 now. They
celebrate that.
Yeah. Deontay Wilder's last fight, 75,000. I don't know if you guys want to call that a success. Go ahead, but I don't think so.
That's a
Or
flop.
was that with Fox? Was that with Fox?
The last fight that he did,
Yeah, Deontay.
Deontay Wilder, that he did, the pay-per-view numbers was at $75,000 when the record is 4.6. He can't even make the 600,000.
But was that with Fox though? Was that with Fox or no?
I think so. I think it was.
See, that's bad news for Errol Spence and Crawford trying to make that fight happen. You know, if Deontay Wilder there at the time he was their cash cow, I guess PBC's. I mean, if he can't even break 75, they're gonna be like, no, you know what? Fuck that. You know this it's getting lower and lower now. You know, they're not gonna want to pay more money for these fights if they're losing money.
They say that Terrence Crawford made $10 million for this fight with BLK Prime, and I'm not saying he didn't make $10 million, but somebody lost out big time on that.
Yeah,
if he made
well,
$10 million, somebody lost some big money.
Yeah, well, think about this. If he did make 10 million, just say he did make it, right? You think he's gonna want to go into this Errol Spence fight making less and against Errol Spence?
Absolutely not.
Right?
They're not generating the money. That's the thing about it. They're not generating it, man. They're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then you think Fox is gonna want to pay fucking more than fucking whatever, all kinds of millions for Spence versus Crawford after how Deontay tanked? I don't think so, bro. That fight's almost near impossible to make, bro.
For what they want, I think it's impossible because
for what they want, correct.
They're gonna have to come to terms with that. Hey, this is not Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao. You guys were never able to gain those kind of audiences and support, and you guys are acting like you're Mayweather and Pacquiao with these negotiations dragging out 5 and 6 years.
The only way I can see that fight going and making it happen is if it goes to purse bid, which it doesn't have to. You know what I mean? But I mean, let promoters fucking bid on that. See what happens.
That fight is past is a little. Like, people got so pissed off with that fight not happening. I'm not even sure if it could be successful.
That's a good point. It is definitely past the expiration date.
Yeah.
Way past it. I agree with that. Damn, D, man, you got to come back, man. We need some real talk in the boxing world, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, I miss my little intro, bro. They used to have for me.
I know, man. I miss it. I ain't gonna lie, guys,
bro.
I miss it, but I'm so spent for time, bro. It's crazy.
Hey, D, remember when you said when I get my car, you're gonna put my actual car right there? I got that shit already, bro. So next time when you do your live, I'm gonna send you a pic. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So I got me a 63 Impala SS, bro. So
he was looking for that for years.
Hell yeah, that shit took me a fucking long ass time.
That's what's up, bro. What you do to it so far?
Shit, I haven't done shit to it, bro. That shit was expensive to get in the first place.
I feel you. I feel you, dog.
Yeah, bro. I spent
I was looking around, I was like, holy hell.
Yeah, I spent like $40,000 on that fucking car, bro, cash. So it took me a little, you know. Shelton knows what's cracking. How much those cars are over here right now?
So Smoke done fell asleep on us, man.
No, he's probably on another live debating somebody else right now.
He left us hours ago,
what's up
man.
to you? I reckon he has fallen
for
asleep.
hours.
I thought I was going to
be
jump
on here
on
for 2 hours without him. 2 or 3 hours.
You know, Smoke be debating everybody, bro. He's probably debating 2 people at one time right now somewhere else.
Oh, still the same Smoke. He ain't never gonna stop. So what
He's
y'all
gonna
think?
Be sad. He's gonna be sad that you came through, D, and he missed you. You're gonna be mad about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch him again. I'm a little behind. Is Tank and Ryan? Is that gonna happen?
Nothing signed yet.
It's one of them things, man, that we're gonna have to wait on and see what if they're gonna be able to get this thing signed.
Mutual agreement.
Is this gonna be another a 5-year marination? It's hard to tell in this environment, bro.
I don't think that shit's gonna happen, bro.
Make some money. I think that fight will make some money.
I think that fight makes more than Spence and Crawford.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
they
Hey,
waited too
Raider, I'm
long.
with you, bro.
They waited too
I
long on the
think it does.
Spence and Crawford stuff. It's sad, man. I don't even think that Spence and Crawford fight is going to happen, to be real.
Yeah, me neither, bro.
I don't know, man. That fight, like I said, bro, it just lost it. It's the allure is gone. Like I'm a huge fan, and I don't even care about if the fight happens anymore. Like the allure of that fight is gone, and when when people are not desiring that fight, then it's definitely not going to make a lot of money, bro. No, who desires that fight now? It's like whatever, bro. If
Yeah,
they even like put out little tidbits of this fight, nobody would believe it. Like if they
yeah,
start putting out shit on Instagram and all this, best fight is on, is nobody would believe it. That's how
yeah.
much that fight is dead, bro.
I agree, bro. Like the minute when you start desiring a fight, and the minute that you don't even care if it happens or not, that's when it starts going sideways, bro.
And I don't watch any build up to it no more either. Anyone who, if I see Spencer Crawford in the title, I don't watch it. I don't want to hear what nobody has to say anymore. I'm done with it.
Yeah, hey, exactly, man. I've been done with that shit for like the past fucking couple months, bro. Like just
Me
every
too.
fucking channel, bro. Spence Crawford, Spence every day, bro. It's like, god damn, homie, I
Don't
fucking
you
change it
realize
up.
by now that they're not going to fight, that this is a dream fantasy matchup?
Right.
It's going to end up
Spence is
dead in the
talking
water,
about
just like
fighting
Riddick
Thurman.
Bowe versus Lennox Lewis.
What is this Keith Thurman crap, bro? Like he said, I'll never fight Keith Thurman. Now you get ready to fight Keith Thurman, or at least it's being talked about. We even talking about that.
So check this out. So the
Thurman.
WBC ordered that fight, right? Keith Thurman and fucking Spence. And Spence has been saying he's not gonna give him that opportunity because that fool didn't get the opportunity from Thurman, right? So now it was ordered, and now what happened now is since Spence got in that car accident, supposedly now he's hurt. Like he's hurt, so he's not taking that fight.
Yeah. Spence got in another car accident. I don't know if you've been up to date on that.
Yeah,
And
I saw that. I saw that. The young kid driving the car.
right.
Yeah, man. That's all bullshit. He playing. Don't want to fight Keith Thurman. Not because he's ducking him or scared of him. Just he don't want to give Thurman the pleasure.
But I think he would take Thurman before he takes one of them young killers like Virgil Ortiz.
Well, I was about to say that too, Blood. And also, that's a fight that'll please Al, because that fight will make more money than most he will take. So that'll please Al Hammond, Spencer's true boss. Forget about all of this own boss. His boss is Al Hammond.
That's
well. Check this out. So the winner of Stanionis and Virgil are most likely, as soon as that fight ends, is gonna get that fucking shot, bro. They're gonna call it. So Spence is gonna have to fight one of those dudes. If
he's gonna vacate though, Raider, he's gonna vacate. He ain't gonna fight the winner of that fight.
You think so?
Damn, I don't think
bro.
Spence will take him, man. I don't think so. I don't think he wants to take the risk. I think he would prefer to fight Keith Thurman. If the guy that he said that he wasn't gonna never fight, let Virgil Ortiz or one of them guys come up in the rankings and get a mandatory. He's not going to take that fight, man. Spence is a ducker, man. He's just not going to do it.
If he doesn't have a fight scheduled by the end of that fight, when Stanionis and Virgil fight ends, bro, fuck, I don't know, bro. He's gonna have to fight one of those or vacate, like you said, bro.
I gotta see him vacate. I don't know, Blood. I would have to see him vacate. I would have to see that. I don't think he fight. I think that Al and them way to wiggle out of it. I would say that, but I don't think he vacate. If it come to lose,
he's gonna wiggle out of it through the Keith Thurman fight. Wait and see. Watch and see.
That I agree with. I just don't the belt. Like I feel like if he got to give up the belt, I think he fights him. Because I don't like. Look, man, Crawford and Spence didn't happen, but man, we all know, or at least most of us should know that that's Al behind that. That's politics. I don't think these guys do. I still say I don't think these guys are scared to fight anyone. Like, man, I don't know. I just don't think Spencer's scared to fight him. I just think the money, these guys are chasing money. They get to the point where they want to make more money, and they the stars of their like of the PBCs, the star of the PBC or one of them, and he wants to make more money, and the Crawford fight just ain't offering him what he wants. But as far as him being scared, I don't think
he's scared in that way, D. I think that he's just afraid to take the risk. I think that taking the risk, I don't think he's afraid of them, like scared as in saying, I'm afraid of you. But I think that it's just the biggest risky fight. It's a high risk, low reward fight. A guy like Virgil, piece of Boots Anderson, Stanionis.
What y'all think about Boots and Crawford?
That would be a good fight, but Boots didn't take that route. Boots is taking a different route. He's not going the WBO route. He wants to fight with what route is he taking again, Raider? What route?
I think the IBF route.
Yeah, he's taking the IBF route.
Yeah, see, they Virgil and Boots, they gotta pay Spence the easier fight. So they both going to go after Spence. Spence got 3-1, so why would you go after the guy who's probably a tougher fight and he only has 1 belt when you a guy who you would believe to be an easier fight and he has 3 belts? I mean, to me,
I think it's going to be impossible for them to keep these belts together, though, with mandatories coming up and things. Somebody's going to have to vacate, so the chance to get an undisputed, that's going by the day.
See, and I was about to mention that too. So that's gonna put another kink in negotiations if it's not for undisputed anymore.
Exactly.
You know, because he's gonna have to vacate if he doesn't want to fight one of these guys, Spence.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and the fight, and that puts less money in the fight because shit.
Correct.
If it's not undisputed, the fight is already, like I said, is lost its allure. So if it's not for all 4 belts, that's even less money, bro.
It's going to be hard for them. You got all these different mandatories and people going these different routes because those young guys, with Spence getting in these injuries and all that stuff, all he's doing is putting them belts on hold. He's had enough time off. He's had enough.
I think that's a lie too. I think that's a lie though, boss. That son of a bitch don't want to fight Keith Thurman. I don't think he hurt.
Hey, and I heard through the backside that that's one of the only reasons that Crawford wants to fight Spence is so he can get that undisputed, and when he beats Spence, he wants to fight Charlo for undisputed. So that'll be 2 undisputeds, which would be, if he beats all of them, he'll be 3 undisputed fucking weight divisions, bro.
Yeah. That would be
fucking and only with 1 fight, bro. Only with 1 fight. 1 fight each. That's, remember what Tio wanted to do? Tio wanted to do the same thing.
Man.
He wanted to go to Taylor, but he ended up losing to Cambozos.
Yeah, his dad, Teofimo Senior is the problem in that little. He need to let go of the reins, bro. He can't take Teofimo any further than he's taking him. And as long as Teofimo stay under his dad with all of that distraction and the lack of coaching, he ain't gonna go nowhere, bro. And y'all know I'm huge on Teofimo, but it's just Teofimo Senior has plateaued, and he can't take that kid any higher. Period. Like he can't.
I used to debate you on Tio, remember?
Yeah, you know I'm huge on Tio, but I gotta be honest, bro. He's not going to go anywhere, bro. He's just not. It's just that simple.
Yeah, not anymore. But in the beginning, Tio Senior did his job, right? He got him where he was supposed to be at. Undefeated, he got him.
He should have took notes from Bill Haney. He should have took notes from Bill Haney. Bill Haney could say all he wanted about he was getting into the business and all that. He knew he couldn't take his son but so far. So he had to let go of the reins. Teofimo Senior should have done the same thing. He's not a fuck that goddamn trainer of the year nonsense. You're not a good trainer, bro. Like you're not. You're a good trainer for your son, but overall, he doesn't have enough knowledge. Blood forgot more about boxing than Teofimo.
Hey, but you know what the difference is though? The fucking Haney beat Cambozos, and Teofimo beat fucking Lomachenko, bro. You know what I mean? That's the
Yeah,
difference. He beat Loma. He beat one of the
yeah.
pound for pound best. So at least Teo's dad can be like, okay, fuck, we got that done. It could only go up higher from here, but that's not the way it ended up working out. You know, they got too
If Loma,
cocky. It wasn't enough,
if
and
Lomachenko would have worked behind the jab, which this we know that this is not Loma's style, but if he would work behind the jab, it's clear to see that he would have. And Teofimo how to coach his son out of getting the fuck away from a jab. Bro, if you can't get away from a Cambosos Jr. jab, Devin Haney would have won that fight.
yeah.
He would have jabbed.
Teo didn't really look good in his last fight either, though. He looked terrible
No.
to me.
No,
He didn't look good in his
and
last
again,
fight.
that's a sign of lack of training, bro. Lack of,
Yeah.
bro. He needs to let go of the reins, man. Teofimo Senior is he was the rise of his son, and he's gonna be the end of his son. He's gonna boom.
And I don't like the way that Haney looked against JoJo neither. So with that Loma fight, looks interesting now for me.
It does, Raider. I agree with that. And we should not be surprised if Lomachenko is undisputed. It should not be a surprise to a lot of people. It probably
But
will to a
Loma
lot of
didn't look too good in his last fight either now.
yeah, but this is Haney we talk. But this is Haney we talking about. Man, Loma gonna chew those punches up and spit them out because Loma ain't got no glass chin. He don't got a
And
glass chin. And he packed a little pop.
And Loma season too. Remember that?
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you,
man, because he's had a surgery and he's a guy in his mid-30s. Oh, you know.
Yeah, that's true too.
In the last fight, I know that guy sparred several rounds with him, but he didn't look his old self in that fight.
I think it's an interesting fight. Nothing to say the least. I think Shakur beats him all.
Yeah, Shakur does.
He's
a very talented fighter.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
Beats him all. Except Tank. I would like to see. That's an interesting fight. That is really a real interesting fight. Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson.
Tank Davis' only way to beat Shakur is if he knocks him out. There's no way Tank Davis beats Shakur going to decision, bro. No way. He's not gonna.
Tank is fast. Tank is fast.
Yeah, but he's okay. Let me ask you this: Do you think that if it goes to decision, that Tank can beat Shakur on the scorecards, bro?
No. If it goes to decision, that's Shakur all day. So I'm not.
Hell yeah. I mean, think about it. Even Leo Santa Cruz, I think, was
that. The fact that you guys are even talking about that without acknowledging this Hector Garcia guy shows you how much of a joke this pay-per-view is. You guys are already looking past it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the agreement that they had with fucking Ryan Garcia tells you even more. They already have a fight. Scheduling a fight fucking after this fight already. Before the fight.
If they could pull it off, man. If they could pull it off.
Could y'all imagine Teofimo? Could y'all imagine Teofimo Lopez fighting Regis Prograis? Regis Prograis stops him, knocks him out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, that'll be fucking yeah.
I think he knocks him out, and then so if you're gonna do anything at 140, you got to be able to get past that guy, and I don't see Teo getting past Regis.
Who you think would be a good trainer?
Not even a top five.
Who would be a good trainer? Garcia? Robert Garcia?
Yep. Sure, why not?
Robert Garcia is all offensive. Just offensive, you know what I mean?
Yeah, offensive. But Teo definitely needs more to his offense, man.
I think so, yeah.
He definitely needs that, Raider.
Yeah, but that style, I don't think he would work in Garcia's style, because if you think about it, Robert Garcia's all his fighters usually fight the same kind of style, bro.
Okay, so Raider, who would you put Teo with then if you find a trainer to match him up with?
Fuck, bro, that's a good question. I like Ismael Salas, bro. I like his kind of, you know what I mean? I like his style. But see, the thing is, I like Eddie Reynoso, but Eddie Reynoso is more. He has that style where he wants everybody to be like Canelo style, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? It didn't work with fucking Ray, fucking El Rey. It didn't work with what's the other dudes? Luis Neri neither. You know, you can't do that with those type of fighters because those are accumulative punchers. They that's how they win fights. They throw a lot of punches, and Eddie Reynoso's style is more efficient. You know what I mean? Efficiency. Don't waste too many punches.
Do y'all think T.O.'s power is suspect at 140?
It's not what it was, man. It's not. I wouldn't say it's suspect.
It look a little light to me, blood. It look a little light to me. I thought his power would increase actually because he was draining, cutting down, but his power looks big at 140, bro. I don't know.
It doesn't look as good as it did. I'll put it that way. But,
does his feet look a little heavier too? His footwork, does it look a little heavier?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's another thing, bro.
They don't stay active enough. These young fighters don't stay active enough, man.
That's another thing with Ismael Salas. You know, Ismael Salas' fighters have good feet, dude.
But you got to think that he's got to be focused too, because he's had all these issues with his marriage and all that kind of stuff like that. You know, that stuff contributes, man, to a bad performance. You know, he's got to get all that stuff straight, man, and get him a new trainer. I think all the trainers that we mentioned would be better than his father, though.
Yeah. For sure.
At this point, yep. Now let me ask you this: What about if Tio would have beat Cambosos? Yeah, he would still be undisputed. And he won that other fight convincingly. Would you guys still want to switch trainers, or?
Yeah, I still would want to switch trainers because he gets faced too many that jab. Cambosos Jr. doesn't have a spectacular jab, and Tio couldn't get away from it. So I would still be in the same place because not only should he have beaten Cambosos Jr., that's number one. He should have won that fight. But his dad was exposed at so many levels, and so was he. Bro, you can't get away from a simple jab. Like, this dude jab is what, a B-level jab? That's and he couldn't get away from it.
That's got to do with footwork. That's definitely footwork that he's got to deal with. 100%.
Well, some people were already critical of his father even before the losses to Cambosos. People were saying that he needs to get out of under his father, because a lot of that is mental too. The little thing he's got with his father, there's a lot of problems there, man. I see a little bit of dysfunction there in that whole relationship with him. Sometimes fathers are not the best trainers. Yeah,
because issues with his dad, with his girlfriend or his wife, whatever it is, and then the baby issues, and then you know what I mean, all money issues, contract issues, stuff with Bob.
Y'all remember the Loma fight? Tio got that fight because his dad was telling him to do something else, and he kind of went up. Dad told him. So they're like, it's not even the trainer that got him through that long. It was Tio.
Yeah, and you know what too? He didn't listen too. Remember in the fights, he don't listen to his dad.
He didn't listen. Yeah. He didn't listen, and he won the fight. That tells you, like, it's not the trainer that did it. Tio neglected what the trainer was telling him. He neglected what his dad was telling him, and ended up winning the fight. That right there tells you he needs to get the fuck away from him.
I agree, man.
But that also is some of the reasons why he looks bad in some of the fights too, because he doesn't listen. Because sometimes as a trainer, you see things that you as a fighter, when you're fighting, you don't see.
He better get it straight before he fights somebody like Regis Prograis, Josh Taylor, or somebody like that, though.
Hell yeah.
Those guys, I don't see him, man. Those guys will listen. The only two I feel like with Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis, I feel the same way with them, like Spence and Bud. I think that those are the only two guys that can beat them. Like, only Regis can beat Josh. Only Josh can beat Regis. And like Bud and Spence. I don't think anybody else beats them. Tio definitely not, bro. He might not even make it past fucking Japan.
I'm not even sure if he could beat Antoine Russell and guys like that.
No, Russell is. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, that 140 is a different animal, and I don't know if he was what I thought he. I will admit he's not what I thought he was going to be at 140. He is not.
I wouldn't be surprised if they feed fucking what's his face, the one that just fought Prograis, Cepeda and Tio.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I don't even know if he just passed Cepeda.
Cepeda's pretty good, man. Cepeda's pretty good. I know that Prograis got him out of there, but Cepeda's a damn good fighter. Damn good fighter, man.
Yeah, but he's just not on Regis. Man, Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis rematch. That's what we need, bro. Because that fight, I want to see it again. That shit. I think that could go either way. Like, Josh didn't beat Regis convincingly enough to say, oh, Regis can't beat him. No, he didn't beat him like that. So that fight, we could definitely get a rematch on that fight. But those two guys are at the top of that class, man. I don't see anybody beating those two guys. Regis is kind of old. Ain't he over 30 now?
Yeah, he's like 32 or something.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
But he's at his peak right now.
Yeah, he is.
What's up, Hyphy? How you doing?
Big Blood, what's up with it?
All good, man.
Yeah, he's definitely
waiting for these fights to start, tomorrow. So,
hey, Blow, ask you this. My guy, Usyk, Fury and Usyk. What you think, man?
Man, I'm gonna go with Fury, man. It's a good fight. I like Usyk a lot, but I just think Fury's he's just so big, man. And he could do some of everything. He could fight out the southpaw. Yeah. He could fight orthodox. He could fight mid range, in close, long range. He could fight tall. He could just do some of everything. I think he's gonna be a problem for Usyk, man.
Yeah, I think Usyk is
it's not going to be an easy fight, though. It's not going to be an easy fight for Tyson Fury, but I will favor Fury to win that fight.
Hey, man, I'll tell you this, bro. My bad. That fight right there is really interesting, bro. Oh, go ahead, D. Go ahead, D. I'll go, D.
No, I was just gonna say, I think Usyk is a better boxer than Fury. I just think Fury, that's too much. They're too great. The dimensions, because he's a good boxer. He's a great boxer himself, but I think the dimensions are too great for Usyk to get by, because you're not getting by someone dimensions that's not on the level of boxing you are. Like, that's what the thing was with AJ and Chisora and these guys. They had greater dimensions. They were taller, longer, bigger, and all of that. But they weren't the type of boxer Fury is. And those dimensions, that's the key right there, bro.
That's gonna make a difference.
Here's my thing, bro. That fight to me, bro, is interesting because I mean, look how Tyson Fury does against the smaller dudes like Otto Wallin and shit like that. He doesn't look as great, bro. He looks better against guys that are almost his size, right? Because he knows the distances, how to move, and all that. And fucking Usyk is not no Otto Wallin. Usyk is a good ass boxer, bro. He knows the distance and everything. But I'm leaning towards Fury for the simple fact is he knows all the little tactics, bro. He knows when to fucking smother these guys, when to clinch. He puts all her weights on these guys, and that's something that Usyk hasn't really been through. You know what I mean? Like this one knows all the tactics. Mental.
He's changed trainers since Wallin too, so I think he's done a lot better with Sugar Hill.
I'm at like 55-45, bro. 55-45 Fury right now.
Yeah.
What about you, Hyphy? Since you came on, what you got going on?
All right, just like the brother Raider was saying, I got Fury because since he didn't hook up with Sugar Hill, he know how to use his size. But you can also see Fury is good at being able to implement those, as we would say, dirty tactics without getting caught by them. And that you already know if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So based on that, I would favor Fury. But I'm glad that we talking about this fight instead of the same old Gervonta and all that stuff. Because you talking about a mega fight. This is what I consider a super fight.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this: what fight would you rather see? Tyson Fury versus Usyk or Bivol and Beterbiev?
Oh,
man.
Oh, so
damn.
that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I'd rather see Tyson Fury versus Usyk because they're heavyweights, but I do want to see Beterbiev versus Bivol too, though. I want to see that a lot, man.
And both fights are undisputed too.
I'm going to go with Tyson Fury versus Usyk because they're heavyweights. And I just think boxing needs an undisputed heavyweight champion. But don't get me wrong. The light heavyweight division is a traditional throwback division. Beterbiev and Bivol, they've been holding their little status for too many years to not have fought. And you know what? These guys never get the pressure that other fighters get, like an Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford to fight. And people should have been pressuring these two guys to fight. But I heard now there's some other barrier. There's some mandatory or something going on. Or I know that Beterbiev has that fight coming up with Yard, but somebody said that I was looking at something and they said that fight still ain't going to happen after I'm pretty sure Beterbiev is going to beat Anthony Yard, though. I think so.
Hey, that fight to me, bro, is Beterbiev and Bivol is like fucking Wolverine against a fucking master fucking defensive boxer like Bivol, bro. That's gonna be. I think Bivol, he is the one that gets hit the less in all of boxing. If I'm not mistaken, he even gets hit less than Shakur does. I gotta look that up though.
He knows that ring, man. He's damn sure mastered distance. Like he's a master of distance.
I picked Bivol to beat Beterbiev long ago. Rainer, you remember I was saying that Dimitri Bivol was the Canelo stopper. Remember, I was saying the Canelo shouldn't take that fight. So I've been known that this dude is a monster, bro. Like it didn't just come up. Like it didn't pop up on me after the Canelo fight. I knew he would beat a huge Canelo fan. I've been said it, and I still say it. He beats Beterbiev, bro. He beats Beterbiev.
Yeah, remember me, you, and fucking and UB too. We used to say, I at least I used to say the only one that can beat Canelo at that time I think was Bivol. But
Yeah.
when the fight happened, I still edged Canelo to win just because he was getting better and better. But I mean, he ended up gassing out in the third, fourth round. So, but it is what it is. He lost.
Yeah, I didn't. I said, man, Canelo got good head movement and all of that, and you could see him like shit. He was dipping a whole lot of shots, but Bivol just kept coming, bro. It's like machine gun. You can't dip.
And he was blocking
Yeah, but he gassed out though.
Because he has such a tight high guard, Bivol, and he knows how to tuck his elbows for the body shots and the rib. He that high guard that he has is really unique, man. And it's hard to break that guard. Now, Beterbiev does have the power to break through that high guard some, but I think that Bivol fighting on his back foot is going to be a problem for Beterbiev because he's always going to have something coming back too, which is counterpunching. He's so good at that too, man. He's just such a good boxer. I can't see Beterbiev beating Bivol. I heard they fought in the amateurs. Is that true? That they fought in the amateurs?
That's not true.
Okay.
I don't know.
But speaking of the amateurs, to me, that's what makes this a super fight, in my opinion, because Beterbiev has had almost 300 amateur fights, and he only lost 5 of them to only 2 different men. But Vol was a very, very super standout amateur as well. So these is dudes that's shining at the elite level in the pros, and they got the amateur pedigree behind them.
That's true.
That's a great fight, bro.
But isn't Beterbiev, he's a little up in age, though. He's getting close to 40, isn't he? I know he keeps his body good, but he's getting up there.
Yeah, I know he like 30. I know he at least 36, 37. I know he up there. You all right about that, blood. He's up there. That motherfucker hits hard as hell, though, bro.
How old is Bivol?
He's about 32 or something.
Oh, all right.
I think there's about a 6-year difference between them, but that could make a difference.
That 6 years ain't no joke, man.
Yo, now Beterbiev, his assistant coach is John Iceman Scully.
Yeah.
And so I've heard a few interviews, and Scully was saying, look, this dude, he really don't watch no boxing at all. But as far as like his dedication, like the only thing he do with boxing is just practice. he's so dedicated to learning. And they say he's a very devoted Muslim. So it sounds like he take care of his body real well. And he's always focused on, his career. So he's still got that hunger and that focus. So he's definitely a dangerous fighter.
Shoot, man. Beterbiev is getting ready to turn 38. I just looked him up.
Yeah.
He's up in age, man. I knew he was up there.
Damn, 38.
He's 37 now, but he'll be 38 real soon.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Not I'm talking about boxing years.
Well, he hasn't fought very many. Shit, in fact, he's going to be 38 in January the 21st. He'll turn 38. So
that's soon.
In a couple of weeks, he's going to turn 38 for Beterbiev. But he hasn't had very many fights since he's been a pro. He hasn't had a whole lot of fights, so that might help him some, but I don't know, man. He's getting up there in age, man. So hopefully they'll make this fight pretty sooner than later.
Shit, he might get upset by Yard. Who's that?
That would be crazy, man. That would be crazy if Yard upsets him.
Yard, and I seen Beterbiev get shaken a couple of times. He might get upset by Anthony Yard.
Yard's gonna give him some issues in the beginning, but I think Beterbiev in the long haul, he's gonna end up getting him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do it early. I agree with that 100%. It's got to be like 6 rounds or less. If he go after 6, that's all Beterbiev, bro. Yeah, that's all Beterbiev after 6.
Yep. That's a good fight, man. Bivol versus Beterbiev. And the Yard fight, I'm interested in that too. That's probably a DAZN fight, ain't it? Ain't that DAZN?
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you guys this: who do you guys got in the Plant Benavidez? Because I've been hearing a lot of people a lot of people have a lot of different comments for that one, bro.
I got Benavidez, bro. I know Plant had that big knockout over Durrell, but I still got Benavidez, the Mexican monster, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. I think Benavidez is a little bit too much. I like Plant. Don't get me wrong. And he held his own against Canelo. We all knew Canelo was gonna beat him up, but I like Plant. I just think Benavidez is a little too much for him, bro.
Me too.
I think they're gonna get that, bro.
Hey, what about if Plant starts fighting what about if Plant fights on the outside, bro, and just makes it a difficult fight using lateral movement and just has Benavidez coming to him the whole time, trying to make a fight. But
he throws a lot of punches, bro. He's gonna wear Plant down. He'll be eventually. He might stay on. He might use a lot of lateral movement and fight off his back foot, but eventually he's gonna run out of juice, man. Because Benavidez ain't gonna stop coming at him, and Benavidez throws so many punches, man. He'll be able to come to ring off.
You know what, blood? Benavidez ain't really fought nobody that can navigate that ring like Plant. Raider got a point there because Plant can navigate that ring, and Benavidez ain't had that kind of fight yet.
Yeah, he got good feet.
That's a good point. I'm still gonna favor Benavidez, though. I'm still favoring Benavidez.
You know what it's gonna come down to, bro? It's gonna come down to if fucking Benavidez learns how to cut off that ring good. If he can cut off that ring, I got Benavidez for sure. But if he doesn't, it'll be difficult, bro.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Much love, man. I gotta go.
D, when you coming back, man? We ain't gonna see you again for another year or something.
I don't want to tell no lies. I can't say anything because I don't want to tell no lies.
Hey man, drop me your number, man, and hit me up at bloodboxing@gmail.com. It's just bloodboxing.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna do that, bro.
Yeah.
I got you.
Hit me up with your number so I can keep
hit me up too, bro.
All right, Raider, I got you. I got your phone number. I'm gonna call you, bro.
No, you don't got my number, fool.
Yeah, I got it.
No, you don't. I hit you up in an email. I hit you up in an email a while ago, but you didn't email me back. I'm like, this was probably eating chalupas right now. That's why he's not fucking hitting me back up right now.
On the speaker, man, on the email.
No, the killer something, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. Hit me up on the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk Gmail. Send me the joint, and I'm gonna trade with you. Blood, I got you. Blood boxing at Gmail, right?
Yeah, man. Hit
Yeah.
me up, man, so I can keep in contact with you.
All
You
right.
know,
All
me
right,
off
sure,
TV
sure.
again, so
All
hit
right,
me up.
Or maybe I should ask Hefe for your number.
It's good to see you, man. Happy New Year to you too.
all right, brother.
All right, sure, D. Have a good one, my boy. Peace out.
All right.
Peace. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
good old D.
Hey, Hyphy, you didn't tell us who you got in the Beterbiev Bivol fight.
Oh, I'm a slightly edge Dimitri in that fight. It's based on the fact that you said it's like he's prime, whereas Beterbiev, he's been a little injury prone over the last few years. So, I'm gonna roll with the younger fighter, basically.
What about Benavidez versus Plant?
Shit, I got your same pick in that one. I think people, they getting a little too excited about Plant with his last knockout. That dude, he ain't punching all that hard for one. And, he could move around some, but as you can see, every fight, he always slow down mid-fight. Yeah. So it's not like, he going to be, using a ring generalship really good the whole fight. So I got David, but, we got to see if that fight actually happened.
Oh, I thought that fight was signed, though, man.
I think that fight's done deal, but I think they're just waiting for a venue or something like that.
Okay, yeah, because I thought that was a done deal for sure.
Yeah.
I'd be disappointed if that fight don't happen, man. Because that's one of the that's some of the best news I had got for a while, man.
Yeah, no, the PBC has been man. I remember like in December, they only had one fight scheduled on their website, bro. They don't have shit scheduled. Future fights. I was like, what the fuck's going on right here? These fools got like a fucking over 200 fighters, and they only got like one fight scheduled.
Man, that's ridiculous, man. PBC been slipping up a little bit, man. But if they give us something, I'm looking forward to. I know they got the Jamel Charlo Zoo fight. I think Jamel Charlo is going to win that fight.
No, I think that got postponed, didn't it? Didn't it get postponed?
It's got postponed. It's got postponed, but they're still going to fight though.
Oh, all right.
Because Jamel Charlo has the injury. Was it to his hand or something?
Yeah, I think the WBO was they were emailing Charlo for proof evidence, medical records of that. I think he had a deadline. I think it was sometime this week to show proof.
So they're trying to take away one of the belts already out of this thing. That's crazy.
They probably are, maybe. But if he did fuck up his hand, there should be no
interest. He has the medical proof. He shouldn't have no problem sending the documentation.
Yeah, that's if it happened. If it didn't happen, well, who knows how that would happen? But I don't know.
I'd like to see Charlo fight the Fundoro guy, man. Fundoro.
Oh, that'll be fucking awesome, bro.
I would
love that'll be a fucking. Hey, man, that fucking Fundora and Lubin fight, that shit was fucking
man. That had to be like one of the fights of the year, bro. That was like one of the fights of the year for sure.
Man, Fundora got hurt, Lubin got hurt, back and forth. That shit was badass.
Hey, Smoke, man, you missed D Jeff, man. D Jeff was up in here.
Oh my God.
He was here for like an hour, man. You just missed him by like a few minutes.
Yeah, he just got. I actually just got off like a minute ago.
God damn. Well, I called him.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't talked to that dude forever. I talked to him like a couple weeks ago, but yeah.
Where you been, Smoke? Shit, you been smoking or something?
Yeah, man, I've been checking my eyelids for leaks.
Hey, did you guys watch that? Did you guys watch that Ioka fight? Ioka and Franco fight?
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah,
Ioka's done. It's time to retire.
You think so?
Yeah, he's done.
I have Franco.
He didn't look good in the Nietes fight, and he's just old.
Your voice is doing some weird shit, bro. You sound like Trent Optimus Prime.
Yeah, I had Franco winning that fight, bro. Like 7-5.
Yeah, I gave it to Franco. It was a good fight, though, man.
Yeah, a good little scrap. Yeah, a good little scrap. pretty dope.
Yeah, it was. But I say for the fight of last year was the fight you just mentioned though. That damn Funduro Lubin fight.
Funduro and Lubin, yeah,
that shit was crazy, man.
That shit was bad.
That was a fucking war, bro. I had to say that was my favorite fight of the year.
Yeah, hey, man, and you know what? I thought Lubin was gonna pull it off, bro. When he went to hear Funduro, I'm like, oh fuck. And as soon as he went down, I said to myself, this is what we're gonna see what this kid's made out of. If he's gonna hold off and win this fight. And he barely fucking did it, bro. That was all heart right there. For both guys right there. That heart came in fucking that fight for both these guys.
Oh yeah. That's what boxing is about though. It's not always about skills, heart, determination, all that stuff.
Yes.
A lot. And because a fighter's always, fight fans always look at skills and only think that it's about skills. It's not always only about skills. You know, sometimes it's about the heart and stuff. In fact, that holds heavy in a fight, really.
That's super heavy, bro. In any sport, for the how fucking hard. Whew.
You could have all the skills in the world. If you don't got no heart, then you're going down to the fighter who has the heart.
Yes, sir.
Like Thomas Hearns versus Duran. Not Duran, Barkley. Barkley, his heart got him through a lot of that shit. You know, just having a big heart in that fight against Thomas and those fights against Hearns.
Yeah.
We see it all the time, though. We see it in fights all the time.
Yeah. That was a good fight.
You know what, Smoke? Now that you come back, I'm gonna take my ass off here, man. Go 5. I got to go to the barbecue pit, man, before all the chicken goes. Because the little pit that I go to, it's a hood pit, and the chicken goes fast, bro.
Is it good or no?
Oh man, it's called Terrell's Barbecue Pit. Man, they have some of the best chicken and ribs you could ever eat. Man, if you ever come to Florida, anywhere in North Florida, you go to Terrell's Barbecue Pit. Man, but they'll be out of chicken here shortly. It's already past almost 2:00. I better take my ass and go get me some chicken.
Yeah, that's when you know when it's good. When that shit runs out. When that shit runs out in a few couple hours, you know it's bomb.
Blood, you gotta bring your own chicken over there.
Hey, Blood, man, thanks for holding it down, man. Happy New Year.
Yeah, man, it was Happy New Year to you. You missed Bruce Gas. You missed D. Jeff. Hyphy's here now. Raider.
Shelton.
You call it the OG. Shelton came through. Boxing Lounge. Man, we had a lot of guys come through, man, while you were gone. We all held it down together, man. Method stayed here for a long time. So we had a real good discussion, bro. It was real fun, man.
Oh, man, I appreciate it.
Make sure you catch the playback, man.
Thank you, homies.
Because you'll never see damn well D. Jeff, man.
I know, man. He said he's going to stop through.
Man. Happy New Year to Hyphy, to Raider, and to Get This Smoke, man. Y'all take it.
Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year.
Yeah, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what's up, Smoke?
Oh, dude, yesterday was just so rough.
What, you go out last night or what?
No, man. I was on the boxing session, Kyle's panel. I was there for like 15 hours before, and then I had to go live at like 4:20, and I don't know, dude. I was whooped. Yeah, I was like, the time that I usually sleep, I was there like holding his panel down because he had to do some stuff. So then, yeah, it's a group effort today.
I'm surprised because you usually hold it down. Usually you take your little siestas and bam.
Yeah, man. This is the first time. Like this is I see I see how other people do it. They have to live their life while they're live. But yeah, generally part of the conversation and like trying to direct traffic and all that stuff. But
you know what I called that? I called that the Jefe special. Remember when Jefe came out? That's all he used to do. Go on live, and then he'll never be on his lives. He'll just leave.
I wonder what's up with that dude. He's still around? Did he turn into a full-blown Nazi? Did he stop LARPing?
Man, I have no idea. I haven't even talked to him in a long ass time. I don't know.
I don't even know if he's around still. But anyway.
That's crazy.
I hope those little kids like figure it the fuck out. Stop tripping.
Yeah, I was back then.
Yeah, no, Yeah, I also thought Franco kind of pulled it out. I like Franco's work a little bit better, but yeah, Ioka he did turn it on late.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think he should retire.
Yeah, I think Franco did the better work, but I mean, not Franco. I think Ioka did the better work, but I think Franco just outlanded him. He just put for every punch that other fool landed, I think Franco landed like 2, 3 punches, not as clean, but they landed. But he just outlanded him, outworked him.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, and
Hey, what's up, Tommy?
Hey, how you feeling?
Fucking almost human.
Good.
Yeah, that was rough, man. Jeez. Yeah. So Tommy was over there, the boxing section, and then he like was holding it down over here. That's what's up. I love these time differences. Folks
They are
being able
useful.
to live their lives. Yeah, what's up? What are you saying?
Hey, I was gonna tell you. Hey, Smoke, how is it over there? How was it? Is it still raining over there, or no?
Yeah, I'm about to go get. It's the it's supposed to pick back up again. It's not raining right this second, but it's another storm supposed to hit this weekend, so I got to like go get more sandbags.
Damn, yeah, I heard it was bad, man. I saw the news. I saw it was bad up over there, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of flooding, huh?
Yeah.
yeah, I heard like
Yeah. I thought it was gonna be worse than it is, but um, yeah. Who knows? The part two comes this weekend, so so
Yeah, no,
far
it
though,
rained.
right? I got to
Yeah,
like
Round
clean
two.
my gutters, my rain gutters. I didn't
yeah,
realize
man,
it had leaves in it, and so it was like anyway. I had to like put
man,
buckets as going into my lawn and all this shit. It's fucking crazy.
yeah,
yeah,
my
it rained. It
auntie.
rained. It rained for 2 days over here, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
LA,
my
they don't know, like
aunties.
Angelinos don't know how to deal with rain at all.
Yeah, no, man, I was like, what the hell's going on right here?
Yeah,
My
as soon as it
auntie
starts
property.
raining, people start driving like fucking stupid. The goddamn the oil in the road. I don't know, man. LA is
Yeah, dude.
really
Yeah,
fucking
you
crazy when it
know.
comes to rain.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, my auntie got a property over there in Stockton, and like that whole neighborhood, it was just like dead as far as like power, and it was flooded.
Yeah, I lost power. Not in this particular one, but the one like we also had a storm like a week ago or a week and a half ago, and it had my powers out for like 8 hours.
You don't have a generator? One of those inverter generators? Not an
Nah,
inverter, but
I mean, no, I just have a whole bunch of I have it like lanterns and shit like that. I got just turn into camping basically.
oh no, I'm talking about for the food for the refrigerator, so it won't
Yeah,
fucking.
like power
Yeah,
and stuff.
nah. But nothing went bad actually.
Yeah,
Nice
no,
little
8 hours is 8 hours is all right. Cause it still stays cold in there as long as you don't open the fridges and
yeah.
close them.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. Um, what chance do you give Hector Garcia of making the final bell?
Nah, man, that doesn't look that great, bro. That you know what's interesting? That over and under that 7 rounds, 7.5 rounds sounds interesting.
I think it's gonna be over.
So do I. Think it'll be over, but I don't know. We'll see.
I gotta. I think it'll be like ninth round. But
And
yeah, that's tough.
I was thinking 8ish, 7, 8 around there, but I think it will be over. Yeah. Hey, so who else is fighting? You got Andrade on that undercard. You got Boots.
GD Boots, Brandon Lee. But if it's on the over under, if it is exact. Oh, there's D. What the hell, D? What's going on, bro? Jeez. I'm all wobbly and shit right now. But if it turns out to be the seventh round, is that an over or an under? Can you pick the seventh round?
Well, if it's 7.5 rounds, No, they
Okay.
put it like the half. So, and then it actually goes by half too, like the minute and 30-minute mark. If it's over or under that minute and 30,
Yeah,
it goes
that's
down to the time.
hold on, let me get my damn glasses and see what D's talking about here. Yeah, so it did okay. Blood and rated my phone number. Okay. That's up. I will. Cool. Yeah, I'll put yeah, I'll do that, D. That's up. Happy New Year to you and yours, man. Tell the wife said what's up. Tell the baby I said what's up. Yes, thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry I missed you. But I'm sure we're gonna link up again. Yeah, be safe, man. Hold on one second, guys.
High feet.
Yeah, this is the worst goddamn Friday live I've ever felt. I am whooped.
Yeah, usually you're fucking up ready to go, bro, at 4 in the morning, bro.
Yeah.
I'm here, Rev.
You
I'm over here watching Boots
started
and
on
shit.
fumes.
Yeah, and I'm still on
Oh,
fumes. And so, what do you guys guys have plans for the weekend? You doing fight parties?
nah, not for this fight. I'm not.
Nope.
Not for this fight. Nah, not for this fight.
Hold up a sec. Here's another question. I never really asked this because I don't really care actually, but people do it all the time. I don't really get it, but fuck it. Why not? Um, are you buying this fight? Or are you streaming it?
Nah, not buying. Not buying.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
going to your friend's house who's already paid for
slightly.
it, but you don't get to pay for it. One of them. Wink, wink.
I'm streaming it because, all right, for one, like the main event, I'm just gonna take it how Gervonta has been saying it. This is basically a tune-up leading up to a so-called big fight. So if it's a tune-up, why would I pay for a tune-up? Now I know everybody else would say, "Oh, but the whole card is stacked." No, the card has a lot of notable names and good fighters we like, but they're not being placed in good fights. So no, it's not a pay-per-view card.
Yeah, it's a I've it's a really weird card to me. Like there's a lot of stars on it, but I just don't think any of them are going to be tested that much, right? I mean, I think they'll have to go through some adversity. Maybe Boo Boo the worst one, but yeah, I don't know.
Let
this
me.
is not matched very well. I don't know
Which
who
one's
made
the?
these matchups, but it's not very good.
Hey, who's the co-main? Is it Boots or Andrade?
Boots Andrade, I think, is the first fight on the televised one, not the prelims, but the broadcast.
Wow, that's going backwards, bro. Is that an 8 round fight or 10 round fight?
I don't know. Take a look, but it's embarrassing. I can tell you that
Yeah,
he's
that's bad.
opening up for Rashidi Ellis and Boots.
Damn, I know, huh? Not even, not even the main fuck.
Yeah, all those people have been talking about Boots is the boogeyman and blah blah. I mean, not Boots, but Andrade is the boogeyman. Um, yeah, I don't know what happened to this dude's career. I don't know what kind of decisions he's made, but this guy is probably um, the most disappointing career for me since like Anthony Durrell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how in the hell you're a 2 division champion, never fought a champion, and now opening up for a bunch of kids who never even had a championship fight. You talk about like you kept the belt, you held onto the belts for business reasons. What? I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't know. The Andres, they need to go to business school. He needs a goddamn he needs a time machine. He needs to go to business school, get a time machine, and then go back start his career all over again.
Hey, but at
Is
least
he still with Matchroom?
no, this is with PBC this fight, and I don't know if he. Oh, you know what? I heard that he signed. I think he's signing only one fight deals. So I mean, at least hopefully he stays with PBC because that's where all the 168 action is going to be pretty soon. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the PBC is like they're making a bid to monopolize the third division. Um, Everyone's talking about they're going out of business and all this other shit. It looks like they're expanding, actually.
yeah, and as long as they give us those fights, smoke. As
Yeah,
long as they give us those fights we want, man, shit, let's do it. I'm down for it. I'll buy those fights. But if it's another kind of like where they don't want to fight each other, I don't know about that. It's not gonna be good.
I think they have a distribution problem. It's the dates that's the issue. I think they need another network or like a streaming partner. Or say they need something. They don't have dates.
What about I don't know, bro. Like, so Canelo, he's gonna end up whatever fighting whoever he's gonna fight, and then that contract, I guess, with the zone is dead. They're gonna have some pretty good names, bro, at 168 to sign maybe a 3-fight deal over there at PBC.
Yeah, that take spin the block, pick up that contract the second time around.
Yeah, I think he can get. I think they can get it because Matchroom. What is Matchroom gonna have? The zone. What are they gonna have for Canelo at 168? I don't think they have anything.
All right. Explain to me why Canelo still has the belts. Like, why is he not getting rid of these fucking things?
Well, I have no idea. He's undisputed at 168. We know that. He went up 175, lost, coming back down. Oh no, actually, yeah, he came back down. He fought Triple G, and he has one fight left, right? Or
Yeah,
no, or
on
he
that
got two
matchroom
fights
deal.
left.
Yeah,
Is he have one or two fights left?
one.
One, which will probably be Ryder, right?
Yeah. That's what everyone is expecting.
Yeah. So is that a voluntary? Yeah, because that's not a
Yeah,
mandatory, is it?
yeah. He didn't have any Mandos.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure after that fight, he's probably gonna have some Mandos or I don't know what's gonna happen, to be honest. But at least PBC is looks like they're ramping up their 168 and possibly get a a Canelo contract. You know what? You know what's crazy is that we don't know what the Canelo and Al Heyman and them talked about. Like, hey man, if you want me to go over there, you're gonna have to get some of these guys to fight each other. And I don't. I'm just speculating. I have no idea. But we got Plant and Benavidez now fighting each other, which is fucking great. Now if Charlo moves up to 168, and then we have Andrade there, if we can, and Andrade's been wanting that fight. If we can get that fight going, maybe Canelo says, "Hey, fuck, let's do it." Let's sign a 2-3 fight deal. Uh, Throw Charlo in there. Throw fucking the winner of Benavidez and fucking Plan in there. Most likely Benavidez. If you get Benavidez, Charlo, and then throw in maybe a tune-up. Who knows? Maybe Andrade or maybe a rematch with Plan. Who knows? Not that those guys are tune-ups, but not the non-winners, I guess.
Uh,
Whatever.
yeah. I I got to see what Canelo looks like. He's another guy. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a lot of guys who are going to be retiring in like 2024, and I think like Canelo might be one of them.
You think so? Damn, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I got to see what he looks like when he comes back. But he looks like he just he just is slowing down. It
Yeah.
feels like all those miles are like they're catching up to the young man.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up,
Well, we'll
Jonathan?
see.
Yeah. Is he? I know he has his promotional company. Does he have like fighters signed to him?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't think so. But who knows? Maybe. Not sure though.
Yeah, I wonder what if he's still if he's still around in 2026, I'd be shocked. Um, but I guess I will table my final judgment until I see him come back from this surgery. But I don't know. I just that Triple G fight, the B-ball fight. He just there just seems to be something missing. He's turned into a little bit spent, a little bit gassy, but maybe he did come off a really active streak, so maybe just needs a rest. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, man, to me, like how you say, he's slowing down. That just makes the Benavidez and Charlo fights even more interesting to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Benavidez is way better than he was like a couple years ago, but
Yeah.
I maybe just a prisoner of the moment from that Lemieux, who was like an undersized, washed up, late. I don't know. It's hard to gauge him because of the state of Lemieux, but that was probably the best version of Benavidez I've ever seen. It could be a product of like just the condition of Lemieux at that stage of his career, but in
Yeah,
that division.
a lot has to do with the opponent, you know. Um, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. Hopefully, I would love to Canelo to go over there to PBC and fight all those guys. That'd be fucking dope.
Yeah. Hmm. I wonder what he'd look like. So I think the guy like what I would like Benavidez. Um, I think Morel is really dangerous. I'm not sure if
Oh
I'd
yeah,
rather see Morel versus Benavidez or see Canelo mop them both up. Um,
yeah, Morel's dangerous for sure.
yeah, that would probably be one of the toughest fights, especially if he leaves it for like a couple more fights and Morel gets a little bit more polishing. That's going to be really intriguing.
Yeah, hell yeah. I feel like if Canelo loses, I don't see him retiring. I see him like he's saying like, "Oh, I fucking already have these losses. Might as well go get that bag, more, more of that bag, and fight more of these fuckers." You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of I wonder if I don't think Canelo is going to turn into Roy Jones or like James Toney or something like that. Just stick around the sport too damn long.
Yeah,
That'd
neither
be
do I.
interesting. That'd be
But
like yeah. Go ahead.
I do kind of do see him if he does lose, like even if he doesn't, like just piling on these names on his resume, win or lose.
But he is the name. Like, I mean, that'd be cool. That'd be kind of cool of him to just because for a long time it didn't seem like he was giving the young bucks the kind of shot that he got coming up. So it'd be kind of interesting, even when he's like kind of past his prime, just to get in there with guys that are dangerous. That'd be like actually really admirable. Like I have to give it up to Canelo if he did that. If he gave people a crack at that chin. That'd be cool.
What, the way that Duran did?
What'd you say, Tommy?
The way that Duran did.
Yeah, Duran. Duran looked bad at the end though. 168-pounder. He was just man. He looked like he didn't look like Duran anymore. But at the end.
Yeah, but what about that fight he had against what was his name?
Vinny Pazienza.
Tall black guy. I just can't remember his name. And he wasn't supposed to win the
Hearns?
fight.
No.
I know which one he taught. I just watched that fight. It was a black dude. He stopped in like 6 rounds or so.
No, it wasn't that fight. It was
No.
I'm sure it went the distance. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, just if that'd be real interesting to see, like old man Canelo dinking and dunking behind the young bucks, getting whooped up on. That'd be really weird. It'd be kind of surreal, but at the same time, I don't like watching fighters fight past their prime. I might watch Canelo, but probably not. Like when I like fighters and they stick around too long, I don't generally watch those fights.
See, for me, what you're explaining, that's kind of like my experience with Nonito, because during the time when he first came into boxing, or at least down the big scene, that's when I started watching. So it's like I've grown in boxing as his career has grown. So yeah, it's been that way also. Me seeing him have his ups and downs, some fights where he seemed like the motivation wasn't there. He's probably fighting for the wrong reasons. I've seen all that. So yeah, it has been hard, but it is also a good thing because I've seen him bounce back at this stage of his career, and like even after the loss to what's his name, Naoya, 2 losses, he's in great spirits. So it's some good, some bad that comes with it.
Yeah, but Nonito at least is like still, at the championship level and fighting like the best out there. Roy Jones is fighting like nobody's in Russia and shit. Like, yeah, James Tony was like fighting Lucas Brown and all that nonsense. Yeah, I'm not trying to see that. But I do hope he gets that. I do hope Nonito gets that Martinez fight. I think he'll. I think he has a really good chance of stopping Martinez, and then riding off into the sunset, like on a high note, and that would be a cool storybook ending.
Iran Barkley was, yeah, it was the guy I was thinking of.
Oh, Duran Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean Barkley. What is it? Barkley was, to me, he was a good fighter, but it was that Hearns fight, right? Like the upset put him on the map. But then, yeah, he just started to get his ass whooped. He's kind of fell back to earth after that upset. I remember it was the Nigel Benn fight that like kind of just put the fork in Barkley for me. And then also I really liked Nigel Benn after that. And then the Joe McClellan fight happened, and I was like done with Nigel Benn too. Anywho, man, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's the same sort of thing happened to Chris Eubank as well. Similar story.
Well, I was never a big Chris Eubank fan. He was all right, but I was more Nigel Benn because of McClellan in the Barkley fight. You know how we had the UK fights back then. I used to would like to watch them, even the McClellan being one of them. But even then, like the American cards were just more prevalent. They're on at like regular, like fight times. Like I said, that the Gerald McClellan fight, I just was like flipping through channels and it was fucking on middle of the day. Like, oh shit, cool. And then it was just savage.
Oh, it was brilliant fight. Absolutely brilliant.
Like a home cooking.
Tragic though.
Definitely tragic. When people say it's enough money, you should go into the fight and do all that stuff. I think it's very strange, in the world after Jerry McClellan, that people still think stuff like that. Take less.
That actually forced the UK to change their procedures. The what happened that night, because they didn't have enough trained, specialized medical staff on hand, and if they had, it might have been a different story.
Did Frank Warren ever like donate to the family that you know of?
I've watched the documentary, and apparently he has, but I can't put a figure to it.
Mm-hmm.
So
that must be weird. Yeah, you throw a fight. You're in the hurt business, but when ultimately a lot of the blame can be laid at your feet, not just because of the procedures in the fight, but also the lack of like adequate medical attention. That must, I don't know.
Not even that. The referee couldn't speak English. He could give the commands in English, but that was it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what nationality was the ref?
I think he was either French or he was Belgium, but he spoke French.
You know, like the best refs in the world, right? Everybody knows the best refs are French.
Yeah.
Hey,
Shout
Smoke.
out to the French.
I'm gonna get some lunch right now, so I'll be back in a little bit if you guys are still on.
Yeah, that's what's up, Raider. Thanks for holding it down for me, homie. Happy New
Yeah.
Year, bro.
Happy New Year. All right, guys. Peace out. For sure. Late.
Peace.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Butch? How you doing, bro?
You said Smoke, man.
Yeah, running on fumes. You know, having this good boxing talk on Fridays like we do. What's the word?
Yeah. You said, man. How's things on that?
I'm exhausted, bro. I can't even front. I can't disguise it. No need to. I'm whooped.
Listen, I'm whooped.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, since you guys are not that chatty, I'm thinking maybe we can. Maybe it's a good idea to shut this thing down. What are you guys thinking?
If you're tired, Smoke, bro, you get some rest and that, cuz.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that
get some
probably
rest,
is.
bro. We
Yeah,
need
I
you.
think it
We
might
need
be
you around later.
the
No
wisest.
point in torturing yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But hey, you guys, I appreciate it. You guys hold it down. Um, I'll catch my own stream on playback and see how it went. But yeah, I'll be, but you know, I'll be around on the streams for the fight, and hopefully I'll run into you guys shortly. But yeah, stay tuned. I'll be dropping some vids. Um, oh, you know what? Actually, before I never got to this part. I just realized. I don't know if you guys covered like the news that we have. Rabisi Ramirez is fighting Isaac Dogbo.
W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Did you talk about Virgil and Stanionis?
No.
Anybody got Stanionis winning that fight?
Yes, I got Stadionis with it.
You got Stanionis. Do you think he's
Yeah.
going to the bell? You think he's going to make the final bell?
Shit, boy. Yeah, I got Stadionis with it, but it's hard, man. Shit.
And why are you picking Stanionis?
Because I think he's more fundamentally sound. Like when I say fundamentally sound, like he's got that Eastern European style to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know if Virgil Ortiz is. Obviously, you've seen Velasquez, you know what I'm saying, but Velasquez is a different fighter to Stanionis. Stanionis is there to seek and destroy, as well as he uses his fundamental skills. He's got a ramrod jab. His jab is better than Virgil's jab, but Virgil's jab is stronger than Stanionis' jab. That's what I can say. Virgil's jab is like a shotgun. Stanionis has got a more of a lethal python jab. You know what I'm saying to you, but it's gonna hurt at the end of the night. And I go with Stanionis because he's got elite body work, not good body work. He's got elite body work. You get me on the inside, not to the elite standard of an Errol Spence, but he can bang on the inside the same as Virgil. But sometimes Virgil likes to smother his work. He likes to get frustrated. You know what I'm saying to you? So I can see Stanionis frustrating him a bit. You know what I'm saying? If Stanionis can work on his defense, then I've got him. Like, he's worked on his defense in this camp, and I've got him winning the fight.
Um, well,
Stanionis can't fight.
you're
They
not
both can't
worried that
fight going
like
backwards.
Butayev,
They both can't.
like kind of a
They both
drained Butayev, what he was able to do to Stanionis' body? They think Virgil Ortiz not gonna have a rib dinner?
depends. Smoke. It depends. If it depends, that's what I said. If Stanionis worked on his defense in this camp, then possibly. But you're right. If he comes out how he was looking against Butayev, then that's a southern fried chicken, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's gonna have rib dinner with a biscuit, lots of sauce. Anybody else picking Stanionis? No. Yeah. It's a good fight, but The way I don't know.
Don't sleep on these guys. That's what
The
I'm saying.
way that it seemed like they cherry picked Stanionis. Really, this seems like a cherry pick fight, which is interesting because Stanionis is a good fighter. And there's just kind of nowhere for Virgil to go. This is like, I guess, the best option for where he is.
Yeah, unless you want to fight fucking Rocha. You want to fight Alexis Rocha? You want to fight Blair Cobbs?
Well, those guys are not quite where Stanionis is in their careers, right? So, I feel like it's still like a step up. Although Green Machine, Kivalaus, I still don't know this dude's name. Yeah, I can't pronounce his name. I'm never gonna figure that shit out.
Kavalasquez.
Nah, homie. Yeah, you might be gone off that European style, but I think it's just kind of
Kavalasquez. Ignas Kavalasquez.
like. So here's the thing. I think the European style is best suited for the big guys. I don't think the European style they throw enough punches are defensively responsible. All that like keeping it long shit. 1, 2. I don't know, man. I think his style's wrong. I think Virgil will get inside that power and go to work.
I wanted to ask you as well. What do you think of Shishkin?
Who Shishkin? Who?
Shishkin. What do you think of Shishkin, man?
Who the hell is that?
You fought Uskategi, man.
Oh, come on, man. I don't think of it. I don't think anything. Yeah, I'm not familiar. At least not by name. It's like
Shishkin.
I'm
You
not.
fought Uskategi under the undercard of.
Yeah, I mean,
Frank Martin. Frank
I
Martin
remember
and
like a couple
Rivera
weeks
smoke.
ago. Yeah, I remember he was there. I kind of remember the fact that he was fighting, and I remember like scenes from him. But I don't know. That fight was really underwhelming. It was kind of ugly. It was a weak fight actually. I didn't think anything. Right, I don't know. You were like, yeah. You have what? He pressed you or something?
No, I was just asking you. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I didn't think too much of anything. I think it's the guy. It was Katagi. He had a couple of good fights years ago, right? Which culminated in a loss to Caleb Plant. He hasn't really been, to me, a worthy opponent since the Caleb Plant fight. What do you think of him?
Uskategi's a fucking drug head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I think of that bastard.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But yeah, I like the Dogbo Rabisi fight. I like that fight a lot.
I got a Rabisi beating him, but Dogbo can pull off the upset though, because Dogbo is a junkyard dog.
Yeah, I think his boxing ability is coming along quite nicely too. He's not like these other dudes. Oh man, maybe Black will come in, save the day with that those good one-liners, that dry ass fucking humor. What's up, Black? How you doing?
No, chilling. Day off, man. What's going on, bro?
Hanging on by a thread is called surviving.
Hanging on by a
What's
thread.
good,
Tommy, what's up, bro?
How you doing?
Chilling, man. Been a while.
Yeah, been a while. Sweet.
Yeah, I'm.
What you got?
I went at it kind of hard yesterday. I did like a 15-hour stream right before I went live with this one, right through the night, and it's kind of like, oh man, I am. I'm running on fumes. But like, give us your thoughts on the card tomorrow, and the latest boxing news. What's your take on the card tomorrow? You buying it?
Team Stream Promotions, but I'm watching it. I'll check it out.
You got to watch Tank fight.
Yeah, Team Stream, or I'm gonna catch it though. All the guys that's the popular fighters should win. Boots, Andre, Tank. But Hector Garcia, he's a good opponent, but he is coming up, so that'll be interesting. But Tank should definitely probably pull out the dub though.
Pull it out, huh? Damn, if he had to pull it out, then I think if Tank, if Hector Garcia has as much success as Rolly did, that, and it's not that it's not like Rolly was just this huge. It was a lot of difficulty, but he was something that Tank had to figure out. And if Hector Garcia gives him that much trouble, I don't know what that says about Tank moving forward. Yeah, I only don't think he can beat Devin. Sorry, that's the wrong way to put it. I think Devin beats him, but if he struggles against Hector Garcia, yeah, I don't even think it'll be like a close fight. if Hector can put it on the Tank.
Yeah.
But what's up with your boy Andre? Like, be the opening act for a bunch of like guys who never had a title shot. Rashidi, like he's the guy that comes up before Rashidi Ellis and Boots. I'm not sure if he's opening up for Brandon Lee too. I certainly hope not.
Oh shit! Hope not. Damn. Brandon Lee. Damn. You know he got to start from the bottom. You know some Drake shit.
What?
He got to
The
earn
hell?
his take.
The
It's a
bottom.
whole
That's
different side of the
defending
street.
champion.
Different side of the street, dog. You got to, he don't Tank undercard, man. You know that's little dog right now.
That's just a weird. I don't know, man. I don't know why they did that. I don't know how that came to be. What are they thinking? Even if you say, hey, Boots is more popular, there's no way that Rashidi Ellis is more popular than Demetrius Andrade. I would just refuse to believe
Nah. That part I don't get. But he did get over there before Andre, right?
Oh, you think he was just already on the card? And they just
Well,
added
like a
Andrade to
seniority,
it out?
thing, kind of like, Rashidi was over there. He's more loyal. He'd been over there, I think, a few fights. So, or signed before Andre. So I don't know. I really don't know, man. But
yeah, Porto, look at. He might put Dev in the dirt, but I'm saying, if Hector Garcia, like I already think Devin's the reason why I picked Devin to win, because before I was saying like it was a 50-50 fight, but I really don't like Tank's focus. And this was like right after the Pitbull Cruz fight. I switched my pick from 50-50 to Dev winning, just because I think Tank plays too much in fights. He doesn't pay attention. He checks out. And you got to
he
be
does
dialed
play.
in against
Yeah.
Dev. And now he just seems, I don't know what it is. He just seems too cool for school. Like he don't like the job he has. Like he wants a different job in life. If you don't like to fight, if you don't like to box, I don't know how you beating Dev.
Yeah, I mean, I seen him talking yesterday on the interview, $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, Gilly the Kid and Wallow. And he said in that interview, like, how, he's in a different place and kind of in a different mode, just him and his peoples against everybody. So he talking like he about to be about that life, but we'll see. We definitely got to see.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He said, like, I feel like I had more energy than he did in that press conference. I felt like we were interrupting his beauty sleep. He
I
almost
missed the
damn
press.
yawned at the mic.
Yeah, I had to work. I missed the press conference.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. I don't even think he was there for 2 minutes. He said something.
Yeah,
He said something that Hector said, like, pissed him off. Like, oh, he looks like a defendant, I look like an attorney. And I guess Tank is trying to use that as bulletin board material to like punish him in the fight. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, we'll see. Hector Garcia ain't no dickhead, boy. He was pushing Tank in his chest.
I think it's gonna go some rounds. I don't think it's gonna be early. I think it's gonna go some rounds. You're gonna have to figure them out.
I think. Well, you think it's gonna go past 7?
Yeah, you have a great one too, Porto. Yeah, I mean, I might be
8,
fanboy a little bit. I think
rounds.
I'm just disappointed with Tank. Like, and I'm starting to see that he's been guided and maneuvered a particular kind of way, and it's not just Floyd. I think Coach Calvin is in there. I think that they've been feeding Tank a bunch of showcase fights, and I don't think he's going to be ready to just flip that switch.
Yeah, they're gonna put him in there against a real dog, boy. Hector Garcia, a real dog, but he ain't no Isak Cruz. He ain't no Rolly. This ain't no Barrios, boy.
Tank just gotta take his time. As long as you don't get caught making a mistake, like Chris Colbert got caught making a real horrible mistake. And Hector is a good counterpuncher, so you just can't make no mistakes like that. Just take your time, collect the data in the early rounds. Usually Tank do that anyway, so I say 8 rounds.
Yeah, I give it 9 at the most. Yeah, I don't. If he says the 10th round, then, but yeah, what Raider was saying, the interesting bet is the over under on 7 rounds for a bet. Like that's a tough one. Like Vegas knows what they're doing.
What's it looking like?
They say that the prop bet is over or under 7 rounds.
Mm.
That's a good bet. That's a toughie. I don't know what the payoff is, but that's an interesting bet.
Well, $100 bet with Debo. It's going. I got Tank. I got Hector Garcia going over 7. Fuck that.
I think it's going beyond 7 though. I think Hector is good enough to go beyond. I think he can make today. He can make today.
Yeah, fuck that. He knocked out Rolly. Rolly went 6-7 rounds. So Hector Garcia is 10 times better than Rolly. He can go fucking 10 rounds. He can go 10 11 rounds with Tank. Fuck that.
How many rounds Rolly went?
6-7 rounds.
No, you got get him out there in 6.
6 rounds. Okay. Yeah, he's better than Rolly, so he'll go 8.
Way better than Rolly.
Yeah, I don't think Rolly can fight.
I don't know about Rolly's power. I don't know that bullshit.
Rolly ass. He trying to fight Errol Spence. He ass.
He ain't trying to do nothing.
Yeah, I know that the only Rolly fan I know likes Rolly's chances against Spence, I think. Or maybe he just doesn't want to say anything online because, Rolly's his homie. But yeah, somebody needs to bring that young man back to earth because Spence is not anything to play with. He is not going to go easy on that young man. I don't think he's going to be the same after that fight. But Rolly's looking for a bag anyway.
Hey, speaking of being the same after a fight, what's your thoughts on Teofimo Lopez after his performance versus Sandor? You think that mentally he can come back and get prepared? I don't know what he needs to do, what he needs to change, man. But what do you think about him after that performance versus Sandor?
I think he needs a real serious boxing mind to ground that corner out. Someone that is not interested in being a life coach, but just being like a boxing coach. And once he comes to the gym, be dedicated, focused, and perfect. Like the set, like Santa Martin is hard to look good against, like period. But it didn't seem like they trained properly for him. Like the game plan was all weird. Like the way they fought him, just it seemed like they just have Tio out there floating and trying to figure it out in fights instead of having a really good game plan.
Yeah, it did look that way. Like he didn't really have a game plan. But damn, like I ain't never seen somebody this young and this early in their career question themselves. Like, do I still got it? Like usually it'd be somebody like B-Hop or some shit, like somebody who was late in their career. But to be that young and question and need people to give you confirmation, about you good, yeah, you all right. Like that's concerning, man. Real concerning to me. That's a red flag. But best of luck to the kid, man.
Yeah, I think it's concerning to everybody. I don't know what. I mean, people have been screaming about rounding. They say get rid of your dad and all this stuff, which is a weird thing to say, but to me, it's just more like add to the corner and a specific kind of direction in the corner. I feel like Bill Haney has the right idea about just having the best coaches in there for his kid, and then to work out the technical stuff. But he's like the head coach, something like that would be great. If he's gonna fight, if he's going to fight Regis Prograis, he better work on that defense. That's what I see. Maybe getting there, Ismail Salas.
Maybe what?
Say again.
What's that last thing you just said?
I said maybe get with Ismail Salas. Ismail
Salas. I don't even know what it is.
He is Ugas's coach, Cuban guy.
Oh,
He coached Ioka for a bit. I think he has a real good a real good boxing concept, but mostly his defense, his switching from defense to offense, I think would help Tio. Like the way that transition from defense to offense, the way Salas does that thing, I think would help Tio a lot.
yeah, his issue ain't the talent. He definitely talented. It's just mentally, you just got to get it figured out, man.
I think he's a better boxing brain in there. Like he's outgrown his dad, I think, and he's out there like he's Terrence Crawford, like trying to figure it out in fights, and but he ain't Terrence Crawford. Good. He doesn't have Terrence Crawford. He doesn't have his brain. He doesn't have his tools. He doesn't have you can't be in there trying
Killer
to
instinct.
freestyle you ain't that good. Like he's not that good. You go in there and try to go off the top.
Yeah, you can't be doubting yourself in there, man. He's kind of doubting himself. But yeah, man. But anybody seen the upsets this weekend? Any upset alert?
Boo has I think Boo has is the guy who is most who has the toughest opposition, but they stuck him at the bottom, right? So it's kind of weird. I don't know, man. This is just a
Fuck that. He
strange
just beat the
goddamn
shit out of
fight.
Nicholson guy, man. Don't beat the shit out of him, man. That Nicholson guy ain't shit.
Oh yeah, I got an Andre knocking him out.
Knock him the fuck out. It's Villa. They're looking at this Colombian hitman that's fighting Rashidi Ellis.
What's up, fellas? What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Hey yo!
Get that bud hit out your heart. Man.
What's the deal? What y'all talking about?
Get that bud
This
hit out your heart.
this
Get that
the
bud
fight
hit
card
out
this
your heart, man.
weekend. Stanionis,
Any
Virgil.
upset, bro? Upset alert.
Yeah, upsets.
So if Stanios is beat Virgil, that's an upset.
No, that fight that's not this weekend, is it?
No. That's just the fights that are coming up. I think that's in April.
It's in March.
March? Okay.
Yeah, we talking about this weekend.
Yeah,
the tank card.
I'm just giving them the whole breakdown for all the fights.
But no,
that Colombian hitman that's fighting. That Colombian hitman that's fighting Rashidi Ellis, man.
But as far as that fight, that's not an upset either way. That's a good ass fight, though.
No, that is a good fight. I think it's that might be a tougher fight than Thurman. What do you think? At this point, is Stanionis a tougher fight than Thurman?
For who? Ortiz?
Yeah, for Ortiz.
I don't know. At this point. Maybe,
both tough.
I don't know.
Both tough.
Bro, Thurman ain't fought in a year, so fuck
Way
that.
more active.
Stanionis is a harder fight. Fuck that.
Yeah, Stanionis has definitely been more active and definitely yeah, that's a riskier fight than probably Keith coming off the couch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird cherry pick, but I don't mind it.
But overall, these fights is good from top to bottom.
They have good talent in them. I don't know about them being good fights. I think it's the weirdest matchmaking.
Yeah, I don't know about the competitive nature of it, but good names, but not really competitive. It should be.
Hey, you got Tank Davis going.
Knockouts.
You got Hector Garcia going over 7 rounds.
I got him only going probably about 7. Not that he's not durable, but I think the point of attack when it comes to Dominicans, they're very good defensively because they protect their body, and he's got to give up something. He's gonna get a rude awakening. It's gonna be a combo that's gonna open him up, and I don't give him 5 rounds to survive. I can't see him surviving 5 rounds. So I can't see him really go past 7. It's to me overall. I ain't gonna front. When I came on the platform, I heard Smoke. He was kind of criticizing Tank's competition, but I believe overall, when it comes to the matchmaking, based on him being a lightweight and the, the trajectory of his resume, it's kind of classic on how, in a way, how you build a fighter and his resume. Because no matter what, most stars, half of their resume is gonna be what it is, and then depending on your trajectory and how you perform, a little more than half of that will be elite fighters or fighters that have fought contenders, previous champ, et cetera, et cetera. So it's still a build up because there's so many lightweights. Even though Haney is undisputed and he's won the race already, he's still prevalent. He's still a champion. Whether you want to say you can't say he's an interim champion. You can't even say he's the regular champion, but he is there's still champions. There's still competition at lightweight. So, as a WBA champion, you got the pleasure to challenge or be challenged by a champion from, the lower weight class. So, um, I believe that knowing where he's at, and there's a decent amount of lightweights for to oppose him, and just build the resume. And everybody has a different style. Isaac Cruz, Hector Garcia, Ryan Garcia. Like if these fights continue to materialize, these are great fights for the ideal fighter for Tank, based on we can see him peaking at 40. We can't talk about 40 yet. He's been there, done that, but he might close out at 40. So it's not like we could see him at 47 campaigning. But for what, what I mean, the way it's going right now, it looks good. Because when you speak about other fighters, even with Haney he was on time. Professionally, he's always on time. So he had a great opportunity, and it was the best opportunity for both men. So when he unified, he took all the glory. He didn't pick off all the champions, but that just go to shows that, he still has something to prove. Tank has something to prove. You know, these guys are young. So I can't really complain. I still believe Hector Garcia is a formidable opponent, based on what he's done lately. When you're a veteran and you set back the career of a young contender champion, that's big. That changes the whole trajectory of somebody else's promising career and puts you in a different light and give you much more opportunities you didn't have before. So I never want to take Hector Garcia's moment away from him, because this moment could have been 2 more fights after. You know what I mean?
When it comes to Tank's opposition, it's not that I don't think they can fight. I just think it's starting to belie, like, they're picking opponents to highlight Tank's strengths. Like, they're picking guys that Tank don't have to go find. They're going to come to Tank. They're going to throw a whole bunch of punches in the pocket. They're going to stand and trade with him. And, all that stuff plays into Tank's hands. That plays into what he does best. And it's just sort of that is the thing that I'm looking at when I talk about his opposition. It's not that they can't fight. It's just it seems to be the same kind of guy. A little bit like Canelo, right? Like seems to be a glaring kind of style that he's not trying to mess with. And that might be a coincidence, or it might be by design.
By design,
right? It's starting to look like it's by design, right?
Tank fought Rolly. I forgot to mention him. We gotta understand Rolly is he's a huge fighter, like for lightweight. based on his physique, he's not the tallest lightweight, but in stature, he's talking about welterweight. That just go to show, a lot of lightweights over the years skip 140 for a good reason. Like you have to be you have to know how to deal with the speed of 140. Beyond going to 147, which you're dealing with bigger guys. But you got to really understand the speed coming up from lightweight. So, like Tank's opposition, like when we see these fighters, like typically what we seen, the best fights he has is kind of guys that's like his size. So like when he fought Rolly, typically ideally you didn't really want to box him, If anything, you were more like pop shot and setting traps because he's a huge opponent. Like make him be the aggressor, which he was. Make him be the aggressor without the actual real technique and execute on that. So like if people don't see the different styles to appreciate it, like and fighting bigger guys is not no easy task. So I can't take anything from Tank, like, and he is who everybody wants to fight. So it's, to me it says a lot. It says a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean Tank is the he's the old vet now, right? He's got the new booties coming up behind him. But these young boys don't, they're not gonna overcommit. They're not gonna just rush in. They're not gonna just try to trade with you and like bang it out with you in the pocket. That's not how they get the work done. So I'm very interested to see how he goes about, figuring that stuff out, or if they actually even put him in there because, yeah, I'm just right now I'm suspicious about like Coach Cal's the way the way he moves Tank and what his thoughts are about the way he's moving Tank. Like it seems like he's definitely more about the bag than he is about like putting Tank in situations where Tank has to figure out a different kind of way to get the W.
I mean, typically, like.
Hey, real quick.
What's up,
Hey,
bro?
you asked earlier about if there's any updates. I did see that. You probably already noticed. Never Ready, instead of fighting Valdez, fighting Liam Wilson.
No, I didn't hear that.
From Australia. So this is for the vacant WBO belt. That's super feather, I think. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're fighting for Shakur's vacant belt.
Super feather. So yeah. So
when
for the ones that didn't know, that's the update. Oscar Valdez got injured or something like that, so he had to pull out. But this for the vacant belt, Shakur's vacant belt that he vacated.
Mm-hmm.
Liam Wilson from Australia, 15-1.
Yeah, I like Navarrete. I'd like to see what it looks like at 130. He takes a little bit to get started, and that nobody was giving him some work in that last fight. And I actually see Navarrete. He gets out hustled in the beginning of fights, but that dude was putting some nice hands on him before Navarrete got him out of there.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I want to see what Navarrete looked like. Also, I know his last fight, that was quite a layoff in between. So, I want to see if I'm looking at Navarrete that's slightly on a decline now, or was that just a situation where he was had a layoff and he was getting pieced up in his last fight. Nonetheless, he always get pieced up. He never had the best defense, but I just didn't see that burst of energy that I usually see from him. So I'm definitely gonna be looking at him. And even though I know this is not the opponent they wanted to see him face, it's still a lot for me to look at him and engage based on where he's at. So I'm definitely gonna be tuned into that fight because for me, Navarrete is my favorite fighter to watch, most action-packed fighter in the ring. So I'm never gonna miss one of his fights.
So February 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. What do you guys think of Tank's opposition? Like the style of opponent that he has, not like the quality of their fighter, but just the style that in which they fight. Have you noticed that it's kind of the same type of guy?
Oh hell yeah! It's
You
obvious.
saying all the Tank's opponents, previous opponents, it's been the same kind of style?
Yeah, they like stand and trade.
I mean, you can kind of.
They either stand and trade. They come in the seat. They trying to like.
I mean,
Isaac Cruz, like they're trying to like
was
bullying them, kind of stuff.
Yeah, Isaac Cruz was like that. You know what I mean? You had Leo Santa Snooze came with that bullshit and got slapped. I mean,
Barrios was like that.
Barrios.
Gamboa was like that.
As far as the technicality of this guy, Hector Garcia, how do you think he is? How he fares versus the other opponents? Like, he more technically sound than the rest of the guys, or I mean, because it seems like he got good technique. You know, he boxes, and I don't know. I don't know if he's just gonna really just trade with Tank like that. I think he's gonna try to set something up though, set a trap, but he ain't gonna just try to be dumb and just trade with Tank.
I still think he's gonna impress him. Right? I don't think he's going to be like using lateral movement and all that shit. I think he's going to come right at Tank, which is what Tank wants.
Yeah, he does come forward though. Yeah, he's a come forward fighter. So Tank gonna go to the body.
Dudes, like Tank loves them guys. He's just like, okay, cool. Let me just see my opening. Bring it. You want to keep coming at me like it's all good? Knock yourself out. Literally.
That's what I said. 8 rounds. 8. You know, give him 8. He's a hell of a fighter, like Floyd said. He's a hell of a fighter. You know, there's no special effects, straight up and down. But Tank gonna get the W though. You know, I think that'll be a hell of an upset though. Pull it out to get Colbert and Tank. God damn, you really have to pay attention to him. Man.
Oh, dude, if he moves up in weight and beats Tank Davis, I'm definitely gonna be disappointed. But I'm also gonna be laughing. It'll be one of those things. It's like this is a perfect trap fight. Like, first off, he would get a way more respect if this fight was happening at 130. That's the first part of this thing that's like bothering me. The second part that's bothering me is, are we ever going to see Tank have to fight a different kind of style, get out of his comfort zone? And it doesn't seem like the Garcias are going to do that. So it's concerning. Like, when I think of him fighting like Devin, not Ryan, but like Devin or Shakur, he can crack him definitely, but I don't know.
Gotta be right. They gotta be there
fighter when the guy's not trying to press him.
Yeah, I hear you. I definitely hear you on that. Those are two different, whole different ball game. I'm talking about them.
Everybody he fought bring their smoke. He allows you to bring your smoke. So,
nah, that's a lie. I'm sorry, but that's a lie.
Rolly bringing smoke. Isaac Cruz bringing smoke. Fucking everybody.
Leo brought the smoke.
Yeah, they act like Tank can't put the punch. They act like Tank can bring the push. They try to bulldoze Tank. Like, why are you trying to bulldoze a Tank? Like, dude, come on. What are you doing?
Right. What are you doing? Make that little motherfucker come after you, man. Set him up for something.
Rolly just wasn't like once Tank went after Rolly didn't like that shit at all. He was really uncomfortable. But I don't think those guys are going to be uncomfortable. I think as the seek and destroy guy when he's on the stalk, I think these guys panic when Tank gets on the front foot. I don't think Shakur or Dev's going to do that.
No, Hector. Hector is a front foot guy himself. Like,
exactly. I don't think
he's a methodical fighter that wants to be there, like, and manipulate. He want to manipulate your technique as in get the shit non-movement. Like, if you stand in front of somebody close enough and you're awkward, you throw off what they want to do. You know, like, and he's got that kind of recipe, but you know.
What's up, A-Ops? So never ready gonna get highlight KO in the next 18 months. Damn. I think never ready a decent fighter. He just, he just had a bad performance in his last fight, People have bad performances, man. But if you have a bad performance in this next fight against this Australian, then yeah, bring out all the stops to flame his ass. But
I don't know this Wilson guy. Can he crack?
oh, it says 15-1. Let me see.
Yeah,
seven.
I don't know this
No,
dude.
my bad. 11-1 with 7 knockouts.
11-1. This seems like a step up fight. I mean, like an acclimation fight, not step up, but an acclimation for like moving to a higher weight class. But it's also for a vacant. So, but WBO's, I don't know, man. Those guys are hit or miss. Sometimes they get really good fights down there. Some really good fighters.
Well, once again, Oscar Valdez got injured, so he had to pull out.
Okay,
that was the fight that was initially scheduled, and this is the guy that was next in line. So he just got the opportunity because Valdez situation. So yeah, it is what it is.
I don't think he's gonna get highlight knocked out at 130 pounds. I don't think there's guys. I think Navarrete has a pretty good chin, and those guys aren't cracking like that at 130 right now, especially not at top rank. But maybe
130.
Period. Yeah, I don't think there's 130. I don't know who's the killer at 130. I don't think there are any.
Have all the punches left? Damn, let me think. In the way supposed to be going. No, he's supposed to be going.
No, 122. He's going to 122.
122. My bad. My bad. In a way, I'm trying to send you up there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's too many weight classes, man.
Yeah.
I skipped him up there, but nah, man. I mean, damn, 130 got some feather fisted punches now. Huh? Damn.
Yeah. I think Nakathila moved up, right?
Yeah, he's 135 now.
Yeah, I think Bob knows what the hell he's doing, man. The Bob father. He looked around and like, hey, Navarrete got those holes in his game, but who the hell is in that division to exploit him, especially at top rank? I don't think anybody.
That's a good question. I can't think of nobody at 130. Shakur left that motherfucker, so it ain't really too many. What's that boy from who fought him? Shakur fought him. I think Joet. Is he still at 130? He can kind of punch a little bit.
He's
Joet Gonzalez.
He's still 126.
Is that 126?
Yeah, he's still at 126. He just fought Dog Bay last.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I like that fight. That's a good fight.
That was a real good fight.
That's what I'm saying. I like the way Dog Bay was progressing.
Dog Bay showed me something in that shit, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, 130, they ain't doing shit. It's open.
I think Navarrete is okay, y'all. I think he's gonna be good. I think Bob knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, 130 is open. You got another fighter that's about to really come into his light finally, O'Shaquie Foster. He's
getting a title shot, I heard.
Yeah, he's fighting Ray Vargas. So he's been, as for the WBC, he's been number one in the WBC for over 3 years now. And so he's finally getting his shot, and he's hungry.
Well, shout out to him, man, getting that opportunity, bro. So, is this his first? This is his first title shot.
Yeah, his first title shot. He's from Texas. He just had some stumbling blocks during his career, not taking life or even his career seriously. But he's one of those ones. He just got it on track, and he hungry.
Yeah, he got an opportunity now. So. Yeah, they was roasted Ray Vargas. They said that nigga like an old ass man, but he only really like 20 something or some shit. I was like, oh hell no.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Like he's a type that you don't. It's hard to put into words, but you see guys that look like him every now and again. But he's like one of those old like 30s cartoon drawings. Like
yeah, Ratatouille looking at us.
They was flaming that man. It was like, man, you can't even tell how old he is, bro. He look like an old ass nigga, but he really like probably 27 out here, man. Like damn.
Old youth.
Like an old animation and shit. But, oh well, hey, he got an opportunity too, so yeah.
Yeah, the way that Navarrete beat up on Dogbo, that was unfair. That was kind of mean. And then they just stuck him in there right for the rematch and no adjustments, just like punch harder
Hey,
and
I ain't gonna lie.
go after him
Flame
more.
that boy. I flamed that boy Dog Bay because they was sitting there with that Naho shit. That Naho. He got in there, got cooked. I was like,
Look, I forgot what that word he kept going in and saying. I can't remember. What it
I was
sounded
like
like
that
a
Naho.
sneeze, but whatever.
I was like that Naho didn't work in this fight. That tribal shit was not
They
working.
did my man Dogbo bad. I don't know what the hell the initiation process is like in this nation, but
Bro, he brought the
they've
whole
got those
village
boys
out,
out
man.
there delusional. they
He brought
about to
the
walk
whole
through
village,
fucking
bro.
enemy fire to get that ass.
I couldn't believe that. I mean, shout out to the support, but the whole village watched that man get cut. Yeah,
The heart of the guy, right? Like that was like Saddam Ali and Dogbo to me were just two like really sad setup fights by the promoters.
he
But
said Saddam
Dogbo,
Ali.
I don't even know which one is sad. Like Dogbo trying and having all that heart, or Saddam Ali not trying to get embarrassed, but getting smacked all around the ring. Like that shit.
Yeah.
I think in that fight, Munguia, did he roll him? He hit him so hard, dude, like rolled or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
and then he got cooked by I think it was Vargas, right? I think Vargas beat
Saddam,
his ass too.
yeah. That was his first loss.
Yeah.
Was that the first
Vargas
one?
for
Jesse Vargas.
right? That vacant. Like, can you
Bro,
imagine, bro, if fucking the career trajectory of Kell Brook, if instead of fighting Triple G, he just did his fight
for
with
Spence.
Vargas and unified?
Oh,
Yeah.
damn. That's
Shit
crazy.
could have
That
been
happened.
different.
Yeah. Or he could have it would have been probably different if he would have just fought Harold Spence, got the mandatory out the way instead of going to get your head knocked open by Triple G. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
he was supposed to be fighting Vargas though. Like that fight, the way that thing happened was Chris Eubank Jr. was supposed to be fighting Triple G, but Eddie got tired of dealing with Chris Eubank Sr. and offered the fight to Kell Brook. And Kell Brook was supposed to be fighting Vargas. He was, as a matter of fact, they were in the final stages. Like Vargas signed his part of the contract or some shit. But yeah, they pulled out of that fight. And, Kell Brook went to Triple G, and the rest is eye socket history, right?
hell yeah, corner pocket in there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
man.
I'll make sure that I mention to Cook what's his name every time, because what happened with that contract with Triple G and Eubank. So Triple G had signed this part, and they agreed to terms and everything. Then Eubank, he came at the very last minute when HBO was like, "Yo, we need this done by this date." He came back demanding twice the amount of money.
Damn, Eubank.
Yeah, that's why Eddie fell out with Eubank and them. That's they wasn't messing with him no more after that because he pulled that stunt. And so Eddie just out of a desperation, he offered the fight to Kell, and Kell took it.
He sure did take it.
I wonder how much Kell got to get his head cracked open like that.
Yeah, you dare get your ass whooped.
Hopefully he got a good payday for that, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Kell Brook. Like that dude was never the enemy to me. I liked Kell Brook. Like that dude,
He didn't duck
he got the
nothing.
right
You know,
attitude.
you got to give him his credit. He didn't duck, so that's very rare today in boxing. Can I put the duck stamp on him? He fought Spence. He fought Triple G. He fought Crawford. This man has fought people. Shit. So I'll give it to him, bro.
He ain't make the hall, but he definitely he's one of those dudes that
He didn't
deserves
make the
to be
Hall of
talked
Fame,
about,
but
not just as an op.
he ain't in the Hall of Fame, but he's not in the Hall of Shame either. So shout out to him, bro.
I think he should get into the British Boxing Hall of Fame. He should.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let him get something. He beat Americana, so should count for something, man.
Your boy Paulie got into the New York State Hall of Fame.
What? Man, Paulie don't. Hell nah. How long did Paulie have that belt, man, before AB whooped his ass?
I mean, that's getting it again. Like he kept getting it and getting his ass whooped, getting it again, getting his ass whooped. I'm not quite sure which iteration that was.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I don't even know if that was for a belt.
Yeah, it was. That was how AB
The
got.
WBA.
Paulie was a champ. I thought Paulie did enough to keep the belt, right? I thought that should have been like a draw at the very worst, right?
Yeah, when you
And then
rewatch
it
it,
kept,
you rewatch it close as fuck.
yeah, AB lifted Paulie's belt off his waist and then started talking about how he had social his social agenda with Paulie's girl.
Oh yeah, because he said I took his belt and his girl at the end. You're right.
And then don't talk about my side piece. Get out of here.
He's like, that was my. Then he tried to Paulie tried to clear the record. He just didn't take that shit on the chin. He just seemed desperate to like regain his manhood after that. Like, just like let it go. It's like, man, that ain't my chick. That's your chick. That's my side piece. That's just one of them. Like, come on, dude. That's not how you respond to that sentence at all.
But you know that can't be the standard for a Hall of Fame inductee. I mean, he held the IBF at 140, I believe, for a short amount of time.
Ooh.
Beat Love More Than Thou. And then he had the WBA at welterweight for another short stint. But yeah, if you look at his career, it's not like that's Hall of Fame even nominee.
AB?
Talking about Paulie.
No, talking about Paulie. For Bensonhurst, he's in New York State Hall of Fame.
Fuck no, Paulie. Hell no.
But there's got some killers in that Hall of Fame. I gotta tell you, him and Zab Judah got inducted together.
Hell nah, bro. Let me see. Zab got it when. Was it now? Did he win in the? Let me see. I could have sworn that they said he was considered undisputed in the 3-belt era. Was he?
No, he had. I think he had 4. He had all 4.
Yeah,
he and Costa.
No, I don't know if he had all 4. Did he?
Did he? I think he did. And then Costa, or maybe before.
I thought they said he was considered undisputed in the 3-belt era.
I thought Costa had 4. Then I think he dropped 1 before the.
There was an article
fight.
out that I read. Yeah, there was an article I read like a year or something ago about that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Hall like that, but I think he was undisputed in the 3-belt.
He was definitely undisputed, and the WBO. What year was that? If it was after 2008, it might have been. The WBO might have been recognized by all 4. But yeah, by all 3. The 3 other.
Yeah, because I think okay, if I remember correctly, what was the other guy who was the son of another boxer? Zab lost to him, and that dude was undisputed for a little. I think it was Spinks or something like that.
Yeah, Corey Spinks.
Zab fought him, and Zab lost, and the dude took his belts.
Yeah,
like, I remember some article. I want to find that shit, but they talk about that shit. Like Zab just became undisputed. Spinks or somebody beat him.
That's at 147 though.
What was that? The weight class he became undisputed?
Yeah, that's at 147. And I want to say like before Ricky Hatton beat Costa dropped one of them.
Okay.
So Ricky Hatton, when he beat Costa, he got unified and he got lineal, but he wasn't undisputed. What fucking year was that?
I just watched that Floyd and Hatton fight like 2 weeks ago.
Man, that's one of my favorite knockouts. That shit was a circus.
Yeah, I watched that 2 weeks ago. That shit, man. Them motherfuckers came out for Hatton. They was loud as fuck up in there, boy.
Hell yeah.
They was out there, bro, drinking, and they was partying like they was at home. Like, damn. Floyd mentally be locked in because all of that shit that they was doing, he was still focused on the game plan. Still got that shit done.
That's one of the right there. Like Ricky Hatton shit, like really sensitized me to the culture difference the cultural difference between the UK fight fans and American fight fans. Like, if I'm a fighter, man, and I'm getting my ass fucking whooped, handed to me, and you guys are having a good time drinking and singing and
Yeah.
shit, like while I'm getting my ass handed to me, I'm gonna feel some kind of way about that shit. Shut up, goddamn, I feel bad.
Like he trying to shoot a free throw.
You know, fuckers acting like they here for him. You here for my opposition? You're supposed to be cheering for me, damn it. Say boo.
Yeah, man.
Now, see, back to just that fight, because I know y'all was talking about superstar and major fights earlier. Now that fight, they went on a press conference. They did one in one of them was obviously in the UK, and then they did some in America also. That's what I'm accustomed to when you're talking about major fights, like these press runs where you do multi pressers. Whereas in today's era, I mean, hell, you even got Deontay Wilder. They doing just virtual press conferences.
Zoom shit, bro. That's real. That's a good point, bro. Like they said something about that with Jamel and Constance Zoo. Tim Zoo.
Mm-hmm.
And they talking about like they did a Zoom. This nigga's undisputed. They doing a Zoom press. Like, damn, y'all niggas. What kind of shit is this, bro? Like y'all supposed to go all out for the undisputed dude. You know what I mean? Y'all got this dude on the Zoom press. It's crazy.
I think they do like the two. They do the two pressers, right? They do their initial press conference, and ever since Coco 19, they've been they've been doing like the Zoom thing, the virtual press, and they just kept it. They kept the format. I don't know why. And then the second press conference is like face to face. Yeah, I don't know. There's just no energy to it. But there's not a lot of trash talkers these days. Like no one really has a mouthpiece.
Yeah, that's why AB coming back with the BLK Prime shit. Yeah, he's gonna be talking shit.
But he's kind of cringe. Like he's like that uncle, that cousin won't shut up. Like always rapping shit.
Hey, I heard Jamel was talking
saying
his shit though.
That you heard a million times. Like, AB. Like I've never been an AB fan for real like that. But I don't mind him cherry picking and just getting bags and the Ivan Redcat. I feel like he's earned that. He's at that stage of his career, so I'm not mad at him. But I don't believe he's stick anymore. Like he's just not. He can't back it up in the ring. So what's the point?
Yeah, as long as you ain't holding up no belts, do what you do. You know what I mean? But when you say shit like you gonna take over and then you still get tuned up, shit like, come on now, get out of here. You know what I mean? But yeah, AB, shit, he better not lose to Ivan Redcat. I know that. I know the walk ain't gonna be fire. The walk ain't gonna be fire, but don't lose to Redcat, bro. That nigga right there.
I have a feeling that it's gonna be AB by robbery.
That shit might become a war.
Don't do it, AB. Just get a spectacular KO so they can be like, he back. AB back, bro.
AB gotta go to war for that win.
Back, right?
AB gonna have to go to war for that win.
When I saw my man shoe shining the heavy bag, I was like, oh, okay. Not even the heavy bag is tripping off you right now.
Yeah, AB out of shape. Like I'm like, AB, man, you waited until the last minute to start training. Be like, all right, it's my last day eating burgers, and then we're gonna start. Come on, bro, you should have been started. Tripping.
He's like, I'm getting paid on Monday. I'm not waiting 6 months. Like, what in the hell is going on in AB's life? Like, bill collectors are hounding him down. Like, what the fuck? Does he got Sweet Daddy Williams like trying to collect loans and shit? I don't know why AB is so cash strapped right now.
He's still eating Wendy's and shit. Like, nigga, come on, bro. You got to change it up, baby.
I was like, I need my chips as soon as I'm done fighting. Fuck all that.
Yo, who the hell snoring?
Who is that? That's Butch. Butch come on here.
Somebody trolling.
Let me hook Butch up. Hold up. Let's preserve what's left of my man's dignity on this stream.
Yeah. That brother, he get an excuse. That's
who was
that's
that?
London.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You get a pass.
It's like 8:30 p.m. over there.
Hold up. I didn't mean to take him off the stream altogether. Just mute that mic. Booyah. There you go, brother. We don't need to make fun of people out here, not the Bam Bam. But yeah, man. I'm not checking for AB. I'm not. But I do like the way he exposes shit and like tells on himself at the same time. I don't know if it's on purpose or is it an act? But that dude, he seemed like he don't give a fuck. He's like one of those old people that just like don't care anymore. One of them down, you know, what is that guy that owned the Clippers? The silver dude. It's just
Who act like that?
yeah, just started saying all that rude shit about black people. Got his whole goddamn team yanked from him. That's how AB's moving right now. He's like, yeah, man. Coach Calvin told me you ain't got to fight Godzilla. You don't have to do that. We gonna make something that's strictly for you. 3 times as much fighting whoever the hell you want to fight. Cool. I get, man. That's great work if you can get it. I still think Ivan Redcatch has a hell of a chance.
Come on, AB, don't go out like that, man. So if he lose, do they cancel his other 2 fights for the contract or what? Like if he go in there and lose his first fight,
Does Ivan Redcatch get the contract?
I wonder how that works. Like, you know, man, they give him 3 fights, you know, but damn, what if it's 3 L's? No, come on, AB, we full of
Listen, if you can't pick somebody to beat like that, bro. The fuck?
He picked him as a tune-up and then went. That's fucked up. Come on, AB.
Hey, we're gonna fight. It's for a vacant contract. Whoever wins gets the other 2 fights.
sudden contract definitely. Hell yeah.
Oh man, listen, I want my man to get his money, but like, what is going on with my man's career? Like, what is going on with his cash? He is too damn young to be this broke after making this much money.
To be real, shoot, if I'm Ivan Redcatch and I'm their team, hey, go to the body, take him to the deep waters, man. You know what I mean? AB look out of shape. Go to the body, lay rounds, and turn it up on him. You know what I mean? AB, hey man, get in shape, make weight, but good luck. Shit.
Listen, if I'm Ivan Redcatch and I happen to stop Adrian Broner, I'll be the first person to stop Adrian Broner. I'm definitely calling out Errol Spence right after that.
Might as well.
I'm doing that. I'm on top of the world, Ma. I'm on top of the world.
Might as well, bro.
Adrian, we did it.
Yeah, he gonna call out Floyd, everybody, man.
I should get his ass whooped. Like and that's sad. I mean, that's not even the sad part because boxing is definitely a perishable skill. Like it's a young man's game, but all that money this dude made, he didn't manage it any better than this. Like I got to hear about the way he checked in his savings account was. Like I get direct deposit, bro. Like soon as I'm done, I don't have to wait until April to get paid. Like okay, homie. I hear you. Why are you so thirsty though? Anyway, I hear you. AB. I like you guys. Pay attention to what AB is going through right now. Get yourself a financial advisor, an estate planner, and figure that shit out. Don't be like AB. I mean, do be like him in the sense that you get in there and you fight everybody. Because AB was fearless when it came to that shit. He was not a cherry picker. But yeah, manage your resources, man. Don't be out here like that.
Yo, Smoke, what up, Smoke? I'm about to slide. I'm about to leave the house right now.
Man.
So I'm about to slide off.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming through again and dropping those jewels.
Not an issue, Playboy. I'm gonna come on the next program, show some love and whatnot.
That's what's up, man. Be careful in them streets.
Absolutely.
Come back to us. Peace, man.
That's a fact.
Hey, Smoke.
Yeah.
Speaking of these fighters from that whole DMV area, I read a recent article where Jared Hurd said basically he's set to make a comeback in the sport. How you feel about that?
That Lara fight is pretty damn good.
Yes.
But that Rain fight he had on the with the YouTubers, pretty damn bad. That was embarrassing, but like dangerously so. My man needs to do style. If he comes, listen, if he's gonna come back, he should have like he's. Jared Hurd needs a helmet. Like I want him to come. If he comes back, he should be allowed to wear headgear. Because I don't know, man. I don't think I like seeing that kind of. Yeah, man. That's the side of the sport that I find disturbing. When a guy just takes hits like that to the head, he's like the reincarnation of Freddie Roach. Yeah, get some head movement. Get some defense. Nah, I'm not trying to see Jared Hurd. Like, yeah, call that a day. You're not Swift anymore.
What weight class? You coming back at 160 or something?
You know, he didn't state. He didn't state which weight class.
Yeah, slipping all over the canvas in the rain and just getting tagged up. I don't remember the guy's name who tagged him up like that. But it was like he should have been getting tagged up like that. Now he's done. Yeah, I just don't want to see this dude get hurt.
So you're saying, yeah, just it's done. It ain't no fixing.
I don't know. The way he went out, man, it's hard. Like, it's not like he can't overcome it. Don't like listen to me. I just don't like as a fan. I don't want to watch assaults in the ring. I don't want to see a guy get his brains beat in. That's not what I watch the sport for.
Well, he said, okay, so his last fight was in summer of 21. That's when he lost to Luis Arias. And he said, in between then, his father died. So that's definitely part of the reason why it's been such a long time since we heard anything from him. So I know his father was definitely a big supporter of his career and everything. So I don't know, how that will affect him moving forward. But, he said just after taking some time to cope, his mind is back and he wants to come back and fight.
I'm not trying to tell the man how to what to do with his life or his career, his body. I'm certainly not going to be paying his bills. I thought that Nonito should have retired before the World Boxing Super Series, and he became a champion twice after that. So, I'm not the best judge for this, but just for my own viewing pleasure, I just don't want to see that style from Hurd at this stage. Arias was just. Arias is putting it on him, but he was on the undercard of Wilder Fury 1, right? He fought the UK guy, and the UK guy was kind of touching him up. Like even the can was like putting some good work in there. I don't know. I don't have
Jason Wilborn.
have fond memories of her after the Lara fight.
The part that throws me off about that article I was reading is during the article he never expressed how he wanted to come back and prove that we haven't seen the best of Jared Hurd yet, or he wants to be a champion again. He didn't express none of that. He was saying I just have the time to dedicate to boxing now, because he was like, I started 3 businesses over the last few years, blah blah blah. So I didn't hear that hunger in his statement, at least.
Yeah, he was done.
Yeah, so that bothers me. Like I said, he didn't say which weight class. I've never heard him say anything about any rematch. No, nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Phantom? What's up, Method? Thanks, guys, for holding. And Hyphy, actually. Thank you, gentlemen, for holding it down while I got some much-needed regeneration. I appreciate that, fellas. What's the word?
Hey, woke up. Yeah, you was grumpy, ornery old man this morning, Smokey. I'm glad you got some rest good.
Hey, was that hard on you, Phantom? You and your goddamn tank bullshit?
You was grumpy as
Was I
shit.
crotchety?
Oh, what's
Was I prickly, old man?
Smokey was grumpy.
Oh man, listen, I can only do. You see, you guys are relatively new to these YTBC streets, and you might not be aware of all of the screaming and hollering I've had to do behind Tank, and what these people have been doing to my man's name because he missed weight once. Like people talk about Leo Santa Cruz going to beat him. Like that Raiders, you know what? The Raiders just left. Raider was like, yeah, Leo Santa Cruz looking good. You know, Tank coming fat. Like, man, Tank missed weight one time years ago, and people would never let him live that shit down. Just
Did they
fight
have the
after fight.
weigh-ins yet?
Go ahead.
Did they have the weigh-ins yet?
That's today, method. Today.
Yeah.
What, at 5?
It's probably happening like within the next hour, I would believe.
Mm-hmm. Why you busy? You can't take the what you need to check out the weigh-in or something.
So let me get this right, Smoke. Sometimes you're a grumpy old man, but you're really a disgruntled Tank fan. Like,
Of course. Why do you think I'm telling you I'm disappointed, bro? This shit is bullshit. I can't believe what these Tank fans are out here trying to fucking have me swallow. It was bad enough I had to fight for this dude for all these damn years. Like, they're telling me he's going to fight Abner Mares next, and he ran from Tevin Farmer. Like, this weird old shit. Like, is he going to make weight? Is he going to make weight? Like, the people have been in the rules for Tank. Tank's not that good.
Smoke. Hold on.
Yeah.
Patience. All roads. The golden big road is after Ryan.
You get out your damn mind, man. I'm not. Listen, 20 years old, we still talking about the Hector Garcias of the world. Take your ass down to 130 and take his belt, or stop talking to me about how he's a champion.
Patience, Smoke. Just be patient.
Here's the thing. I don't mind. Like, I didn't like all the what I felt like was unjust criticism of Tank. The way that they talked about, like, he beat the entire crap out of Gamboa, and they were just, you Tank's a hype job. Like, dude, Gamboa didn't do anything except for hit the canvas and hold on. That was one of the best examples of veteran surviving through a fight that I've seen, like, in recent memory. And they were just like, nah, Tank's trash. Like, yeah, man, leave Tank. Like, what? Forget what you guys are talking about. But now, all these years later, we're still talking about Hector and Ryan. Man, miss me with this. Yeah, my patience is done. Yeah, like that. They tap danced my last nerve. You guys can pick this mantle up. Tank's talking about retiring. You telling me patience? Cool.
Yeah, because all roads go through Ryan. That's what I'm trying to
listen.
The plan. It's the plan. Trust the plan. Remember that. Trust the plan, Smoke.
I have absolutely no reason for me to trust Tank. And I'm an out-of-work doctor right now. No patience.
Because once he defeats Ryan, he can pay these niggas whatever the fuck they want. And they can't say no. You don't get your ass in that fucking ring and stop hiding behind your promoter. It's time to fight.
I was waiting for
time
that
to fight.
kind of stuff. I hear you. And you don't even believe what you're saying. That's the problem. It's unbelievable. Like, what you're saying is not plausible.
All right, Smoke. You know, see, just wait and see.
That's all we can do. Like, hey, hopefully, we all are healthy and happy, fight fans, and we make it through to the end of Tank's career, right? And maybe there's somebody out there. Like, I'm all right. Let's just take a look at this whole thing, right? He's gonna fight Ryan at 140 pounds in the 140 pound division. Apparently, that's what reportedly, right? Dev is supposed to be going to 140, and Shakur is going to be. Shakur is there, but while Shakur is he's talking a good game, the person he's not really talking about is Tank.
I don't know. Esau Cruz is on his bumper now, so
of course
might have Esau Cruz follow.
Yeah, I expect that he gets Esau Cruz again. Definitely that rematch. Why not? I'm not mad at him. I'm just saying I'm not inspired by it. This kind of thing does not make me go, yeah, Tank's that dude. Let's look at what Tank's doing.
I'm talking about Shakur and Esau Cruz. Esau Cruz said, "Shut up, nigga. I want that smoke."
What? Yeah, Shakur and Isak. Nah. Isak Cruz. Really, his claim to fame is he didn't get knocked out by Tank, and he had some
Yep,
good moments.
pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I like the way he ran through Gamboa and let him know the old man needs to hang it up. That was like, that was like a kindness, right? Dr. Kevorkian style. Um, I'm not mad at the young man. I'm just saying I'm not like, Isak Cruz is not that. He's not one of those ones in my mind. From
So,
what I can tell, from what I can ascertain. But yeah,
Yeah,
Joe. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, definitely just you can see he's a good fighter. I just feel like his overall career has been a disappointment, and it's also disappointing to see him not fighting to his peak abilities, and of course, coupled with the outside the ring issues that constantly reoccur.
Yeah, like the outside the ring stuff, like whatever. I hope you fix it out. I thought when Tank was like 20, when he was 22, 23 years old, champing at the bit. They're talking about Loman, Brichelle, all that stuff. I just thought he was going to be, one of the greats. And instead, people are trying to force feed me like the, you know, the quality of Hector Garcia based on him beating another fucking hype job, Chris Colbert. And Chris Colbert was like a hype job to the amateurs. He wasn't even, and it was like amateur Golden Gloves too, not even like the Olympics. Like this, the whole thing just like missed me with this stuff for real.
I mean, Smoke, just trust the process. It's the Floyd blueprint,
Oh,
Smoke.
I hear you. You don't have to trust the
Trust the
process.
process.
That shit was from Philly. Philly is not doing a goddamn thing. Trust what process?
Yeah,
What?
because
What?
you
What?
know that Latino food you say Tank gorged himself on.
Oh
Check
yeah.
out Floyd's resume. Yeah, and what happened? You fight that one Mexican who brings you that bag, and then you can get all them niggas.
Okay, you
So
are
that's
tripping.
how
All
it's
right.
gonna
Oh,
work.
okay, hold up a second. Do you know who the drunken master is? Yes, you do.
Yeah,
Do you know
yes,
who
yes.
Arturo Thunder Gotti is? Yes, you do.
Is that a nigga
Do
though?
you know who Zab Judah is? Yes, you do.
Did he fight Zab Judah before De La
Yeah, I
Hoya?
can look. I don't even have to look at his resume. Just off the top, off the strength. Manny Pac-Man Pacquiao. Conor McGregor. You know what? His biggest
What I'm
fights
saying,
were
Smoke,
not
all
against.
that shit happened. Listen, Smoke. What I'm saying is all that shit happened after De La Hoya. That's when he became the money man.
Okay.
Similar situation you have here. You have Tank knocking out Ryan. That's when he becomes the money man.
Okay, I got a little bit of sleep. I can deal with your nonsense. Okay. What weight class did he fight Oscar De La Hoya in?
Welterweight.
No, it was 152 pounds, 154 pounds, I believe. He moved up. It
Was
was like that one of the highest weights he ever fought in.
was it a
Uh,
catch weight?
yeah, it was a catch weight. I don't know if it's a
Okay.
catch weight. No, I don't think it's a catch weight. I think all Floyd could put on was like 152 pounds. Looked kind of crazy.
Correct.
What
True,
division
true,
did he
true.
fight? Yeah. So what division did he fight Emmanuel Augustus in? Emmanuel Burton, the Drunken Master.
Was that when he was
140.
130?
There you go.
I
That was
was I was gonna say 135, but if it's 140,
I
okay.
think it might have been Balderman. Did he have 3 fights at 140? But do you think he was at 140 pounds after he was at 154, or before he was at 154?
Well, say it again.
Did he go up to 154 pounds and then go back to 140, or was he at 140 before he went to 154?
He was at he was at 140 before.
Okay, then it didn't happen after the Oscar De La Hoya fight.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. What I'm saying is that's when he became the money man, and he could get all those legendary fights. Is
I
after
got you.
Delaware.
I got you, but stick with your own point. You said that, like Floyd, he's gorging himself on Latin food, and then after he got the Oscar De La Hoya fight, that's when everybody else opened
Yeah,
up.
because
In
you
fact,
know what I
what
say that.
happened? He had
You know what I
already
say.
fought. He had already fought Zab Judah. He had
True,
already
true,
fought Emmanuel Burton. He had already
true.
fought Arturo Gatti
But
before he fought.
Arturo Gatti, I mean, he was Italian, but okay, Latin, same thing. But okay,
I mean,
let's
yeah, he's
say
Italian from
about
Canada, Canadian Italian. Yes,
80, 85+% of his resume was Latinos.
right. I mean, I think Tank has one non-Latino dude on it since he got with Floyd.
I think 3. So that's what I'm
Who?
saying. Like,
Who?
he had one nigga early in his career. He
No,
had
I said
Liam
since he got
Walsh.
with Floyd.
Oh, since he got with Floyd, yeah, I would say Liam Walsh is probably the only one that
The
wasn't
only one.
Latino.
One guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Not
saying.
Floyd Mayweather, and Liam Walsh is not Arturo Gatti. He is not Emmanuel Burton, and he is not Zab Judah. So when I look at Floyd and I look at Tank, I just shake my head in disappointment. But you guys can keep trying to sell the dream.
I'm in
I'm not
agreement.
buying, but
I'm
you
in
can keep trying
agreement
to
with you,
keep
Smoke.
selling.
But here's the thing. What
Phantom.
I'm saying is that after the Ryan fight, I think things are gonna change, and it's for a reason they're gonna change.
Yo, Phantom. Okay, after the Oscar De La Hoya fight, what fights did that open up for Floyd to be able to get?
Everything, anything, and everything
I
he
mean, can
wanted, basically.
just name some of them.
Ricky Hatton, Manny Pacquiao. I mean, those are the 2 Hall of Famers I can name. Just thinking off the top of my head, Miguel Cotto,
Okay,
uh,
now let me ask you.
Sugar
He could
Shane.
you think he couldn't have got those fights before fighting Oscar?
I don't think so. No, because he wouldn't. He didn't command the type of bag that he did after that fight.
Well, even before the Oscar fight, even though he wasn't getting or generating as much, he was still one of the top paid boxers, probably only
True,
behind guys like
true.
Oscar.
But check this out. There becomes a point when the bag gets so big, you have to fight this motherfucker. Like, was anybody jumping at the bit saying, "I want to fight Floyd. I want to fight Floyd" before De La Hoya? No, like, no, nigga. After that, that's when
A
that.
couple of guys, and he didn't actually fight them, but that's a different story too.
Yeah, fair. So what I'm saying is, after that is when that situation arises where he could say anybody and everybody could get it. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying that the same guys you naming, they was already there before. Like the guys that you just named. So for example, we heard the rumors, back and forth discussions for a Miguel Cotto fight. We already know about the whole Shane Mosley fight. Antonio Margarito was calling him out. You seen Paul Williams, who stated he wanted to fight. It's probably other guys that I can name from that whole era. So it's not like it was fights that he could not get back then.
So was Paul Williams in the pre 2010 era? Was he there?
Yeah.
Margarito and Williams. Winky was on that bumper. Winky's like, that was a whole load. I don't think that was fair.
Yeah, and that's going to 154. I mean, we don't even got to go to 154. Like there was guys at 147, legitimate opponents back then.
I mean, I could give you Paul Williams and maybe Margarito. Yeah, I just think those fights didn't happen. But the ones that did happen, wouldn't you say those were top level elite fights and fighters?
I would. I don't know what in the hell this had to do with Tank though.
All I'm saying is,
looking at Floyd, like if this entire train of thought makes Tank's run even more disappointing.
see, I don't. As a fan, I can't disagree with you, Smoke. If that's your perception, I don't disagree with you at all. That's what I'm saying. You say I'm capping or I'm delusional. Oh, nigga, if you feel like taking bullshit,
I don't even understand why we're going down this thing. I'm just saying what I said, but it seemed like, hey, let's take a look at Floyd.
Well,
okay, we can.
He's taking us down this road right now.
Bro,
well, I'm taking it to Floyd because if we broke down the same scenario with Tank, it'll look 1,000 times worse.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
what I'm
actually
saying.
doing.
Like, why are you doing this shit?
But that's what I'm saying. He's not retired yet. So let's just wait and see. This nigga's only 28, bro. He can have 7 more years in the sport.
Hey, see that's the problem I be having with Gervonta. Oh, let's just wait and see. All right, so in 2017, I seen this man win the championship. All right, so 2017. Now we in 2023. Look at what's transpired. That's what 6 years. You telling me, oh, just sit back and wait? How much patience do you think a fan is really supposed to have?
Yeah,
True. So, but let's keep it 100. What are the 2 people? Who are the 2 people you want to see this nigga fight? Shakur and Devin. If he fight them 2 niggas, what else you want to see him do? So the next guy comes around.
No. Even before those dudes came in the picture, he had a major fight and he clearly ducked it. The Lomachenko.
We talk about Loma?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was that when he was with Floyd?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So that fight was likely never going to happen, was it?
I know he's not Latin.
Yeah. And I know he's not a PBC fighter either. Shit.
All right. Now we playing this whole side of the street.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying, like, regardless, like, why do we do all that stuff? I look at the menu, like, and what I see is Latin food.
And you absolutely motherfucker right.
What we got right here? Where's Hector Garcia from? Dominican. We got the Dominican Latin food. After that, we got a little bit of like Cali.
You go, but what I'm saying is, you go to all 3 of these niggas' resumes, 85+% Latin food. That's all I'm saying. Like it is what it is, bro.
Oh, I mean, listen. If you say Devin Haney, was he wouldn't fight in Mexico? He wasn't fighting Latin dudes in DC. Like, what the hell?
He's fighting Latinos after he left Mexico.
Oh yeah, and let's look at it. Cambosis. What's that other dude you got? Right, like even Devin Haney, who's like 24 years old, and Shakur. As a matter of fact, okay, Shakur. Yeah, even Shakur, unified, non-Latin food. He ain't even been around that long. They've already like passed Tank when it comes to this whole thing. Like, I don't know why. Do you think about this stuff before you speak, man?
It's just the reality. You can put time constraints on it all you want, saying, "Oh, he's older, so it shouldn't be happening." But it is what it is. It's the reality of the situation.
Beyond. All right, Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah. That's the reality.
Now we're living outside the time-space continuum. Okay.
Yeah, like any.
Yeah, Tank. So you basically saying Tank is older, so he shouldn't be fighting Latinos when they're like the majority.
No, he's saying he shouldn't.
Hold up a second. I say he shouldn't be fighting the Hector Garcias of the world. I don't care if he fights a Latino.
Yeah. Okay. So who's the better Latino? You said Isaac Cruz. You want to see an Isaac Cruz rematch, which is fine. But then if he fights Isaac Cruz and fighting Shakur Devin, you're gonna say, "Oh, this is bullshit." So you leave a door open for yourself to just cap and hate. It is what it is.
That's not what it is. What I'm telling you, when he says Latino food, that is what I expect for him to fight. That is absolutely not a criticism. That's an observation that my man keeps fighting these Latin dudes that don't have any kind of lateral movement and are going to just come at him and try to fight him on the inside where you can knock him the fuck out. I have Tank fatigue at this point. I'm not saying that Isaac Cruz is bad or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, that is what I'm coming to expect, and it's disappointing for me.
Okay, so in order for your excitement to return to the Tank show, you need Frank Martin, Shakur, and Devin. Is that correct?
Nah, I need him to actually go. Like, if you want me to be excited about Tank, for real, go knock out goddamn Josh Taylor. Don't just talk shit.
They're bullshit. Why you trying to protect some of your favorite fighters, Smoke?
I don't give a damn.
Okay.
I'm just saying what he said. Like, I'm not mad if he fights. Listen. You ask, it's two different things. Devin and Shakur, those are good fights. I'm not mad at those fights. Cool. But if you want to impress, if you want me to get excited about Tank, if you want me to start screaming, "Take's the fucking man" from the street corner, like go in there and make the fight with Josh Taylor. Go do that.
Yeah, the fat ass who's bullshitting around because he can't make weight no more.
The fat ass is bullshitting around. Go knock his fat ass out.
Yeah, he can't fight at 140. So what the fuck is he doing? He's bullshitting around. But what I'm saying is that no, these niggas need to have a round robin. Shakur and Devin need to fight now. Tank and Ryan need to fight now, and the winners need to fight each other. That's what it is.
Who are any of the guys fighting with lateral movement?
You do that.
Yeah. So Tank can fight another guy without lateral movement.
Yeah,
Right.
Shakur and Devin don't have lateral movement. Okay, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But I'm saying it needs to be a super king 4 out of them 4 niggas.
Okay, listen, and this is the issue that I'm having right now. When I say a guy that would excite me, there's like pushback as if like Josh Taylor wouldn't be the best name on Tank's entire resume. Why is there pushback against Josh Taylor?
There's no pushback, but that's just he's not fighting.
You didn't say, that's a great one. Let's make that fight. Yeah, that's not what you said. And all right, so now, hey, Knockout, what's up, baby?
He's sitting his ass avoiding Bud. That's what he's doing right now.
Say again?
Josh Taylor is sitting at 140, avoiding Terrence Bud Crawford. That's what he's doing right now. So he wants to rematch Catterall and push that along as far as he can till that belt becomes free and he can fight when it's vacant. That's what he's doing. Bullshitting around.
I would prefer to see Tank Davis over Jack Catterall.
I don't disagree with that. But I'm saying, if you got an opportunity to fight Shakur and Devin, you take that as well. That's just as good as Josh.
I didn't say that, but this is a different thing. We're talking about my excitement, not like whether or not it's a good fight. Like I keep saying,
so why
everybody understand that Devin and Shakur are great fights for Tank Davis. Great fights. I kind of expect those fights, so it wouldn't be like wow. That's not like a wow moment for me. But what would be a wow moment is if Tank went up there and actually made that fight. That would be wow for me. That would be like all that stuff I've been talking about. That's water under the bridge. That's in the rear view. Let's go get this, Tank. Let's shut these guys up.
Yeah. You want to protect your favorite fighters. I get it. It's all good, bro.
Okay. In this case, I'm trying to protect my favorite fighter in Tank, so he's not relegated to the dustbins of boxing history. Or here's really what I'm saying. At the end of this whole Tank experience, his championship fighting experience, I think what'll be said about him is that he made more money than everybody else in the history of fighting boxing under 147 pounds. He made more than everybody else, right? And he's been knocking people out. And that I feel like that's what is going to be said about Tank's career, which is fine. It's great. Even it's not even like it's a great thing, but it's also disappointing because I already thought that he was going to make more money than everybody down there anyway, and I already know he knocks people out.
Yeah,
he achieved it. He achieved it. And I'm a fan.
I'm not disagreeing with your perception, but I'm saying fuck that shit. Get them niggas in the ring. That's what I'm saying. However you got to do it, get them niggas in the ring. And you talk about Josh Taylor. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's it. I'm like, that would definitely rev up the engine for Tank, right? For me.
For you. So you in particular, but nobody else would give a flying fuck. They want to see Shakur and Devin. That's what we want to see. You talking about something nobody gives a fuck about.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I think if the Josh Taylor fight got announced, like I think the YTBC's jaw would drop. The collective jaws would fucking drop, and everybody would be talking about how
you know what they're gonna be talking about?
Because for real, because they're like really. Here's the thing. Hold up a second. Let me finish. My thing before you step on my thing. The long and short of it is this: if Tank fights Devin or Shakur, those are going to either be 50-50 fights or Tank is going to be favored in those fights. If he fights Josh Taylor, he's going to be the underdog. And for the first and only time in his entire career. Like Devin and Shakur, while they're exciting fights, they don't represent Tank being an underdog.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have your delusional, mythical fantasy fights that have no chance to happen, cool. But I'm saying these Shakur, Devin, Tank, Ryan, these are realistic fights that are actually trying to be made. Like we're talking about one right now, Tank and Ryan. These are fights that are realistic. And Shakur Devin is a fight that's fucking realistic because Loma's over there bullshitting and Devin's over there bullshitting, but instead of making a Shakur fight.
I mean, listen, if you want to try that shit, you can keep selling it. I don't know who's buying it, but whatever.
You know that nigga's bullshitting Smoke, but if you want to cap, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
You know
Which
he
person are we talking
bullshit.
about? Who we talking about now?
Undisputed champion over there chasing down Loma, a contender. What the fuck for? The nigga said, I need more time. I don't want to fight you right now. You can't force that man in the fucking ring with you, no matter how many sit downs you got with Bob Graham. It's time to make that Shakur fight, nigga. It's time to make that Shakur fight.
And that's the thing, and which is like really just disappointing about Tank right now, because Tank would have you believe that he's not a contender, that he's actually a champion.
Because he is.
Right, but then how is Haney undisputed?
Because he's recognized as undisputed by the 4 sectional bodies.
Okay, cool.
You can have lesser champions.
Yeah,
in the
I got
division.
it. I'm just tired of. Listen, I'm telling you, I can't do the Tank subterfuge.
You're gonna act like belts are all over the place
like
everywhere.
If you want to pick up the Tank flag and like keep waving that shit around, you can. But you can keep selling. I'm just not buying.
Like lesser belts are all over the division. You like to see. You have to bring Tank into it. Tank wasn't nowhere near in this conversation. We just talking about Devin bullshitting, but Tank is the number champion. What the fuck you crying about, Smoke?
I'm not crying at all, man. Like, get a better sales pitch. If you want me to start buying this crap,
Devin over there bullshitting right now. Devin over there bullshitting instead of fighting Shakur. You know what it is.
That's the issue. That is Devin is bullshitting. Okay. Good. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
You over there whining on Twitter about how you can't get Loma in the ring. Nigga, it's Ramadan. I can't eat. I can't fight Loma. Nigga, you the undisputed champion. Drop the belts, move up, pick somebody else. Like, you got options. Why the fuck you waiting on this little old Ukrainian who's gonna be a soft touch? Like, no, nigga, fuck, bullshit.
Wow. Calling Loma a soft touch is definitely a testament to Devin Haney's skills.
Hey, Smoke.
Yeah, go ahead.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
And that soft touch in Loma is still a much tougher touch than his next fight, that goddamn Ryan Garcia.
Hector or Ryan, like, right? And then, and not only that, Dev is like 24, takes 28. That's my whole thing. Just like, it's all good, bro. Like, I'm not mad. Like, if you guys are excited about this and you can get inspired by this kind of stuff, this malarkey, go ahead. It just sounds like, weak tea.
Yeah, like trying to chase down a contender in Lomachenko. That's weak tea to me.
Okay, cool. Like,
that's weak tea.
Hey, I'm gonna take
that's weak as fuck, and it's looking goofy.
Yeah, cool. I mean,
I'm
whatever.
gonna take the Phantom route. I'm gonna tell, let's just say a fighter like Devin Haney. So you're 24. Don't fight no tough fights until you get 28. And then I'm gonna tell people that complain, just be patient. He's only 28.
We know. Look. For the 3-headed monster, we all know Loma is food for them niggas. So what are we talking about? Let's not do that. We know that nigga's food for them 3. So if Devin Haney wants to gorge on the little old man, let him do that. But what I'm saying is, you can't be complaining that this little old man doesn't want to fight you when he told you when you hopped in the ring, I need more time. You can't complain now after he told you to your face what's happening.
He said that to his face?
My nigga, when Devin Haney hopped in the ring, I need more time, but I'll be ready. And now he's saying, I don't really want to fight you in March. 7 months down the line, 7 months from now, which is in July. He said he need more time then. He's saying the same thing now. So you can't complain, bro. Move on.
I mean, you can, but nobody cares. Like this weirdo deflection. Like try to put the pressure, like try to take the pressure off the Tank to try to put it on.
No, it's not pressure off the Tank.
I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you while you doing your really bad sales pitch. I didn't interrupt you at all. So Devin Haney is 24 years old. Tank Davis is 28 years old. Devin Haney is talking about moving up and going through the divisions. Tank Davis is talking about retiring. Like tunnel vision is literally tunnel vision is as saying, why are we acting like Tank is going to stop fighting? Because Tank is saying he's going to stop fighting. That's why we're acting that way.
Do you actually believe that Dav's going to go to 140 and run through 140?
What do you mean run through 140? Fight everybody 140? I don't think anybody's going to do that. Do I think somebody's going to get a
damn you, Smoke.
Definitely. Hey, what's up, Knockout? How you doing this morning?
Damn you, bro. I was about to just mind my business. I was gonna make me some content. You triggered me and got me up in this motherfucker, man.
Yeah, baby.
Goddamn content. I was gonna drop that shit. That shit can wait, man. The fuck are you talking about, man?
Yeah, come on. I'm talking about like inspire me, man. Like Tank is losing me. You're losing the patient.
I hear you, man. I hear you, dog. I ain't mad. Listen, bro. Like, so to the homie that was saying Devin got options and shit, man. Like he ain't got no options, bro. Like that, and that's what I've been trying to tell people. That's why I told them when he signed that goddamn contract, all his fans like, "You going for undisputed? He's making sacrifices." They were big up in that shit. They was talking about how great that shit was, man. He ain't got no options, bro. Bob got control over that, man. And that's why I didn't want that shit for him. So he gonna fight when Bob tell him to fight. If he try to drop them belts without doing what Bob tell him to do, bro, that man liable to get shelved or some crazy shit, man. You might not see Devin for a minute, dog.
You don't think they got the money about the contract?
That's why he kicking and screaming right now, bro. He fight when they tell him to fight. And Bob, he saw how Loma looked in his last fight. He trying to give Loma, that's his golden child, bro. He trying to give Loma every opportunity to be successful, bro.
Well,
so what he trying to do? I'm gonna make Devin wait, make him wait. Hopefully another 5-6 months. I need him to look like motherfucking Skeletor on that scale. I need him to look fucking garbage on that scale to give my guy the best chance to win, bro. He don't want them belts dropped. He want control of them hoes. He got all these 135 pounders, bro. He got Keyshawn Davis. He got Abdullah Mason. He got Carlos Balderas. He got Tiger Johnson that's moonlighting between 135 and 140, bro. He got all these dudes coming up from 130 that he got to look out for, man. So he can't afford to let them belts motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, disperse and one of his guys don't control them, because now what? The WBA, now some Frank Martin shit or Tank Davis shit get ordered. The IBF, now the zone, some IBF 135 shit get ordered with William Cepeda. He trying to keep control of them belts, bro. And he got all the 140 pounders that Devin would want to fight. So his next fight got to go through Bob, bro. All this shit about him getting options. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna do that, bro. He ain't got no options. If he had options, they'd have another opponent on the table for him, bro.
Knockout. Say it ain't so. Hold up. I gotta interject on this. Are you saying that on that contract that Devin Haney signed, he already knew who opponents he was gonna fight? Their names was on
That's
there.
what I've been maintaining. I've been maintaining that the whole time, bro. Everything that I said would happen, bro. I said he gonna have to fight. He gonna have to fight Kambosos the second time. All this shit they telling you about. He got options. He can do this. He can do that, bro. He ended up fighting Kambosos. Right when the Kambosos fight happened, I said they building the Loma fight, bro. He's fighting Loma. He ain't fighting nobody else. And what's happening, bro? What is Bob? Everything Bob Arum told y'all was gonna happen, bro. Listen to him when it come to his in-house shit. Now he get to talking about Eddie Hearn, he get to talking about Al Heyman and shit. It's gonna be some cap behind this, some shit. But if he's talking about people that are signed to him, you better listen to his ass, because he in control of that shit. He ain't been in the game for damn near 100 years for no reason. Shit, look at the other shit he telling us, bro. He told us, look, I'm trying to make Navarrete versus Oscar Valdez. Now Terrence Crawford sued his ass, and he had to pull the whole, all right, I'm gonna let Shakur fight Valdez, make it look like I ain't racist. But right when that shit got done, what's about to happen? Navarrete moving his ass up, and him and Oscar Valdez about to fight. Listen to that man when he tell you what his fighters that's under contract to him are about to do, man. All this shit about Devin Haney and Bob Arum got a partnership. When you ever seen Bob Arum view anybody that looked like Devin Haney as a motherfucking partner, bro?
Damn, knockout. I'm gonna give Devin Haney a little bit more credit though. I don't think he signed no slave contract. I think he has the option to drop the belts, but knockout, you make a hard case, my nigga. I can't.
I mean, shit. Okay, if he got the option, and he going on, if he got the option, my bad, Smoke. Go ahead, my bad, bro.
No, you got it, bro.
Okay, I was just gonna say this real quick, Smoke. If he got the option, my brother, to do all that shit, don't you think he would just do it instead of going on Twitter and telling us, man, I told them I wanted to fight in March, man. They trying to push my fight back, man. I told them I wanted to fight in March before Ramadan, and they trying to push my fight date back to this date. They trying to do, bro. If he had those options, he'd be exercising them hoes and stepping on shit and trying to do that shit like he did when he really had options with Eddie Hearn. That's the place he had options. He was calling people out. They were sending offers. They was trying to make this fight, trying to make that fight. Now he just sitting there saying, well, they won't let me fight. I told Top Rank this. I told him I wanted this. I told him I wanted that. And Bob Arum just like, nah, sit your ass down, bro. So I hear you saying that he got options, but he sure ain't exercising them hoes. And he's already showed that if he had options, he would exercise them, bro. He ain't got no options, man.
I think he does have options, but I think Top Rank and ESPN is actually the better spot for Devin. Because he only has one fight left of the Top Rank deal. It's not like he has a multi-fight deal with him. Like, so if he sat out, whatever. If Bob is mad, that's cool. That means he can't get the other Top Rank fights, which I think puts Devin on a road to some really dangerous fights that people may or may not watch. So if I'm Devin Haney, it's not that I don't have options. It's that ESPN is the best option, and so I have to work with Bob.
Yeah, I think maybe ESPN is controlling the purse strings. I think it's more so that they're offering a lot of money for the Devin and Loma fight, and I think that's the incentive to keep maybe trying to chase down Loma. But eventually, something's got to give, and you just got to recognize that Loma's bullshitting, and you need to figure something else the fuck out.
Yeah, like you don't. To me, like this is the time to get ganged up, right? Like if you want to, if you're Devin Haney, where better for the next 3-4 fights is better than ESPN, better than
Nowhere,
Top Rank.
especially if you nowhere, especially if you're moving up to 140. But Smoke don't like when I say this because my OG Smoke is he old school and he all about professionalism and all that shit. But if I'm Devin Haney, bro, I wouldn't even complain, bro. And I done said this, and Smoke done heard me say it, but I don't know if y'all heard me say it, Phantom and all the brothers on the panel. Look, bro, if I'm Devin Haney, bro, I know that they tried to hold me out that Camboso shit. I know they tried to make me sign a bad deal. I know they don't give a fuck about me, bro. I know that for a fact. I know what Bob Aaron was saying about me before I moved over there. So you move accordingly, bro. You play that same goddamn game. You let them go ahead, push your fight back, do all that shit. And when the fight comes, you get to cutting that motherfucking weight. And if you know it's your last fight at 135 anyway, if you get to the point where you feel like you ain't gonna be comfortable making that weight, you stop wherever the fuck you at. And you let them take your belts on the scale and you still go in there the next day and you beat his motherfucking ass, bro. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, so and I'm not mad at that because there's no reason to like rack up like title. I mean, it's sure it's just one more. It's not a bad one, but I'm not necessarily mad at that. And this is the risk reward kind of thing that I feel like people are not acknowledging. If Devin were to leave Top Rank, he'd be out there like Regis Prograis, like the guys that he'd have to fight at 140. First off, you got the Pro Bellum. That's the only guy that's unaffiliated. So chances are, you're like Bob's going to be butthurt because you didn't let his golden child get the belts. So he's probably going to freeze you out, right? Unless you re-sign with him, but who knows if that happens. But yeah, you got that whole Godzilla thing that AB is talking about. You got Subriel Matias and Antoine Russell and Regis Prograis. Yeah, man, I'm not trying to cause too much ruckus unless if I'm Devin Haney, like, listen, I might complain. I might make sure that the public is on my side, that we all understand that Loma and Bob is on some bull. But that's all I'm gonna do. Whine a little bit and try to get some sympathy, and then sit my ass down if I can make the weight.
But I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't think it's Bob on bullshit. I think it's Loma. But I want to ask y'all. So in this scenario, you don't think that Devin Haney even has the option to fight Shakur now if he's available? Like that can't happen at all.
No, they got a plan for Shakur, man. That shit ain't like that shit not happening, man. Not right now. Shakur already probably got a fight date and everything. Bob Arum is not in the business of putting his guys that he got for a long period of time in no risky ass fight. And say what you want about Devin, like him or hate him, but that's a risky fight for Shakur. Bob got plans for Shakur to get belts. Devin is on his last legs at 135. Shakur is just now getting to 135. He's not getting in the ring with Devin right now, bro. That's not even on the table for Devin. The only fight at 135 that's on the table for Devin Haney from Bob Arum right now is Lomachenko, bro, and that's what Bob Arum has said multiple times, man. That shit ain't no option. So this whole shit about Shakur and shit, yeah, they going back and forth. They talking their shit. I don't think they scared of each other, but they both know from both camps that shit ain't a real option right now, man.
I'm gonna disagree as a fan of the sport. You're more than likely right, but as a fan of the sport, I'm gonna disagree.
Yo, Phantom, but I don't see how you could disagree when they both told you on that goddamn interview.
Because why I'm saying that is because Bob Arum said Shakur beats them all, right? So could that be the promoter just capping for his fighter? Or, is that the reality? Does he really believe that?
I mean, he say that about everybody but Terrence Crawford. Everybody but Terrence Crawford on his way out the door. If you under Bob Arum, you the greatest thing since sliced bread. I mean, that's just being promoter. But as far as like making a fight for people, he said I mean, he said before Kambosos and Haney too, bro, Loma will get the winner. He set up Devin Haney's whole deal to try to get Devin Haney signed to 3 fights just so Loma could get a shot at the end, bro. Like, remember, Loma had the Kambosos fight, but he chose to go to Ukraine and do his thing and be there for his countrymen and countrywomen or whatever the case may be. But everything that Devin Haney is under with Top Rank has all been set up, leading him to, we got to make sure we get Loma his shot at all them belts, bro. Like everything that they've done up to this point, so they're not gonna get the ball to the goal line, so to speak, and then now that they about to score a touchdown, be like, all right, yeah, let's kick a field goal instead and just do the Shakur fight. Nah, bro, they done put Devin and Loma in the ring together. They put Loma and Devin on the same goddamn schedule, had them both fight a week and a half, 2 weeks apart. They did they flew Devin out and had him get in the ring after Loma barely escaped the victory with Jermaine Ortiz. They had the damn reporters in Australia asking fucking Devin Haney all kind of Lomachenko questions. They asked Devin more Loma questions in the goddamn press conference than they asked motherfucking Kambosos questions, bro.
So I'm gonna give you some pushback. So as far as Bob Arum and Loma, right? I think Bob Arum did make Lomachenko a promise that he would get that fight when he comes back, and maybe that's the incentive to push him in front of Devin Haney as urgently as Bob Arum is, because I don't think that Bob Arum would be, scared to make a Shakur fight if he's saying Shakur would get that fight after the Loma and Haney fight anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I think Bob Arum made Loma a promise, and I think he wants to keep it. Maybe it's more so that.
So, Phantom, so let me ask you a question, and if based off what you think, don't that mean that Lomachenko is a much higher priority than a fucking Devin Haney if he can make promises to Lomachenko based on Devin Haney?
Yeah, of course, because Loma been with that nigga from the jump. So yeah.
Okay, so what Knockout is saying, Devin Haney is like a goddamn pawn and Bob Arum board.
That's all he is, bro.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But if you moving that pawn the way you want to move him, and you got one of the top fighters in the sport, which is also Shakur Stevenson, I think that fight can be made, but it's not a priority over Loma. That's what I would say.
The only way that Shakur will be an option is if Loma don't want to fight.
Exactly. And that's
the only way he will be an option, bro.
And I think that's where we are now. I think Loma's bullshitting, and I think Devin Haney should be trying to, instead of chasing down Loma, should be going to Bob and say, hey, give me Shakur. He's available, right? He ain't gonna fight? Let's fight.
Man, Loma ain't the one bullshitting. I'm telling y'all, bro, like they are all bullshitting. I need my Devin Haney fans to understand Devin has to wash Loma to get the victory. They are trying to give Loma every chance by weight draining Haney, making him wait till the summer and shit. They are trying to give him every chance. Loma, if you can just get us 4 rounds, make it look like you won at least 4 rounds. If you can get us 4 rounds out this bitch, we will find a way to make a split decision in the new Vasily Loma. Like, we will do that shit for you, bro. They got fucking Kambosos 4 rounds on 3 scorecards in the first fight. Where, bro? Where? What rounds? But the motherfucking scorecards came out, them hoes was 116 to 112. They ain't gonna have Devin Haney sign a shitty ass deal just so he can fight Loma. They ain't gonna make him go to Australia twice trying to fuck him over. They ain't gonna give him the short end of the stick with the money trying to fuck him over, only to finally get to the Loma fight and be like, yeah, now we're gonna make sure this shit is judged properly. No, bro, they gonna keep the shit going, bro. All this shit been set up so Loma can just be as competitive as possible. Devin can't have no competitive rounds, bro. Devin can't be weight drained and lack energy and get, man, Loma land 2 big left hands in 1 round. He won that hoe. I don't give a fuck how many jabs Devin Haney land, bro. I'm telling you right now, that's the play, dog. Like they are trying to, like, look, man, if you can get us 4 rounds, like get us 3 rounds for sure, and then give us about 2 or 3 swing rounds where they could go either way, and we got you, bro. We got you.
Yeah, I told Smoke this months ago. Devin Haney got to stop this nigga, or it's likely gonna be a split decision robbery in favor of Loma.
No, he got a Kambosos. 11 rounds to 1, 10 rounds to 2 at the worst. Where you can't, and the rounds can't be close. That's all he got to do. He ain't got to knock him out, but he got a style on him, bro. He has to.
Yeah, I expect it. Knockout and I had this debate. This was round 3. Who wins the fight and why? This was Knockout's his argument: corruption.
Facts. 100% facts. I forgot about
Right?
that. Yeah, facts.
And you know that has been the trope the entire time he's been at Top Rank. Like they don't feel him. He's not under long-term contract. Yada yada. I don't know what Devin Haney could do to ingratiate himself to show that he is the future for Top Rank and Loma is the past. I don't know if that can happen in the next few months.
Give him control, Smoke. Give him. Well, I don't want to say control. Since you think Top Rank is the best place for him, sign a multi-fight deal with him before the Loma fight. Then they may let that shit be above board because now they know they got Devin.
Yep.
And I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna
If he
keep it
goes-
100.
If he goes into that last fight on some Manny Pacquiao shit where they know he a free agent after that fight, Smoke, then he ain't getting no fair shake. He got to dominate like you expect him to.
Yeah, Jeff Horn. I hear. I'm not mad at you. Like I just don't like Loma. Just don't got it like that. I don't think Loma's got 4 rounds to win. So I'm not. I hear what you're saying. I just don't think Loma can pull it off. So
I mean,
conspiracy theories be damned, huh?
Yeah, I think we're guesstimating a little bit, but I think Bob is like cozying up to Devin Haney. I think he likes the kid, and I think Loma's on his way out the door. So I think Bob Arum is on a mission to find the next Floyd Mayweather before he dies, and one of them could be Shakur Haney.
Now y'all know I don't hardly ever agree with Smoke, but I agree with Smoke on this one. Loma just can't beat that boy, in my opinion. I don't think Loma can beat him.
I beat that boy. Everybody know I beat that boy.
Loma can't beat that boy.
yeah, I mean
That fight don't play out the way it's supposed to play out.
Yeah, he won't be. I don't think he'll be able to close the distance on him, bro.
I mean, it might be all set up for him. It might be all set up, but I don't think Loma got it in him like that.
His only shot is to throw caution to the wind and not be as defensively responsible as we all know Loma usually is, and just say, "Fuck it, you gonna hit me, but I'm getting inside, motherfucker." And he don't fight like that, bro. So
no, and that's a good recipe for him to get stopped too, because he's a little guy.
It's hard for me to pick Devin to stop anybody. There's no knock on him. I have to see.
I hear you. But y'all keep forgetting. I keep reminding y'all that Loma's a 26 pounder that moves up.
I think he can piece his ass up and land like 15 jabs around with another 7 or 8 power punches per round, land about 25 to 30 punches per round, and have Loma land about 8 and like clearly be fucking him up every single round. I think he can do that for sure.
Well, Loma's a 26 pounder that moved up. Don't forget that.
Yeah, 100%.
No, Loma's a lightweight that moved down.
But he's a
132. He's a tweener. He's like a
he fought in one smoke, right? He fought at 132 in the amateurs, and usually, you know what I'm saying, you kind of go down there. But I would say for
140. Can we say the same thing about him? He's a junior welterweight who moved down to lightweight.
Yeah, most fighters do that, bro. Like that's like Sean Porter. Sean Porter. What didn't Sean Porter fight fucking Alexander Usyk in the motherfucking amateurs or something, bro?
Don't start with all this weight bully shit, man.
Hey, we were talking about that last night.
No such thing. No such thing as a weight bully.
If you make the weight,
your weight class,
you make
bro.
the weight.
Facts.
But you got a lot of people who disagree. But that was my opinion as well.
Yeah, I mean they just like I don't believe you can put the word bully. You can't put the word bully and the word in boxing together, dog. How the fuck you talking about bullying in boxing?
You make the motherfucking weight. It ain't no such thing as no weight bully. If you make the weight, you make the weight.
Like, bro, like bullying boxing, like get the fuck out of here, bro. If you can't handle the motherfucker that's in your weight class that weighed in the same amount as you the day before the weigh in, then you take your punk ass down and weigh, bro. Don't be calling them like that should be your advantage if they had to cut more weight, right? If they got to cut more weight, then you got to cut. That means you closer to full strength and they more drained and they more, not 100%. So shit, go in there and beat their ass. If you can't, then take your ass down. Quit crying, bro. I don't understand that shit, man.
Yeah, me either. All right. All right. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask a question, man. How come ain't nobody trying to promote this fight? Ain't nobody saying nothing about this fucking fight tomorrow.
Which
fight? Shit, everybody talking about this fight. What you talking about, man?
Everybody on YouTube. I'm talking about the main people.
Who that?
Ain't nobody. I ain't seen no promotion on this fucking fight. And this guy's supposed to be such a global star.
The weigh-in just started, man. Let me check that out real quick.
No, what I'm saying is, big stars, right? You hear about that fight the whole week of fight week. If it's a big fight, if it's supposed to be a big fight, with a big
I mean,
star.
that shit trending on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on YouTube is where boxing lives. I mean, shit. Every content creator I know them talked about that shit this week. So I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of stuff.
No, I'm just saying.
I think it'll be bigger than the Bud fight on BOK Prime. I think Tank and Hector do better than that.
That's not even a question.
The
That's
Bud fight. We talking
I mean, will
about.
Tank
I
get
don't
paid
know.
10 million? I don't know, bro.
I
I
don't
doubt it.
know. I don't know
We'll see.
with the $80 price tag. I don't know. 'Cause I don't know too many
Yeah,
people willing
there's
to
a lot
pay
of
$80
showcase.
for this shit.
I mean, there's a lot of showcase fights. I mean, I don't know if people. I mean, there's stuff out there. You know,
Well, that's what the
not
fuck Bud was doing on BOK Prime. That was a showcase fight. Nigga, what the fuck
oh
you
shit.
talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah,
was. It was. You absolutely right. Hold on. You absolutely right. But that shit was only $39, $40. They want 80
yeah.
for this shit.
Facts.
I mean,
They want
look,
80
I
for
do
this
see
shit.
fighting guy in his own division, right? He's fighting a
Like Chris
welterweight.
Cyborg, shout out to her. And you know, the local talent out there in Nebraska. But yeah, this is to me this is a star-studded card. It's way more marketable. Now, whether or
Yeah,
not
but
it's worth
they're all
$80 and what the
showcase.
pay-per-view's gonna do, that's between them and the bean counters. I'm not really
Yeah,
worried about
because I'm going to ask everybody on this panel who paying for that shit if you're not going.
I'm definitely paying for it. For sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
one.
for the mission.
I
I might not
mean,
even stream that shit.
for
I
me,
might
for
not even
fights like
stream that
this,
shit.
for fights like this, it's just sort of like where the fight happens. Like if I watch it at home, I'll probably pay for it. If I go to my son's house and watch it, he probably won't.
See, for me, the only
I'll
reason I have
watch
to
that.
pay for Joshua fights,
I'll watch
only
that
because
shit on
like,
Sunday morning on YouTube. I'm not paying for that shit.
Yeah, but this is not a thing about like the Ryan fight. Definitely, that's a fight party. That's gonna be an event at my house.
yeah.
Oh, Ryder and Canelo?
And stop talking shit, Smoke.
He said Ryan. He said
Ryan and
Ryan
Canelo?
Garcia.
Are you serious?
Ryan Garcia.
You paying for that shit? Oh, you talking about Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, I'm
He
talking
said
about Ryan Garcia. I'm
yeah.
talking about Ryan and Tank.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna
No,
pay
no,
for that. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna definitely pay for that. He get through this fight. I'm definitely paying for that Ryan fight. Yes, sir.
I mean, shit. You got Jaleel Hackett. You got Brandon Lee. You got Demetrius Andrade. You got Jerron Ennis. You got Rashidi Ellis. You got Tank Davis. Man, I'm buying that shit, bro. I don't even know. I don't even know who we talking about.
And
Hey,
that's
go
the
ahead.
thing.
I ain't mad at you, brother.
knockout.
I
It's
ain't
some
mad
bomb
at
bashes, though.
It's star-studded. It's not, to me, this is not it's not a bad card when it comes to the talent. It's just not intriguing because I don't think any of these
you.
guys,
It's a
any of their
showcase card. All
opposition,
these dudes gonna get knockouts. It's a showcase card. That's
yeah,
what
it's
it
just
is.
kind of like, yeah, it's
Bro,
just.
wait, hold on.
But these guys, but I do feel like these young guys deserve, like, you know, they deserve support. So I'm not like telling people, you know, I never tell
Oh,
anybody
I'm
how to
not
spend their
telling
money
nobody
at
not to
all.
buy
Like
it.
that's not even
Oh,
my thing.
no.
But
I
I'm
do
not
I'm not gonna be like,
telling
oh
nobody
yeah, like
I
when
do
it came to like
100K.
Dillian White versus Derek Chisora 2, I was like
that.
laughing at the UK, right?
Yeah.
But
Even Dillian White versus Tyson Fury. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
This my thing, bro. Where I just like the energy and shit. It be funny to me because like I just watched the card that had fucking Jerry Big Baby Anderson on it, Keyshawn Davis on that motherfucker. Shit, Xander Zayas on that hoe, and a lot of like just solid. Tiger Johnson was on that card. A lot of
Right.
great.
That was a great card. That was a great card.
And guess what? That card was nothing but a motherfucking showcase card, and nobody was shitting on it.
Hey, well, because
But here's the thing, though.
because I already paid for
Knockout, here's the
ESPN
difference.
regardless.
Nobody had to pay for that. Nobody had to pay for that.
Those guys aren't near. I mean, but none of those guys are as big as Tank. You really just paying for Tank Davis, bro.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, so the people that I feel for in this fight, like when it comes to paying for it, the reason why I would actually pay is because I think the guys underneath, like I think Rashidi Ellis could use some paper, you know. Brandon Lee could use some paper. Hackett could use some paper. Like, you know, those guys could use some support. But I think the
Now
line
that's a
is
good
going to Tank
idea, Smoke.
is the issue.
Now you done made me rethink my
I
decision.
just
You
think-
absolutely right, Smoke. I can't call myself a boxing fan if I don't support these dudes. You actually right.
I'm
You're
gonna keep it 100.
Superstar, though.
We
I
obviously
don't really see Tank as a superstar.
we obviously want the best when we can get the best, right? So I think that pocket is just so tight right now, my nigga. You want Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, Wilder Ruiz, Bud Spence all on the same card for like $15. You prefer that shit. You just probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, I want to see it, bro. What I would like for these promoters to do is figure out how to get advertisers to pay for these fucking fights and stop rooting around in my pockets. That's really what I would like.
They gotta put on. They gotta put on the cards
Can
where
somebody
we had.
recreate Don King and bring him back, please? That's what we need.
It ain't even got to be him, OG Shelton. What they got to do is that Tyson Fury and Wilder card where it was F.A. Ajagba versus Frank Sanchez and all these 50-50 fights. They just got to put a better product out, bro. Like the shit with Tank and Ryan, that should be a regular occurrence. Like Bud and Spence, that shit should be something that we shouldn't have to beg for, bro. And then it should be fire ass on the undercard. Like that's how you get people to pay for. People sponsors pay for the NFL, they pay for the NBA because of the product. You know goddamn well if you pay as a sponsor, if you Aflac or fucking fucking Allstate or Wendy's, McDonald's, if you pay for the NBA advertisement, it's gonna be a great ass product because LeBron James ain't got no motherfucking choice. He gotta play against Kevin Durant. He can't pick and choose. Fucking Kawhi Leonard, he ain't got no motherfucking choice. He gotta get his ass on that court and go against Giannis. In boxing, these motherfuckers, they don't give us what we want. They picking and choosing out this motherfucker. That's why sponsors ain't paying for that shit, bro.
Right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, the big superstars still have sponsorship deals like Canelo, Joshua, Fury. Outside of them three, no one really gets sponsorships.
American boxing isn't really fueled by sponsorships. Never have. That's like more like overseas thing. But I think the Americans are catching up.
Ray Leonard had a lot of sponsors.
Yeah, but Ray Leonard, that's a distribution issue. Like that's when there was 3 channels and he was on all 3 of them.
So let me ask you: if they told you all right, that era will never come back. When you could get Floyd Mayweather
right now, if they told y'all right now in May, we got this motherfucking card. We got Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia as the main event. We got Williams Zepeda versus Frank Martin as the co-main event. We got the winner of Stanionis and Virgil versus Jerron Boots Ennis on the card as well. Man, the motherfuckers, they'll sponsor the shit out that hoe, bro. These dudes fighting, man.
The thing is though, knockout.
Wait,
I don't know, and the reason I don't know is because nobody knows any of those dudes that you mentioned except for Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia.
I don't know who Frank Martin is, bro. I'm keeping it real. I don't even know who the hell that is.
Nobody know. I mean, as much as we push Boots and talk about Boots and how great Boots is and the eye test is great, nobody knows who Boots Ennis is.
I mean, if you ain't a diehard boxing fan, Jimmy, you should know who Frank Martin is, bro.
Wait, is he that dude that Errol Spence
hangs out with? He looks at Errol Spence to troll. He's not trying to actually watch that shit.
Oh, I see what you're hyped on him, Knockout. I get it now, bro. I get it. All right.
No, but honestly, let's be honest. You can even go to Crawford, Spence. The general public really doesn't know who these guys are. They really don't.
You don't know who Ivan Easton is, and then say Frank Martin. Come on, bro.
Boxing needs to go back to network TV. PBC tried.
Exactly.
That's why I like PBC. Like for real. Like the only reason I want other people to do it. Like it's not about PBC. I want these promotions to be on network TV. So all those eyes. Do you realize 5 million people watched Thurman versus Danny Garcia on CBS?
Hell yeah, she was on CBS, nigga. What are you talking about?
That's what That's what I want. That's what I want for boxing.
Yeah, I agree with that, Smoke. That should be the point.
Smoke, what happened though? Because they stopped doing it though. Now they put everything on pay-per-view. What happened?
But like
because they couldn't put out.
It's the move from the advertisers are leaving broadcast TV. They're going to streaming.
Yeah, that and the fact that for a network as big as CBS or ABC or NBC or Fox, you have to be able to consistently put out good content for them to give you a time slot. And boxing couldn't do that.
To me, here's the beauty of that. You get simultaneously.
Phantom, you breaking up. You're doing what I
breaking up
now too.
Go ahead, Phantom. You breaking up. Go ahead again.
Yeah, try it again. You broke up in the middle. So I guess you're still breaking up. The only thing about the network model, right, is that the networks are interested in building stars, not really having competitive fights. So while we get these fights on free TV, and that's cool, I think boxing needs it. They're going to be soft touches so they can build a star.
Yeah, you got to consistently put out shit that people gonna watch.
Big numbers. Yeah, that's true. That's the one thing.
Man, Tank Davis in shape, man. Ooh.
Are you watching the weigh-in?
Yeah, that man in shape,
Is it on
bro.
now? What's it on?
Yeah,
What channel is it on?
it just finished. It just finished. It's on the Showtime YouTube channel.
Okay, let me go to that. Let me go to
Would
that.
this be Tank's
Yeah,
biggest win?
Showtime Sports.
Hector Garcia. Would you say this is his biggest win, Hector Garcia?
Nah.
No, Pedraza to me is his biggest
He
win.
still got to beat Pedraza. That was his first title. He was fighting the defending champion that was undefeated. Still got to say Pedraza at this point.
I think it's Leo Santa Cruz, but Pedraza is probably like, you know, when people
Oh
say
shit,
that
it was Leo.
his win is
Right.
actually Leo Santa Cruz.
Leo was a 4 division champion, but I still think Pedraza was probably a better fighter than Leo.
I think Isaac
Sheldon,
Cruz is his best win.
go ahead and order that fight, Sheldon. Support that young black man, Sheldon. He was innocent, nigga. Buy the
Hey
fight.
man, I'm thinking about it, man. Smoke made a real good point to me, man.
Shelton,
If you can't call
don't be wasting
yourself,
your pension on a millionaire.
you
Smoke.
can't
Shelton, don't be
call
wasting your pension
yourself
on a
a
millionaire.
true boxing fan if you don't support these young guys, bro.
Meanwhile, Jimmy be telling us if fucking Anthony Joshua and Dillian White fight again, he'll tell us to purchase that shit. Crazy.
Hey, bro, at the end of the day, bro, it is what it is, bro. No,
Crazy,
I'm not going to sit here and lie, bro. I will pay for that shit.
I know. I know.
Wait,
Yeah, but bro,
Shelton.
You would be in the minority paying for that. I wouldn't pay for that shit.
But hold on.
Jimmy, like don't pay for Tank and Garcia. That's the motherfucking showcase fight. But shit, that Tyson Fury, Dillian White, shit, I'm buying that shit.
No, back then that was actually top five
differences.
Jimmy, wasn't you in the audience at Wembley for that?
No, I didn't go.
You didn't go? You couldn't get tickets? And I know Lady Chan told me that shit was sold out like in minutes.
Yeah.
Or hours or some shit.
Yeah, that's a real superstar. Some these niggas don't know about.
Oh, Tank is in good shape. Look at Tank.
When your ticket is
that man is shape. When he hydrate back up, shit.
Yeah, he in shape. But Garcia in shape too, though.
I mean, yeah, he just food, man. He
longer. He's longer.
Tank,
yeah, he's food.
They gonna stop him between the 6th and 8th round, man.
Yeah.
The only thing, Tank has got to let all that shit go and don't come into that fight thinking just go ahead and follow the game.
If he able to do that and put on a great performance with all the shit he be dealing with, bro, that's gonna say a lot, man.
It's gonna say a lot.
So let me ask y'all this, because I was arguing with one of my favorite retirees earlier. Would you rather see Tank and Josh Taylor or Tank versus Shakur and Devin? One of those two.
My number one fight is Tank versus Devin, bro. I gotta see that for all the little Civil War shit and all the going back and forth and shit. I need that Tank Devin. Then I'll take the Shakur fight. Then Josh Taylor. They all great fights. They all will be impressive victories. Yeah. But I need that Tank and Devin smoke first and foremost, bro. That's the one I need.
They are great fights. But I would rather see Tank fight. Honestly, since he's staying at 35, he got to fight Devin. Shakur ain't never had a fight at 35, and Josh Taylor's at 40, possibly moving to 47. So if you're going to stay at 35, as you said you were, you got to fight Devin. That's the fight I want.
And he making 35 easily. He weighed in 133 his last fight, and then he just weighed in 134. He had a whole pound, bro. He making that shit easy, man.
Who you talking about?
Yeah, he weighed in at 134 today.
Yeah, so if you stay at 35,
that nigga
the only fight for you at 35, if you stay at 35, is Tank. Is Devin. That's the only fight.
He's gonna have to fight Devin at 140. If Devin get this Loma fight, Devin need to move up, bro. He ain't looking. I'm with Smoke on that. Like he looking real shaky on them scales, bro. And I don't want no excuses if that fight happens. Because if it happens,
I got Lomachenko knocking out Devin Haney, bro.
No excuses, no catch weights. No excuses.
I bet you 500 push-ups right now. He don't get the stoppage.
Yeah, I bet you 1,000 push-ups he will.
I bet. That's a bet.
1,000, y'all niggas gonna be doing that for years.
He said Loma gonna stop Devin.
You got Loma doing what?
Stopping Devin. Jimmy will never come to my channel again after that fight. Watch.
I
never see his ass again.
Listen, if it wasn't for EJ and Bud, bro, I'm telling you, bro, we'd agree on everything. If it wasn't for Bud,
that shit ain't happening, man. Loma, stop.
Hey man, look, you can do 100 sets of 10, bro. It's cool, no issues. I just need my 1,000.
I might have to do a fucking
$1 billion. Why should you bet $1 million?
Nah, I want something. I want something he can really. I want something he can really do.
Jimmy gonna be doing push-ups till in his 50s to pay off that bet, bro.
No, bro, I'll be slick. I'll just do 10 push-ups and keep uploading the same clip in it.
Nah, you got to do it on my live, bro. Come on now.
Oh fuck! You know what? Let's take it back to 100, bro.
No. You got to do that shit on my live like everybody else. You don't get no special treatment. You got to get on my live. Turn your mouth like that. Turn your motherfucking camera on, and then you can do 10. And then you can take a break. You can do 10 more. We'll keep count for you. You know what I'm saying? And you just knock them out slowly but surely. But you ain't winning that bet, dog. Loma stopping Devin. Come on, dog. Come on,
you know,
dog.
I got reckless with that bet.
No, Devin stopping Loma. It's Devin stopping Loma, right?
No, he said Loma. No, he said Loma is going to stop Devin Haney, bro.
Oh,
you back the bet, bro.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you smoking that.
You taking it back. You taking it back. No bet. All right. Hey, man, be smart.
Hey, on the side note, fellas.
That's the smartest thing I ever heard you do, man.
Tube out of the boy mouth, man. He talking.
Yeah, DeMar Hamlin. Yeah, man. Shout out to him,
he
man.
talking,
Family, man. That's great, bro.
Good shit.
Look, I mean, if he's that weight drained, it's possible. It's possible for Lomachenko to stop him if he really is that weight drained.
Loma was hitting Richard Comey, who got put to sleep by one motherfucking punch against Teofimo Lopez. He was hitting Richard Comey with everything but the motherfucking kitchen sink, and Richard Comey ain't really got a chin like that, and he couldn't stop Richard Comey, bro. He ain't stopping that.
Yeah. If you gotta ask the ref to stop the fight for you and you winning, that's not a good look, bro. I don't think he. Yeah, that don't look it right.
Like real shit. Loma best punch, straight left hand. That shit ain't nothing but like a real stiff jab up at 135. That shit ain't nothing but a jab, man.
But you know, hey,
and he ain't got body work like that. He ain't no come forward, wear you out fighter. He ain't gonna just like nah, bro. Nah, he ain't stopping Devin at all, bro. I ain't saying he can't win. We already know that, but he ain't stopping him, bro.
I feel like Comey felt sorry for him because he just stopped throwing punches and kept asking the ref. Like I felt like if he shifted the gears, he could have stopped Comey like he stopped Nakatami. Someone who I think is tougher than Comey.
And look how many times he had to hit Nakatani to stop him. He ain't hitting Devin that much, bro.
Yeah, I think Loma is more so volume than that one punch that can separate you from your senses. And I think Devin Haney's too defensively responsible to get caught up in that volume of punches, really.
Like, bro, they might put the odds at their fight to go to distance. Them hoes might be like minus 1,000 or something, bro. That's like negative money, man, with those two. Because they both like when you got high level boxers like that, man, they know how to survive and shit, man. So even if you buzz them, even if you stun them or whatever, it's hard unless you just on some Tank Davis or even Canelo when he gets you hurt or Anthony Joshua when he gets you hurt. Unless you Terrence Crawford when he gets you hurt, unless you somebody like that at that level, bro. Like it's hard to get stoppages, bro. Like we saw Mikey Garcia getting his ass whooped by Errol Spence for like 12 rounds straight. But since he a high level fighter, he know how to survive. He knew how to move, knew when to hold, knew when to get out of dodge and shit. Like both of them dudes, it's gonna be hard for them to stop each other. They too good defensively.
Crawford could have stopped Mikey, bro. I'm telling you, knockout. Crawford would have stopped Mikey.
I mean, I wish we would have had the opportunity to see, but. You know, I ain't saying he can or can't. I ain't saying he can or can't. I just want to see if he can stop Spence, bro.
Oh,
he's stopping that cat.
Ask your boy to step up, bro. Ask your boy to step up, and then we'll see it.
Ask who to step up. Don't start this shit, Jimmy. I'm not arguing with you today, bro. I'm not arguing.
How about this, though, Knockout? How about this? Both of their schedules are free, so it doesn't matter whose fault it is. Can they not at least try and make it now, though?
They're not free. Their schedules are not free. Their schedules are not free, bro.
No, Bud got mandatory in May. He got
Errol Spence already has a sign.
Why is Bud talking about fulfilling mandatories instead of saying Spence is next? That's the part I don't.
That's his only way out. He already told the nigga to spin the block. What else he gonna do? Look, spin the block.
He told him to spin the block after he heard Errol Spence say, I was about to make a fight announcement, but the car accident pushed it back. So when he knew that Errol Spence had a signed fight already, 3 days later, he finally went on Twitter and said, all right, I'm ready for you to spin the block. How come he wasn't saying that shit?
Where are you getting the sign shit from, though, Knockout? What is sign? Ain't that
because WBC ordered Errol Spence and Keith Thurman to fight on November 9th.
That don't mean it's going to happen.
On November 20th.
That don't mean it's going to happen.
On November 21st, Errol Spence and his team went to the WBA, making sure it was okay that he fought Keith Thurman because they didn't want the WBA to strip him. And then on December 17th,
Wait, I thought you
during
said
the
they never
interview
fight
on
Keith
Frank
Thurman.
Martin's, during December 17th on the interview, when Frank Martin's fight, Errol Spence said, I was about to make a fight announcement, but my car accident pushed it back. If you're about to make a fight announcement, that means that you already have a signed fight. You ain't finna make an announcement unless some shit is already done, bro.
Okay, we hope so. I hope so. I ain't heard shit about it. I
He
mean,
told Ellie said
you
that.
more plugged in than I am, so maybe you know something I don't. But I ain't heard a goddamn thing about nothing.
Just follow me, bro. Follow me, OG. So everything I said, everything I said is factual, right? So on November 9th, he ordered to fight Keith Thurman. On November 21st, he goes to another sanctioned body to make sure they don't strip him for fighting Keith Thurman. On December 17th, he tells you, I was about to announce a fight, but the car accident pushed it back.
Right.
So if you about to announce a fight, that means you already got a signed fight deal, bro.
Yeah,
So
I wish you were
knockout.
around the world like that for
Do you
Bud,
think
though,
that
because
opens the negotiations back up for Bud? That recent incident with the Carson?
No,
it should.
maybe
No,
it should.
it should though. I mean, he's going around the world begging sanctioning bodies not to let that Keith Thurman fight happen. But when it comes to Crawford, this guy's in the Caribbean for a month. I mean, letting out him and make threats.
Again, bro, like you got like
Crawford,
these
we're moving
dudes,
on in
these
November.
dudes,
Check this
these
out.
dudes are human,
Him
bro.
to threaten Bud Crawford. We're gonna fight in
These
November
dudes,
with or without you.
these
Bud
dudes are
Crawford
human,
moves
right?
on, and I don't know.
Yeah,
Hold on,
they tried to bluff.
Can
They
we let
tried to
my
bluff
nigga
Bud.
Method cook real quick?
They
Can we
tried
let
to
my
Is
let.
that good faith?
They
Is
tried
that
to
good
let.
faith? Bluffing. Is
Listen,
that good
listen
faith
to
though?
me. Listen to me,
Hey,
bro.
gentlemen, one at a time, guys. Stepping on
They
each other.
tried to bluff him to get him to sign the fight so they could have the fight on November because the undercard was pretty much done. Boots and Stanley both came out and said they were supposed to be on that card and fight. Like they was trying to get him to sign it so they could make the fight for November 19th. Bud didn't buy into it. He went off and he did something else. If Bud Crawford never announced his David Avanesian fight and he never fought David Avanesian, the WBC would not order a mandatory. Bud is the reason that Earl is having to fight Keith Thurman in the first place, bro.
Okay, bro, but here's the problem though. Here's my rebuttal though.
Stop the cap, knockoff. Stop the cap, man.
I ain't told one lie, Method.
Let me say my rebuttal. Let me say my rebuttal, bro. My thing is this, bro.
Get that undisputed bread than a fucking Keith Thurman fight. That
Method,
like
they would not have ordered Keith Thurman if Bud didn't fight Avanesian, bro.
Yeah, but unification overrules mandatory though.
The network said they wanted Keith. Earl said Earl been saying everybody don't want Keith.
He didn't. He wanted Bud, bro.
We just seen the networks come together. But I mean, my bad. The sanction bodies coming together for Fury Usyk, bro. They ain't nothing stopping undisputed, but them niggas putting their heads together, making the fight. It ain't no.
But if you did what Bud did to Earl, why would he now stop what he's doing to go back to Bud, bro?
So I don't get it. Why is Earl the victim, bro? The motherfucker's out here making threats that were moving on unless you sign the contract, right? Knowing Bud wasn't happy with the situation, right? They started making threats, trying to, I mean, I don't get it, bro. 1 minute the fucker's making threats saying we're fine in November, when Bud believes the threat, and then suddenly they're the victims because they got blindsided and Yellow Beezy wrecked his car. Like, come on, bro, like this.
What are you talking about, Yellow Beezy, bro? What are you talking about to me right now,
At the end of the day, come on, Doc.
What are you talking about to me right now, bro?
You can't make threats and get blindsided.
Hey, back to the facts though, Jimmy. Ain't nothing stopping that fight, but both them niggas doing business. We just saying the sanctioning body say, hey, we gonna make Fury versus Usyk. Fuck all the other shit. Let's get this fight done. Everything else is cat, bro.
So Bud Crawford wouldn't stop what he was doing. He went and did something else, and he did what everybody's telling me. Oh, he had to get his bag. He did what was best for him. No problem. If that's what you want to say to me, then no problem. So, but he's cool doing that. But now Spence already got a signed fight. Everybody know he got a signed fight.
I don't know.
He got a signed fight. He already got the shit going on. Y'all want Spence to stop everything he's doing. Everything he's doing is because Bud Crawford pulled the wool from under him in the first place, bro.
Bro, knockout. Errol Spence wanted to make sure Steven Espinoza was happy, right?
Just one at a time. That's
Again, right? Even if again, I said this the same time when Carvin Evanesian got announced, right? If Showtime, not even Showtime, Earl and his team wanted to really make that fight, nigga, they'd have made some shit jump. Hey, okay, here you go. Evanesian, hold on, we gonna fight Bud first. But they ain't do that, bro. We seen Evanesian had a fight
right?
But that logic doesn't apply to where if Bud really wanted to fight, he would have signed everything that he claimed he agreed to, bro. I don't understand how y'all be thinking.
Phantom, you started this shit, Phantom. You started this bullshit, Phantom. We wasn't
Yeah,
even
you
having
did.
this show.
Answer the question, bro.
I don't even want to go down the slang, man.
When has Spence been proactive in making the fight? It's you got to cross the street. It's you got to come to Showtime. Errol Spence was more worried about keeping Steven Espinoza happy than making money. But Bud was like, let's get this 50 million.
Jimmy, who sent the offer,
Steven
Jimmy?
Espinoza's happy, bro.
Jimmy, who sent the offer? Who's the one that's making his team go against their own wishes and saying, "No, I don't want to fight Keith Thurman. I only want y'all to negotiate with Bud"? Who did all that shit, bro?
Bro, they were in negotiations. There were no offers, bro. He said, "I don't want 50 million. I want to fight for free, just to make sure Steven Espinoza and Al Heyman are happy."
Who said they wanted to fight for free, bro?
Errol Spence said he wanted $0, bro, because you want to make sure Steven Espinoza
zero guarantee versus $0 are two totally different things, bro. You making shit up.
Back end, bro. Back end. No, yeah, come on. Oh yeah, the back end.
You're making shit up, bro.
Whatever.
But you
Phantom, we started this shit. We was having a good show, Phantom, until you brought this shit up.
Yeah, you talking about shit to me like this is my issue with the arguments that y'all make to me, bro. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all, because y'all claim that you only want fights and you fight fans and shit. Cool, I got it. But you're making arguments to me about zero guarantee, or they did Bud like this, they did Bud like that. But you're talking about shit that he claimed that he agreed to. So you got to do one or two things. Either you can't bring up shit as a talking point to me that he claimed he agreed to, or you need to admit that he fucking lied about it and then try to use it as a talking point. But you can't do both, bro.
Errol Spence has never put in any effort to make the fight. He went against his team. I thought he was his own boss, bro. 1 minute he's his own boss, the next minute he's going against his own team. What is it, bro?
He is his own boss. That's why he was able to tell them, "Nah, I ain't fighting you. Y'all gotta make the Terrence Crawford fight, bro."
I mean, it's just like you said, bro. If I can't have it both ways, neither can you, bro.
Have teams all the time,
bro. I can't have it both ways, neither can
you. Right now, Jimmy, like for real, what are you talking? Like bosses have teams all the time. He told his team, which he is the boss of, y'all go make this Terrence Bud Crawford fight. He made his team send offers. He had the network backing him. He is the one that went to make that fight. He didn't have to make that fight. They had a whole bunch of other offers for him, bro.
The Danny Garcia fight, bro. Errol Spence has put more effort in making the Danny Garcia fight.
Oh, you talking about the Danny Garcia fight? So you see, this is what I be talking about, bro. You have to do your research and understand. Like, this is 100% factual. Bud Crawford told in an interview, he said, "I talked to Earl on the phone after his accident. I told him I don't want him to fight me next. I'd rather him fight a tune-up. If that fight was offered to me, I wouldn't even take it, because it's a lose-lose situation for me." That's 100% facts, bro. He said that shit. He didn't even want Earl in 2020, bro. So how do Earl?
He showed up at the Danny Garcia fight, though, bro. Bro, he showed up at the Danny Garcia fight. Knockout. Why did he show up at the Danny Garcia fight? Because Errol was healthy, he was ready to fight, right? That's why he showed up at the Danny fight, right? Is that why Bud Crawford showed up in Texas by himself?
He showed up to go see how Earl looked. Yeah.
He showed up in it because he wanted to fight. They wouldn't even let him in the ring.
Hold on, Jimmy. Back to knockout.
But you realize in the ring, bro. I'm gonna ask you in a minute. But you see, this is where you gotta understand everything that's going on. Right before he went to the fight, he did an interview on Sirius XM Thursday saying that the fight was past him. So on Thursday, the fight was past him and he didn't even want the fight no more. But then by Saturday, he's showing up at the fight. That's why you got that reaction from Earl, like, shit, I don't know what he's doing in my fight. I wouldn't come to his. Earl heard him say he didn't want the fight no more. But you don't want to talk about this.
Bud Crawford shows up at his fight, and he's allowed in the words, right? And EJ's talking about, I'm going to go back to my farm, flip cars, and chase chickens.
Jimmy, this was after Bud Crawford did you guys have no answer for this, and you don't want to talk about, but literally the Thursday before the Danny Garcia fight, 2 days before the Danny Garcia fight, Bud Crawford said the fight is past me. I'm not even interested in that fight no more. Then 2 days later on Saturday, he's showing up to the fight claiming that he wants to fight. Ain't nobody got time to play games with this man, bro.
Bro, they were saying that to each other.
Stop, bro. Stop.
I
You don't
remember
want to
all
talk
that.
about this shit though.
Hey,
Go ahead,
man,
Murphy.
I
remember
remember
all
the
these.
history of going back and
I
forth.
don't even
Just how
want.
Errol said get a
Let's
belt
hey
or Bud got
no.
a
Then
belt. Why
let's
did
get
he
back
say
to
why wouldn't I go the
the
easy route?
fighting, man.
Bro,
This
why
shit.
why did Errol's fans
I
ask
can't
Bud
even
Crawford
understand
why
what's
wouldn't I
happening
go the
right now.
easy
One
route?
at a time.
No,
I'm
no.
gonna
Let me. No, hold on.
Let's get
let
back
me let
to the
method
fight
talk.
Answer that
together, man.
question for me though. What part of that did Bud lie about when he said it's a lose-lose situation for me to fight Errol coming off of this
No,
card?
I didn't
Did he
say. I
lie?
didn't say. I didn't say that Bud lied, but this notion
Oh, okay.
where some of his fans be like, "Oh well, Earl fought Danny Garcia when he could have fought Bud." Well, Bud didn't even want the fucking fight then, bro. That's what I'm
No,
saying,
I didn't
OG
say that,
Shelton.
bro.
He didn't
I
even
said
want.
he
He didn't even want
wanted
the
the
I don't
fight,
fight,
think he
bro.
said that. I
bro.
think he was saying
This guy was begging for
No,
Danny Garcia.
hold
Errol
on,
Spence
just
was
real
foaming
quick.
at the
Hold up a
mouth for
second.
Danny
Hold up a
Garcia.
second.
That's all I said,
Can
bro.
Method get in here?
I
Method
I
keep
just
trying. I hear him double dutching it. He's trying to get in.
Yeah, method. Go
uh,
ahead, method.
everything that you saying not gonna. I respect it, right? If Bud told that man, I don't want to fight you because it's gonna be a lose-lose situation for me, right? That's dope, right? Because anybody with common sense that saw the Danny, if he said Danny get a tune-up and he go fight Danny, I mean Danny's a tune-up. You see what I'm saying? You see that fight, anybody with common sense would be like, yeah, Bud would have knocked him the fuck out in that fight. You know what I mean? I mean, me personally, I think Bud beats him either way, anytime, any place. It's just I think it's convenient. It sounds good to blame Bud for whatever transpired. If Earl told his team to make the fight, and then somewhere along the lines, negotiations go south, it sounds like his team failed Earl, not Bud. Bud don't has no obligation to that nigga at all, bro. If I gotta go to some other niggas to go handle some shit, mind the boss, and the shit don't go the way I want to go, how the fuck am my own boss? That shit don't even make sense. And then the boss said, if you can't get it done, I'm gonna do it my damn self. That's what the boss gonna do. And that's what Bud basically said in public. Like, nigga, if you told your team to get something done, and them niggas don't get the shit done, the fight don't materialize, then you as the boss, that's when you step in like, hold on, nigga, sit your ass down. Y'all done fucked up too many times. Let me have it. That's the boss.
So someone with
I
no
understand the confusion.
someone that's not a lawyer that can't do no contract should go try to do that shit themselves, bro. Like the reason that they couldn't get it done was because of Bud, bro. You realize that, don't you?
I don't know what transpired.
The reason they couldn't get it done was because of Bud, bro. No one else.
I don't know. I don't know what transpired in the rooms, right? What I do know is that their job, if that's the team, Earl has a quote unquote team. He's the one that tells them what to do, and they supposed to make shit happen. If he say jump, they say how high. He said, I want to fight Bud. Make him an offer. He can't refuse. That's what the boss does, right? I'm gonna send them out there. They don't get the job done, then they gotta go. That's what the boss
And
do.
what if the person get a fair offer and they still turn it down anyway? Like you don't know, you ain't in the room, and I'm not in the room, right? Hold on, Jimmy. You're not in the room, method. You're not in the room, method, and I'm not in the room either. But here's what you and I both know. That's 100% factual, right? We both know this. We know that Terrence Bud Crawford had an offer on the table to fight David Avenesian. We know that. We know that Terrence Bud Crawford had an offer on the table to fight Errol Spence. We know that. We know that Terrence Bud Crawford chose to pull away from the Errol Spence shit and sign to fight David Avenesian instead. You may need to know more. You may care about the intricacies. You may want to go and do this. All I know as a fight fan, if I got a fighter in front of me that had two options to fight for undisputed and be the first man ever to be undisputed in the 4-belt era, or his other option was to take a voluntary defense, I'm calling you a duck for taking a voluntary defense. I don't need to know shit else. I don't even know what we're talking about, bro.
You respect it, right? You respect to have your own opinion, right? Nothing I can say gonna change. You thinking Bud ducking Earl, right? Like me personally, just on a scientific, like my science, I'm like Bud not gonna duck a nigga that get drunk outside the ring, get in the car accident. You see what I'm saying? Like now I'm just using my logical fighting brain as a fighter man. You see what I'm saying? I know this nigga always taking days off. The fuck am I duck him for? He the easiest link. You see what I'm saying? But on a business level, it's something as far as the business wise, right? Me being a logical man, right? Business wise, something went south. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's Earl. It could be the people that's supposed to be working for him just fucking him over at the same time. Because there's no way that he say, I don't want to fight Thurman. And then now Thurman is being forced on a man. Now say somebody working for us, say somebody working against
I'm gonna go to Method's point. I'm gonna go to Method's point. Hold on, Smoke. I'm gonna go to Method's point right quick.
Okay, go ahead.
About being a boss, right? We know that Plant pulled out of the Alvarez fight in mid negotiations because the money wasn't right. Correct? Do we know that? That was a fact.
No, he didn't pull out. He asked for more money.
And what did Canelo Alvarez do?
He said no. That's why the fight fell
He
apart.
said,
He
"Give him
asked
what he
Canelo
wants."
Alvarez for the money. Canelo
He
wasn't
came
worried about
back,
the money. It wasn't
and
Canelo's money.
Canelo Alvarez came back with give him what he wants, make the fight.
Yeah,
And to
but
Method's
it's not
point,
Canelo's
that's what a
money.
boss. When you're your
He
Canelo's
said
own
it
money
happened
boss,
on
in the
PBC.
negotiation.
that's
Okay,
what you do.
hold up a second.
That's
Hold
what
up a
you
second.
do. Make
Hold
the
up a
fight.
second. I need to go back to this logical thing we were just talking about because what Knockout said was he had 2 contracts, and what Method came back with is, how are you going to be ducking if the guy's drunk? So you're saying
No, before that, Smoke. I wasn't talking about that. I heard all that. I was
I
talking
wasn't
about
even
before
talking
that.
about. I wasn't talking
No,
about what you
I
just
don't
said
believe he
before.
had
I'm
2
talking about what
contracts.
Method said. And
But
what
Smoke.
Knockout's point was when he said he was a duck, right? Like, I don't think Bud ducked for a different reason, but what he said is a pretty good indication of ducking. But Method said it's not logical for him to duck because Errol Spence drinks. Okay, if Errol Spence drinks, why did he not take the Errol Spence fight and take David Avenija?
Smoke. If they didn't fully agree to
I'm
everything, how could there be a
Method
contract?
because it was Method's point.
All right.
I don't know if Method's still with us. I guess he's gone. Okay, go ahead, Jimbo.
Say that again.
No, I was gonna.
Okay, cool. Right, you said that that Errol Spence is the weakest link because he drinks. I'm not going to go through all of the boxers, excellent, like ATGs who are drunk and stoned and cokeheads. But the idea that if Errol Spence is the weakest link because he drinks, why did Bud take David Avenesian instead of Spence when he had both contracts?
I actually broke that down into 2 parts. I think I said, as a logical fighting level, right? Like, he's not going to duck a guy that is known to take days off, drinks like a fish. You dig what I'm saying? Hold on.
He's has to, right? I got you. You're saying he's not going to duck, but Knockout just said he had 2 contracts. He chose the guy in your mind who didn't drink. How is that?
But Knockout.
Please wait for assistance. Please wait for assistance.
What happened, Method? Are you okay, bro? He's crashed his car.
No.
He's on the job, I think.
Okay. When I heard please wait for assistance, I thought he was on the phone to an ambulance.
No, what I'm saying is on a business level. You see what I'm saying? Something went south as far as business. That makes only complete sense.
Okay, that's what you're saying. You're thinking the reason why I picked it was business, and you don't think it's a. I mean, I hear you. Okay, I'm with it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jimbo.
No, mate, I was going to say this, bro. In my opinion, I don't think there were 2 contracts on the table. It's very clear that both sides did not come to full agreements, right? And they're still arguing about it on Twitter. So how could there be 2 contracts, right? If me and you don't agree to a deal, there can't be a contract. We're still arguing over terms. So a Knockout says there were 2 contracts on the table. No, there weren't. And my thing is this, though, bro. Al Heyman and Errol Spence both came out and said, look, I know Al Heyman told Bud in private, but Errol Spence said, I'm fighting with or without Bud in November. He even put it on Twitter. Right. So why wouldn't Bud think we're creeping into October? It's been a month and Errol Spence is in the Caribbeans, right? Isn't answering my phone calls. And now Heyman and me just can't come to, agreeable terms. Why wouldn't he think, okay, maybe now it's time to move on? I haven't fought in 14 months. And according to the PBC and even Knockout, the fight was going to happen this year, not last. So what's the problem, bro? If Errol Spence can circle back around 3 times just to make sure the Danny Garcia fight clears, right? Because according to Errol Spence, the tables turned. Danny didn't want the fight. When Danny had a belt, he didn't take the fight. After losing the belt, Danny didn't take the fight. And then Danny took the fight a lot later after losing to Porter and Thurman and having no belt. And then I remember Errol Spence laughing, saying the tables have turned. Danny was ducking me. But after 3 years now, the Danny fight's going to happen. So Errol Spence had no problem circling the block multiple times just to make sure the Danny Garcia fight cleared, a fight no one gave a shit about. But circling back to Bud for Undisputed, which is 10 times a bigger fight, is, why does Errol have to keep doing this and putting all the hard work? And even though it's happening on Errol's network, where he's getting most of the money, the rematch clause, and pretty much everything he wants. I mean, I don't get it.
So 2 things. Danny Garcia, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but everyone was talking about how Errol Spence was a fool for not taking a tune-up and going right into the Danny Garcia fight. And people were picking Danny Garcia to win. Danny Garcia, his own mouth said, I don't care about that. What Bud was saying about is a lose-lose situation. If he steps in the ring and knocks him out, I don't care what people say about it. I won that fight. That's what Danny Garcia's mindset was. And when it comes to nobody wanting to fight,
I think people forget that when they talk about Errol Spence don't fight Mandos, Danny Garcia was a WBC Mando.
Didn't he just lose to Porter though? How is that possible?
Say
I thought he
again?
was coming off the Porter loss. Didn't he just
No,
lose to Sean Porter?
right. So he didn't just lose to Porter. If you remember, there was a fight in between there that Bud was trying to get from Danny Garcia after the loss to Porter, but he didn't get it because Danny already had a fight.
Danny had a fight with who did he fight then?
For Mel, well, not for Mel. That was Porter. Was it Red Cat? Was it Red Catch? Who the hell did he fight?
I don't know.
It's somebody. Was it Adrian Granados? I can't remember who the fuck he fought.
Then he fought Granados. Wait, no, he fought Red Catch and Brandon Rios.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, after the Porter fight. Brandon Rios was like right before the Errol Spence fight. I remember seeing that fight and saw the success that Rios had. And I'm like, Spence gonna bust this boy up.
No. Smokey fought Rios after the Thurman loss.
Say again?
I think I'm pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure he fought Rios after the Thurman loss.
No, he fought Rios on the undercard, or I think that was the it was either main event or the undercard of the rematch with David Benavidez. I think David Benavidez was actually the undercard, and that when Danny was the main event. But anyway, that was like, no.
That was a good card though.
That was when Paulie was out there still at Showtime talking his like political nonsense. Anyway, I don't know about this whole nobody wanted to see the Danny Garcia fight. I remember vividly being on like panels and people talking the same kind of nonsense about Errol Spence that I hear today.
Hey fellas, I've already seen Danny used to
I'm back, y'all. I want to say shout out to y'all, bro. I got to run and go do some stuff with the family real quick. Smoke, man, great platform, brother. I'm glad you're making content consistently. And if you don't mind, Smoke, I'd like to say something about the debates and shit. Is that okay?
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah. So for Jimmy, Method, Cass, OG Shelter, man. If y'all want to participate in the debate series, we got it back up and running. Just hit my email, hit me on IG, or hit me on Twitter, man. I love to have y'all up. Even if you don't want to compete, you can be a judge, anything like that. And Smoke, I'll always hit you up, bro. So I'm gonna get something scheduled for you, as we always do. But we got it back up and running, man. We love y'all to participate. I know we be disagreeing on different boxing topics, but I got respect for y'all, and I hope y'all know I never take it too serious. And I hope y'all feel the same way, bro. It ain't that serious. We just got different opinions, but y'all let me know if y'all want to be a part of it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Smoke, keep doing your thing, man. And number love and respect to y'all boys, man. Y'all take it easy, and I'll catch y'all next time, bro.
Yeah, game recognized game, man. Right back at you. Have a great day. Be careful in the streets, man.
Take care, bro. Yeah, man. Take care, bro.
Yeah, the debate stuff is fun. Knockout's got some cool stuff going on his channel. That is probably one of the hardest working dudes on YouTube when it comes to putting out video after video. We see guys who work hard, but damn, Knockout is he's giving all these boys a run for their money.
Yeah, I like Knockout, even though I disagree strongly on the EJ and Bud situation. But look, man, as long as you're civil and respectful, even though I admit, Smoke, I can be a trolling piece of shit sometimes. But, for the most part, I do like classy stuff, to be fair.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good. Like I said, as long as it's in love, I don't even mind the trolling. Like I said, sometimes I have more patience for it than others. I'm a crotchety old man. My patience, you never know.
I mean, look, sometimes I'll be honest, it's a slow boxing season, right? Smoke, be honest, like, you got to troll sometimes just to keep the stream alive. Like, boxing is slow this year, bro.
Well, I think it's a generational thing. I didn't even know, like, I don't even understand the culture of trolling. I came on the internet and found this thing out, and I'm like, this is what people do with their lives? This is what they do instead of therapy? It doesn't seem to be very therapeutic, but people are out here, like, losing their mind, saying the worst fucking things and just living in a cesspool of toxicity. I don't get it. But whatever. If that's entertaining to you,
who Johnny Boy is, right? You know who Johnny Boy is, right?
Yeah, he seems like a guy who's like, okay, Johnny Boy seems like he could benefit from professional help. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, and a lot of people do. Like, I'm not saying that's not any knock on him. I think like most people would, right? But he right there is a really good example. Like, and hopefully he's all right. Like, I think he's actually doing better than he used to be when he first hit these YouTube streets.
Yeah. No, that's an example of trolling going too far. You know, crying and begging for beer money on streams, and then the next day talking about how you're gonna kill people, and put people in body bags, and how you run cities. Like,
Yeah, so
motherfucker.
that's the thing. I'm not the kind of guy that really likes to delight in other people's misery. It's just like I don't like to get bills for that kind of attitude and that kind of like perspective. I just like I got I like to be peace and love and keep it moving because I feel like
I get the hippie thing. I get the hippie thing.
you receive what you put out in the universe, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't wish any ill will on anyone, to be fair. I mean, I troll sometimes, but I mean, it's never hate. I mean, I would never like, even with me and Method or me and Knockout in heated debates, honestly, in my heart, I have no ill will or hate towards anyone. I mean, that's just not a good way to live life. Carrying hate in your heart, like that's kind of
Yeah,
not good.
it's a weird thing, but it's the internet. I'm not trying and I'm not like judging people or anything. I just find it like a really weird, like I got here as a grown man and not trying to like make friends, like whatever. Had a full life, and so it's just a really weird like pastime in my opinion. But just for me, from my perspective. Right?
Although to be fair to me, Smug, I wasn't always like this. Like when I first came onto the internet, I was just like some shy little British boy, and then I'll be honest, man, I got a lot of abuse, man. I got a terrible amount of abuse from trolls, and then I just thought, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna drop to their level, and then here we are today.
Yeah, I mean, the abuse is non-negotiable. Like how you respond to it is your character, and then also, but this is all like none of us are perfect. We're all works in progress, and whatever. Tomorrow you have a chance to do better.
Yes, my bro. I just want to say, like, at the end of the day, like with the Bud and the EJ situation, I feel like we're not too far gone. Like the fight wasn't gonna happen last year anyway, so there's still enough time for them to come back to the table. And still have some good talks and make the fight. Neither of them have signed a contract for a fight this year, and there's still a couple of months till them fighting again. So for me, I just don't see what the point is, bro. Like, why not just negotiate the fight and fight? If you were gonna fight this year, according to the PBC, they wanted it this year. I mean, you can still fight this year. What's the problem? I don't get it.
It's not whether or not they can; it's the probability of it all. It's just not looking likely. Like some things will be like phenomenal and pleasant surprises. Like if Tank actually fought Josh Taylor, went up there and like challenged him for the thing, like that would be a pleasant surprise. If we got this fight, that would be a pleasant surprise. If Wilder Usyk happened, that would be a pleasant surprise. If Usyk Fury happened, I think that's probably going to do. I don't know how surprised I'd be, but a little bit. I'd be a little bit surprised if it happened. Not as huge. I kind of expect it to happen, but I also kind of expect it to not.
Which fight?
Usyk Fury.
Oh, that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I just, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't.
You know what? Money wise, I think Joshua Wilder's a bigger fight than Usyk Fury.
Yeah,
I think you've got the American British rivalry. You've got two knockout artists, and you've got years of bad blood. I think that's a bigger fight. Even though there's no belts on the line.
And I've been telling people this the entire time. I'm a fight fan. The stakes are cool, but I've been saying I want to see all of these guys mix it up, regardless of the stakes involved. I don't care if it's a big fight. I don't care how many belts are on the line. I want to see AJ Fury. I want to see AJ Wilder. I want to see, that's it.
I think it's kind of hard to sell AJ Wilder if AJ and Fury fights first, right? I think if AJ and Wilder fight, you see what I'm saying? Then it's a better fight. But if Fury beat AJ, then I think it'll be hard to even make AJ and Wilder.
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, losing to Ruiz, and Usyk. I mean, if you can come back from that and still be a big star, I don't see how a Fury loss would really do that much. I mean,
The UK would be done with AJ.
Yeah,
unless AJ beats Fury. If AJ was to beat Fury, then it's a different conversation, right? But if AJ and Fury, you see what I'm saying? If AJ and Fury fight first, AJ will have to beat him. If he loses to Fury, the UK is going to basically say, AJ, you ain't shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So whatever British support he's got left, whatever support Fury's got, AJ's got left, if Fury destroys him, he's going to absorb all of it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Just washes him out. He washes him, hang him out the dry.
Yeah, I don't need for it to be a big fight. Like I keep telling you, I don't give a shit if I'm the only person who watches it. Right? I just want to see that shit. Like I've been waiting for these giants to fight since the Klitschko brothers and Lennox Lewis was around. And with Galata and Riddick Bowe and goddamn Michael Grant, and those dudes didn't really mix it up. You know, they got in a little bit, but not all of the big dogs actually fought. And I just want to see what that looks like.
Smoke is a guy. He doesn't care if it happens at Wembley Stadium or Wembley Arena. He doesn't care.
Bro, I'm a fight fan. I don't even give a shit. Like all this, he goes into people's backyard. That's where I don't give a shit about none of that.
Smoke will watch that fight. Both them niggas 80 years old. Goddamn.
No, there's an expiration date on it. So, like, yeah, that Roy Jones, Mike Tyson, 17 years of marination. I wasn't interested.
Smoke, do you think the fan base?
So you talk about how Usyk gonna be? Usyk finna be Tyson Fury ass, right? That's what y'all talking about?
No, that ain't
Tyson Fury's motherfucking Nick.
No, man, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Fury, he's 2-time undisputed.
I don't think. I think Usyk is maybe the third best heavyweight.
Who's number 2?
Hey, I think Wilder is the second best heavyweight.
Oh, no, I can't. Nah. You think Wilder would beat Usyk?
Hey, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think if the number 1 and number 2 fight, and the guy who wins that is the number 1, and the guy who loses is number 2. If the number 3 and number 4 fight, the guy who wins that doesn't become number 2.
Yeah, but I think the only thing is just because of basic where they are in their careers, Wilder, you know, getting knocked out twice, not winning a relevant fight in 5 years or whatever. I feel like it's also about stages where you are in your career. It's like for Wilder to be ahead of Usyk, he'd have to go and prove that he's better than Usyk, who's still undefeated, he just took out the number 2 guy in the division, got 5 belts.
You don't have to prove that. The only way you can prove.
I got a question.
Finish. Hold up, Phantom, because I wanted to finish, and then I wanted to say something real fast, and then you can go. Are you done, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
All right. Wilder doesn't have to prove he's better. The only way for Wilder to prove that he's better than Usyk, or for Usyk to prove he's better than Wilder, is for them to fight. But it is not on Wilder to prove that he's better than Usyk. It's for Usyk to prove he's better than Wilder.
I mean, if he hold on,
I just got a quick question. If that's your logic, Smoke, if Ruiz beats Wilder, does that make him number 2?
If Ruiz beats Wilder, no. I think that would make Usyk number 2.
Okay, but Usyk's one win over Joshua eclipses Wilder's entire career, though.
I mean that's an argument. That didn't make him number 2. Number 3, number 4. Like, if you think it's a great win, that's cool. Like, I think Ugas beating Pacquiao was a great win. I don't think that made him the second best welterweight.
Yeah, but Joshua was still a guy that was at the height of his powers with 3 belts and probably the best resume at that time.
I got
right?
you. I don't think the height of Joshua's power, he was the second best heavyweight. I think the height of his powers, he was the third best heavyweight.
No, but I'm saying the consensus was before AJ lost to Ruiz. Before the Ruiz loss, AJ was consensus number 1 across all, whether it was fan polls, ranking systems, right?
No, I got it. I don't mind. I don't mind it, and I don't mind his position. That didn't make him better than Wilder. It just meant that he had done more in the heavyweight division all the way until Ruiz put that smackdown on him. The thing about the issue with the Wilder thing, yeah, he got knocked out twice, but he got knocked out twice by the same guy who's probably the best guy in the division.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
what I said. Probably. I didn't.
Are we saying AJ's number 3 after the Fury loss to Wilder's? We lost to Fury, or are we saying he's number 3 when Fury first came back?
I'm saying he was number 3. Yes, when Fury first. No, not when he first came back. He first came back against Jefferson Fury. But at no point did I ever think AJ was better than Fury. Never.
Do you want to smart? I think it was just because of the way the ranking systems work. Yeah. Like when Mayweather retired for 3 years or 2 years or whatever it was, Manny Pacquiao became the pound-for-pound king, right? Even though Mayweather came back, until Manny got knocked out by Marquez, Mayweather never regained his number 1 spot. Once you retire as the number 1 guy, you don't become the number 1 guy as soon as you come back because other people are, putting in work.
Right,
so
but that's this weirdo boxing writers thing because they feel like, and boxing writers have always had their own like separate thing when it comes to the sport. They're their own kind of gatekeeper, right? So they don't give a damn about your opinion. They just write stuff up, and it doesn't matter. Like at no point in Manny Pacquiao's long-legged life he's been a better fighter than Floyd Mayweather. That's why these pound-for-pound lists are straight trash. Like the fact that Tank Davis and Gary Russell Jr. have never been on a pound for pound list, to me, means that the pound for pound list has strayed far from its origins. Now it's like a power rankings kind of thing.
Hey, see, when Smoke don't cap and hit you niggas with them facts, Smoke is dangerous,
No,
nigga.
that ain't facts. That ain't facts. That ain't. If you'd have just said Tank, I'd be like, all right. You said Gary Russell, I'm like, shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, nah.
Gary, listen, when I for me, pound for pound is about your skills, not your activity.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, but Smoke, it can't be that way though. But at some point,
the problem I'm having is that niggas saying it's 10, 15, 30, 40, 50 niggas that's pound for pound. And I'm like, no, it's either it's between 1 through 5. Like,
I'm saying that the entire time Gary Russell Jr. has been boxing, he has been one of the best, most technically sound boxers in the entire sport. And everyone, whenever you mention it, all they talk about is the activity, as if he's not one of the best fucking fighters in the sport.
It's no way we can give Gary props and then shit on Loma.
Who was shitting on Loma?
I'm just saying it's not you. I'm just saying,
bro. Loma might have just finally left the fucking pound for pound list since he got there in 2016.
I'm saying
Gary Russell Jr. was never on that. That's my point. Tank Davis.
Gary ain't did shit since Loma beat him.
Nah, he has done a lot.
I'm not saying he ain't did shit. I'm saying he ain't did shit better than Loma.
Okay, again, I'm not talking. The pound for pound list is not either Gary Russell Jr. or Lomachenko. There's space for both guys.
No, I don't believe that. See, I think that's my disagreement is that everybody's not pound. Again, that's like
that don't mean everybody. We're talking about two people. Yeah. It doesn't have to be this guy or that, bro. They had Estrada at that point. The Ioka was up there at that point. Like they're all these weirdo people that they've never been fucking better than Gary Russell Jr. Never.
Yeah. Right. I know about that, man. Estrada was come on, Smoke. Now Estrada was a good fighter, though.
He is a good fighter. He's never been as good as Gary Russell Jr. Not ever. He's been in better fights. He's fought better competition, all this other shit, but he's not a better fighter than Gary Russell Jr. He didn't it took him getting his fucking ass after the Estrada rematch. That's when he learned to step back and do a little bit of fucking wig protection. Kind of defense. Those guys just sit there rocking. Their arms are hella short. Like, man, I'm anyway. My point being,
look, with me, Gary Russell, for me,
it was a travesty. What the pound for pound list was supposed to be about was about skills. It turned into this power rankings thing. Like, what have you done for me lately? Not what skills do you have in the ring?
Right, and I disagree with the new era power ranking bullshit. Because when you say pound for pound, I can't sit there and have 9 middleweights as pound for pound and 10 fucking 140 pound. Like, no, that's too many niggas. All these niggas ain't nice like that. You see what I'm saying? It's at least 5 niggas entirety of boxing that's probably nice like that, and it's probably just 3 that legit are pound for pound. Like their style beats everybody.
All right,
that's my opinion.
For me, it's just look at a person, understand the sport of boxing, understand what tools are, what craft is, what talent is, so that you don't go and right. So you understand what their trajectory is, and then what you're looking at. Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones Jr. was one of the most, and if not the most, physically gifted boxer I've seen. But technically, he was really fucking sloppy. So, the fact that guy made it to the top of the pound for pound list was a testament to a few different things. I'm not mad at it, but for me, I like skills and I like tools and I like all this other stuff, not just talent, not just physical gifts. That's what Boots is. Boots is also one of these guys who's supremely physically gifted, but I see a bunch of technical flaws. I wouldn't say Boots is a pound for pound guy.
Okay, let me ask you this, Smoke. So is there a guideline or criteria you could come up with as far as skill set you're seeing in the ring to where a fighter is pound for pound? Because it sounds too subjective.
But here's the thing. There is no way to take this subjectivity out of a pound for pound list. It was literally created to sell you a product. It's what I'm saying, pitch for a fucking fighter. There is no objectivity.
What I'm saying is, can you create a guideline or criteria to where what you see in the ring, like you said, you like technical and skills. So is there a guideline or criteria you could create to where you could look at this fighter and say this fighter is pound for pound? That's what I mean.
Yes. You have to understand the sweet science. I don't know how. I could make a pamphlet, I could make a book, I could maybe do a couple of 10 things, but even if I came up with a list of 10 things, it will probably be 100 things left off that would inform those 10 things.
Smoke, who are your top 3 pound for pound fighters, in your opinion? So I can kind of understand what you take as a criteria. So I can kind of understand what.
Right. So to talk to people about it, right? like in my mind, the best like technically sound boxers right now,
three
that are active, right? I think Usyk is one of them. Loma, he's kind of they got to take Loma, maybe. Devin's one of them. Who else is out there? Shakur is one of them. Fulton's one of them. Fury's not bad, but he's a little bit more of a dirty guy. But he does know, he knows his way around the ring. He's not bad, but I don't know if he's pound for pound.
you have Canelo.
Canelo definitely. Nah, not a Nui, but he's good. Okay. He's getting there, but not yet. I still think he has some, like he doesn't leave his chin up the way he used to. Like he used to be like, to me, I thought he used to have like pinata chin, like someone's gonna get that candy, but he's like kind of correcting it.
Inui or Canelo?
Inui. No, Canelo's nice. That's Chocolatito, but he's a little bit long in the tooth. I don't know, but he's still technically sound. I don't know.
Top three
guys. Anyway, I think I need more than 3.
So basically, old ass nigga, Shakur, Devin, and Fulton. That's your top 3 spot.
No, not in any particular order. I just like the point is these are to me these represent the most skilled guy. Oh, Terrence Bud Crawford, of course.
See, I don't know if Fulton's more skilled than Nui though. I don't think Nui will struggle with a guy like Brandon Figueroa, who is kind of like a B-level fighter at best.
That's bullshit. Phantom, who's your top 3?
Damn, I can't even process that right now. Like, cause with Smoke's criteria, I'd have to really think about it.
I got my top 3: Bud, Tank, and Canelo.
That's a good list, to be fair.
Well, take Canelo.
Yeah,
Tank right now, Tank is starting to show me that, like, I think he is more skilled and talented than maybe his handlers. And I'm starting to see that he's getting typecast. Like he's getting fed the diet of the same kind of fighter. And so it's like hard for me to gauge what is his craft versus what's his talent.
Do you think Bud he's going stale? Tank. If you look at his last 2 performances,
the thing is he's losing too many rounds and getting outboxed and shit, so he can knock you out. And I that's just not. I mean, it's cool. I don't even know if it's his act. Like his arms are mad short, so like his jab's okay. He's nice. I don't know. It's just hard for me to judge Tank. It's hard for me to judge Tank.
All right, I can give you my top 2 pound for pound. I can't give you 3 right now, but Tank and Devin. I got Tank and Devin there. Your third.
Okay, my top 3 pound
Bud
for pound.
Bud, that's the only reason why he's not there.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
he ain't old yet. My top 3 pound for pound is Bud, Usyk, and third for me is probably Bivol.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
See, I thought about Bivol. I thought about it.
He's a pound fighter. Like that dude is not pound for pound at all.
Yeah,
he's just like dining out off of like the Mexican hype.
Well, if he ain't pound for pound, if he's not pound for pound, Canelo's definitely not pound for pound.
Canelo's definitely not pound for pound. Has Fulton?
No,
a guy that would life and death with Figueroa.
What Canelo isn't is a light heavyweight.
Fulton's got 2 belts.
He is pound for pound. He's not a light heavyweight.
And Fulton's undefeated.
I haven't seen.
Most people think
he got 2 belts and he's undefeated. Until somebody beats him, he's on that list. Just like Mel. Mel got beat by Tony Harrison. But he came back and avenged the loss. Fulton hasn't lost. So until somebody beats him, he's on that list. Just like Mel. Until somebody else beats him, he's on that list.
How'd you score the Figueroa fight?
I had a 7-5 Fulton.
Okay, a lot of people would disagree with you though.
Well, the issue I have with saying like Fulton pound for pound is that he ain't really did shit, right? It's hard for me to say Fulton is better than the New Way personally. The Figueroa win is great, like as much as people think the Donnell win is great for a New Way and then the other guys he has beaten. It's just and Fulton hasn't moved around to see other styles. I haven't yet to see someone that's better than Fulton, bar the Figueroa fight that he's been in the ring with. I mean, Figueroa's been on, he's beaten other guys. It's just he got to keep going, right? It's hard for me to say he's top 3 in all of boxing. You know, I just haven't seen
I
him.
didn't say
I
that.
think
I
he's
would
on a good
never say
path.
he's top 3. I say he's on the top 10 pound for pound list, but he's not top 3 by no means.
Above that,
Well, we
Mayweather, he's
talking
got more
top 3
belts and
though.
more
We
better
talking top
opposition.
3 pound for pound based on
Yeah, well,
Smoke's
top 3.
criteria.
I gave you my top 3. My top 3 is Bud, Usyk, and Bivol. Those are the top 3 pound for pound for me.
Right. I got you, Joe.
Yeah.
Right now,
To me, Bivol is he's getting a whole bunch of shine off of a guy who's not really a light heavyweight and another guy who's done exactly nothing in the sport.
I get that. I get that. That's kind of what.
Okay.
See the thing with I have Tank, Bud, and Canelo's top 3 is like they're legitimately like the most. Canelo's probably not as talented as the other 2, right? That's why I have Bud and Tank as the top 2. I think Bud has the reach. He's kind of the smaller welterweight. Even at 140, we saw him next to Postal. Postal was bigger than him, and his skills get him the dubs, get him the knockout, the punch placement, all the good things. Reigning as a boxing champion. Tank is skills, talent, and the reign, as we see, is coming along. You see what I'm saying? Canelo's had a reign. His skills and his power have gotten him out of situations he lacks in the footwork that the other 2 have, but he's very dominant at what he does. I would say those 3 guys are the only guys that's legitimately pound for pound in boxing. Everything else
Well,
is question.
why you discount the guy who moved up from cruiserweight as undisputed and went to heavyweight, became a three-weight champion? That's not
I
impressive.
think Usyk's one of them. I think Usyk is definitely one of the
Heavyweights are supposed to be pound for pound.
There's
But he's
ideas
not
about like
originally a
skills.
heavyweight.
He didn't start as a heavyweight method. He's a cruiserweight.
That's Phantom, but I'm just saying that. Go ahead, Smoke. Sorry, sir.
I was just to say, the criteria though is like skills, not like accomplishments, right? Like the idea, like for instance, or not even for instance, just because you beat a guy, right? Bivol beating Canelo, to me, that doesn't make Bivol pound for pound. Doesn't mean that Canelo's not pound for pound. It just means that Canelo's not a light heavyweight. He can't beat a real light heavyweight. That's what.
Well, he should have took his punk ass up there then.
I know that. But I got that part. I'm just saying that doesn't make Bivol pound for pound fighter. It does make him a really good. It makes him a really good light heavyweight. Like Bivol is no joke. Bivol is a real deal as a light heavyweight. He's a real light heavyweight, and Canelo is really not.
I agree with what you're saying, because when it turns to because I beat this guy, then it's like it's now. That's when it becomes like a power ranking shit, and it's power
okay.
So not really a power ranking.
Does it change your opinion? Hold on. Does it change your opinion if he goes up there and beats the other guy?
If who goes up where and beats the other guy?
If he goes to top rank and beats the other guy, does that change your opinion?
If Bivol beats Better Beef?
Yes.
I'd have to. It depends on how he did it.
Doesn't matter how he did it.
If he does that same old rhythm pattern shit, like
doesn't
that
matter how he
around
did
and
it
come
if he
back
does
and jab. No, I don't think that's pound for pound shit. It's just fucking a beat as a style that's really hard to beat.
I don't think Bivol is rhythm pattern. I think you're just applying that to him based off the Eastern European style. I think it's more.
I'm not. I don't think all Eastern Europeans are rhythm pattern. Better Beef is not a rhythm pattern guy.
Yeah, I don't think Bivol is. I think you're saying
that. But you're not the one who said it. I'm the one who said it. I mean, I'm not trying to convince you that he is. I'm just telling you like why I don't think he is actually a pound for pound guy. But if he beat Better Beef, depends on how he did it. If I saw him like not just do that, jab, move around, jab, move around, like that shit, that's not a pound for pound. It's a very good style. Like he's a very polished guy. It's probably very hard to beat because he's rangy, he's got good footwork, he's got great hands, all that stuff. But for me,
I don't think I don't think Errol's pound for
pound. Like Usyk definitely.
I don't
Without a shadow of a doubt.
In my opinion, I just don't think anybody has brought the best out of Bivol yet. Like he knows exactly what to do to win a scoring boxing match. Like he got that down to a T.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Better Beef's the type of the opponent that'll bring the best out of him.
It could be a hell of a fight, but depending on how the fight went, maybe I adjust what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm starting to see. I was one of the detractors, but I'm starting to see that that guy adapts to whoever he's fighting. Whoever he's fighting, he takes what they do away, and then makes them fight his fight. That's what I see.
I feel like the idea of his 40 years old though method, and his fucking shoulders and legs are falling apart. So I don't know if he beats him.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Right.
I
So
mean, that's cool.
Who?
All it takes is
What'd you
that one
say?
fight, though.
What'd you
yeah.
say, Jimmy?
Badly,
Let me catch Dick Justice up in here because he's typing away, and
I
I
think
think he's just a little bit lost in the sauce. Right.
Well,
We're
he
not
may be
talking about.
40 years old, and
Hey,
his
Dick, we're
legs
not
and
talking
shoulders may
about
be falling
pound for
apart,
pound
but
list.
ain't
Like,
nobody been able to prove that yet, Jimmy.
I don't know Anthony Yard, bro. I mean, we'll see.
Oh shit.
Anthony Yard is going to sleep. Probably early.
So
Probably
we're
early.
not talking about pound for pound lists that as they exist out in the world, right? We're not talking about ESPNs or
Boxing
Ring magazine, none of that
scene,
stuff.
Ring
We're talking
magazine.
about how the list was originally applied and how far they're straight. Like if you just look at skills, not like, hey, like this guy is a pound for pound guy, so you beat him, so that means you're a pound for pound guy. And the example of this that I felt like was a huge fallacy, and then you could see there's a glaring fallacy, is when Teofimo Lopez, who was probably not anybody's top 20 or top 30 pound for pound before he fought Loma, because he beat Loma, that propelled him to the top 10, right?
Yeah.
And then,
that was stupid. That was stupid.
but as soon as Kambosos beat Lomachenko, Kambosos didn't get there.
You mean
Yeah. That's because it should never be as you seen as a power ranking. Like, oh, the Ravens beat the Chiefs this week. Let's put them in number. Like, that's not pound for pound. That's not how it works. It's Smoke is kind of saying it's everything of a fighter per se. You see what I'm saying? Like, this guy style ages well, like a preserved steak. You see what I'm saying? Like, this guy's that guy.
This is the kind of boxing style that can transcend divisions, because you're defensively
but they have to
responsible.
prove it,
You
though.
understand how to
Smoke.
use lateral movement. You can fight at all ranges. You can fight from the inside, the outside, the mid range. You know how to adjust to whatever the hell your guy's doing. You
But
can
isn't
adjust.
that
It
proven
doesn't
by
matter if
resume and accomplishments,
and
though?
you can fight every
That's
kind
why I
of style.
said
You can
Tank
fight.
is
You can
Smoke
be
is
a form
absolutely
fighter.
right.
You can be a pressure fighter. You can do lateral movement. You can be a negative fighter. All that stuff. I haven't seen that out of Bevo.
Yeah, but Smoke, here's my point, bro.
Fucking right, Smoke.
This is why I
That's what
disagree
it's
with you.
supposed to be. Can your
No.
style
See, fam,
translate
I'm gonna
to
make a
all
point now.
divisions? That's what pound for pound is.
Yeah, but I'm gonna make a point though, right? See, instead of using the eyeball test, doesn't the resume and accomplishment test prove that even more? So Canelo and Bud Crawford. Let me make a point, bro.
Right, you
Canelo
don't
and
need your
Bud Crawford
eyeballs for that.
proved
You
it.
can do that in Braille.
No,
Like,
but
you
what I'm
can
saying
do
is
box
Canelo
rec in
proved
Braille.
that.
Like, if all you want to do is look at who they fought and what happened in the fight, you don't need your eyeballs for that.
No,
I was gonna say no, because again, right? All right, so it's guys that never fight, right? So let's use Charlo and Andre, right? So we can use those two, right? So again, they may not have accomplishments, but you get what I'm saying? Like, it's shit. Because if we were just off accomplishments, right? Canelo would have beat Bivol, right? Let's be a little bit simple. Canelo fighting Bivol, he should have just beat Bivol, right? I done fought Floyd, I done fought Triple G. Triple G's a Olympian, all those things, but it showed no avail when he fought Bivol, because
None of that
Bivol
shit
is too damn
mattered,
big.
did it?
Yeah,
But it's
resumes
not
don't
an
win fights.
invincible list, though. No, but it's not an invincible list. It's a pound for pound list. No one says your number one pound for pound means you're invincible. It's not the invincibility list. It's the pound for pound list. The dude that created the list, Sugar Robinson, that guy had like double-digit losses. So just because you lose, it doesn't mean
He had
you're not on the
triple
pound
digit
for pound list.
wins. It's not about it's all right. So one of the things is that he took a loss, and like within a month, he avenged the loss. And he fought like 3 other people. He fought 3 guys in 1 month. You see what I'm saying? So again, it's a lot of layers behind him being pound for pound, or just the greatest fighter of all time, in my opinion. Right. So when we're looking at boxing today, everybody's list is subjective, because some people put the fanaticism above understanding the science or understanding boxing at all. Most people they don't understand boxing. Like, a lot of fans, that's kind of the good thing about the UFC MMA fans, is that they stay in that realm of just being fans, because they know damn well they can't do a fucking guillotine or a leg kick, none of that shit. You see what I'm saying? They stay in that realm. People that boxing fans, they get drunk and they think, oh yeah, I can fight. You see what I'm saying? They get in the ring, get the fur tore off. Most people don't understand boxing. They don't really know what they're looking at. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes it's just to push their person. You see what I'm saying? So when we get into pound for pound, it was undeniable that you seen that Ray Robinson, he'll turn you, he'll pivot, he'll use the outside. You get up on him, he gonna shoot shine your body. He'll set some shit up with the left hook, which was one of the greatest left hook ever by Ray Robinson. It's everything to the T about Ray Robinson. Henry Armstrong's style was
a great style. You see what I'm saying? He's still a pound for pound fighter. You know, Floyd style, it carried well. The Pretty Boy, because Pretty Boy and Money Man is still the same nigga at the end of the day, right? One of them was just more reserved. The other one was just gonna get on your ass. You see what I'm saying? Oscar De La Hoya had a good style. It's one of the top 10 pound for pound. No, Duran style, we saw that it can beat anybody. Gave Hagler a tough ass time.
Losses though. Who? Yeah, but Duran lost a lot of fights as well, though.
To each his own, right? Like I think he could have beat
Yeah, but
Hearns
he
if
won
he would have took
100.
it seriously.
He won 100, Jimmy. He won 100.
No, I'm saying Sugar Ray Robinson.
More
Sugar
dubs.
Ray Robinson and Duran. No, but Duran and Sugar Ray Robinson have got like what a lot of losses as well, though, right?
It's
But
not
they
a lot
won.
of losses. They
But
have
Sugar Ray
lost.
lost. Sugar Ray Robinson won over 165 fights.
Yeah, they have more wins than
He went
lost.
80-0 at one period. He went 80-0 at one time.
You be talking
He
about
was
guys that were
120-1 at one time. So you name me somebody who can match those accomplishments, and I'll wait.
these guys just can't match up with any style. Hey Jimmy, these guys just couldn't. Guys that they really just can't match up on the fly against any style and beat them. Real shit. They don't. The thinking capacity to do that is mind boggling because boxing is 90% mental, 10% physical. The skill, the boxing is all your mind. You physically can do the shit, but your mind won't let you do it. You see what I'm saying? Moving your feet, stepping back, using lateral movement, that shit is mental. It's not that Latino fighters just can't physically do what the European fighters do. Is that their mind it's mental. You see what I'm saying? Because we see Josh Taylor when he fight, like everybody's saying, like, damn, this nigga Josh Taylor is probably one of the best UK fighters ever. Because everybody at that time in that year was getting their ass whipped by Mexicans. Every UK fighter for the Mexicans was getting their ass whipped. And Josh Taylor went up that bitch and made it look easy.
Yeah, Josh Taylor stepped up to the plate. Shout out to Josh Taylor, nigga. He put some respect on y'all. He said, we ain't going out like no punks against these Mexicans. Respect to Josh Taylor.
Bro,
It's mentally learning. It's all that shit go together. Yeah. It's not just the accolades. Charlie Burley, again, going back to the science, he never really got the accolades or the resume that he deserved. You see what I'm saying? But when you see this motherfucker, you like that nigga me. You see what I'm saying? Like if he had the opportunity,
That's the best defensive fighter to me. That's my best defensive fighter ever to me. Is Charlie Burley.
Yo, do you guys know who Sam Langford is? But some people tell me he's the greatest fighter. Yeah, some people tell me he's the greatest fighter of all time. Some people.
I mean, he's
he fought from lightweight to
top
heavyweight
10, top
and
5.
never weighed over 160 pounds. So of course he's a great fighter.
Yeah,
he came from his
Name me
middleweight too. He's
somebody
like
today
lightweight, all the way
who can
lightweight.
do that. Go from lightweight to heavyweight and never weighed over 160. So tell me somebody today who can match that. Or the last 50, 60 years.
How's that possible though? If he never weighed over 160?
Because back then,
because
it didn't matter what you weighed. If you want to fight, you can get in there and fight.
It's still today. His weight limits are about the top limit, not the bottom. The bottom is unlimited. If Monster Inoue wanted to fight AJ, he could.
To keep it all the way 100, like there were only two divisions, like lightweight and heavyweight. There's two original divisions.
Middleweight was the first one, but he came up in the original 8.
No. When you take it back to back in the day, nigga.
I'm saying same length. Same length was around when there was 8 divisions.
Charlie Burley was around when they had 8 divisions, and he fought in all 8 of them.
Yeah.
He fought in all 8 of them.
Sam Langford.
Sam Langford. Yeah, Sam Langford. I'm sorry. Sam Langford fought in all 8 of them bitches. All 8 of them.
I don't think he came from flyweight. Nah, he didn't come from fly.
No, he was lightweight. From lightweight to heavyweight.
It was like it was featherweight, lightweight.
It was light, bantam, and then it was fly, light, fly, bantam, then light. I think he just came from light. I think he fought in 6 divisions.
Yeah, he fought in all 6. He fought in the 6 divisions that matter because nobody, even back then, nobody cared about fly and light and bantam. And nobody cared about that shit.
Now we're gonna get into some like weird stuff, right? It's because the bantams were actually putting in a bunch of work, but they used to do this weird because boxing back then was like the fighters were basically like entertainment for rich people, right? So they used to it's a little bit like midget boxing. They
Yeah.
would just do this thing. They would have these like crazy, like for real. George Dixon had like fights to the death with like
Yeah,
spiked metal fucking gloves kind of shit.
yeah.
That's what they used to do
It
to
was
little
just
guys.
it was a little bit removed from gladiators, from the gladiators in Rome. It's
Yeah.
kind of like that.
And people used to be
Do
a
you
lot
guys know who
smaller too. Like actually human beings got bigger. Like Americans and shit.
Yeah.
Like
Do you
we've
guys know
gotten
who
big
Hank
too. So
Armstrong is?
yeah.
Henry Armstrong. Do you guys or Hank Armstrong? Do you guys know who that is?
Yeah, that's
Well,
number
Henry
9.
Armstrong was
That's
the
4
only guy
divisions.
to hold a lightweight, the welterweight, and the featherweight title at the same time,
And they
and
screwed him
defended
out of
all
the
three of them
middleweight. They
bitches.
hosed him in the middle. He should have been
And
the
they hold
middleweight
him out
champ
of
too, and
middleweight. And he
they
defended all
robbed him.
three
Yeah,
of
they
them
robbed him.
bitches, Jimmy, at the same time. He defended all three of them.
Yeah, because I remember Max Kellerman was
Yeah,
saying that
yeah.
his favorite pound for
Now
pound
you
fighter
see,
of all
if
time.
Tank was able to
When he
do
was,
that, my nigga, instead of these sanctioned bodies saying we're gonna strip you, like maybe that could have possibility we could have had this in that era. I mean that in this era.
But here's the thing, though.
I'm not trying
Can
to see
Tank
Tank
go
in no
up and
like
down
fight to
like
the
that in
death.
weight on a same day weigh-in? That's the question you gotta ask
But
yourself.
no,
Can
no,
Tank
no,
go
no,
up and
no,
down
no,
in
no,
weight like that on a same day weigh-in? You think he
not
could
at
do that?
all. I don't think so.
Okay, there we go. Because it was same day weigh-ins back then.
yeah, but
And
for
and
fun
there's
of
a
it,
lot of
you
that
could
thing
put
going
Tank
on.
in
Like
the same.
Barbados Joe was fighting at the welterweight champion was fighting heavyweights. He's the guy who coined the phrase: "The bigger they are, the harder they fall." Joe
I can't,
Gans, the lightweight guy, never
I
weighed
can't
more than
believe Phantom
137
tried to put
pounds, and he
in
was fighting light heavyweights.
Tank in the same bracket as Henry Armstrong. That had me howling, bro.
I'm just going off our era. Were you even alive back then? Did you ever see this nigga in person? No. We can only go off what we see it now, bro.
One of the closest
Yeah,
guys that I've
bro.
seen fight like Henry Armstrong is Regis. Josh Taylor Regis fight. You can see even Josh Taylor. That's one thing about the legends is that when Josh Taylor and Regis fought, you can see that Henry Armstrong in the sense like his style, what he did was implemented in that fight. That's kind of how Josh Taylor won. Boom, bump the shoulder, moving back a little bit, come over top with some chopping shit. The way Henry chopped his punch, you see Regis threw his punches similar. Both of them showed a good degree of knowledge of the sport. And when we hear Regis talk, he studies behind Duran. He's in that between that Duran 140 is like that prior.
But I disagree. There you go, man. See, I disagree because I think the closest thing you've seen in my lifetime, I'll say in my lifetime, to Henry Armstrong is Aaron Pryor. That's the closest thing we've seen.
Now Manny Pacquiao, I think he went from flyweight champion to junior middleweight champion. From the flyweight champion to the junior middleweight champion, bro. Who does that? That's about what, 10 divisions?
Yeah, but did he do that in a clean fashion? That's debatable.
But he picked his way through them weight classes. He didn't fight all the guys in the weight classes.
Yeah, but he fought
like
most
Henry
of the top
Armstrong
guys.
fought the number one guy after the number one guy after the number one guy after the number one guy.
I'm not
Manny
saying he's
Pacquiao
better than
didn't do
Henry.
that.
I'm saying
Manny Pacquiao picked his way through those weight classes. He got the titles.
No, I'm not saying.
But he picked his way through those weight classes.
No, I'm not saying he's better. Well, I mean, a lot of the weight classes, he fought most of the top guys. But what I'm saying is, that's the closest we've got. I'm not saying he's better than Henry. I'm saying
he's not. He's not better than Aaron Pryor. He's not better. Aaron Pryor would have beat his motherfucking ass.
Nah, I know about that. I know about that.
He'd have broke Manny.
I don't know about that. Manny Pacquiao 140 against
Aaron
Ricky
Pryor
Hatton.
would have fucked him up.
Manny Pacquiao
Aaron
fought
Pryor
Ricky
would have fucked
Hatton.
him up.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that,
Yeah,
smoke.
Aaron
I
Pryor would
got
have
to be
fucked him
honest,
up.
bro.
Manny is cool, man, but he not that guy. He alright though.
Put it this way, I'm gonna give it to you like this, Jimmy, so you can understand it. If Juan Manuel Marquez could knock him senseless, Aaron Pryor would have beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, but that was at 47, about 12 years later, though. I'm talking about Manny Pacquiao in his early 30s at 140 when he fought Ricky Hatton.
He could have been in his early 20s. He could have been in his early 20s. He could have been in his early 20s. And
Wait. Hold up.
Okay, then
The
Aaron Pryor
same.
got stopped by a cab driver near the end of his career. So what's your point?
Who?
Aaron Pryor.
That's after he had retired for 3 years and came back, Jimmy. You got a good context in what you're saying, bro. He had retired for 3 years and came back after a whole bunch of cocaine.
Manny couldn't even just sit down at 140 and do what Aaron Pryor did. Yeah, along 47 was
hell no.
Manny
Pacquiao
wouldn't have
is
beat
his current version of Aaron
Manny wouldn't have beat Alexis Arguello, bro. He wouldn't have beat him.
No, Manny Pacquiao
He would not have beat him.
Yeah, I can't comment on that, to be fair. I need to study more of Arguello. But with Aaron Pryor, I mean, bro, what's his claim to fame? Clout chasing Sugar Ray Leonard. That's his.
His
I
claim
don't
to
know why
fame
his
is
clout
beating
to fame.
Alexis Arguello, bro. What are you talking about?
I
No,
mean,
what I'm saying,
his claim to fame is being the best 140 pounder in 100
Ever.
years of the fucking division.
Since his origination, he's the best one
I
out
don't
there.
know. I
He's
just
the
know
best
as the
140
guy that clout
pounder
chasing Sugar Ray Leonard, bro. I mean, come on, let's be honest. He's mostly known for clout chasing Sugar Ray Leonard, bro.
Nah,
That's
he
what he's
known for
most.
knocking
Okay,
motherfuckers
so
out.
just to put this whole thing,
boy.
clout chasing Sugar Ray Leonard, right? So Sugar Ray Leonard sent him a contract. It's for $500,000, kind of low, and Aaron Pryor didn't like that. They sent it back, and but then right after that, what's your boy? Sugar Ray moved up. Right, he moved up, but then he circled back. They actually made a deal for $750, and it was at welterweight, but in the welterweight title defense, Sugar Ray Leonard got a detached retina and retired for a while. And when Aaron Pryor was supposed to be the next fight, they already had a fight signed. He was not clout chasing.
Sugar Ray Leonard will beat the shit out of Aaron Pryor, bro. Sugar Ray Leonard would beat the shit out of Aaron Pryor, bro.
We don't know that because the guy came up from 35 and beat Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, but Manny Pacquiao showed the fuck.
Went straight to 47. He skipped over 40. Oh, no. That's what happened.
No, that doesn't count.
He was the 35 champion. He skipped over 40.
Right game plan,
went straight to 47 and beat Sugar Ray Leonard. That's what happened.
Yeah, but
you can't change that.
No. See, you have to understand, right? Sugar Ray Leonard, he fought Duran's game plan, though. But when he fought his own game plan,
none of that matters. None of that matters. He lost.
Yeah, that ain't what happened.
None of that matters.
Duran beat that nigga ass, man. He beat his ass.
That first fight could have gone either way. That first fight could have gone either way.
It didn't go either way, Jimmy. It didn't go either way. He lost.
Yeah, but I feel like you're not putting it in context. Ray fought Duran's game, though. When he fought his own game,
it don't matter. Game plan he fought. That's on him. It doesn't matter. He lost.
Jimmy, you trolling so hard, you're starting to troll yourself, nigga. You're not making no sense.
Hey, that's like saying AJ losses to Usyk don't count because he tried to be a more finesse boxer.
No, but I'm saying in the rematch when Ray came at his best, we saw what happened.
Ray was at his best in the first fight.
He was at his best in the first fight. What happened?
Now Duran got inside his head, though.
I mean,
you making excuses.
He lost. Hold on. Then Shane
wait a minute. Hold on. Here's the other part. Why didn't Duran stop at 40 and fight Aaron Pryor? He could have done that too.
Pryor ain't have a title.
At that time, I think he went up from Fort Leonard, didn't he?
He went up from 35 to 47. He went from 35 to 47. He skipped over 40.
All I'm saying is Duran got in Leonard's head, and that's why Leonard lost.
It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. You can say Usyk got into AJ's head. None of that shit matters. AJ lost.
He was grabbing his private for Leonard's wife.
That's it. They lost.
Hey, Jimmy, so why didn't Mosey lose to Mayorga?
Because he was the better fighter. Period.
Mayorga blew smoke in Mosey's face, and he touched that man's wife.
Yeah, that little triangle. Yeah, bro, Mayorga, Vernon Forrest, and Sugar Shane Mosley. That was the weirdest thing to watch.
Yeah, why did Vernon Forrest lose twice to Mayorga?
And then Mosley promptly went out there and beat the shit out of him.
Vernon Forrest could not. It was the weirdest thing to watch Shane Mosley not be able to beat Vernon Forrest, and watch Vernon Forrest not be able to get out of the way of one of those overhand fucking rights. Those bombs that he was fucking throwing.
I feel like you guys are hating on Ray Leonard. I have to keep it real, bro.
How we hate on Ray? Ray's one of the greatest of all time. Ray, in my opinion, would have knocked Floyd out. But that guy was better than Ray when they fought. He beat him. You can't change that.
I feel like Ray beat himself, though.
There is no reason, no way to change it. Ali was the greatest of all time. But when he fought Ken Norton was better. He beat him.
Eddie Foot.
Hey, Jimmy.
See, for me, that's one of the greatest mysteries of the universe. Now, how does a legend like Ali, like the greatest of all time, lose to a piece of shit like Ken Norton? Like, for me,
how did he lose to a piece of shit like Joe Frazier? He lost. That's what happened.
It's boxing.
Shit's kind of going a little far.
He lost.
No, it's like, come on, you talk about one of the greatest fighters of all time, and probably the greatest, Muhammad Ali.
The same way Ray Robinson lost to Jake LaMotta.
Same way Ray Robinson lost to Randy Turpin. Ain't nobody talking about Randy Turpin as being no all-time great. He lost.
Those guys are better than Ken Norton.
He lost.
Ken Norton's not that good. See, with Frazier's actually a beast, a legend. With Ken Norton, man, he's not even that good.
Ken Norton is a Hall of Fame fighter, so what are you talking about?
No, I'm saying with Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier is like a proper Hall of Fame, like a beast, a Olympic, a champion, undefeated heavyweight champion, knockout artist. This guy was a monster. But with Ken Norton, man, this guy was like a journeyman.
Ken Norton only lost 4 fights. What are you talking about?
That's a Hall of Fame
He's no
fighter.
journeyman, bro. What are you talking about?
Jimmy smoking that UKB,
He lost
man.
4 fucking fights.
Nah, that ain't weed method. That's some cocaine or heroin, nigga. He hard, nigga.
Hey, you know it's only one champion back then, right? And you had to go through them.
He only lost 4
man.
fucking fights, Jimmy.
There's two champions. There's two. Is the WBC and WBA.
Yeah, you had to go through those. That guy, whoever was undisputed for that shit. You had to go
and
through.
when Ali was reigning, and you remember this smoke, when Ali was reigning, there wasn't no WBA. Every title fight Muhammad Ali had was an undisputed title fight. Oh.
Yeah, he just collected them. The belts didn't get split until Ali was gone, and then they never got reunited until Mike Tyson.
He knocked out Foreman. He knocked out
really
Foreman.
gonna scratch you guys' noodle. Did you guys know that fucking Joe Frazier was legally blind in one eye?
Yeah.
Yes, I knew that.
Yep.
I learned it this year.
I knew that.
Him and Julian Jackson.
Eddie Futch is one of the reasons why Ken Norton beat Ali. Crazy game.
Yeah, Eddie Futch gave him the game plan. Exactly. Stay in his chest. Protect that eye. Stay in his chest.
Let me get this straight. Eddie Futch trained Ken Norton and Joe Frazier.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's crazy.
He was a hard man.
This guy knew how to beat Ali. Like Eddie Futch knew how to beat Muhammad Ali, right?
Exactly.
No, everybody fight differently, bro. Everybody fight differently. That's what the trainer's supposed to do. I see this fighter, I see his strengths, I see his weaknesses, I recognize the flaws in this guy in front of me, and I make this guy, I teach this guy how to use his strengths to beat this guy. Yeah. Joe Frazier fought a different fight than Ken Norton.
Yeah. Joe Frazier stayed in his chest and took all the distance away. Whereas Ken Norton was able, with that bob and weave style, to slip that jab every time he threw it. He slipped it.
Eddie Futch was that guy. And this is why we say America is the best in boxing.
Yeah, what the fuck was the UK doing at that time? Like, the UK wasn't even on the map, bro. Everybody was American.
They're on the map.
I think Kim Buchanan was trying to dink and dunk like out of Scotland.
Kim Buchanan was the undisputed lightweight champion until he ran into Duran. He was whooping everybody's ass.
Yeah.
I talk shit about the UK just to piss off the UK dudes, but they know how to box.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, bro, Trevor Bryan, Deontay Wilder, Charles Martin, bro, those were your top guys. And what happened, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because it's on the level the heavyweights now, like,
bro, that would have been the ATG if it wasn't for Joshua, bro.
Hey, wait a minute, hold on, Jimmy. Don't start shitting, Jimmy, because your man, hold on, wait a minute. Let's talk about his man, the walking, talking Hall of Famer Frank Bruno.
Shout out to Frank Bruno, bro. Look, my favorite heavyweight of all time is probably Mike Tyson, bro, an American. So I've got no bias, bro. Like, for me, I just keep it real. And at this time, it's not my fault British heavyweights have got that natural ability to put Americans in body bags. I'm sorry, bro. If you're a British heavyweight right now,
Okay, so he
get cocky and arrogant. Yeah,
he put Charles Martin in the body bag. Who the fuck else? Who else has done that?
I apologize for our greatness.
You don't have to apologize. Listen, Tyson Fury's success is a product of our greatness.
He didn't start winning until he didn't start.
The Beast Squad.
He had to come to America to develop that style.
He went to America for the number one guy.
Exactly. When he had that British corner, what was he doing?
Bryan was the number one heavyweight.
When he had that British corner, what was he doing? Not being a champion. That's what he was doing. Fighting top spots and all that dumb shit. That's what he was doing.
He got Sugar Hill in that corner, bro. Stop hating. He got Sugar Hill in that corner.
Arguments ever, bro.
He got Sugar Hill in that corner. He ain't start
No,
knocking
it's got
shit
Andy
out till
Lee.
he got Sugar Hill in
It's
that
got
corner.
Andy Lee in the. Yeah, Sugar Hill had to go, bro. That's what you had to do, bro. He's like the American fighters ain't shit. I got to jump ship. Sugar Hill was smart. He jumped ship. Shout out to Sugar Hill for jumping ship. He was smart. Like these motherfuckers can't bust the
Yeah,
grape. I
he
gotta
did.
jump ship.
I got you. Yeah, whatever jumping ship means, that was
Yeah.
why Tyson Fury is
I mean, you have to jump
putting
ship, bro. I mean,
Americans in
if you
body bag
motherfuckers
because an
can't bust the
American
grape,
showed
what
them
can
how.
you do? By the way, Andy Lee, and Ricky Hatton as trainers as well. So he's got
Yeah,
3
they were
trainers. But
already
yeah,
his trainers when he wasn't winning.
I mean, to be fair, he's
I
only put
mean,
one American in a body bag, bro, and he's not very good in the boxing sense.
nah, that's
What's,
not true, man.
hey,
Didn't he
where
beat?
Matthew Hatton at though? Where the fake Ricky Hatton at? He
I
still
don't
Yeah,
know.
that
boxing?
guy was trash, man.
Who's the
I
fake
think
Ricky
he's one
He's
of
Hatton?
the old.
garbage. He's hot garbage.
Who's the fake
Ricky
Ricky
Again, I'm
Hatton.
Hatton?
apologize,
That's
bro.
sad.
Bro,
Yeah,
okay,
like
okay.
I don't
Trevor
know.
Bryan, bro.
Matthew
Trevor
Hatton is
Bryan would have
hot
been the
garbage.
Phantom would have been on here talking about Trevor Bryan's the next Joe Frazier. I'm sorry, bro.
Who
We had to
said
send the
that?
B squad
I
over.
know
Who
who said
said
that
that?
shit.
Who
The
said
Phantom
that?
was saying that.
Don King,
The
probably.
Who
Phantom was
said
saying
that?
that.
Don
But
Somebody
King.
here's the
said that.
thing, and this is
Don King said it.
the only people I ever hear mention Trevor Bryant are people in the UK. It's like Jeff Left Hook
I'm saying
Lacey
that was
all
your
over
number one
again.
heavyweight. If you went on box track, Trevor Bryan was the number 1 American
You
heavyweight,
don't
bro.
have to
He
go
had
on
the
No,
box
he
weight
track.
belt.
We're
wasn't.
all
No,
He was
he
undefeated.
undefeated.
wasn't.
He beat the
No, he
same Bermane
wasn't. The
Stiverne Deontay
Alabama
Wilder beat.
dude was the number
Bro,
one
No,
heavyweight in
Deontay,
boxing.
Deontay's been the number one heavyweight for the longest.
The
I
Alabama
heard
cat
Butch
was the
say the
number one
exact
heavyweight
same
for a
thing.
long time.
Triple he
Bro,
said that same shit Jimmy's saying right now.
hey, guess what, Phantom? He beat the same Bermane Stiverne that Deontay Wilder beat for the belt. So they're the
yeah, he was
same
the
dude,
same
bro.
guy. Yeah, same one.
Yeah,
Same guy.
yeah. At the end of the
Same
day,
guy.
bro, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It is what it is, man. I'm sorry.
It's not what it is. And you
Okay,
gonna
okay, okay.
find that out.
What's your
You
best
gonna
I mean,
find
cruiserweight?
this is
that
what
What's
out
the
this is what
best
these tough
American
stop
once
cruiserweight? I
this
got
Hey,
Alonzo
motherfucker
it's
Cody.
actually
very
fights
sad
somebody.
that
What's
this
the
is
best
what
light
it takes
heavyweight?
for
I got
UK
Callum
to.
Smith.
To me, this
All
is
right. Okay. Well.
highlights the
Okay then.
UK inferiority complex.
Okay. I'm
This
just
is
saying, where
all
your
this
big
is.
dogs
Like
at?
it's
That's
cool.
Where
what
the
I'm
big
I,
dogs
saying.
I've
at?
been here.
That's
I
what I'm
got Callum
saying.
I'm
Smith,
confused with what you
Joshua
guys got
Boatsy
going
light
on.
heavyweight. At cruiserweight, I got a Cody, and at heavyweight, we're fucking squadded up. What's good,
Yeah,
bro?
And
I got
where
body
the
bags,
if only
and I
there's
got
only
Okolie
two
has the
repeats.
divisions of
title.
boxing.
I got
Okolie's
body
the only
bags,
one
and I
with
got
a title.
repeats.
Okolie's
That's
the
what,
only
bro.
one
I'm
with a
telling you,
title.
Americans they feel inferior,
Callum
bro.
Smith don't have
This is
no
what
title. Who he
Yes.
beat?
Callum Smith and Joshua Boatsy
What
will beat the
title he
fuck
got?
out of any
What title he
American.
got? What title he
Name.
got?
I mean, who you guys got? Joe Smith, a fucking
What
bum, bro.
title he
Come
got? What title he got?
Joe Smith.
on. Who you guys have got? Joe Smith, bro, a fucking cab driver. Come on.
Hey,
Joe
they
Smith
talking
beat
that
Della
shit
Della.
bad. They
See,
over there across
you
the
guys
pond
are
talking
friends
this
from. You
shit
guys
down.
are cousins from across the
Yeah.
water, right? We
I don't know why, and I
respect.
don't know
We
why
got
you would
love and
bring up
respect for
Callum
you
Smith
guys.
when he just
But
quit against
when you
Canelo.
come
He
for
just
us in
fucking
this
quit.
whole like we're
He
better
didn't
than
even
you
Trevor
fucking
type
Bryan is
compete.
shit,
American
it just gets
He
excellence.
weird.
quit.
Trevor Bryan is
Callum Smith
American
quit
excellence.
against
That's
Canelo.
what I'm
He just
saying.
sat there and took his ass
Trevor
whooping like
Bryan,
a good little
hey,
boy.
bro, it is what this is something Americans don't know. When you challenge yourself, sometimes you lose, bro. Something Americans would know.
I guess
Yeah,
we
Jimmy
don't. I guess
trolling.
I
Jimmy
agree with
trolling.
people
Jimmy,
to
You
Hall
man.
know,
of
I
Fame
agree
this
with
get
Jimmy.
little,
like
In this
gentlemen.
era,
Notice
Nah,
this little retarded motherfucker. He trolling like a motherfucker.
nah. Hey,
I think
check
it
this
He
out.
is.
knows.
At the end of the day, Trevor Bryan is American excellence, and we sent the B squad over. We told the A squad to sit down. Send the Daniel Dubois, the B squad, go put that fool in a body bag.
Okay,
Charles Martin,
let me. Can I
body
ask you
bag.
this real quick,
Deontay
real
Wilder,
fast?
body
What I would like
bag.
you to do,
Daniel Brazil.
right now, I would like for you to name 3 Trevor Bryant opponents, and
yeah,
don't take
Brazil,
Daniel
right?
Dubois.
Sure. So you got Bermane Stiverne, Daniel Dubois,
I said not
and
Daniel Dubois. So take that one off. Try again.
bro, I can't name 3 Deontay Wilder opponents outside of Tyson
Why are
Fury,
you
bro.
talking
Bermane
about it, man?
Stiverne.
Let's move on. Let's talk about
So I mean,
let me talk about the little guys anyway.
bro,
This
it's the
whole
same
series about the
bums
little
Wilder's
guys,
been fighting.
not you trying to give
Bro,
a
the only difference,
a
bro,
Hallmark
I'm
card
telling
to
you, if
your
the
guys
PBC
mediocrity.
machine.
I'm good.
I'm telling you, if the PBC
If
machine
you
was
hang
behind
your
Trevor
hopes,
Bryan,
Cool. Hey,
the
if
final
you hang
would be
your
on here
hopes,
howling American
okay,
if you
excellence.
hanging your hopes on Daniel Dubois, you making a terrible mistake. That dude ain't
Well, I
that
mean,
good.
he took out the top American heavyweight though, and that's the
He
B
ain't that
squad.
okay,
good,
cool.
bro.
This
He
is
just
this is
almost
about
got his ass
little
kicked.
dude.
Who
When?
was that
When the
We're
fuck
motherfucker
done.
did
that
that
damn near kicked
happen?
his ass? Who was that motherfucker
Okay.
that just damn near kicked his ass? Who was that dude?
That's the B squad though. That's what I'm saying. That's the B squad. We don't send
But
the
you
A
hanging
squad to
your
deal
hat
with
on him.
Americans.
You
We send the
hanging your
B
hat
squad.
on him. You hanging
No,
your
I'm
hat
saying
on
that's the
him.
B squad though. No, the A squad is Joe Joyce, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. The B squad is Dylan White, Trevor Bryan, and we send the B squad over, bro. Dylan White would knock the fuck out of Deontay Wilder.
What the fuck?
I don't know about that.
He just rolling. Don't listen to this motherfucker, bro.
Yeah,
Let's
he
move
just
on.
trolling. I
I'm just
can't.
saying,
I
bro. I
don't even
think
want
he's
to go
a
back
Then
and
we
good
get
forth
back
with
fresh
to the
you.
heavyweight
little guys.
by
This
default.
I
entire stream is
wouldn't
about the little
pass
guys,
him
not
either
the
though.
big guys.
No.
I know it's going to be hard for the UK's guys to like talk about, but you got a little.
Let's talk about the big dogs. We
No,
ain't here
I'm
seeing
trying. I'm
dwarfs
just
fight.
trying to tell you.
You wanna see
You got
watch
the
a
UK
circus
has
fight?
a little.
Dwarfs.
They have a little
Okay,
dude.
what happened when Josh Taylor went to America, bro? Body bag. Jose Ramirez, body bag. Riga's Progress, body bag.
Okay, cool.
Point.
So we're saying like the little guys, everyone below 147. There is a guy down there, Josh Taylor, and he can fucking fight.
Yeah.
But I knew he's the
I don't
best
know how
little guy
long
in
he's going
Josh
to be
Taylor.
there. I don't know how long he's going to be there.
Conor Ben will
But I
knock
would
out
like
Boots
to.
Ennis.
Hey, Jimmy,
Conor Ben will
just
knock out
calm
Boots
down, bro. I
Ennis.
know you're feeling yourself, but stop interrupting. Okay,
Kind of
let's
man
get
can't
this
even
out.
get
You
a
get
fight
back
for
on
the
your
next
troll
2
shit in a
years.
second,
So
but just
yeah,
calm down.
why you bringing him up?
You say again?
I said, why is he bringing Conor Ben up? We don't talk about guys with titties.
Oh my god. Okay. So
Yeah,
Shelton and
Connor.
We
Jimmy,
talk
you
about
guys
Errol
go
Spence
ahead.
though.
You guys get
That's
Talk about
funny
Errol
as shit,
Spence
we
bro.
though.
can't talk about the little guys because you two want to keep chirping at each other. Can we go back to the lower
Yeah, we
guys?
talk about Errol
Let's
Spence
talk
all the
about
time,
knees.
Shelton. Come on,
I
guy.
want to talk
You
about
got
the little
titties
guys
too?
because we got one of the
But
best
Sean,
little
you talk
guys
about
in the
Errol
world
Spence though.
fighting tomorrow. I want to talk about the little guys, Smoke.
Nah, hey, let's talk about the little guys. We got one of the best little guys at 112. He from the UK, Sonny Edwards.
And before you guys go, hey Shelton, man,
Who?
don't listen to Phantom, bro.
Sonny
Like, if you don't
Edwards.
buy that pay-per-view, does not make you less of a fucking boxing fan. Fuck
No,
all
no,
that.
no, no, no. I was thinking
Who
about it
though?
though.
Phantom's a
You
You
can
know,
make
I was
fanboy though.
thinking
Come on,
about
let's
it,
be honest.
man. I was
Phantom's a
thinking about it. I
fanboy.
gotta
He's a
support
Tank
those young
Davis
cats coming
fanboy.
up because I want these old dudes to get the fuck out the way, man. I want them out of the way because they holding up the division.
Bro, Phantom's a guy that he
I
ain't
hear
got
you.
two
All I'm
pennies to
saying is
rub
that if you
together,
decide not to
and he's
buy
feeling
it,
sorry
bro,
for
you're still a
millionaires.
boxing fan, bro. Because I don't buy every
Yeah,
fucking
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
because
that.
you
I'm
know
always
you
gonna be a boxing fan.
Kudo,
I just
because you
gotta
know you
figure out.
streaming it.
Hey
Quit
guys,
capping,
Look,
one
Kudo.
at a
I
You
time,
don't
streaming
know
guys.
how to stream, brother. First of all, I don't know how to do that.
it. Kudo
Second
is.
of all,
No,
Kudo is.
I don't know how to do it.
Phantom. What
Second
the
of
fuck?
all,
It's Tank
it all
Davis, so I'm
depends on
buying
what
it.
my wife
I'm talking
decides to
about
give me some money
Shelton.
tonight. If my wife give me some money tonight, I'll probably buy it. But I don't know if she's gonna give me no money.
Nah,
For
Shelton, don't
sure.
waste your
We should
pennies
all be, we should,
on a
if we
cherry
on this
picker and a
panel right
millionaire.
now, keep it 100, bro. If we all on this panel right now, we all should be buying this fight, bro. If
Get the
not,
fuck
go
out
into
of here.
somebody who did.
Not
You
if
feel
you
what
don't want
I'm
to
saying?
watch
So,
the fighters that are fighting, bro.
YouTube. I think Martin Nash probably got one of the best ideas, a fight party, show the fight party. Everybody
Yeah,
put that bread
exactly.
together. One
Everybody
person.
kick in $5 or something. Yeah. But
I
yeah,
should actually charge Mark for that fucking that
Chris
one
Eubank
Helenius
Jr. will beat
fight.
the
exactly.
shit out of Charlo.
And I kind of
Chris
want to
Eubank
see.
Jr. will beat the shit out of Charlo.
I do kind of want to see what Rashidi look like, and I want to see what Boots look like. I do. I really
I'm
do.
buying it
I'm
because
at
Tank
him
is
to fight
fighting.
party
Tank wasn't
tomorrow.
fighting, I wouldn't buy it.
I
Fair
already know
enough,
the
bro.
outcome
Don't
of that
buy it,
fight,
bro.
man.
Not
I
for
ain't
that
tripping
piece
on
of
that
shit.
fight
Come on.
because I already know the outcome of that fight.
Come on, let that flop. Just like the rest of the PBC pay-per-views.
like the what?
I'm buying the fight. I'm watching tomorrow. I'm at the fight party. Y'all ain't American. It's
Oh,
teachers
bro,
out.
come on.
If you don't
Oh,
want to
you're
buy
from
it,
Baltimore,
shit.
brother. You
Come on,
should buy
bro.
that shit, bro.
Come on.
I mean, I can
Phantom's
eat
on
it.
here
Yeah, you
complaining
can
about
buy
Bud.
the little guy.
Phantom's on here
Hey,
complaining about Bud
I
fighting a welterweight, and now
You
this
can still
motherfucker's
get
trying to.
fried, bruh.
This guy trying to hype a
Method, you
legit
should be
Hey,
at the
fighter
fight,
like
Trill.
Method.
Hector
You should
Garcia,
be
man,
at the
a
fight.
featherweight.
You should be
Come
there,
on, bro, a
Method, in the
Hey,
featherweight.
Trill,
building,
they
bro.
can't talk. They
Nah,
can't say
Method ain't
shit
no
to us,
boxing
Trill.
fan.
Hey,
for
Trill,
nice
they can't say
Phantom,
shit to us. We went to that bullshit ass. We went to that bullshit ass. Charlo fight. We went to that bullshit ass ProTÉGÉs fight. We went to that bullshit ass Fundura fight. So they can't say we ain't fans. We spent
No,
money
that
on
one was
all that
bullshit.
shit.
The Fundura. I like the Regis and the Charlo,
The
but yeah,
Regis
nobody
fight was
went.
good,
Nobody
and the
went.
Charlo
Yeah,
fight was
and
good.
the Charlo, they
But
both were
that
good. Yeah,
Fundura shit was bullshit. You know
yeah,
that.
it was. It was
Y'all didn't like the
bullshit.
Fundura fight?
Hell no.
Hell Hell nah.
Only thing we liked was the
Ocampo. You talking about
middleweight fight.
Fundora Ocampo, not Fundora Lubin.
Yeah, the only thing we liked was the middleweight fight with my boy
Yo,
with
Rich,
the
jump on,
mohawk.
bro.
My
Rich,
boy
jump on, bro.
with the mohawk. What's his name?
Shout out to Rich.
Carlos
Which one?
Shout out to Rich.
Carlos
Oh,
Adames.
yeah,
Carlos Adames.
Adames. Yeah, that one was good till while it lasted. Yeah.
Yeah, he got rid of that motherfucker quick.
Yep.
3 rounds. Get your punk ass out of here. Yeah, but we watched all that other shit. We was there.
Yeah,
Fundora
man.
looked
I
like
don't miss
shit.
a fight, bro. To be honest, if it's affordable.
Fundora looked like shit too. He looked bad now.
Nah, he did look bad.
I still feel like the Fundora Lubin was fight of the year for me. I heard.
Yeah, that was a great
It
fight.
was
That
a
was a
very,
great
very
fight.
good fight. It was a very good fight. Was that last year? Was that this year that we just left?
Yeah, it's 2022.
I wonder why
Yeah,
nobody
that
like
was a
mentioned
great
it,
fight.
bro. That was a
That
good
was a
fight.
great fight.
Yeah, that was a wicked
Fight of the
fight.
year
And then
for me.
what's the other one? What was the other one on that card
Lee
we
Wood
just
versus
saw?
McCollum. I think Wood
On
versus
Progress
Cullen was the fight
card.
of the year.
Yeah, that was a good fight too. But what was that fight we just saw on that card? Puro was that? That was
Happened in the UK as well, bro.
Conwell. Was that Charles
Oh
Conwell?
yeah, Charles Conway. Yeah, he didn't look good either.
Yeah, he didn't look good. He had a war with that dude. He had a war with that French dude. With the Dominican dude.
Caleb
I'm sorry.
Plant knocking out Darrell for me was knockout of the
Honduras
year.
sister didn't look that good either.
She looked like shit. She looked like shit. She
But
was just
she
longer.
won though, right? She won.
Yeah, she kept the girl away from her. She was just longer. Yeah, she boxed her. She boxed her. She had to. Because the little short girl was on her ass, but she had to box her. She boxed the shit out of her.
Yep.
Yeah, the Honduras don't move their head, bro. That's their problem.
No, they don't. They don't move their head. They fight the same way, too. Both of them fight the same way.
What's up, Bill Status?
Ill Status can talk about that motherfucker. Ill Status don't run out words, man.
For real, that's
Get off my man Ill,
infinite
man.
status right there.
Get off my man Ill, man.
Yeah. Clown method.
Ill Status can talk about hours, boy. He wouldn't even realize he keep going, man. That shit crazy. That's some crazy shit, boy. Join the panel, Ill.
Now, Rich, jump on, bro. Jump on,
I
bro.
was on there. What was it? I was with somebody. I was on there on Rachel and Nonito's channel. They had a live the other day.
Yeah.
There was this one brother on there, my man. Like it was
I was a
amazing
super
how he kept
fanboy.
spinning off into different topics. I was like, this plane is never gonna land. This is a transatlantic flight. What the fuck is going on right now?
Yeah, that nigga was a super fanboy. I heard him.
What was he talking about, Phantom?
And then
I mean,
like 2 seconds,
what was he talking about?
like, he had
The
a
one
lot to
fucking
say about
topic
that fight.
everybody talk about.
It was
What,
like,
that Spence Crawford shit?
Yeah.
Yo, was he a bad
And
fan?
Smoke, he wouldn't let it go? He wouldn't let it go, Smoke?
No, it was like he was giving an in-depth breakdown. Man, I was like, okay, cool. I was waiting. And he just kept rowing that fucking. That plane just kept flying and flying. I was
You
okay,
like, shut the fuck up, man.
Listen, I got respect for the
And
Daenerys.
then as soon as I
Can
had
I
that
be honest?
3 words, he
I
had
got
more
love
to
and
say. I was like, God damn, homie. I got like 2
can I be
seconds.
honest?
To go back on
I got love and
flight of yours.
listen. I got much love and respect for the Daenerys, but I gotta be honest, bro. I feel like Rachel Daenerys become an heterosexual. I have to be honest, bro.
See, here's the thing.
Damn, son.
What the hell is that anyway? What is the aerosexual? What is that?
It's kind of like the coronavirus.
Someone
It's
that
like
doesn't
a
bring up
airborne
Yellow
disease.
Beezy whenever they talk about aerospace.
And it hurts me. It broke my heart to admit that, but she's an aerosexual.
Who made that shit up anyway? An aerosexual? What the fuck is
Yeah,
that?
it is the weirdest thing. And that,
Well,
like,
you
that was
know,
like,
hey,
I gotta
Rick
tell you,
Blazer
and this
said
is
he
an
coined
ageist
that
thing.
term, though.
This might be ageist, right? Like when the kids say it, like, 30 and below, like I go, okay, fine, that's just that internet shit. But when like middle-aged men fuckers saying, I just fucking credit, dude, I can't. It's the weirdest fucking thing for me. Like,
Yeah,
what
I mean,
the
I
fuck
don't
is going
know,
on right now?
man.
It would be
I
different,
think
right?
the weirdest.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it would be different if Errol Spence just couldn't fucking fight. I get it, but the motherfucker is actually good, man. He's just not better than the other guy, but he's good. He can fucking fight. So
Well,
why
there's nothing wrong with being
are
number
you a
two.
sexual if you're a fan of Errol Spence? I just don't understand it. I don't get it.
The
Because
thing
if
is, as Bud Crawford fans,
you
we got it
that
reversed.
blood, then that's the ops. So you gotta diss the ops, nigga. Earl
No,
You know,
diss the
that
ops.
ain't what
those
it
are
is.
It comes
predictions.
across to me. It comes across as
Oh,
really
so we gang banging
insecurity.
now? We dissing the ops? We
What's
banging?
wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, that's what it is, nigga. Hey,
We're
that's
gonna
what it
run
is.
down on the Spence fans.
It's
That's what I'm saying. It's
I'm not a Spence fan in London.
That's what I don't understand. Like, I'm a huge Bud. All right, so I feel like I've been a Bud fan longer than these people been watching boxing, right?
Facts.
And they just come in and they start telling me about like how I'm not a real fan and aerosexual this and it's like this like it just smacks of insecurity for me. Like, you guys aren't real fans, and I don't think that you actually believe in Bud. I think you're just here to like hate on people and troll.
Yeah, because it's not like Bud just gonna get in there and watch this dude, because he's not. He's gonna beat him, but he's not gonna watch him. It's gonna be a competitive fight for as long as it lasts.
Man, I think Bud gonna wash that nigga. Rinse him, hang him up to dry. Old clips.
God damn, I don't see that. I see Bud knocking him out,
nigga,
but I see Bud catching him late. I don't see Bud. I see Bud knocking him out, but I got Bud catching him late. Anywhere between
I
9
got
and 11.
3 rounds. I got 3 rounds. I think what Ugas started, Spence will finish. Was Ugas is a fucking punch bag. He just stood there, letting Errol Spence do the chicken dance and stumble all over the ring and run around, looking for his mouthpiece. With Bud, bro, he's to finish that shit, you know? Like, I'm not even lying. This fight might go 1 round. Bud might just jump in there and just blast him out in 1 round.
Yeah, I mean, in your
I don't see
fantasy,
that
nigga.
because Bud is a notoriously slow starter. So I don't see that. But you never know.
Errol just throw a whole bunch of bullshit sometimes. He throw a whole bunch of arm punches, arm just get the flailing and shit. Bud gonna whip his ass. I think Errol a good fighter though. Like if I got in a bar fight, give me Errol, you know, shit, we'll kick some ass. But boxing, Bud whoop his ass.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Method, don't you
I
find it
think
funny
it's
when
gonna
they
be
say
a
Errol's
good
more
fight.
skilled
Either
than
way,
Bud?
it's gonna be a good fight.
I'm like, what? Errol's more skilled than Bud? When? What the fuck? Crazy.
I like both the fighters, but I don't see a knockout fight going out. I think it's a 12-round fight.
Look, I have to be honest. It's about energy. Like the way the PBC is trying to cash out Errol Spence. Like the only way they'll fight Bud is if the heaven and the earths are moved right. You got to move. Everything has to be exactly precise. It smells like a fucking cash out, bro. We have to have all the money, a one-way rematch clause. We're A-side. Happen on Showtime. It's like, bro, is this some kind of funeral? Like, is this a cash out? What's happening?
Now I can tell you, Jimmy, what's gonna go 1 round. You talk about 1-round fights. That goddamn yard better be at fight might go 1 round.
Yeah. Yeah.
That shit might be 1 round.
You ready to go night night?
He gonna fuck him up.
Oh shit! Can we put some respect on Yard? Come on, he ain't. Is he really just gonna get?
But the Yard man about to get fucked up.
Yeah,
you know what it is?
That's cool.
The best thing Yard could do for himself is pull out. Just pull out of the fight.
Okay, how about this? I'm willing to take all bets, right? If Callum Smith and better be a fight later on this year, if Callum Smith and better be a fight later on this year, Callum Smith is a knockout odds to better BF.
I mean, yeah.
But you live in the UK, so you probably not gonna pay me anyway, so I won't bet you.
Callum Smith will fucking bum.
No, I'm saying Callum Smith. No, I'm telling you, bro. If Callum Smith fights Otter Bear BF later on this year, a 40-year-old Bear BF coming off surgery.
He will lose. He will lose.
Better be going class on that motherfucker, man. You gonna style
He will lose. Ain't that how Drago said it, Method? He will lose.
If he dies, he dies. Like, I just want to better be said one time. Once better be like if he dies, he dies.
You know what is with Better BF, bro? I love Better BF. He's actually one of my favorite fighters.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No. But Shelton, no, Shelton, at 40 years old, I don't trust him. Leg surgeries, shoulder surgeries, coronaviruses, layoffs. I mean, I don't know, bro.
But you know what? You know how I am. You know how I am, Jimmy.
Bro.
You know how I am, Jimmy. Show me. Go in there and beat his ass in. All you gotta do is go in there and beat his motherfucking ass in. Do that.
Fuck him up.
Don't
None
talk
of that
about
shit.
surgery. Don't talk about all his personal issues. He don't come off the farm and listen trade. Fuck all that. If he's washed and he ain't shit, go in there and prove it. Otherwise, shut your fuck up.
You do have to agree. A lot is piling up about BF. The injuries, the age, the surgeries, the layoffs, the coronaviruses.
Ain't nobody been able to prove that shit yet.
Hello.
So let me prove it.
Facts.
Prove it.
I think Callum Smith will do it though. I think Callum Smith will beat the shit.
Get your motherfucking ass in there and prove it.
Yeah. Liam Smith's gonna beat Chris Eubank Jr. Yeah.
No, he's not, bro. Chris Eubanks gonna beat the fuck out of Liam Smith.
He's gonna beat it the same way you're saying, oh, layoffs, leg surgery, fuck all that, G. He's gonna fucking fuck up Anthony Yarde.
No, he's not,
Anthony
man.
Yarde ain't
Hey,
shit.
bro, you're a Conor Ben fan, bro. Listen, man.
You're Chris
This is an
Eubanks.
You
American
are too.
panel. I don't want to
You
disrespect
were just
Conor
telling
Ben.
me that Conor
But I
Ben
can,
knock
bro.
out Bruce Ennis. You are too. What are you
will.
talking about?
He will.
That's some
But that's what
dumb
I'm
shit
saying,
I've
bro. He's
heard.
trying to cause beef now. Because Eubanks is my
Talking
dude, bro.
about leg surgery,
I
layoffs.
like Conor
He's
Ben, but Eubanks is
gonna
my
touch
dude,
him
bro.
up.
Like,
He's gonna fuck him up.
that's what I'm saying. Like, what's
Hey,
going on, bro? We got a
Beefy can
civil
fight
war
though.
going on.
Chris
Beefy's
Eubanks
pretty
ain't
good.
shit. Yeah. When's Chris Eubanks gonna be a
Beefy's
world
pretty
champion,
good
G?
though, man. Come on,
Hey,
man. We
when's
can't
Chris
shit
Bro,
Eubanks
on
gonna
okay,
be a
Beefy,
did
world
he
man.
beat
champion,
James
G?
DeGale? Okay, James
Oh,
DeGale,
Beefy's
Arthur
pretty
Abraham.
good, man.
When's he gonna
Oh,
be a world
Beefy's pretty
champion, G?
good. I like Beefy.
Bro, he's a world champion already, bro.
No.
Two-time IBO world champion, bro.
No.
Who, Beefy?
What?
He's talking about Beefy.
Nah. Chris Eubank Jr. When's he gonna become a
Oh,
champion,
Chris
G?
Eubank? Yeah.
Yeah.
You make him fight. Eubank's pretty good. You ain't gonna beat the shit
I
out of
didn't
Ben.
ask you. I didn't ask you this fight, OG show. I
Listen,
said,
I'm
when's he
sorry.
gonna
No,
become
I have to
when's he
admit,
gonna
I
become champion?
apologize. This is a Conor Ben fan,
I'm
bro.
sorry
He's
to tell you,
upset. This
Cass.
is a Conor
You
Ben
know he's my
fan. He's
guy.
upset.
I'm sorry to tell you, bro, but he was gonna fuck Conor Ben ass up.
No, he was
He's
not.
gonna.
No, he
He
wasn't.
was,
He's
bro. He
gonna
was the
No, he
beast.
wasn't.
Come on, I like Conor Ben, bro. Shouting,
No,
don't I like Conor Ben?
no, he
I like
wasn't.
Conor Ben,
Yeah,
but come
you
on,
love
man.
Conor Ben.
Who the fuck's Chris
He's
Eubank
gonna
Conor
beat the
knocked
shit
Ben
out?
is
out that
dog
boy.
shit.
Who the fuck's he
He's
knocked
gonna
out?
fuck Conor Ben punk ass
Who the
up.
fuck is he knocked
Pretty
out?
much every one
Who's
of
he knocked
you
out,
UK
OG show?
niggas
Who's he
love
knocked out?
Conor Ben, bro. Let's establish that. You all love Conor.
They
You
like
back with
him.
the
UK
They
don't
like
know
him because
shit
he
Shut
wear
about
up,
that
man.
little
Conor
Spit
Ben
in
fanny
that
like
pack
game,
Conor
Chris
purse.
Ben.
Davis,
They
nigga.
like him because he wear that little
bro. He's
fanny
the
pack purse.
middleweight
That's why they
versus
like him.
Phantom, you're
welterweight.
heterosexual.
That Louis Vuitton fanny pack purse. That's why they like him.
I'm not even an Earl fan. You see how he go to Earl, nigga? I'm not even
Nah,
an
you are,
Earl
bro. You're
fan.
heterosexual. You are
If it don't
heterosexual. Fandom.
apply,
Damn,
You are
Bush, how
definitely
that
a
ride?
heterosexual.
if it don't
That's the
apply,
third person
leave it
You
accused you of
love
being
aside.
Conor. Hey,
heterosexual.
hey,
Fandom.
I just
That's the third
I
person.
want to ask y'all this, UK fans. When Conor Ben comes back in the ring, looking good, looking sharp, and there's the needle sticking out of his ass when he get in the ring,
It
are
don't
you
apply.
still gonna support him?
It don't apply. You
A
get
knockout boots,
fly.
yeah.
It don't
Hey,
apply. You get
when the
fly.
fuck ever Conor
Heterosexual.
Who's
Ben look
boots fighting?
sharp? When he ever look sharp and
Heterosexual.
skilled? That nigga is
When it,
He may have
when,
to.
when,
He may have to wear a
Pansexual.
T-shirt, y'all, to hide them titties.
Pansexual.
that
yeah,
nigga
bro.
Conor Ben dog shit, man.
Who said
That
that?
He may
nigga
have to
dog.
wear a T-shirt cast to hide them titties he finna grow.
Hey, Cassidy, these guys love Boots, though. A guy that's got 30 fights and
Fam,
done
they
nothing,
love
bro.
Boots. They love
Boots
Boots
and
because Boots is
They
dead.
love
Like
Bush.
Boots is dead.
fighting
Bro.
Karen,
Hey,
bro.
Boots is
Fighting
I
dead.
Karen.
want
Yo,
to
Boost,
Jesus.
Man.
start the
Boost don't
fucking
take
y'all
drugs,
niggas
Jesus.
Cass.
crazy.
Boost don't take titty pills, Cass.
That nigga trying to get pregnant, man. Come on.
Hey, bro, do you understand that? Do you understand that it's still
He
That
taking
nigga,
still
titty
underneath
he
pills before
wanna
he
be a
turns
investigation?
he
into
wanna be
titty
a
bro.
damsel in
It's still
distress,
underneath
nigga. That
He's
nigga
trying to
Conor
investigation.
Ben
transition,
It's
is a
still
Cass.
underneath
damsel in distress,
investigation,
nigga.
nigga.
Conor Ben is trying to transition, Cass. He's trying to transition.
Yeah, fuck that. It's still
Yeah,
underneath
that's my
investigation,
nigga
nigga.
Benson, bro.
Come on, Cassidy, we gotta go to war, bro. At the end of the day, bro, like, come on, Boots, bro. 30 fights. He's fighting Karen, bro. Come on, bro. Karen.
That's why. Hey, that's why they're bringing in the transsexual boxing for Conor Ben.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Yeah, OG show, yeah.
Oh, Shelton, you took it too
Eat
far.
it all up. Eat it all up.
Hey,
Yeah,
You took
they
it
say
too
they're
far,
bringing in
man.
transsexual boxing. Conor
Yeah,
Ben
eat it
taking
all
You
up,
took
titty
it.
innit? Yeah,
pills.
eat
Do
it
the
all up,
man.
OG show. Yeah, OG
Do the
show.
Shelton,
man.
you took it too
Who's
far.
your last world heavyweight champion? Who's your last world American heavyweight
Trevor
champion?
See,
Bryan.
y'all
Okay,
keep
Trevor
deflecting.
Bryan.
Mike
okay.
Tyson.
Fucking
Mike
Trevor Bryan.
Tyson.
Out of
Hold
here
up
with
a second.
bullshit.
Trevor
Hold
Bryan.
up a
That's
Mike
second.
right,
Tyson.
Fucking
Cassidy.
Trevor Bryan.
That's right.
Okay.
That's
Fucking Trevor
right.
Bryan. You're fucking bullshit.
Delusional. He's UK fan, but straight delusional.
No, you're
Mike
delusional.
Tyson.
You're fucking
Mike
delusional.
Tyson. Mike
Trevor
Tyson.
Bryan.
Cass.
Trevor Bryan.
Trevor Bryan, OG show. And stop lying to yourself.
No, Mike Tyson. Trevor
Bryan don't count.
Yeah, well, Lennox Lewis beat the shit out of him anyway. Lennox Lewis beat the shit out of him.
So
You know what?
all right. So here's the thing for UK fans.
I don't like hating on
I'm
Mike
gonna
Tyson.
I'm gonna help you guys out.
There's only
I'm gonna help you guys
one
out.
Joe
Yes,
Joyce.
exactly.
There's
We're
only
gonna say Tyson
one
Fury
Joe
and
Joyce.
Okoli every single time a UK fan comes on, so you guys can get you can feel yourself, puff your chest out, and then we can talk about boxing. Because I never actually want to hear about any fucking regular belts for real.
What?
Stop with this dumb shit with the WBA fucking world champion. Please stop.
Bro, Tank Davis is a world champion.
I
Tank
don't
Davis
give
got
a damn
regular
about
belts.
that.
So why do people say Tank Davis is a free world? So why do people say Tank Davis is a free division champion? I don't get it.
Okay, I've never said that. I said
Yeah, not you, but majority of the world, not you. Tank Davis is going to tell you smoke. Tank Davis is going to tell you smoke.
He beat the same Bermain that Wilder beat for his
So
belt.
as soon as Tank Davis comes
Smoke,
onto
he
the
beat the
stream,
same Bermain
I'll
that
address
Wilder
Tank
beat for the belt.
Go ahead, OG.
I just wanted to say, hey, Butch, Tank can really fight. Y'all guys, they be making up shit saying they can fight.
Who told you that? Yo, but Method, who's he
Y'all don't.
fighting?
Listen.
Who's he fighting?
No.
He's
Method,
fighting
who's he
Rolly.
fought to prove that though? Isaac Cruz.
Excuse me, Method.
Rolly.
He's fighting
Come on.
Rolly. He's fighting Rolly.
Y'all
And
gotta stop bringing up
He's fighting
heavyweights,
Rolly.
right?
He's
To
fighting
defend.
Cruises.
Y'all gotta
Rolly.
stop bringing up heavyweights, right? To
No,
defend
let him get. That's
low
all they got.
team.
We're just gonna straight up the top. We're gonna say peace to Tyson Fury.
Well, we
Peace
can
to
bring up
Okolie,
cruiserweights.
so
We
the
can bring up
UK
light
fans
heavyweights. So what do you want?
understand that we
What
appreciate
do you want?
Okolie and Tyson Fury. Now, can we move the fuck on?
Why do you keep talking about
Past Tyson
Coley?
Fury
Why
and
not talk
Okolie.
about why not talk about Sonny Edwards? Why
We
not
can't.
talking about Josh
I was
Taylor?
trying to.
Why
I
not
was
talking about
trying
Josh
to.
Taylor?
Bro, hold up.
Talking
I
about
was
fucking
trying to
Taylor,
talk
talking
about
about
Sonny.
Smith,
Okolie.
Joshua Buatsi,
Can you please one at a time, guys?
Ryan Paul.
I'm literally trying to keep it in the goddamn lower divisions. But whenever UK guy comes up here, all of a sudden Trevor Bryan starts getting talked about. Go to fucking Coach Malachi's with that shit.
Trevor the Dream Bryan.
Yeah, he beat the same
I'm
Bermane Stiverne
he ain't
Deontay
shit.
Wilder, did he?
Nobody cares about that shit.
He
Troll
ain't shit.
somebody who
He
gives
was
a
the
fuck,
last. He was
bro.
the last world
Okay,
heavyweight
Smoke.
Stop
champion.
Did he not
doing
beat
this
the
shit,
same?
bro.
Did he not beat the same Bermane Stiverne
Okay,
that
you
Wilder
got
did?
one more time, and then I'm gonna kick you the fuck off my panel. If you
Stop
bring up
denying
the
Trevor Bryan,
WBA
man.
fucking regular one more goddamn time in
You
order to
see
big up
Pudo
your
over here talking.
bullshit fucking
You
fighters,
see Pudo
you're
talking
going to
about
get kicked
Zerdo.
the
You see
fuck off
Pudo
my
denying
panel.
Zerdo.
I'm
Do you
serious.
see Pudo denying Zerdo? You don't see Pudo denying Zerdo. Don't
I don't
deny
give a
Trevor
fuck
Bryan.
what Pudo is doing.
Don't deny Trevor
Stop
Bryan.
talking
Don't deny
about
him.
the WBA regular fucking champion like it's the real thing.
Tank Davis is
Hey,
a
let's
free
talk
division
about
world
Sonny
champion.
Edwards then. Come on, man. Keep that shit pushing.
Hey, Method, is Tank Davis a free division world champion?
Man,
Say what?
move on from that shit.
Hey, Method,
He just said let the shit
is
go. When
Tank
y'all,
Davis a free division world
it
champion?
gotta be something in that palm water, bro, that y'all drink. When a nigga asks you to stop something, y'all keep going, bro. Like y'all have no self control, bro.
Come
And
on, leave
that's
that
why
shit
I see
behind,
why they don't
man.
get y'all. I see why y'all niggas ain't got guns over there. Y'all done shot y'all damn self in the foot.
Bro, I know the truth hurts. I know the truth hurts, but stop deflecting. You get me?
Yeah, that's what you've been doing
Vontae
this whole
Davis.
time, bro. You deflected. Who cares? We're moving on from it.
but
Sonny
yeah,
Evans.
let it go, but let's move on.
Move on. I didn't ask
Shout
you
out to
something.
everybody though. Shout out to
When the host say move on, bro, you move on. Y'all keep going and
OG
going.
Smoke, OG Shelly. Shout out everybody. Shout out everybody.
Peace,
why are you talking to Method? Why
Say
are you
what?
for him? And I said, why is he talking for you? I asked Method, is he a free division world champion?
What that got to do with moving on, though?
No, forget moving on. I asked you a question. It's just yes or no. Like, stop asking me.
It's one face.
But that's the only thing you want to know. Yeah, I mean that's what everybody gonna say. So shit, that's what it is. When he get announced, when he go on box rec, that's what it is. So
exactly.
we're
So
not
explain
disputing
that
none
to
of that.
Smoke. Explain that to Smoke then. Can't
That's
talk about
Smoke
the regular
opinion.
belts.
He
No
can do
more.
that. That's
I don't
my
know why.
opinion too, though. That's personally my opinion too. So we could have them opinions because we don't count them. That's how it works in the sport of boxing.
I'm asking you respectfully to keep that shit the fuck off the channel right now. We can talk about not ever. Now we can bring it back again, but like right now, can we have actually a serious discussion and not this weirdo troll shit?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
fact.
saying. Let's talk boxing. If niggas can't talk boxing, it's time to get off for the moment.
The three-headed monster. Let's talk about that
to,
three-headed monster. I like that thumbnail. The three-headed monster of Shakur, Tank, and Devin.
Hey, don't be weird, fam. Because I didn't agree with what the fuck you were saying. Don't come off the team and that. What are you talking about?
Nah, I ain't saying niggas gotta come up the team. I asked the nigga who don't know how to talk boxing. Let's chill out and move
boxing.
on.
I asked about belts. We're talking about boxing.
I don't think he heard it.
Heard niggas say,
Hype heard what I said. I don't think Butch did because he was talking. That's all. You just having like a communication.
Butch,
I was saying something while you were talking, Butch, and it just went right over your head because you were talking while I was talking.
You don't want to talk about regular belts. That's fine.
I was asking for people.
No, Butch ain't that. We just moving on right now. We just moving on.
That's fine. You don't want to hear the truth. That's fine. So we moving on.
Butch,
people don't want to hear the truth. They all gather up.
I do want to hear the truth. I would like to have a conversation that isn't about like talking shit to like belittle somebody. I would like to talk some boxing.
Don't make us get David, Butch. Come on.
Hey, Butch, it ain't no disrespect. I'm just trying to move this shit
Yeah,
on. So
I'm gonna call David Butch. I'm finna call that nigga right now, Butch.
I just fucking with
Hey, Pulo, go eat your tape. Hey, Pulo, go eat your tape meat, man. Hey, Pulo, go give the tape meat to Zoldo, man. Zoldo need that tape meat.
I'm eating it right now, bro. I'm eating it right
Yeah. Yeah, Tank Davis.
I'm
Yeah,
fucking
fuck that,
with
man.
you,
Hector
bud.
Garcia gonna beat the shit out of Tank, man. Fuck you up, man. Hector Garcia gonna
David
get the win, man.
practice listening to us talk so he can come back with some smoke.
David funny as shit, nigga. That nigga
Oh, he is funny,
That'd be
bro.
crazy.
Damn,
I
yo, I just
remember he
stopped a
first
guy
came
like
on.
for fucking saying that shit. Goddamn.
I remember he first came on. I think you was on the panel.
retarded. We have set a bad
Nah, it was
example
that.
for
It
that
was
young man.
is it
We
is
Yeah, I
the
think
is
you
the
bad
did
oldest
because
dude
example.
trying to mess with that
the
young
first
boy?
time
That
he
shit is
came on, I
crazy.
cooked the shit out of him.
You got Jimmy on there talking about fucking Manny Pacquiao beat Aaron Pryor. What kind of boxing talk is that?
Yeah, y'all got the
What the
same
fucking
cocaine
kind of
dealer,
boxing
nigga.
talk is
Y'all
that?
both be talking bullshit most of the time, so it is what it is. Y'all got the
You know,
same
he's
supplier out there.
that crazy to think that. To be honest,
Okay,
I still would take
Let's
Aaron
get back. Let's
Pryor
get
over
back
him.
to
You got
Sonny
a cat.
Edwards. Like this switch hitting monster down there in the fucking lower weight classes. What's Sonny Edwards gonna do with his career? What's he got coming up?
he's gonna become a
Tell us go
unified
to the
champion.
highest bidder when the opportunity comes.
I agree.
Jesse Bam Bam Rodriguez. That's what he got.
You don't want
That's who
that
he
work,
been
man.
calling out.
He doesn't want that work.
He don't
Yes,
want
he
that
do.
smoke.
I actually
He
don't
been
think he
calling
wants
him
that
Brad
out.
work. To be
Rodriguez wants to
honest,
fight
man.
rank
I
number
like
20.
that, Bam.
Number 20 rank guys. And that. You
So
don't want to
so
fight
y'all,
Sonny Edwards.
so if he calling him out and he ain't done no fucking clout chasing, as y'all like to say, but he don't want that work. I thought y'all want to see the best fight the best.
So then why is
I
Bam
don't think he's
Rodriguez
the
fighting that
best.
guy? Why is he fighting that guy though?
Which fight are you talking about?
Why is Bam Rodriguez fighting some next guy? Why is he fighting that guy?
Oh,
Who is that?
okay. No. I'm agreeing with you then. I'm saying Sonny Edwards do want that fight.
Careful matchmaking, Butch. That's why he's doing that.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't want to fight the best then.
Have you seen him fight the best?
Hell yeah.
He took the
I
belt.
haven't. I haven't, to be honest. I haven't.
Talking about Bam Rodriguez? Yes, yeah, man.
I haven't seen him fight the best.
Awesome
I
I
killer.
haven't.
saw him fight some old dudes. He knocked out some retired, soon to be retirees.
Yeah,
Seen
I
him do that.
saw them fight some former champions and beat them, and they were impressive because they were good champions in their day. But the best, I don't know, not yet for me.
Damn, coming.
Has Sonny
My
Edwards
man
fought the
said
best
in
yet?
their day. God damn, they
I
made
don't
him
think so.
sound
No.
old.
Okay, so it's the Sonny Edwards and Bam Bam the best fighting the best then.
Nope.
What?
Well,
Damn.
listen, you can't say they ain't fought the best because they ain't fought each other, but we could say they didn't fought legitimate opponents.
See-
Sonny Edwards just came off a real good win.
Yeah, that would be my
I
argument.
gotta
They,
give it to
they
Sonny
haven't
though.
fought the
That
best
was a
because they
big
haven't
I
fought
give
each
you
other.
that.
Man.
I can give you that. It'd be a damn good fight. I can say that.
Unlike how they say some of the UK fighters
I
be
agree.
getting their asses whipped when it comes to fighting Mexican fighters and Latin fighters. Well, Sonny Edwards had one of them fights, and he showed up, showed he had the heart, held that boy off.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah, Felix Alvarado.
He shows the next
They
level.
have. They're saying that Sonny Edwards is one of the best switch hitters to ever live.
Who the fuck said that stupid shit?
Ah, that's stupid. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about
Man. I
that.
saw a list.
At all.
I saw a list of top 10 switch hitters. They started Marvin Hagler. They had Bud after that. I can't remember all the person, but then I saw Sonny Edwards on this list, and I was like, I think Sonny Edwards' management might have wrote this article.
Man, that's a fact. Like, he switch hit better than Boots.
Now Boots was on there. I think he wasn't ahead of Boots, but he was
Hold
on
on.
the list.
Ill status. Why are you saying it like that? Have you even watched Sonny Edwards?
Yeah, I watched Sonny Edwards.
Okay. Fair enough.
You watch Boots?
Of course. Against Tin Cans, I've seen Sonny Edwards in the title fight. You get?
Bro, switch hitting gotta come in matters when you do it.
No, it depends who you do it to. You get me? You just can't go and switch hit against any Tin Can and think that.
Yeah, that also, but it has to matter when you do it. You just can't switch every time just to say I'm switching stances like a T.O. did in his fight against Compa. That was just showing off and shit like that. He wasn't effective with it. You have to be effective every time you switch it. And the top three that we just got through naming, Marvin Hagler, Terrence Crawford, and Gerard, Bruce Ennis is at the top, bro. There's nobody else that's even in their level.
Mike Tyson was a better switch hitter than Boots Ennis.
That's a lie.
Who you say, Smoke?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson was a better switch hitter.
Oh
The
shit.
He was
beef.
effective. He was more effective than
Better
Boots.
the beef, even better the beef, even better the beef. You don't watch better the beef. You see better the way better the beef was switch hitting against what's that brother's name? Berena.
Nah, man.
He was switch hitting against Sullivan Barrera. Really?
Yes, fam. Go
Is
and
that what
look
you
at
just
it.
said, Butch?
Go and look, blood. When he sets up his combinations, you're talking about. Don't you understand? There's different types of switch hit. You think you just switch to the other side? And, oh yeah, there's different ways you can switch hit during combinations.
And I know
Switch
that.
hit.
That's what I'm telling you. It
talking
have
about?
to be effective. It have to be effective.
Well, you don't know that,
So
Phantom.
just to
What?
show me a
Your
stance
brain
is
weak to
not
it.
No,
switching.
I was under the impression that when we talking switching, we talking switching stances. That's what we talking about.
Well,
Not
let's
just
take the meat
showing
off
it
the
though,
bone.
Phantom. You got to
Let's
be
take the meat off.
effective doing it too.
Let's take the meat off the bone. Exactly. And Bertrand Beef is effective when he does it in spouts. He doesn't switch hit like Boots Ellis. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that the level of IQ when he does switch hit, his combinations are fucking better than fucking Boots Ellis. Boots Ellis could do that against the
Okay, so where would you put Sonny Edwards?
I think
Where
Ward
would
is a
you
better
put Sonny Edwards?
I'm not saying he's on the level of Boots. I'm saying you get me. I'm just saying that he's a decent switch hitter. I'm not gonna say he's on the level of Boots. Like, come on, man. That's just
Like what class? Is he A class, B class, or C class?
Oh, he's a B
Because
class.
I got him at B class.
minus. He's a
C
B
class.
minus.
C class.
Nah, he's a B minus. He's a B minus.
I mean, he been effective in a couple of fights, like
Because you can't talk about Boots
last fight.
like I've seen him do it against real decent competent Boots is just doing this against guys that he should be doing this against. Like simple as that. Who you fight matters. I don't care. Like who you fight matters. You look good because you're going against those motherfuckers. Do that against Furman. Do that against Virgil Ortiz. Do that against fucking Conor Ben. Do that against Errol Spence. Do that against those guys. I don't care about all the rest of these guys you're fighting. Those guys are fucking, what are they? They're nothing.
Yeah, but Bud, I don't think Boots' stance or style is gonna change in the fight with those guys. I agree with you though. He needs to do it against them, but I don't think anything's gonna change. I don't think anything's
Those
gonna
guys
change.
are elite fighters. It is going to change. Those
I
guys
mean,
are elite
No,
fighters.
I think he's still gonna fight the same fight. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
his style of fighting. Right, exactly. That's the way he fights, so it's not going to change.
I mean, you got to define switch hitting though, bro. Because when I define switch hitting, I don't think nobody exists in this current day.
So you define what's your definition of it, Puro? What's your definition?
Like Mike Tyson. Like literally, you're switching stances like mid combination and shit. Like that's part of the combination. It's to
That's
switch.
what I said about Beterbiev. That's what I said.
Bud does it.
I've never seen him do it, but
come on,
tell me the
Puro,
fight.
man.
Tell me the fight. Tell me the
Now you're
fight.
really eating that fight. Come on, man.
Jose Benavidez.
All right, I'll watch that fight
come on,
again.
bro.
See if I see it.
Yeah, come on.
I don't remember doing it.
Yeah, well, my favorite switch hitter is Sinisi motherfucking Estrada, nigga. That's my favorite.
Oh, so did he
I
switch
just
it
like
off
to
with
look
that
at
fight
her,
against
to be
Chocolatito?
honest, but not box.
What
I
fight?
think she's a hell of a boxer.
Call me
She's
sexist.
a hell of a boxer, bro.
What fight can you say that the best switch hitting happened? Like you got Mike Tyson, Marvin Hagler, Terrence Crawford, Estrada. You got
Marvin Hagler, man. Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, Marvin Hagler's number one.
like what?
Yeah, that's it. Now.
What
There's no
fight?
argument.
Like
Marvin
what
Hagler.
fight was the best sequence of switching?
I mean,
I think Mike Tyson probably had
that
a better
guy
fight though.
that he beat in his first title fight. He got fucking robbed. They called it a draw or some shit.
Yeah, that guy, the Italian guy.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, man.
That's
He beat the shit out of that guy. They robbed him.
Like switch hitting mid combination, like what Puro's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay. That's Mike Tyson
it looks
then.
pretty. It looks pretty. I don't know how effective it was. I mean, when Mike Tyson used it, it was effective, but you know.
Yeah, it looked good too though. It looked good.
Yeah, it
when
does
he
look
was
good.
doing it.
Yeah. But it's like a different style though. Like nobody fights like really peekaboo that I've seen.
Mhm.
You know.
Isaac Cruz, he do
I mean,
something.
but he does. It's similar, but not like Cuss taught it. You know, like Kevin Rooney fought that way, but he learned it from the man. You know.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't like Mike Tyson though.
It was though. Like watch his fights. It was. He just wasn't knocking out motherfuckers like that, you know.
Right, I'm saying it wasn't like Mike Tyson. Well, in that way, yeah, I understand because I watched the fight.
I got what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cambosis was trying, right? Cambosis.
Not too
yeah,
hard.
he attempted.
Not too hard.
He attempted. It was a good attempt.
His
But
D'Amato shift was fucking lame, man.
that's all in the leg. It's all in the leg.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, that
exactly.
dude is a serious. He's serious business because I would have laughed. Like,
Hey,
they would
Pudo.
fucking fight on me.
Yes, sir.
Who you got in the Shakur Isak Cruz fight? Who'd you favor in that fight?
I don't know, bro. To be honest, I don't know.
Porto is not sold on Shakur.
I'm not. That's why I don't know. That's why I don't know.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I would favor Shakur. I mean, but like, I don't know. Like, literally, like, I don't know. I'm not sold on the guy yet. You know, like, I mean, I'm not completely sold on Isaac Cruz yet. I mean, he's really good, but you know.
What do you see in Shakur that gives you doubts?
Oh,
the way he fights in certain fights, like Nakatilia, shit, even Valdez, bro. It's just, I mean,
yeah. For some reason, people don't see Valdez landing that straight right over and over. Like Valdez literally threw that same shot 5 times in a row and hit Shakur with that shit. And people talk about how he's this defensive wizard. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys watching for real?
That's what I said, fam.
That's true.
He's still prove me wrong. He's still prove me wrong. I
Susceptible
just
to
don't
right
see it
hand.
yet.
But Smoke, can you just go along with the hype, Smoke? It makes conversation. It's more fun.
No,
like
I said it before that.
He is the best defensive fighter right now.
Pull up. How can you not know? Isak Cruz knew. Isak Cruz didn't want to fight him. So what does that tell you?
Not hype. He is the
I
best
doubt he didn't want
defensive
to
fighter
fight
right
him,
now.
bro, to be honest.
He is
you know,
not.
But I hear what you're saying.
Who is? Who's better than
I
him?
think, okay, so all right, so Canelo's defense is better than Shakur's defense.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I would kind of have to agree. Yeah.
Canelo Alvarez defense is better than Shakur Stevenson. I don't hear that bullshit. He fought Golovkin 3
Not
times.
only is his defense better than Shakur's, he's done it at a higher level for fucking ever. Like Shakur is getting over off of being big
What are you talking about? Ill status. Come on, man.
I totally disagree with everything.
What the fuck?
Okay,
So he fought Triple G 3 times.
I would say Canelo's level of defense is declining with parity with Shakur. It's declining, but still better.
Yeah, it should still.
What fight showed you the decline, bro?
This last Triple G fight.
We could just go to the percentages and check that out. Every percent.
Triple G couldn't
Shakur is
touch
better
him.
than him.
No, but it was status.
Triple G was landing the jab whenever he wanted
to. You talk about Nakatilia and that. If you look at Canelo Alvarez, I'm talking about Billy Joe, Bivol, Triple G. What the hell?
I'll give you this. The defense versus the jab was never been very good with Canelo. I'll give you that.
All right, fair enough. And then when a 40-year-old man is able to do it, yeah, that's a decline, bro. It's declining. But it's still better than Shakur. I was
4-year-old man. That 4-year-old man's a unified champion, nigga. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's still a 40-year-old man though.
So what does that mean? I don't get.
Yeah, he's still fighting at a high level, bro.
What does that mean?
But
40 years
you're
old,
still a 40. How old is Canelo?
That means years is shaved off in his speed.
So he's 32.
That's what that means. Everything is shaved to a point.
I'm saying to you that if you're old, like, if you look after your body and you're in shape, that 40, okay, Father Time does catch up to you, but Triple G is an exception. He is an exception. You get? He's not a normal 40.
No, he's not an exception. Canelo is just declining. Canelo's just declining, and I think Canelo might have been over.
Triple G is not an ordinary fighter. He doesn't have an ordinary jab.
OG Smoke, is he declining?
I think Canelo. I don't know if it's fatigue. He might be at the back end of like leaving his prime, but yeah, I do see some drop off. But I'm not sure what the issue is. I don't know if it's a physical thing. I don't know if it's a motivation. But yeah, I see it. I would be surprised if I see Canelo in 2025 fighting.
What's up, brother?
Is he declining? Do you think Canelo Alvarez is declining?
I haven't seen the decline, but I mean, I could see because like, I'm trying to explain why he fought offensively so shitty and why they had that shitty game plan. Like that I can't explain. So I can understand how somebody's saying, oh, it's because he's declining. I get that, but I haven't seen it, me personally.
Okay.
Yeah, once you start looking gas in like the 5th round, you just declining as a fighter. You're not doing
it. He's also that was on the back of like a really active run, so he's very active for a minute. And then
that's what
maybe
I was saying.
he got a little bit spent. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure what this if he just needed a rest, or maybe he has like a hand issue or a knee issue or something like that. I'm just not. I don't know what's up.
I think what I'm trying to say is that it's a small sample size. I can't tell you right now beyond the shadow of a doubt that he's declining off one fight.
I mean, you could go based off the last two, like Bivol and then Canelo. Bivol and Triple G. So that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
He beat Triple G.
Those are two. Excellent jabs, right? Both Bivol's jab is real good and Triple G's is real good. right? So it's kind of like Canelo's defense. Like the reason why B-Ball didn't even commit that much was because of how good Canelo's defense was. And we're talking about like the level of competition is they're not even the same stratosphere for real.
Yeah, they're not.
That's what I said. You can't compare Nakatilia and fucking Conceição to Triple G and fucking Beast Joe and all these other guys.
They look at They look at his ratio, but look at the guys he has that ratio against. Like,
and he has a small sample size. He's only had 18 fights. I mean,
and a bunch of them were at 126. He's literally only had like 3 fights above 126 pounds.
Exactly.
But Canelo also been in fights that he could have lost or he should have lost. I mean, in my opinion, he lost a couple of fights.
Who?
Shakur never been touched. Canelo Alvarez. I
understand that. We're just talking about his defense. But even in those fights that you think he lost, those fighters are way better than everybody Shakur's ever faced.
Yeah.
Sure.
But beyond that, I'm just saying, like most of Shakur's, all his defensive wizardry that people talk about, it happened at 126 pounds when he's fighting like nobody.
And to be honest, for me, it's just, they're still young, bro. I mean, like if they're like 27, 28, and they're still kind of like fighting the same way, then yeah, I'm gonna say they ain't the one.
Yeah, I don't got Shakur beating Devin right now. I think
neither do I. I think Devin beats the shit out of him.
I wouldn't say that, but I think Devin definitely
not right now, but he gonna get him later. When they do fight, he gonna win.
Yeah,
just real fast, guys. I need to just shout out AIs right quick. He's been cooking in the chat all day, and he's been having these zingers. I haven't put them all up, but this is a good one. He said Canelo and Eddie Reynoso got tired of winning. That's all. They got bored of winning.
I actually agree with him.
Damn.
I don't know how you get bored of winning.
Hell yeah, that's impossible.
He's on the Trump shit.
I'll tell you how. Just on my perspective, like the Bivol fight, like when they announced it, like it didn't, like I didn't really give a fuck about that fight. But I'm actually glad Canelo lost because now I'm a little bit more invested in how he's gonna come back after this loss. Like he hadn't lost in such a long time, bro. It was almost kind of like you're like, this is like a foregone conclusion type shit. But now he actually lost, and it wasn't like this and the other. He lost. Like I actually thought he lost, So now I'm actually it sparked my interest a little bit more in his career because it was just kind of getting,
Puro can spin any Canelo. Puro can spin any narrative in Canelo's favor, bro. Any narrative. That's why Puro is number one.
You need to take notes from Puro for your Tank shit because you on some wild shit when it comes to Tank. Puro is like he keeps it real.
I'm being honest, bro.
I agree.
What wild shit am I saying? I ain't saying no wild shit. You just
man.
Earlier. That's all.
Everybody says wild shit, bro. Come on.
One people.
You always say wild shit.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna start writing it down in my diary. So the next time you ask me, I'm gonna have all your.
Yeah, it's like crazy. No. This is why I tell you be crazy. Crazy shit would be like Tank if knock out Wilder. Like I don't say shit like that, bro. Like I say reasonable shit. That's like it can actually happen.
But you join in on this theory.
No, you fucking don't.
No, he joined in. He don't. I listen to him. He don't say all of the wild shit. He just be with them with. Like when they talking this shit, he be there.
We're talking about what would be a resurgence and like bring some excitement back to Tank's shit. And I said Josh Taylor, he started fucking hating. Like, how are you gonna do that? Like, if Tank actually got that Josh Taylor fight, I think that would be like one of the best things to ever happen to his career.
I agree.
I think I agree. I'm picking Tank to win that fight too, and I'd love to see him be an underdog.
That's a great accomplishment on his resume.
And win, lose, or draw too. If he loses that fight,
everybody on the panel smoke. They said no. Stop capping, Smoke. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm not the one who started chirping at Josh Taylor. That was your guy. So if you're gonna chirp, hit him up.
Yeah, but not over Shakur or Devin though. Not over them niggas. No.
Okay, so like I was saying, I think Tank is probably gonna be favored in the Shakur fight, and it's going to be 50-50 and maybe favored over the Devin fight. So forget all of these fights where you're going to be the favorite guy. Like, go in there and be the underdog, and then do that.
Yeah, but when he knocks Josh Taylor out, they're like, "Oh, Josh Taylor was fighting bums. He wasn't really that good." They're never gonna get a nigga credit, bro.
I mean, that's cool. I don't mind arguing with those people. I don't mind swinging swords with these fucking idiots in chat. If that's what happens. I'm ready for that shit. But right now, I got no ammo.
Tank never fought a Jose Ramirez or a Regis Prograis in his whole career. How did that say that?
But here's what I'm saying. Once he separates himself from the competition in devastating fashion, they're just gonna say, "Oh, he wasn't really that good anyway." You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro. I don't think Tank's fighting.
He gonna get credit for that shit. He was a former undisputed champion.
Josh Taylor's not barriers. Josh Taylor ain't barriers, boy. Josh Taylor, real 5'11". He gonna use his whole size and beat his shit.
Tank, that's what I'm saying. Tank is not gonna get no credit for beating Josh Taylor over Shakur or Devin Haney. Come on, bro. Fuck out.
He is, man.
He would for me. He would for me.
Hold on. Josh Taylor's more accomplished and he's got better wins in his resume.
No, Josh Taylor is not one of them niggas. Shakur and Devin are one of them niggas, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, what does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean?
I don't know. Ask Phantom.
What does that mean? Josh Taylor
I don't know what that means.
Shakur Stevenson.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the famous point. Nobody has seen any fight close with Shakur, let alone Devin, bro. Like, yeah, you talking about young niggas in their prime or at the early stages of their prime. You're gonna get way more. You get respect for that. You see what I'm saying? That's what niggas always crying about. Tank don't fight black fighters, or Tank don't fight this and that. You see what I'm saying? Niggas just always moving the goalposts.
No, this ain't.
Somebody no goalpost to move.
Just so you understand the issue, right? The issue is not that Tank doesn't fight black fighters. The issue is Tank only fights Latino fighters. Josh Taylor is not Latino.
Liam Walsh is not Latino. Liam Walsh is not Latino, and he got knocked the fuck out. When he does that shit to Josh Taylor, they're not gonna give that nigga no credit, nigga.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you think? Okay, hold up a second. If Rolly Romero is not Latino, why do you think his dad does not speak English?
Well, you're not gonna give him credit.
I said Liam Walsh is not Latino, and he got knocked the fuck out.
I got it. I hear you.
That's one guy. That's one white guy.
And that was a long time ago. And was he even a champion then?
Was Tank a champion or was Liam a champion? What are you asking?
I'm saying was that a championship fight?
Nope. I don't think that was a championship fight. No.
Right. That was like as a champion.
Yeah. Liam Walsh was his first title defense. Liam Walsh was his first title defense.
Okay, there you go.
But Smoke 6 years ago. So Smoke. You don't count that title, right? So that's not a title fight.
I don't know. I don't know if it was I don't. I can't remember. The only thing I actually remember about that fight was how fucking annoying Floyd Mayweather was. He started talking about the Canelo fucking results in that fight. Like, it was weird. Like, anyway, I remember Tank showing out, knocking the dude out. I remember Liam Walsh's brother talking shit, kind of in the press conference. I don't know. That fight was.
But you see my point. It wasn't memorable, bro. He fights Josh Taylor. That shit not gonna be memorable. You fight one of them.
Liam Walsh and Josh Taylor, the same thing. That's the wild shit they say. Where's my diary? Where's my diary? Liam Walsh and Josh Taylor, the same thing.
I wasn't done. Let me finish. If you fight Shakur or Devin, one of them niggas, it's gonna be memorable, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so here's the thing. So I've been in a debate, and I'm not quite sure what's going on with my black people and with my Americans. But they feel like there's some special fucking power that just because it's a black dude. Jamel Herring fucking sucked ass. I don't care that he's black.
This is the thing, man.
You guys are fucking high with this shit. But fight somebody good, bro. Not just because he's black.
Y'all listen to other people too much, bro. With all due respect, I don't give a fuck what y'all think. I only care what I think.
He had a belt, though. So, shit. Why not take his belt?
There's a lot of dudes that with belts.
You care about what I think.
Black, some of them were not black. Just because you got a belt,
you care about what I think.
No, I respect what you think, but do I care? No, I make my own conclusions.
You care about what I'm saying.
You care about what I think. Like, suck.
That's why I said respectfully. Like literally, I don't listen to the noise.
Josh Taylor's not a.
I was gonna say, like, when I said he sucks, I mean that he sucks at this level. Not that he's like a bad fighter just in general. I'm just saying like this, like what Josh Taylor has gone through, like what he's done in his career. The idea that you're just gonna hand wave him
and say that because somebody might not give him his props, Josh Taylor has run the gauntlet. Like compared to
What the fuck you talking about,
Josh
Phantom?
Taylor, it's as if neither Shakur nor Devin ever fought anybody.
Listen.
What are you talking about, Phantom?
What I'm saying. Listen,
I
let me
agree.
explain
What are you
it.
saying?
Let me
You're saying
explain. You
outrageous
asked me a
shit.
question. Let me explain it. I don't think you choose Josh Taylor over Shakur or Devin. My reasons for that being, they are young, they're in their prime, they're competitive. Josh Taylor, he's trying to make weight. He cannot. You're gonna suck him down to 140. It's not gonna be that impressive, bro. That motherfucker's a
Okay, so you mean to
147
tell me
pounder
because people
right
like
now.
Shakur
Hold on,
Stevenson
let
and
me
because
finish,
people are
bro.
just like slobbing all over
Let
Shakur
me finish.
Stevenson,
Let me
that
finish.
it's more impressive
Let
to
me
bring a
finish,
guy
bro.
up from 126 pounds.
I'm trying to land my plane.
Okay.
Josh Taylor is a 147 pounder right now who's trying to suck himself down back to 140.
You keep
You don't
using
get
that as
no
an
points
excuse.
for that, bro. You don't
Hey,
get no
cool.
points for that.
Cool. If you
That's
think,
an
but you
excuse.
do
What are you
get
talking
points
about?
for
He's fighting Jack
you
Taylor
do
at
get points for
140.
fighting a guy who's never fought in your weight class. Cool. Whatever. Like I'm not here to like listen. The only reason I would even make this argument is if after Tank knocked Josh Taylor out, some idiot said that it wasn't worth anything. So if you're going to be that idiot right now, even though Tank didn't even do it, cool. We can do
Yeah,
that.
you're gonna have a whole
You can
lot
do
of
that.
people.
You can do that if you want. But now you have to tell me who in the fuck, because they're young and hungry, that doesn't mean that they fought anybody.
We talked about this earlier, Smoke. I said it needs to be a round robin between those four. Tank and Ryan need to
And
fight.
we're talking about one guy. I said Josh Taylor, and when I say Josh Taylor, instead of you
But
saying this, you've been
you're
shitting on
missing a
Josh
whole
Taylor
bunch of
because you
concepts.
say for whatever reason, all I said was for my own interest, so that I can get more excited about this guy. Because I'm tired of seeing fights where he's either 50-50 at best, or maybe it's just him favored to knock a guy out. I'm over this shit. I've been watching it for 6 years now. Go up there, challenge a dude. If you're gonna talk shit, I know you're gonna talk shit to Wilder. I don't expect you to fight Wilder. You're gonna talk shit to fucking Charlo. I don't expect you to fight Charlo. You're gonna talk shit to Josh Taylor. Yeah, you were a 140-pound champion. Shut the fuck up and go fight that guy.
Yeah,
I'm
shut
with
the
it.
Okay,
fuck
facts,
up.
facts.
I'm
Okay,
with it.
this is what I'm
Go
saying.
fight
This
that
is what
guy.
I'm saying. Because I asked this question earlier. Both Shelton and Knockout said they'd rather see Devin Haney over Josh Taylor. That's what I'm saying. Most of the boxing community is going to disagree with you and your
Okay,
own
all right.
personal
So they didn't say that.
opinion.
Now you're just
They did,
fantasizing
Smoke.
about this
I
whole
asked this
idea, and
question.
also
I
those
asked
guys, who those guys like, doesn't inform the fight that I would prefer.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Your preference is your preference, but that's not the larger community's
That is
preference.
not the largest. First off, what I just said was knockout. I can scroll back up where we could go back and say Josh Taylor would be the best win on Tank's resume. And even if he fought those guys and he fought Josh Taylor would still be the best win on this resume.
Yeah,
I
that's
disagree.
what we're trying to
If he
say.
fought Shakur
That's what
and
we're
then Devin
trying to
Haney
say.
and then Josh
No, I
Taylor,
disagree
Josh
with
Taylor
that.
would still
Do
be
you
the best win.
understand, Phantom? Phantom, do you
Okay.
understand that?
Let
Do
me
you
let me ask
understand
you
that,
this. Let
Phantom?
me ask
Do
you
you
this.
understand
Let
that?
me ask you
Josh
this. Let me
Taylor
ask
will
you
be
this.
a better win
Let me
on
ask you this.
Tank
Hold
Davis'
up, hold up. Let me ask you
resume
this.
than
Let me ask
Shakur
you this.
Stevenson and Devin
Let me
Haney.
ask
It's
you
as
this.
simple as
Let
that.
me ask you this. But if Bud were to shrink down to 140
Now
and
he's talking about
Tank
Bud
was
now.
to
He's
knock,
talking about
wait,
Bud Crawford now. He's talking
listen,
about Bud now.
because it's context. It's context. Listen, if Bud was to fight Tank and he shranked him down to 140 and said we fighting at 140 and he knocks Bud out, would that be the best win on his resume?
Well, of course it would. He's fucking number one pound
Okay,
fighter.
so a
Fuck you
shrink
talking about?
down opponent who doesn't fight at the weight class is his best win.
It's
That's
Terrence
quality.
Crawford, Phantom. It's Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
weight trained Terrence Crawford. Okay, cool.
What's this
Now
Pound for
see
fucking
how you
shit?
pound. He's
niggas
a
Terrence
is
pound for
Crawford.
operating
pound
Did Ter-
out here.
fighter,
hey, hey,
man.
hey, Phantom, did Terrence
You niggas is
Crawford
operating out here, brother.
Did
Hey,
Phantom,
you
hey Phantom,
talking
did
to a
Terrence Crawford
fan
agree
who
to sign
think
a contract?
Eubank Carter Ben is a good fight.
That shit sound goofy as
What
fuck,
are we
bro.
talking about? Butch thinks Conor Ben Eubank was a good fight. This motherfucker don't know shit about boxing, man. That's
You
a
thought El
trash
Rayo,
ass fight.
hey Method, you thought El
That's
Rayo could
like
beat
Eddie
Devin Haney.
Hearn saying
Hey
Tank Conor
Method,
Ben
you
is a
thought El
great
Rayo,
fight.
hey
And that shit don't even make sense.
Method, you thought El Rayo
Okay,
could beat
all
Devin Haney.
right, hold
Method, you
up.
thought El Rayo could beat Devin Haney.
Yeah, we
How do
got
I know
one.
nothing about boxing?
Yeah,
The
we got
fight
one
had
of
history
my
to it.
fabulous 50s on the panel, and I'm sure he's got some perspective to give us. What's up, Jonathan?
What's
Welcome to
going on,
the
fellas? What's
What
going
panel.
up,
on?
Jonathan?
Smoke.
What's up, Jonathan? What's up?
What's
Salute,
happening?
Uncle Jay was good.
salute.
What's good?
So OG
What y'all
Simon, do
rocking
you agree with
on?
this?
Yeah,
Do you agree with this?
tell him, Jonathan,
We're having a
about
capathon right now.
this Tank
A
versus Josh
capathon?
Taylor.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
do you
yeah.
agree with this, OG Simon? Do you agree with if Devin
He
Devin
said
Haney,
capital.
Shakur Stevenson was to fight Tank Davis, or Josh Taylor, what is the best win on fucking his resume? What is the best win on Tank Davis's resume? Out of Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, and Josh Taylor.
All three of them would be good wins on his resume.
Who would be the best though, Jonathan? Who would be the best?
It don't shine.
Well, Josh and Devin are undisputed.
Undisputed.
Where he was undisputed, he vacated all the other titles, but he still's undisputed. Shakur was a unified champion, 2 division champ. I think, like I said, I think there'd be all good wins on his resume.
He can't give us that.
I think Josh Taylor would be cutting a leg off to fight Tank. I think he'd be cutting a leg off to fight Tank.
That's my point. Exactly. That's my point. Jonathan got it right off the bat, bro.
It doesn't matter. He signed a contract because he thought he was going to win.
No, fuck that, bro. That's not quality opposition,
this
bro.
excuse. Well, I don't understand. Oh, he's sucking him down. He's sucking it. It doesn't matter. I don't understand. What are you doing about?
What they fighting at 140?
Yes.
Yeah, and Josh Taylor can't even make that right.
He's still got a belt, so it doesn't make sense. He's a champion at 140.
Josh Taylor fight is
He's
March
struggling to
4th.
make that kind of weight. Struggling to make 140 right now. Come on, bro.
So what is that?
And so is Devin Haney.
Hold up a second.
How is Devin? Hold up. No, hold up. Devin Haney looks like fucking Skeletor that everybody keeps saying all over the town, but you say you don't give a fuck. That would be a great win for the Tank. But when it comes to Josh Taylor moving up in the division and Tank being an underdog, nah, Josh Taylor's sucking down. How do you reconcile this?
I ain't even gonna lie, this shit do sound crazy.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Phantom, hello. Phantom.
When you word that shit like that, like right, it gotta.
Nah, it makes sense though.
I get what Smoke's saying. He want to see Tank as an underdog, and then
can y'all hear me?
You know what I'm saying? I get that. You know what I'm saying? Like me personally, if I can pick a fight, I want to see that get back Baltimore beat the shit out that motherfucker Superman Tears, man. Like I'm still pissed about that fight with Malik Hawkins, but you know, I mean, that's the fight that I want to see. Honestly, I want to see somebody knock Matias the fuck out.
It's basically what Phantom saying was Pacquiao 2 wins with Cotto and De La Hardy was impressive on his resume.
I did.
Knowing that he had to weight drain them guys to make that fight. So whereas when Floyd fought him, they fought at a comfortable weight. They fought more of a natural weight as opposed to when they fought Pacquiao.
Listen, I'm not mad at the weight drain argument. It's just that Devin Haney is one of these people that we're talking about. So how is it Josh Taylor the weight draining issue, but not Devin Haney?
For myself, to Smoke one to cap. For myself, I said that fight between Devin Haney and Tank needs to happen at 135 or 140. No catch weights. That's what I said.
It should happen at 140 because Devin Haney
at 140 it is to me it is at least you don't talk about the draining part. But I mean Devin Haney is just he's never fought at 140. He's not a champion. Same thing with Shakur. Shakur's never fought at 135.
Right.
Smoke. Devin Haney has fought at 140 actually. He's fought in there 8 times.
He's been around that weight.
I know. I'm talking about guys. No, I mean at the championship level.
Okay,
I'm talking about something like Mexican dude with 35 losses. Like, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
No,
But
fair
if-
enough.
That don't change the fact he still fought at that weight.
If Tank had them 3 names on the resume, that's a hell of a resume.
Exactly. There we go. Now we start talking about that Hall of Fame stuff. Not no damn
Even if he fought them and lost,
rematch.
even if he fought them and lost twice, lost against 2 of them or 1-1 or whatever, or drew 2 and lost 1 or whatever, we're still gonna give Tank Davis credit because he fought the best. It's as simple as that. He can lose all 3 of those fights. I'm still gonna give him credit. And tell you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're probably not gonna see Tank at Josh Taylor till 147, if that. They're not fighting at 140, bro. Like, just knock it off.
What's this knock it off? What's this knock it off? Am I the one that makes this?
Okay, then what's with the fantasy hypothetical shit? Like, I don't get it,
You
Smoke.
come with the hypothetical shit. You're talking about, you're gonna drain him. He's sucking him.
Hey, I agree with that though. Josh Taylor next fight. Josh Taylor next fight is March 4th. He's not going to fight at 140.
I'm saying shit that could actually happen. Like, what the fuck? You just said it yourself. That's never gonna happen, bro. Okay, bro. Whatever.
Yeah, here's the other thing I don't understand about Tank fans. They talk about how stuff isn't going to happen, but they don't put in the fact that the reason why it's not going to happen is because Tank ain't about that life.
Yeah, like he's not on it. Like, no, you get, he ain't fighting
No,
no
the
Shakur
reason
Stevenson
why
or
it's
Josh
not gonna
Taylor.
happen is because John Taylor's not
Phantom.
in that weight class anymore at all, bro. Period. Like they're not gonna be in the same weight class at the same time, bro.
Well, Tank said he feel uncomfortable at 140 anyway, though.
That's what I'm saying. But if Tank is fighting, he's gonna end up in that weight class. But Josh Taylor's
Okay,
not gonna.
you do understand that he was talking
Yeah,
shit
Josh
to
Taylor
Josh
gonna be
Taylor
there.
after he said he wasn't comfortable.
Like I said, Josh Taylor fight supposed to be March 4th, so that's gonna be his last fight at 140.
I thought they postponed that stuff. Did they reschedule it?
Oh, they postponed that one too? They pushed that back too?
No, I
It's
think that's
supposed
the
to
most
be.
recent. Yeah. March is most recent. They might postpone it again because it's supposed to be February at first.
Right, it was supposed to be February. Now it's March 4th. And if they push it back again, goddamn, he might as well just drop the belt and move up.
Well, I don't know if they push it back again, but yeah, that's the situation because he can't make weight, bro. He's a welterweight now, but he's
Why
not
is
gonna
he so
fight Bud
determined to fucking fight Jack Catterall?
because he
Like,
don't
what?
want to fight Bud. Like if that belt was vacant, that
Oh, right.
WBO,
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that.
he's picking up that strap right now, bro. But the fact that
So,
Bud got
and Phantom, you know this because you're in Josh Taylor's camp, right? You're in his camp, right?
if it looks like a duck,
You're
quacks like a duck,
in his
my
camp.
nigga.
He doesn't want to fight
think
Bud
it's a reasonable
Crawford.
assumption.
I
think he's doing the same
he
thing. I
can't
think
make weight
everybody
no
understands that's
more.
what he's doing.
You're in his camp, right, Phantom? You're in his camp, right? You're his nutritionist.
No, what I'm
I
saying,
didn't know
I
he's
think it's very
nutritionist.
telling that the belt that he kept was a WBO that allows you to
move up,
challenge
right?
for a belt as soon as you move up.
Exactly. And if that belt was vacant right now, I'm pretty sure Josh Taylor be fighting for it, bro.
Nah, nigga, nah, boy. He told Terrence Crawford in his face, "We can fight. We can get it on." What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's just saying that. I mean, a lot of fighters do that. That don't mean nothing.
We don't. Well,
I'm
that's
with
all we can
Phantom,
go
man.
off.
I don't think
That's
because
all we can
I'm
go off.
sitting here asking myself like, why the fuck do we want to fight him? But
That's
as
all we
soon
can go
as
off.
Phantom, I reiterated, yeah, I forgot. That's the
That's all
duck
we
to
can
me,
go
man.
off. That's all we can go off, man. Tank Davis said he wants to fight Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson next.
You go up. You go up after you accomplish undisputed. You go up. It ain't nothing there for you. You didn't got all of the guys.
No, it was status. You have to defend
And
them
he
bitches.
really did clean out that division,
Don't
though.
mean you got all the guys. That's not. Those are
You have to
two
defend them
separate
bitches.
concepts.
You have to
You
defend
got
them
all the
bitches.
belts. That don't mean you got all the guys.
Yeah. You have to defend them bitches.
Who is he leaving off the resume after Regis program? Jose Ramirez. Who did he leave off the resume?
He left off Matias.
It wasn't nobody left at that time.
You need
It
to
was
go fuck up
nobody left.
Matias. You need to go fuck up Matias. He's got one of your belts, Matias.
Well, that should have been his next fight
What
after
the
Jack
fuck
before
for?
Jack
Like,
Catterall.
yeah, let's
what the fuck
weight
for?
train and fight Matias. Yeah, that makes a lot of
This
fucking
weight drain. Wait, have you heard Josh Taylor say out of his own mouth, "I'm weight drained"?
Man,
Have
he
you heard
needs
him
to
say that?
get the fuck out that division.
Have you heard him say that, Phantom, the nutritionist?
Yeah, damn it, sure.
I heard Ben Davis say that to try to cover his ass because he's a shitty trainer. I heard him say that.
No, Josh Taylor smoked OG smoke. Josh Taylor. Have
Yeah,
you
I
heard
know.
him put out an article?
I know what you're
Have you
saying.
heard him put out an article?
I
Have you heard
agree
him
with
put
you.
out a statement? Have you heard him say it out of his own physical
No,
mouth?
I'm agreeing with you, Butch. Yes, he's
No, I'm
never
talking.
said.
No, it's cool. OG smoke. I'm talking to the deluded Phantom. Have you heard
Okay, the deluded Phantom says Josh Taylor is about as big as Virgil Boots is. Like he's around that size, my boy. It's time to move up, nigga. You cannot suck yourself down to 140 no more.
You're just talking off narratives.
When I
talking
seen the
facts. You're just
two of
talking off
them
narratives.
messed up, Josh Taylor.
One second, Jonathan. Let Jonathan go. Go ahead.
When I seen them messed up, Josh Taylor and Bud, I was like, God damn, Josh is bigger than Bud.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, I thought at least they was the same height and frame wise. When I looked at him compared to standing next to Bud, I was like, damn.
He looked like
I didn't know if it was that much of a difference. Like, damn,
yeah, Josh
Taylor,
Taylor,
big boy.
he's not a little dude, bro. He's
Right, he's a big boy,
man.
Virgil in Boots, nigga. He's that fucking
Yeah,
big.
he is that big, like Boots. He looked damn near like a white version of him. How big he is, long arm, like everything. You could see it. Like he got a frame on him that looked like a 160 pounder.
Because when I looked at the two, I'm like, I know Earl, I know Ugas, maybe even Thurman, they are bigger than Bud. But when I looked at Josh Taylor, I'm like, God damn.
Him and
He's
Boo
not
Boo
even a
took a
welterweight.
picture
He's
together.
not even a welterweight.
He damn near look bigger than Boo Boo.
Well, he's never missed weight. Shakur Stevenson's missed weight. Tank Davis is missed weight. We don't hear that bullshit, man.
He's never missed weight. He's having a hard time making weight right now. That's
like
what I'm saying.
Like everyone else has
He's
a hard fucking
delusional
time.
motherfucker.
Errol Spence said he's fucking had a hard time. Does that mean that he's not meant to fight anyone else at 147? Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man.
If making weight is getting in the way of you making the fight and you having to push the date back, yeah, bro.
No, sir. No, sir. No. You can't make excuses like that. That don't make sense.
Yeah, so he could just fight at 140 forever,
That's a
right?
little bit of an assumption, right? You could say that the reason why he
That is not an excuse.
is to cycle off of PEDs. You could literally make up any reason why he pushed the fight back because they don't know why he pushed the fight back. I think the most plausible reason he pushed the fight back is because
Phantom is
like he doesn't really want to fight Bud.
Yeah, you can say it's an assumption, but I have some, some knowledge to back up what I'm saying. That's what
I got you, but I'm just saying the Occam's razor of it, right? Like if I was to say, and I'm not saying both things can't be true. It could be that he's having trouble making weight and he doesn't want to fight Bud. But if I was to pick the actual reason, it's probably because he doesn't want to fight Bud.
Bro, Josh Taylor will fight Bud. He fought Regis. He fought Jose Ramirez. He won the Super 6 series. What the fuck? What makes you think that
he trying to wait and see who gonna win those belts?
Okay, so
you
tell me. So you asked me. You asked it, and I hear you. And I'm not saying that he's not a warrior and all that stuff. I mean, that's not it. Why do you think Josh Taylor isn't challenging Bud for that title at 147?
Because obviously he feels that he feels that he needs to get one back against Catterall. That's my
yeah.
But why do you think? Okay, so let me ask you this: why do you think that is more important? Why do you think getting one back?
Go on, bite my head off. Go on.
Right. So, do you think that if Josh Taylor went up there, fought Bud, people would be like, "Oh yeah, you're ducking Josh Catterall"?
Possibly, because Josh Catterall technically, when I say technically, we can look at it look like he beat him. So Josh Catterall, Jack Catterall.
And Bud still kick his ass either. So
yeah, you fight Bud, that means you ducking Jack Catterall. What the fuck?
No one said that. Phantom. I didn't say that. I said to you that the same way how you said, no one will give Tank credit for beating Josh Taylor. No one's gonna give fucking Josh Taylor. No, they're gonna give him they're gonna give him some disparaging.
No. You know why? You know why it's bullshit? And Josh Taylor's using Jack Catterall as a scapegoat because he got a W off that fight. If it was a draw or an L, I can understand. But my nigga, you got the W. Time to move on, bro.
So I can't lie to you anyway. So Phantom, it doesn't make any sense anyway because if he does go to 147, he has to fight Virgil or he has to fight Boots or Furman, one of them guys. So what are you talking about?
Belt. He can fight for the belt.
Exactly. So what are you talking about, Phantom? What are you talking about?
They don't have a WBO belt and they're not going in that route. He's got that belt to see if Bud gonna drop that belt.
It's one thing y'all not taking in consideration, and y'all know the same reason Fury going through that shit right now. That Canahan connection. How could he challenge Crawford? He can't even come to the USA. That shit is dead.
Oh yeah, that's dead. Yeah, you're right, IP. You're right, Terrell Clark.
So you saying Josh got that Canahan connection? That's what you said?
Yeah, boy, that's
why you think he was in the USA?
Yeah, nobody's trying to go to Scotland. I can tell you that.
That's dead.
So they
coming over here.
So they can't fight in the UK? They can't fight in the UK?
They can't fight in the USA. They can fight in the UK. They can't fight over here.
Okay, so Bud
go to the UK and knock his ass out.
That's not a mitigating issue. Bud, all it takes is Bud getting on the plane.
Because he gonna knock his ass out.
That UK bag. He's saying that the UK got it. Like, okay.
He said they got the best fans too.
Yep. So that ain't nothing.
Yep.
It don't make a difference if they fight on the fucking
moon. But you know.
What's up, bro?
I mean, American fans dog shit right now. But
hey, it don't make a difference if they fight on the motherfucking moon. Bud gonna kick his ass.
Say that again. Yeah.
Mexico, bro. I'm serious. Mexico got the best fans. If I'm a star, I want to be a Mexican star. I know
if I was Bud, I would go over there and beat his motherfucking ass.
Me too. Shit, I get on that plane and knock his ass out in 6. Go right back home.
It's not like Bud never fought overseas.
Yeah, so
Ricky Burns.
Yeah, Ricky Burns.
It was
and you know, financially, if it's gonna make financially, if it's gonna make sense for Bud, you know, he's gonna take that.
I know that. I know boxing, bro. I know they do.
Financially, if it makes sense for Bud.
Hey, let's do it, Jay Simon. Let's get BLK Prime on the road, baby.
If where he's at in the stage of his career, financially, if it makes sense, he's taking that Josh Taylor fight.
Yeah. But it's gonna be okay.
Or a Manny Pacquiao fight too. Or a Manny Pacquiao fight.
Pacquiao don't want to. He just capping. Pacquiao don't want to get his ass beat.
I think Pacquiao has enough brain damage to try to fight Spence. I think he do, bro.
He better set his ass up. They're gonna kill that nigga.
Nah, he'll be fine.
I think before Terrence Crawford hang up the gloves, I think Bob Arum would like to do business one more time with him because he admitted it.
Yeah, he said that. He got love for Terrence Crawford. He can talk shit all he wants. You know, that's like your old grandfather saying some bullshit to you and then give you a car. That's
he
how
ain't got
Bob
nothing
is.
over there for him anyway, man. He ain't got
To
nothing
be
over
honest,
there.
To be honest,
I wouldn't be mad at that fight. Bud and Josh Taylor, I wouldn't be mad at that fight.
Because Bob came right out his mouth. Bob came right out his mouth, said Terrence Crawford don't sell shit and all of that, and then gave him $6 million after that.
Bud beats everybody, man. BBE. Bud beats everybody.
I don't know. It'll be a good fight though. I
with you,
want to see what
OG.
Josh Taylor brings to the table.
It'd be a good fight.
No.
Nope, I give it 6 rounds.
Yes,
I
yes,
give
it will.
6
Yes, it
rounds.
will, OG. Yes, it will, OG.
6 round knockout. I mean, damn.
I ain't saying Josh Taylor would win, but I think Josh Taylor would conduct himself better than Ebenezer.
Cause let's keep it 100. When has Bud ever fought somebody bigger than him?
Yes.
Jose
That's a
Benavidez.
dumb question.
Jose Benavidez.
Yes.
Jeff Horn.
Jose Benavidez is bigger than both of them.
I'm gonna say Victor Poster and Ndonga was bigger than him.
Jose
He just was better
Benavidez
than him.
bigger than both of them.
I'll give you Benavidez, but not Posto.
Sean Porter was bigger than him.
Jeff Horn too. Jeff Horn was bigger than him too.
When I say bigger, nigga, I mean bigger than
Bigger,
Bud.
nigga.
Man, the same was bigger than Bud.
He's 6 feet tall. He's bigger than
You
Bud.
gotta remember. Let me ask you this: Is Posto and Jose Benavidez like around the size of Boots and Virgil? Are they around that size?
Phantom, you don't know what you're talking
Bro,
about.
what is your definition of bigger? Like, this motherfucker.
Jose
Jeff Horn
Benavidez.
fought at 154 pounds.
How tall is Victor Poster?
Let me continue the
Before he
list.
fought Bud.
Jose is 6 feet tall, bro. He bigger than Boots.
I'm saying, like, what is his definition of this shit?
Thomas
Like,
DeLorme.
that's none of
Phantom
these.
don't know what he's talking about. I told you.
Exactly.
Josh Taylor's
DeLorme, I don't know where you going with that, man.
You don't know what
Don't
you're
do
talking
that.
about, Phantom, man. Let's stop with this bullshit, man.
Phantom hitting
He
that
fought a
weed,
lot of
man. Phantom
motherfuckers.
smoking that weed.
I said, I'll give you Jose Benavidez. He's about the same size as Boots.
Jeff Horn too. Jeff Horn was damn near
Jose Benavidez is not no 6 feet tall, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
Cal Brook bigger than Bud.
Victor Poster damn near is.
Nigga, stop moving the goalposts, nigga. Go learn the word bigger.
Yeah, Cal was at 54 and 60.
Hey, Amir Khan, another
Learn the
one.
word bigger. That's a fact. It's shit. I don't know what he got to be a giant. We naming everybody. That's still not enough for you.
Okay, so Jose Benavidez, right? That's what we talk about. Victor Poster, Jose Benavidez. I said I'll give you that.
You say them stupid
Jeff Horn.
He's gonna knock Boots' ass out too. Put him in there. Knock him the fuck out. Put Virgil in there. He's gonna knock him the fuck out. Put him in there.
I'm gonna hit you with this. The Jose Benavidez was bigger than Bud, right? How long did that fight go?
12 rounds.
Okay, that's my point. So Josh Taylor, I think he'll give him a good fight. That's all I'm saying.
He got knocked out in 12.
Jeff Horn was bigger than Bud too, but that only lasted that.
That's all I'm saying. It's gonna be a good fight.
Thomas
he gonna knock Boots out, and he gonna knock Virgil out. If they don't fight him now, if they fight him in the next year, if they fight Bud within the next year, he gonna knock Boots out and he gonna knock Virgil out.
Hey, fam, you got a lot of excuses, fam.
For what? I'm just trying to say Josh Taylor will give Bud a good fight because of the size.
How you gonna give Bud a good fight? He didn't give Catterall a good fight.
What I'm saying is he's not just gonna wash this nigga. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Bro.
Bud is gonna wash him.
Because if that's the case, then going undisputed. Wait. If that's the case, going undisputed at 140, the way Josh Taylor did, don't mean shit. And I don't think that's the case, bro.
Now when it comes to
they can't add up to Bud. Regis Prograde, no, he don't want to go to 147 for a goddamn reason.
Hey, what you mean by that? Mike, why you say that?
Regis let everybody know what he thinks about his chance against Bud and Earl.
So if Crawford knocks out Josh Taylor, if Crawford washes Josh Taylor, you're taking away all the assets and accolades from Josh Taylor. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what's crazy. No, Bud just levels above a lot of fighters, bro. That's what it is.
Hey, Phantom, man, these are one of the stupid things we're talking about. That you
No,
say
you're not
you're not making
listening,
sense.
nigga. You hearing what you want to hear. What I'm
You're
What
not
Mel
saying
just
hearing
said
what? You
is a
didn't even know what the
fact.
meaning of
He is
bigger was.
levels
Hearing
above
You
bullshit.
didn't even know what the
fighters,
meaning of bigger
and
was.
that
You didn't
shit
even
is
know what
real,
bigger
bro.
meant.
Okay, let me ask you this. Who had a harder run at 140 for undisputed? Josh Taylor, motherfucking Bud, nigga.
Josh
Fuck you.
Taylor.
Bud, nigga, Bud.
That's
Oh,
because
yeah,
Bud,
yeah.
motherfuckers didn't want
Bud
to fight
scared to
Bud.
pass out, so
Adrian
look
Broner
at
was
this.
at 140.
Man, Bud
Mikey
scared to
Garcia
pass
was
out,
at
Okay,
and
140.
let
They
me
niggas,
didn't
ask you
want to
this.
fucking fight.
Let me ask you this.
niggas,
Let me ask
niggas
you
would have
this.
never even
And
seen
they
the
Which
ain't
one
got
fight.
of
no
them
fucking
niggas?
belt.
Hold on. Which one of them niggas that Josh Taylor beat at 140 would you put in the ring against Bud? Which one?
Which one at 140 that Josh Taylor beat I put in the ring against Bud? At what? At
Yeah.
140, Regis.
Yeah.
At
Yeah, I'll
140.
put Regis. I'll put
He
Regis in
don't
there,
go
Regis
but yeah,
no
can't beat no
smoke.
fucking Bud, nigga.
He'll
yeah, he's
not
getting
Hell
beat.
beat.
nah.
He's
Listen,
getting
let
Who
me
beat.
tell
bumped
you
to
But he's
this.
getting beat.
147 and
I'll
that
put
boy
Regis in
big?
there. But he's
There's
getting beat.
Hold
nobody.
up a second. Bro, Regis don't want that work. Regis already
Hell
told you.
no. He
Like
said it.
Regis said,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Well, I'm saying,
Yeah.
he said, who would I put in the ring with him? I said at 140. Yeah, Regis.
Yeah, and Regis
Ain't none
will
of
fight,
them
and Regis
dudes
is trying to pull a lick.
that.
As soon as you say that
Right.
shit,
Yeah.
try to put Regis in there. Regis is looking for you. He's not looking for Bud.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Look. Ain't
Thank you,
none of them
Smoke.
dudes that
You
Josh
pushing
Taylor
him in
beat
there. He don't want to get
or
in there.
Josh Taylor himself on Buzz level. None of them dudes.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that
Nah,
Josh Taylor moving up to
So,
147 can give Bud a good fight. Because Father,
Phantom, what
He
round
will
do you
not.
see Bud
he,
getting him
He
out of
will
there?
get
he
knocked
No,
out.
let me ask
He will
Phantom
not.
this. No, because we don't know
a
what
great
Phantom
fight.
actually saying. Let me ask Phantom. Phantom, what round do you see Bud getting him out of there? Or do you see him getting him out of there?
uh, I'd say late stoppage. If anything, it'd be late. Not no fucking 12-round ass
What
beat.
round?
No, I don't think it's
What
gonna go
round?
like
Like 11, 10,
This,
12?
yeah,
this
championship round stoppage. Yes.
It won't go past 8, Phantom. I guarantee you. Won't go
Hell
past 8.
no. It ain't going
I bet
past
you. I bet you on that, OG.
You
Hey,
say
OG,
that,
I
but
bet you on that, boy. I bet
you
you on
say
that, boy.
that,
Any day of
but
the week. Even though you owe me
we
a
have
hundred
Sean
on the ring.
Porter just with
Bet you on that.
I don't know,
he
bro.
gonna be
Sean Porter beat
But
the
he
shit
got
out
him
of
out of
Josh
there in
strong,
10
Taylor. What are you
strong.
talking
rounds.
about?
That's
Sean
it.
Porter beat the shit out of Josh Taylor. Beat the shit out of him.
Hands down.
No,
Josh
he
gonna
wouldn't.
Sean
be
No, he,
Porter
no,
beat
he
fast.
All
wouldn't.
I'm
No, he
saying
wouldn't. No, he
is,
fucking wouldn't.
He's
No,
not
he
even
fucking
ready
wouldn't.
for
all
that
No,
I'm
he wouldn't.
saying
No, he
shit.
is,
fucking wouldn't.
all
No,
I'm
he
saying
wouldn't.
is,
What are you talking about? No,
listen,
he
my
wouldn't.
niggas,
Ugas,
listen.
Ugas,
I saw
Ugas.
Okay,
David
Josh
let him
Avenesian.
Taylor's got
talk,
more
Cass.
skills
Let
than
him talk.
Ugas.
Let him
I,
talk,
Taylor's got
Cass.
I
more
Let him
skills than
talk.
saw,
Ugas. Josh
I
Taylor's got
saw
more skills than
David
Ugas.
Avenesian
What about
hitting
Ugas?
Bud with
Sean
the
Porter.
same punch over and over
Ugas.
and over in slow
Ugas.
motion, my nigga. And
Sean Porter
took him
struggled
6
against Ugas. What are
rounds
you
to get
talking
him
about?
out of there, my nigga. So what I'm saying is, Josh Taylor, I think, could give him a better fight to David Avenesian. That's all I'm saying.
I think
Excuse
Bud
me,
don't give a fuck
excuse me.
about getting hit at this point.
Sean Porter ain't beating no Josh Taylor. Sean Porter struggled against
That's
Ugas.
so. Sean Porter beat the shit
Josh
out of
Taylor's
Josh
better than
Taylor.
Ugas.
Cass, you high. Cass, stop
No,
smoking
what
that
are you
UK
talking about?
weed.
Josh Taylor's got more
Sean
skills than
Porter beat the
Ugas.
shit out of Josh Taylor.
So hold on,
Hell yeah.
hold on, OG.
Man, I got
So Josh
Sean
Taylor
Porter
hasn't
against
got
a
more
lot of
skills than
motherfuckers.
Ugas. So Josh Taylor has
Huh?
more skills
Not
than
Sean
Ugas.
Porter
now.
beat. You know who
No,
Sean
not
Porter
now.
beat? Cash.
Fuck out of here.
Sean Porter beat. Sean Porter beat Conor Ben right now.
Oh, is that what you
He beat
think?
the fuck out of Conor Ben.
Oh, is that what you think it
Who?
is?
I
Sean
don't know
Porter
what you
would beat
niggas
Conor
talking
Ben
about.
You're drunk.
right
You're
now.
drunk. Yeah, Sean Paul beat Boots then as well then.
Nah, no.
Say,
Conor Ben
hey,
is not
No,
on
no,
Boost level.
no. What do you mean? No, it'll status. He'll beat Boots as well then.
Hell no.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he
That
would.
boy is not on Boost level.
Hey,
Conor
So
Ben
Boots,
is
fuck
so
not on
Conor
Boost
Ben.
Josh
level.
Taylor, Taylor's not
Nowhere
on
near
Boots'
it.
level. So you're trying to tell me that Josh Taylor's not on Boots' level? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, he's
No, he's
not.
not. Hell
No,
no.
he's
Get the
not.
fuck out!
What's
Get the
wrong with
fuck
you,
out
bro?
of it! Get the fuck out of
Hey,
it! The guy's
hey, Ill.
undisputed, bro. He's undisputed. Boots ain't been in a fucking title
What's good, Haji?
man.
Hey,
What are you talking about?
Fuck what he talking about. Anderson move up at 160 and fuck up Eubank.
Facts.
Oh, fucking oh.
Facts. Facts. I mean, get his ass out. I don't even see him winning 3 rounds. He out of there in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Just like what's about to happen Saturday.
Yes, don't get mad, baby. Don't get mad. It's the truth. Truth hurts sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the GMO that's in you Americans' food, boy, is crazy. Start eating
There's
organic
no
foods.
UK fighter that could beat an American fighter
Start
at
eating
this
organic
weight
foods.
right now.
Start thinking
Not
straight.
one. You better stop
processed
playing.
shit. Hey, stop eating that processed shit. You might think straight, man. Talking about.
Hey, what happened to Josh Warrington though?
You better stick to loving heavyweights. Cassidy, you my man. I love you, but you better stick to heavyweights.
Nah. You better stick to the
what happened to Josh Warrington, man? What happened to Josh Warrington? Where's his belt go?
Oh, the Mexican beat him up.
What was that?
Mexican beat his ass, man.
Got his ass beat, nigga.
cheating,
Hey,
cheating
what
without
happened
a
to your
fit.
boy?
Wait,
What happened to your boy?
go.
Hey, what happened to your boy
That
Wilder, man?
motherfucker went
What happened to your
dead
boy
to the
Wilder, man?
winner.
What happened to your boy Wilder, man?
We ain't
Wilder
talking
got his
about
ass
Wilder,
whooped,
man.
man.
Wilder's not our boy.
Hey, yo,
What
Wilder
you
You
got
talking
see,
his
about?
you
ass.
see how
You gotta stick with
Wilder got his
heavyweight.
ass whooped, dog.
gotta deflect every time
You
back to
gotta stick with
heavyweight.
You
Every
heavyweight.
asked me what
Yeah.
just working. So I
every
asked you what
fucking
happened to
time they
Wilder.
gotta
What are you
deflect to
talking about?
heavyweight, bro.
But Cass, I
Yeah,
told
because we
you.
run
I
shit.
told you Josh Warrington has a problem with Mexicans. Did I not tell you that? I told you that.
beat the shit out of him.
Mexicans always fuck him up. Every time.
Beat the belt off that nigga.
See,
Beat the
see,
belt
Butch,
off that
You
nigga.
don't got
Butch.
you don't got a problem with
If
Russians.
I was you, Butch, I would have just took it back to Josh Taylor. Said that nigga's last 6 opponents was undefeated. He was snatching O's left and right, and he went
Right.
undisputed.
I
Why
don't need
you
to say
gotta
that.
go
I
to
don't need to say
heavyweight,
that.
Butch?
What's
Right.
understood
Why you
doesn't
gotta
need
go
to
to
be
Right.
heavyweight?
spoken.
That
What's
shit don't.
understood doesn't
That
need to be
shit
spoken
don't
about.
mean nothing. He ain't never
What's
bud,
understood
man.
doesn't need to be spoken about. You don't got problems with
That
Russians,
don't
man.
mean shit.
Hey, Batavia and Vivo just be beating the shit out of you Americans, man.
Hey,
Batavia
let
and
me
Vivo
let me
just be
let me
beating the
let me
shit out
let
of
me
you,
They
man.
let me
Russians
Russians.
round,
They
man.
not.
Butch,
You
why
Russians
can't.
you
round,
They
man.
not
saying
from the
What
that?
shit
UK.
you
They
talking
let
about,
me
from
man?
let
Russia.
me
What you talking about, man?
They
Now you
Russians,
Russians.
a
Russians
fickle
be
fan
talking
They
real
shit,
are
quick.
man.
Hey,
Shit out
Russians.
of
Now
you.
you want to
Phantom,
own
man. Phantom,
everybody.
But you
Phantom,
gotta,
you a
you
fickle
gotta,
fan, Phantom.
What?
You
Say
you
it
a
again.
fickle fan,
you
Phantom.
got a
You over
Jamaican
there
over
talking
there
about
considered a fight for
Jose
Batavia, don't you?
Ramirez and Regis Prograis, Ivan Veteran chick. None of them niggas beating Bud, man.
I
All them
would know.
guys,
No, they're not. But
all
my
that shit
point,
would have led to Josh Taylor getting his ass whipped.
my point
Damn.
is, niggas was undefeated. Undefeated, my
That don't
Bad too,
mean
man.
shit.
He
Listen,
getting
listen,
his
listen.
ass whooped
You
bad
do
too, man.
realize, right? All them niggas got a belt once Bud left, right?
Hell
You
yeah.
know, if Bud
Exactly.
would have
Thank
stayed,
you.
listen, Bud could have just stayed down there, right? And just beat the holy shit out of every last one of them niggas. You understand that, right?
No, I don't, because he moved
Mm-hmm.
up. He moved up.
Right. And he beating up the bigger niggas that you say he don't fight.
And on a streak
And
of
what
knockouts
bigger
at
niggas did he fight?
You
147 too.
understand Jeff Paul? You understand Jeff Paul would have been lumping them niggas up, right?
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
You do understand most niggas would have went up there and would have had problems with Jeff Paul. They probably wouldn't have beat him.
Exactly. He's
I
a big
think Josh
motherfucker
Taylor
too.
could have beat Jeff
You do know Baron shit got knocked out by Zapata and he got knocked out by
I
Dog
don't
Boy.
think you niggas realize I'm
Montana
not
Love.
talking about Lord Bud and how the niggas at 140 can beat him. I'm just saying Josh Taylor.
You do know listen. Ugas was able to get a belt at 147, right? He had problems at 40, right? But Ugas still gives them niggas help. You see what I'm saying? He
He
gives
didn't
all
get
the
a belt
niggas.
at 147. He
Shut
got
up.
passed down onto. Actually, no, sorry, he beat
Josh
Pacquiao for the
Taylor,
belt. Sorry.
I will say Josh Taylor has the best chance of getting a title. I think he can upset some niggas. Yeah, but he not beating Bud though.
No.
Nobody
That's why he's
said
sticking in
that.
that WBO
You
route
lot
too.
said
Just
Boots
hear
is level.
any
You lot
critique
said
of
Boots is
Bud and they
above.
automatically
You
think
lot said
somebody
Boots is
attacking
levels above
Bud.
Josh
Nigga,
Taylor.
nobody
Wow,
said Josh Taylor's
wow,
beating
wow,
Bud.
wow,
I said
wow,
he'll give Bud a good fight. That's all the
wow.
nigga said, bro.
You lot said
Nobody
Boots is level.
questioning
You
Lord
lot
Bud,
said Boots is
nigga.
levels above
Nobody's
fucking
questioning Lord
Josh
Bud.
Taylor. Wow, 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 wow.
Well, at the end of the day,
You right,
Is Boots
Phantom.
levels above
I'm gonna
You
say
right.
Canelo
this. I'm
Alvarez as
gonna
No,
well?
say this.
no.
Is
He
Boots
right
levels?
because he's saying that he gonna get him out of there.
No,
We
he
just
ain't
think he
right.
gonna
He
watch
ain't
his
right.
ass.
Fuck his feelings. He
Levels
ain't
above.
right.
So
That nigga
Boots
said
levels
this.
above Bivol as well, right?
At the end of the
Boots
day,
levels above.
This is an all-star cap
Boots
session.
is levels above Bivol as well, right? He's levels above Bivol. He's levels above Batavia. He's levels above Canelo Alvarez. Boots, right? Right?
Nah, Boost beats the shit out of Carter Ben though. That's facts.
Oh, is it?
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Your
Okay.
boy
my
keep putting that
Fuck
needle
out
in
of
his
him.
ass. What's
my
wrong with
All
you,
thing
right.
boy?
with
No.
my thing with this
Yeah.
situation, Butch. We all know
Yeah,
that
he gonna get
Terrence
Conor
Crawford.
Ben out of
We
there in
all
about
know that
7
Terrence
rounds.
Crawford would beat Josh Taylor. But what's wrong with saying that it's gonna be a good fight? And we know he's
I'm not
gonna
That's
telling
win
you.
all.
in the
That's
end.
all the
Right.
nigga
I'm not
said.
Yeah.
telling
That's
OG
all the
Sabi.
nigga
Yeah.
said.
OG
That's why
Sabi.
I was
OG
agreeing. Like,
Sabi.
yeah, he said
OG
he's gonna
Sabi.
get
You
him
know
out
he's
of there.
gonna. You know Bud is
You
gonna
see
win.
the what?
Yeah.
But if
You
Josh
Yeah.
Taylor can
Listen.
make it a
Let me tell you
competitive
why.
fight, What
Let
is
me tell
wrong
you
with
why.
that?
Let me
That's
tell you
crazy.
why. Because
Tell us
Jack
why.
Catterall
Tell us
wouldn't have
why.
went 5 rounds with Crawford. He
Yeah,
wouldn't have
Jack
went 5
Catterall
rounds.
was a good fight.
I
So
mean, what are you
that's
talking
the
about,
thing.
man?
And
What are you
Josh Taylor
talking
was a
And
good fight.
about?
Josh Taylor ain't gonna go 6 rounds with Crawford. Like
So how
I
much?
don't
So you
see
so
it,
what?
man.
So
And
OG,
I
so do you
think
want to
I
add that?
think
Do
Josh
you
I
want to
Taylor
think
add
I
that
already
onto
went
think
the money?
6 rounds
and
Do
I
you
with
want to
think
add that
Crawford.
to
I
the
think
money
I
that
don't
you
Josh
know what
already
y'all
Taylor
owe me?
I
talking
Do you
about.
think
want to add
Josh
that onto the
Taylor would
money, OG Show? Do you want to add that onto
I
the money?
think Josh
Now,
Taylor would
what you
beat
Do you
say
want to
now?
add
Hold
that
on,
David
hold on.
onto
What
the
you say
Ebenezer.
now?
paycheck?
I
Do you want to
think
add
Hold on,
that
Josh
hold
onto
on.
the
Taylor
What you
would
money?
beat
say
Yeah,
now?
David
I
Ebenezer.
think so
I
too,
think
Uncle
so
Jay.
as well. And I think that Catterall fight.
Ho. What you say, Cass?
So do you want to add that onto the fucking money that you already owe me?
Oh shit.
What are you talking about?
Oh
They're not
shit.
even made that. They haven't even made that fight. What are you talking about? Catterall and Bud?
Who tried to lose